Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 5, Following to Deafening Booms. Gao Yang completely pushed open the gates of this military camp, which had been sealed for countless years. Greeting him were swarms of Wraith Knights clad in armor etched with blue lightning patterns, riding atop Wraith war horses that wore identical lightning patterned armor, accompanied by a shrill, piercing shriek. The battle-ready Wraith Knights formed a torrent of steel and launched a charge toward Gao Yang. The moment they charged, endless streaks of lightning erupted and intertwined from their bodies, forming a massive lightning arrow in a split second that completely enveloped all the knights. This lightning arrow, which gathered the power of a vast number of Wraith Knights, slammed toward Gao Yang's chest as they charged at high speed. Gao Yang. Melifana let out a scream. A pale golden light radiated from her body, spreading over Gao Yang's entire form in the blink of an eye, comprehensively enhancing all his attributes. Gao Yang's reaction was equally swift. The moment he saw these knights standing in formation, he had already gripped black obsidian in his hand, his battle aura burning fiercely like a raging fire. He gripped black obsidian tightly with both hands, and a low shout, like muffled thunder, echoed within the wide gateway. In the next instant, Gao Yang vanished from his spot, facing the incoming massive lightning arrow and feeling the hair-raising, suffocating pressure. His momentum did not weaken in the slightest. The greatsword black obsidian dragged along, fire dragon-like sword aura through the air as he slashed toward the lightning arrow in front of him. Calamity! Flame dragon emerges from the sea. Thud! The greatsword collided violently with the lightning arrow, producing a roar as intense as a meteor striking the earth. The sturdy gateway, walls, and floor tiles of the military camp where they stood cracked and shattered, then exploded as if detonated from within. Before the massive amount of rubble and debris could even touch either side, it was ground into fine powder by the intense shockwave of power. Layers of impact and air currents spread out from the point of contact between Gao Yang and the Lightning Knight Legion. The terrifying force pushed forward in waves, actually shattering the arrow formed by the hundreds of Wraith Lightning Knights before him. Snap, snap. A series of explosions followed. Those were the sounds of the Wraith Lightning Knights in front of him failing to withstand the violent power surging into their bodies and exploding. Having shattered the lightning arrow with a single strike, Gao Yang took a step forward, the already devastated floor tiles beneath his feet crumbling further. Amidst this destruction, Gao Yang moved as if in an empty land. He swung his greatsword horizontally and vertically, every strike carrying boundless force and sharp sword aura, each blow capable of shattering several lightning knights on the spot. In less than 3 seconds, Gao Yang had cut through the 50-meter-long gateway and appeared before the barracks of the 7th Lightning Legion. Behind him lay a ground covered in the armor remains of the Lightning Knights. Gao Yang exhaled the high heat airflow that had accumulated in his chest. The air shot out like a white arrow, traveling over a dozen meters before finally dissipating upon hitting the ground. He raised his head and looked at the scene before him. As the saying goes, when there are 10,000 people, they stretch to the horizon. At this moment, before Gao Yang stood a dense, boundless army of Wraith soldiers. They all wore the armor they had in life and held the weapons they once wielded. If not for the gaps in their armor and the semi-transparent appearance of their exposed faces, they would be no different from the Lightning Legion of the past. Gao Yang grinned and whispered, "Melifana, it's time." Melifana, burning with pale golden flames, stood between the dragon horns on Gao Yang's head. She shouted wildly and excitedly, "Go, Gao Yang! Let's crush them all together. I am the strongest kitty." Meow. Amidst Melifana's cry, Gao Yang dragged trails of afterimages and, like a comet, crashed into the battle-ready 7th Lightning Legion of the Empire. For the Empire. At the same time, a clear roar erupted from within the 7th Lightning Legion. The next moment, a multitude of Wraith soldiers followed with angry shrieks, launching their own attacks toward Gao Yang. Boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out continuously. These Wraith soldiers of the Lightning Legion were no longer just standing on the ground. They were pouncing on Gao Yang from all directions. Dazzling lightning coiled around the hammers or arrows in their hands, enhancing their lethality. Gao Yang moved rapidly with Melifana. His massive body combined with his extraordinary strength allowed him to possess the power to cut through heavy encirclements even when trapped. His battle aura was constantly consumed, yet it regenerated rapidly within his body with every heartbeat. His health points plummeted under the dense barrage of attacks, only to recover quickly through his energy regeneration and extraordinary constitution. Gao Yang was like a true god of war, charging back and forth within the Lightning Legion. Every sword strike took away several, or even dozens, of wraiths. Amidst this slaughter, his battle merits began to climb rapidly. I do not know how much time had passed when Gao Yang plunged black obsidian into the architectural debris before him and slowly sat down. Beneath him was a small mountain, about 10 meters high, piled up from a mixture of countless armor pieces and building rubble. By his side, there was no longer even a single vengeful spirit of the Lightning Legion left. All the vengeful spirits were either within the mountain of armor beneath him or had dissipated throughout the military camp. Melifina lay listlessly on Gao Yang's shoulder, even her ears drooping weakly. In the previous battle, she had also exerted a great deal of effort. At least 3 times when the Lightning Legion unleashed their ultimate moves, she had forcibly supported Gao Yang. Otherwise, under those world-destroying attacks, Gao Yang would likely have been heavily injured and then besieged to death. After resting for a moment until most of his physical strength had recovered, Gao Yang finally stood up. He looked at the military camp below, which was covered in battle marks and architectural debris, carefully distinguishing the area based on his memory. He finally found the location of the 7th treasury. He leaped down from the mountain of wreckage and walked toward the depths of the 7th Legion's base. A moment later, he stopped before a bronze gate about 5 meters high. This bronze gate was embedded in a thick wall, and it was impossible to tell how large the treasury inside actually was. Gao Yang pushed the bronze gate in front of him with force, but the gate did not budge. He shook his head and then took out an arm-length black iron key from his inventory, which had been dropped by the Lightning Legion commander earlier. Inserting the key into the keyhole in the center of the bronze gate, he turned it, and the bronze gate slowly opened. Gao Yang stepped into the 7th treasury of the empire. What met his eyes looked like a giant, resplendent palace. Square stone pillars stood tall within the treasury, and rows of iron racks made of an unknown metal were arranged inside. The number of these iron racks was so vast that they could not be seen at a glance, and they were filled with collections. The ceiling of the treasury was embedded with golden gemstones the size of wash basins, emitting a warm golden light. This made the treasury not only bright but also reflected everything inside with a resplendent glow, creating a powerful visual impact. Gao Yang looked up at the ceiling of the treasury, where a series of murals were outlined with gold thread. He stopped to watch for a moment and found that they depicted the growth process of the 7th Lightning Legion. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang focused his attention on the items placed on the iron racks. The collections in this 7th treasury were so numerous that they made him feel a bit dazzled. Moreover, these items didn't even have basic names, let alone other information. Trying to find a desired item in this vast sea of a treasury did not seem like a simple task. Chapter 314, A Treasury. Nothing but a dream and a phantom. Is this the foundation of a peak empire capable of building a floating city spanning hundreds of kilometers? Walking through the 7th Imperial Treasury with Melifina, Gao Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. These iron racks were filled with all kinds of items, each more or less emitting fluctuations of energy, proving their extraordinary value. Gao Yang, are we about to get rich? Melifina wagged her furry tail excitedly, her eyes shining as she spoke. Gao Yang nodded. If the items in this imperial treasury could be taken away, then that point was beyond doubt. Actually, he really wanted to obtain the inheritance of the 7th Lightning Legion. It had to be said that compared to the inheritance of the world-ending army, the inheritance of the 7th Lightning Legion was more attractive to him. If he gained the power to control lightning, the power of his swordsmanship would surely receive a massive boost. Thinking of this, the look in Gao Yang's eyes as he gazed at the treasury before him couldn't help but carry a hint of fiery expectation. Gao Yang, look quickly, magic gems. As Melifina spoke, she leaped from Gao Yang's shoulder and pounced toward the iron rack in front of her. Wait! Gao Yang reached out to grab Melifina, wanting to stop her. This was the 7th treasury of the empire, after all, and he didn't know if any traps had been set for the treasures placed on these iron racks. This was why Gao Yang had walked for a long time without reaching out to touch the treasures on the racks. However, he hadn't expected Milafina to be so excited upon seeing the magic gems. Milafina's movement was so sudden that by the time Gao Yang reached out to grab her, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as she landed on the treasure rack. Clatter. Milafina landed where the treasure rack was, her small face full of confusion, because she didn't feel the cold touch characteristic of the iron rack beneath her feet. In fact, the iron rack beneath her wasn't even a physical object. Gao Yang's expression froze as he reached out to pull Milafina back from the rack. He had seen it very clearly just now. Milafina had directly passed through the treasure rack. It felt as if she and the objects were in different spaces, or rather, these treasures were all illusions. He placed Milafina back on his shoulder, drew Heiyao, and slashed at the nearest iron rack with his sword. Heiyao sliced through the air, causing a slight ripple in space. This ripple also caused the treasure rack he struck to fluctuate slightly. Gao Yang, these are fake. Milafina crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder, finding it somewhat hard to accept. Gao Yang withdrew Heiyao and stood up straight again. I should have thought of this long ago. He should have realized it. The Sky City had been fallen for so long, even if the treasures inside hadn't been taken, they should have turned to dust under the power of time. Yet, this 7th Imperial Treasury still maintained its original appearance. There was definitely something suspicious about it. Thinking this, Gao Yang suddenly clenched one hand, and surging battle chi began to gather in the palm of his hand. Soon, a thick, jelly-like ball of battle chi the size of a fist formed in his palm. Looking at the ball of battle chi in his hand, he took a deep breath, then suddenly clenched his fist, channeling his willpower into it before crushing it directly. Whoosh! The fluctuation of battle chi, carrying Gao Yang's will, spread out from their position toward the entire treasury, wherever it passed. The treasure racks were like snow meeting the spring sun, or like bubbles under the sunlight, dissipating one by one with a pop. In just over 10 seconds, the once magnificent and energy-radiating treasury was completely cleared. The golden light was gone, leaving only the murals on the ceiling of the treasury vault to emit a faint, lingering glow. It is gone. It is all gone. Milafina's voice carried a sense of intense disappointment, so much so that her usually perky, upright ears drooped down. Anyone who saw countless treasures vanish into thin air like a dream before their eyes would find it impossible to remain indifferent. Do not be so pessimistic, Milafina. Gao Yang wore a faint smile as he looked toward the depths of the treasury. Following his gaze, one could see a wall constructed entirely of cut stone, appearing no different from the rest. However, the ripples of battle aura infused with his willpower that Gao Yang had previously emitted had passed straight through this wall, which meant that this wall was also an illusion. Gao Yang led Milafina toward the depths of the treasury, and soon, he stopped in front of that wall. Is there something different about this place, Gao Yang? Milafina tilted her little head and asked with curiosity. Gao Yang did not answer her. He simply reached out his hand slowly toward the wall in front of him. Milafina's eyes widened, for Gao Yang's palm had actually submerged directly into the wall. There is a hidden space. Milafina immediately realized what was going on. Gao Yang nodded, then clenched his outstretched fist. A pale golden shockwave exploded in his hand, and the brilliant radiance of his willpower tore the illusion of the stone wall before him into shreds. The illusion vanished, and the true scene was exposed to their eyes. Before them stood an ordinary bronze door, just over 2 meters high and 1.2 meters wide, roughly the same size as the bedroom door of the apartment Gao Yang used to rent. Perhaps we will still have some gains. Gao Yang pointed to the bronze door in front of him and said to Milafina, who was perched on his shoulder. Milafina nodded quickly, very curious about what might exist behind this bronze door. Gao Yang reached out and pushed the bronze door. It felt extremely heavy to the touch. Gao Yang exerted force silently, but the bronze door remained unmoved. Pushing inward did not work, so Gao Yang reached out to grab the edge of the bronze door and pulled outward. The result was the same as before. It remained completely unmoved. After trying a few times, Gao Yang silently took Heiyao into his hand. Conventional methods seemed unable to open this bronze door at all. To save time, he had to take some radical measures. Battle aura covered the greatsword, spitting out several meters of sword radiance. Gao Yang gripped Heiyao with both hands, held it high above his head, and quickly injected his willpower and strength into the greatsword in his hands. As his strength and willpower were injected, the ripples emitted by Heyao became increasingly terrifying, and the sharp sword ore seemed as if it were about to slice the space itself open. Gao Yang, go for it. Melifina's entire body also ignited with pale golden illusory flames. She, too, was sparing no effort to provide Gao Yang with layers of support. Hiss! Gao Yang took a deep breath and stomped his foot down. The entire treasury seemed to shake twice. With a low shout, he prepared to swing the greatsword in his hands down toward the bronze door. Before the sword could even be swung, the bronze door in front of them suddenly made a click sound and slowly opened from the inside out. Chapter 315 Survivor, Sealed Box. Watching the door slowly open before him, Gao Yang's expression was somewhat strange, as if the bronze door in front of him were alive. Gao Yang's previous attempts had posed no threat to this bronze door, so it had been playing dead. But now, the strike that Gao Yang and Melifina were about to unleash with full force had made the bronze door feel threatened. So it was very sensible. Before Gao Yang could strike, it had opened the door automatically. The door is open, Melifina shouted in surprise. Gao Yang looked at the bronze door that was gradually opening, then slowly retracted his battle aura and willpower. This process was not fast. It was simple to guide those massive powers out, but the difficulty of retracting them easily was much higher. It took several minutes for Gao Yang to reorganize his power. Afterward, he carried Heyao and led Melifina toward the open bronze door. In just a few steps, Gao Yang and Melifina entered the interior of the treasury. This hidden treasury was not very large, containing only 3 rows of iron shelves. Many black boxes of unknown material were displayed on the 3 rows of shelves, and different labels were pasted on the outside of the boxes. Gao Yang was just about to look at the labels on these boxes when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Powerful strangers, greetings. Gao Yang's body stiffened, and Melifina's first stood on end instantly. Neither of them had discovered that there was a third party in this small treasury. Do not be nervous, I am just a lingering old fool who is barely hanging on. Gao Yang followed the sound and saw a faint phantom floating above a black iron canister at the back of the treasury. He had a head of white hair like steel needles, and a thick beard covered the area below his nose completely. His eyes revealed a sense of vicissitudes and helplessness. Greetings. We have come at the invitation of the last guardian of the empire to cleanse the gradually degenerating and corrupt Sky City. Gao Yang nodded slightly toward the phantom on the black canister, not volunteering his or Melifina's names. As his voice fell, a flash of astonishment crossed the eyes of the phantom on the black canister, and then he quickly asked, degenerating and corrupt? Has it reached such a point? After muttering to himself, he suddenly looked up at Gao Yang, and even his illusory figure stretched out like rubber. Powerful strangers, please tell me, what has the Sky City become today? Gao Yang stared at the old man who had moved close to him. Under his gaze, the very agitated old man slowly shrank back and floated above the black canister again. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, his voice flat. Telling you about the situation in the outside world is no problem, but before that, shouldn't you introduce yourself? A complex expression appeared on the face of the phantom on the black canister. He sighed and said slowly, that is just a story of a coward retreating. Are you sure you want to hear it? Gao Yang extended his right hand, signaling him to continue. The phantom of the black jar hesitated for a few seconds. Then, as if resigning itself to fate, began to speak. It was a pitch-black night, as dark as ink. I was guarding the Empire's 7th treasury as usual when, following a cataclysmic roar that seemed to shatter the world, the entire city in the sky erupted into chaos. I did not know what was happening outside. I could only hear the constant wailing cries. I wanted to flee, but the defensive capabilities of the 7th treasury were far stronger than those of the outside world. So, I remained inside. But later, a viscous black mist began to seep through every crack into the treasury. That was when I knew that even inside the vault, it was no longer safe. So, I transferred the most important items in the treasury to this hidden room and activated the defensive formations of the entire vault. This did indeed allow me to hold out for a long time, but in the end, the treasury was still submerged by the overwhelming black mist. I had nowhere to escape. So I had no choice but to initiate the soul parasite technique, anchoring my soul within this black jar. When I finally regained consciousness, it was because of your arrival. After the Phantom of the Black Jar finished speaking, it looked at Gao Yang and Milafina, revealing a miserable smile. So, powerful Outlanders, what exactly happened to the city in the sky? What about the other members of our 7th Lightning Legion? The city in the sky has fallen. There should be no living people left now. All the living have been transformed into undead, vengeful spirits, and immortal beings. Gao Yang paused for a moment, waiting for the Phantom to digest the information before continuing. As for the 7th Lightning Legion, they have all turned into vengeful spirits. On my way here, I have already laid them all to rest. Look at that. What is the art of language? This is the art of language. The Phantom before him clearly had a deep connection with the 7th Lightning Legion. If Gao Yang had simply said he had wiped out the entire 7th Lightning Legion, even if it were to grant them release, it would certainly not be understood by the other party. But by phrasing it differently, that the soldiers of the 7th Lightning Legion had already become vengeful spirits and lost their sanity, Gao Yang was merely granting them release by putting them to rest, rather than letting them continue in such a muddled, mindless state. The Phantom of the Black Jar suddenly looked up at Gao Yang. He naturally knew the power of the 7th Lightning Legion better than anyone. Even if they had turned into so-called vengeful spirits, they would surely have retained some of their abilities from when they were alive. That this Outlander could claim to have laid the entire 7th Lightning Legion to rest was proof enough of just how formidable his strength truly was. The Phantom paused for a moment, bowed slightly toward Gao Yang, and said, "Thank you, Excellency, for allowing my comrades to find release. Think nothing of it. We came here upon invitation. This is what we ought to do." Gao Yang waved his hand. The Phantom of the Black Jar asked quite tactfully, "Then, what did the last guardian of the Empire promise you? Perhaps I can be of some assistance." Gao Yang glanced briefly at the Phantom before him, then lowered his gaze and said, "That guardian's state is much like yours. His reward is everything within the city in the sky." Upon hearing this, the Phantom's expression did not change. Instead, he pointed to this small treasury and said, "The incident happened so suddenly that these are the only treasures I was able to preserve with my best efforts. If there is anything you need, please take it." Gao Yang did not move, but instead looked at the Phantom and asked, "Does the heritage of the 7th Lightning Legion still exist?" The Phantom was slightly startled, then nodded vigorously and said, "It does. It is the most precious item I have preserved. It is in the sealed box at the very top of the treasure rack in front of me." As he spoke, he raised a hand to point at the iron treasure rack behind Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned around and saw the sealed box he was pointing to. "Many thanks," Gao Yang said, then asked again, "Is there a specific way to open these sealed boxes?" The Phantom shook his head and explained, "The sealing formations on the boxes were inscribed in advance and are activated the moment the box is closed. When opened again, the seal automatically dissipates. This is to make it convenient to retrieve the treasures inside. If one had to specifically break the seal every time, it would be too troublesome." Gao Yang nodded in understanding. He did not reach for the sealed box immediately, but instead asked, "That is true. Then, are there any magic gems among them? My companion has a certain need for magic gems. Please vote for the monthly ticket chapter 316 ill intent." The Phantom of the Black Jar watched Gao Yang silently. A full minute passed before he slowly nodded and pointed to the bottom row of the leftmost iron treasure rack, saying, "That is where the magic gems are stored. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of these gems, I would not have been able to persist for so long." "Oh?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, asking with some curiosity, "Does that mean you rely on magic power to replenish yourself and thereby maintain your existence?" The Phantom did not hesitate this time and nodded quickly. "Understood. Then we will leave you a sufficient amount of magic gems, provided there are plenty left." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he heard the Phantom say, "There is no need. I am someone who should have died long ago. I have lingered in this narrow, dark environment for countless years. Now that the 7th Lightning Legion is gone, and even the Empire has collapsed, my duty has come to an end." The Phantom looked at Gao Yang and Milafina on his shoulder, and spoke slowly, "If possible, let me take one last look at the outside world." "That is absolutely no problem. Then we won't stand on ceremony with the things in this treasury." Melifina laughed heartily from the side. The phantom of the black jar floated quietly above the jar, just as before. Gao Yang glanced at him, then followed his directions to the leftmost iron treasure rack. He crouched down and picked up a sealed box from the bottom shelf. Melifina, perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, stretched her neck to peer into the sealed box. Gao Yang placed the sealed box on an empty table against the wall and carefully examined the patterns on it. Gao Yang, open it quickly. I want to see exactly how many gems are inside. Melifina kept wagging her tail, urging Gao Yang to open the box before them. No problem. Gao Yang wore a faint smile on his face as he slowly reached his hand toward the containment box. I just remembered. There is a verification process required before the containment box can be opened. Just as Gao Yang was about to touch the box, the voice of the black jar phantom suddenly rang out. How? Melifina tilted her head, looking a bit confused. Gao Yang looked toward the black jar phantom, his smile appearing somewhat chilling in the eyes of the phantom. The phantom braced himself and hurriedly said, I hope you can forgive the memory of a remnant soul that has been sealed away for who knows how many ages. Being able to recall this much is already the result of my best efforts. As he spoke, without waiting for Gao Yang to say anything further, he reached his somewhat illusory palm out from the black jar he resided in, and a square-shaped black seal was produced. It is this. It will. As he spoke, the black seal flew toward Gao Yang. A thin layer of battle ore rose on Gao Yang's hand, catching it. After carefully sensing it for a moment and finding no strange fluctuations, he turned to face the containment box in front of him. He pressed the black seal onto the containment box. Instantly, hair-thin energy patterns lit up across the box, and these energy lines quickly converged toward the black seal, eventually being completely swallowed by it. That will do, the black jar phantom said. Gao Yang ignored him, instead drawing his sword, Heiyao, and standing 2 meters away, using the tip of the blade to pry at the containment box. This distance was a safe limit. If there were any unexpected developments within the box, he would be able to react at the fastest possible speed. The tip of the sword inserted into the gap in the center of the containment box. As the blade turned, the box, which had been sealed for countless ages, finally opened slowly. In the next instant, blinding, multicolored light shot out from the gap, accompanied by a dense wave of magical power that seeped through the opening. Gao Yang, this really is a magic gem. I see it. It is so beautiful. Melifina was so excited that her voice even trembled slightly, making it sound somewhat sticky and sweet. The containment box was fully opened, and 8 regular-shaped gems of various colors, each the size of an adult's fist, lay quietly inside. Gao Yang took a glance. There were 8 magic gems in total stored in the box, 2 shimmering with golden light, 2 as red as fire, 2 brimming with vitality, and 2 with an icy blue luster. Whoever stored these magic gems must have had some level of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The 8 gems were arranged in pairs, neat and tidy, making for a very pleasing sight. As for their function and value, that was even more pleasing. As a superior product to magic crystals, magic gems contain many times more magical power than their counterparts. To put it less abstractly, here is a simple example. Mages and mage towers usually use magic crystals as emergency backup power for their towers. And even floating cities use magic crystals as auxiliary energy. With that explanation, you should have a certain concept of the total energy contained within these magic gems. Gao Yang turned his head to look at the black jar phantom and asked, Are there any more magic gems like these here? The black jar phantom pointed to the treasure rack from earlier and said, There is one more box. Do you want it? No need. I have no use for it anymore. The black jar phantom slowly shook his head, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Many thanks. After saying this, Gao Yang brought out the second box of magic gems and opened it in the same manner. This containment box held only 4 magic gems. However, even so, their harvest was already quite significant. One must know that. Besides this, there were no fewer than 20 other containment boxes here. Gao Yang, can I pick a magic gem now? Melifina was circling the containment box, repeating the question. You can. You pick first. Gao Yang replied, then turned and walked to the shelf in front of the black jar phantom, looking up at the containment box on the very top. With his back to the black jar phantom, He slowly reached out both hands. He pressed his large hands onto the containment box. Nothing happened. He took it down from the shelf and placed it on the table still. Nothing happened. Gao Yang felt a bit disappointed, but at the same time, his vigilance increased. He used the black seal to cover the containment box, and as the energy patterns converged, the seal on this box was also broken. Again, he used Heiyao to pry open the box. Once it was fully opened, Gao Yang saw a lightning-shaped metal bar about 30 centimeters long lying inside the small container. It was entirely brilliant blue, its surface wrapped in a massive amount of electric arcs. The moment it appeared, the air in the hidden vault instantly became agitated, and even the fur on Melifina, who was nearby, stood on end, attracted by the static electricity. Gao Yang looked at the lightning-shaped, brilliant blue metal in the box, his gaze turning slightly solemn. He could sense the destructive energy contained within this legacy item of the 7th Lightning Legion. Chapter 317 What are you barking about? After a crisp sound, the containment box holding the legacy item of the 7th Lightning Legion was closed again by Gao Yang. Are you not going to accept the legacy of the 7th Lightning Legion? The Black Jar Phantom watched this scene, looking at Gao Yang with a sense of incomprehension as he questioned him. Gao Yang couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the Black Jar Phantom and said, knowing full well that there is an outsider here, you expect me to go and touch the legacy item of the 7th Lightning Legion, which clearly isn't simple. Do you think I am that stupid? If I didn't even have this much self-control, I would have died countless times over already, wouldn't I? Gao Yang looked at the Black Jar Phantom with a strange expression. Seeing the Phantom's somewhat dull reaction, he secretly sighed to himself that this guy had stayed in this place for too long, to the point where his brain wasn't even sharp anymore. The Black Jar Phantom thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed the truth. However, in the next instant, he felt a surge of anger welling up in his heart, to the point where his illusory image began to flicker. You are playing me for a fool. This isn't called playing you, Mr. Black Jar. Gao Yang raised a hand to interrupt him and continued. This is called doing my best to cooperate with your performance. Although I refuse to participate in a ghost show, I cannot refuse a ghost who insists on performing, don't you think, Mr. Black Jar? The Phantom of the Black Jar stared at Gao Yang in anger. After a full 10 seconds, his expression suddenly collapsed, and even his soul body shrank back into the Black Jar, with only half of his head exposed. Do you know what kind of terrifying torment it is to stay in this dark, sunless treasure vault day after day? There is no sound, no communication. At first, I could still count these treasures to divert my attention, but as time passed, I became increasingly empty and, at the same time, increasingly panicked. I know my mind has developed problems. My power can no longer control my thoughts at all. Therefore, I had no choice but to abandon my physical body and seal myself in this damn, filthy, fucking broken jar. When the Black Jar Phantom said this, his eyes turned red, and his mind seemed somewhat deranged. Do you know that the moment I sealed myself in this jar, I regretted it. I wanted to get rid of this jar, even if it meant dying directly and having my soul return to the wall of the faithless. However, at that moment, I discovered that I could not even commit suicide. I discovered with horror that this black jar had birthed its own sentience. Why won't you touch the inheritance of the 7th Legion? If you touch it, I will tell you how to obtain eternal life. Gao Yang stared at the now deranged Black Jar Phantom. A clear, crisp sword hum erupted from the Heiyao in his hand, followed by a blast of sword energy that shot out, piercing through the head of the Black Jar Phantom. Gao Yang held Heiyao, sword energy surging from its tip, and power that felt almost tangible coiled around his body. He looked at the Black Jar Phantom, whose eyes had become much clearer, and asked, "What kind of barking are you doing?" The Black Jar Phantom was stunned after realizing what happened. Just as he was about to speak, Gao Yang slashed with his sword again, and with a whoosh, he shrank back into the black jar. When he poked his head out again, he saw Gao Yang holding the sword, looking at him with a playful expression. "It seems you don't want to die that much after all." After saying this, Gao Yang casually tossed the black seal in his hand outside the bronze door behind him, then grabbed the containment box containing the inheritance of the 7th Lightning Legion, signaled to Melifina, and turned to walk outside. Where are you going? You cannot leave. Come back. Come back to me. Do you not want the treasures here anymore? Come back. I beg you, come back. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. The black jar phantom screamed frantically behind them. Melifina crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder, turned her head to look at the black jar phantom behind them, and asked Gao Yang, are we just leaving like this, without bothering with him? How should we bother with him? Gao Yang asked softly. Melifina wrinkled her little face and tried hard to think, but she still could not come up with any effective answer. She simply stopped racking her brain. After all, with Gao Yang here, Gao Yang would handle it well. Walking out of the hidden vault, the voice of the black jar phantom had turned into tearful, wailing pleas. But Gao Yang remained unmoved. From the moment the bronze door opened automatically at the very beginning, he had already sensed that something was wrong. After entering the hidden vault, the feeling this black jar phantom gave him completely contradicted how an existence imprisoned for countless years should behave. The reason is simple. An ordinary person would not be able to stand being locked in a dark room for a few days. Even if this black jar phantom was a powerful transcendent sequence professional during his lifetime, it is a paradox that he could maintain such intact sanity after experiencing such long-term imprisonment. If he had maintained such perfect sanity, then it would have been impossible for him to set up obstacles when he was pushing the bronze door at the beginning. By the same logic, when he was about to use his sword to hack open the bronze door, this black jar phantom should not have taken the initiative to open the bronze door. Perhaps one thing the black jar said was true. The black jar had developed its own unique sentience, and this sentience had dominated the phantom, turning him into an existence similar to a ghostly minion. Only in this way could it be explained why it was so eager for Gao Yang to walk up close to it, because only then could it seize the opportunity to invade Gao Yang's body and complete an operation similar to possession. After discovering Gao Yang's vigilance, it changed its story, hoping only that they would take it out of this hidden vault. However, Gao Yang used a small trick to expose the black jar phantom's plan, which was the opening of the magic gem containment box. Under his actions, if the black jar phantom wanted to achieve its goal, it had to ensure the continuation of this trust. If the magic gem containment box Gao Yang opened had a problem, then the fragile trust would have collapsed directly, and Gao Yang would definitely not have gone to open the containment box containing the inheritance. If Gao Yang did not open the containment box and did not touch the inheritance, it meant that the black jar phantom's last chance for a desperate struggle would also disappear. Therefore, it had no choice but to hand over the tool to open the containment box. As for the other treasures in the hidden vault, Gao Yang did not know if there were traps among them. So, he adopted the simplest and crudest method, ignoring them entirely. As the saying goes, a cliff stands 10,000 fathoms high, and having no desires makes one strong. His behavior truly made the black jar phantom anxious, but it had already lost its last chance. Thinking about it now, even that camouflaged rock wall might have been a trap set by the other party, with the goal of making anyone who discovered the difference try every possible way to open the hidden bronze door. However, everything was no longer important now. As the bronze door slowly closed, the voice of the black jar phantom became increasingly hoarse and desperate, even reaching the point of madness. But even though it had tried its best to reach toward the direction of the bronze door, the limitations of its main body left it still a long distance away. Clang! After a dull, loud sound, the world returned to silence. Gao Yang took a few steel bars from his backpack and reinforced the bronze door before turning and walking out of the vault with Melifina. Chapter 318, The Sacrificial Temple. Gao Yang and Melifina did not slow their pace until they had walked completely out of the Imperial 7th Vault. At this time, the gray sky had been dyed blood red by the setting sun, and the area around the 7th Imperial military camp was deathly silent. Gao Yang, what should we do now? Melifina looked up at Gao Yang and asked. Gao Yang looked up at the sky and summoned the battle merit leaderboard to check it. While he and Melifina were heading to the 7th treasury, the progress of the other Multiverse Network players was not slow. They had already reached 9% completion, and this progress was still slowly increasing. Gao Yang patted Melifina's little head and said, "Let's find a place to rest first. Besides, I also want to see how the inheritance of this 7th Lightning Legion manages to enable all its soldiers to control lightning. Neo, no problem. There were no longer any vengeful spirits in the Imperial 7th Barracks. But Gao Yang did not intend to rest there. He had previously heard from that Imperial Guardian that there were safe zones within the city in the sky, which were the sacrificial temples. In the memories of the Flame Martial God, Gao Yang also had some understanding of the sacrificial temples. Every large area would have 13 such temples, and the nearest one to them was in Domain 49 of the 7th District, not far from their current location. Without hesitation, Gao Yang walked out of the Imperial 7th Barracks, resumed his slaughter, and pushed deeper into the city in the sky. As he ventured deeper, the power of the vengeful spirits he encountered grew stronger, and some units were even able to shake his defenses, causing him slight injuries. However, as long as these vengeful spirits had not undergone a qualitative change, they were no different from ordinary vengeful spirits to Gao Yang. More than an hour later, Gao Yang saw a solemn and majestic building from afar. The towering eaves resembled a dragon's spine, and more than a dozen massive stone pillars supported the entire structure, as if a giant beast that fed on incense and willpower was lying quietly on the earth. The temple gates were tightly shut, with complex flame-like patterns carved into the doors and windows, and incense burners of various sizes could be seen everywhere. In the vicinity of the temple, there was no trace of any vengeful spirits or undead. Just as the Imperial Guardian had said, the sacrificial temple could serve as a safe zone for players to rest temporarily. Thinking this, Gao Yang did not stop his pace. He was not worried that there would be any problems with the sacrificial temple, because this was stated by the Imperial Guardian himself, and it was also a rule set by the Multiverse Network. Stepping onto the smooth stone slabs within the perimeter of the sacrificial temple, Gao Yang felt the difference instantly. If he had been walking in the turbid yellow river just moments ago, then, at this very moment, he had arrived at the pristine upper reaches of the Yarlung Sangpo River. A sense of tranquility enveloped him, and the disturbances of the outside world were cast aside the moment he stepped into the temple grounds. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and then walked toward the main gate of the sacrificial temple. Arriving before the gate, Gao Yang reached out to test it and found that the doors were not sealed shut. They could be pushed open with just a bit of force. He applied a little strength with both hands, and the heavy temple doors were pushed open, revealing the spacious main hall of the temple. The floor inside the temple hall was paved entirely with white jade. In the very center of the hall stood a square altar, and outside the altar were rows of incense burners that had not been lit for a long time. Around the altar, countless illusory images flickered in the dim, yellow light. Most of these images were unclear, but the few that could be seen clearly depicted the grand sacrifices that had once taken place here. Outside the altar, there were rows of meditation cushions placed on the ground. These cushions were spaced about a meter apart, and as far as the eye could see, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Gao Yang took Milifena and chose a cushion at random to sit on. The moment he sat down, a Multiverse Network notification appeared before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification. You have entered the sacrificial temple. Within the temple, attacking others is prohibited. Violators will be expelled from the sacrificial temple and will subsequently lose the qualification to enter it. It was a very simple notification, yet it carried an undeniable power. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and then told Milifena to stay further away from him. He did not know what kind of complications might arise from the 7th Lightning Legion's inheritance later, but letting Milifena move away in advance was the right thing to do. Besides, attacks were not allowed in the temple anyway. Hearing this, Milifena obediently walked to a cushion 10 meters away and sat down, eating a kello fruit while looking at Gao Yang with interest. Gao Yang took the sealed box containing the inheritance of the Imperial 7th Legion out of his inventory and reached out to open it. The brilliant blue metal in the shape of a lightning bolt still lay quietly in the sealed box, wrapped in a large amount of electric arcs. Gao Yang looked at the inheritance object before him, reached out, and grasped it firmly. The moment he grasped the inheritance object in the box, a massive amount of lightning was instantly released from it. The terrifying lightning seemed to have found an outlet, and in just an instant, a large amount of electricity completely enveloped Gao Yang, forming a huge cocoon of lightning. With the cocoon as the center, a lightning domain rapidly took shape. Gao Yang, Melifana let out a shrill scream and rushed toward him without hesitation. But she had not run more than 2 steps before her path was blocked by the massive amount of electric arcs. She could only stand outside the range covered by the lightning. Looking at the lightning cocoon in the center with a face full of worry, Gao Yang was unaware of Melifana's anxiety. At this moment, due to the massive amount of lightning, he had lost control of his body. The terrifying lightning surged through every part of his body, constantly destroying his well-tempered physique and charred. Blackened wounds appeared all over him. However, the recovery power of his extraordinary constitution allowed the wounds on his body to heal at an extremely fast speed. Gao Yang finally understood why the phantom of the black jar in the hidden treasury was so desperate for him to touch the 7th Lightning Legion's inheritance object directly. The reason was simple: after he touched it, every inch of muscle in his body was paralyzed by this massive amount of lightning, making it impossible to move even a fraction. In this situation, he was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If he were still in the hidden chamber, the phantom of the black jar would likely have pounced on him by now. However, now, apart from being a little surprised at the beginning, Gao Yang had already regained his composure. These lightning bolts looked extremely exaggerated, but their damage was not particularly strong. At the very least, his current physique could withstand them. As the lightning gradually coursed through his body, Gao Yang discovered that he had developed an indescribable connection with the inheritance object in his hands. Within this connection, his consciousness seemed able to enter the interior of the inheritance object to experience the legacy unique to the 7th Lightning Legion. Chapter 319. Shattering the darkness with thunder. Blinding lightning tore through the boundless darkness. In that instant, having entered the interior of the inheritance object, Gao Yang saw his current location: above, below, left, and right. There was nothing but vast darkness, and the previous lightning bolts had emerged from beneath his feet. No way. Does the inheritance of a legion really have to be this pretentious? Gao Yang stood in this vast, boundless dark space, watching the lightning that streaked by from time to time, feeling somewhat puzzled. Crack, boom. Another flash of lightning appeared, but this time, this purple-red bolt, growing wildly like the branches of a tree, appeared directly above Gao Yang's head and struck his spiritual body with indescribable speed. In an instant, the terrifying lightning submerged Gao Yang's spiritual body. Gao Yang felt his vision brighten, then suddenly go black. When he regained consciousness, he had already returned to his physical body. Feeling the intense pain radiating from every part of his body, he seemed to understand the method of this inheritance. Following that, he did not hesitate to concentrate his mind once more and enter the inheritance space. This time, having prepared himself, he opened his eyes wide, staring intently at where the lightning might appear. After waiting through 3 flashes of lightning, another purple-red bolt suddenly appeared, striking toward Gao Yang at extreme speed. Gao Yang's eyes widened to their limit, watching the incoming lightning. He clenched his right fist and roared as he threw a punch. A brilliant black gold luster enveloped his fist. Although he was currently only a spiritual body, he was not a weakling who only knew how to take a beating without fighting back. In his life, there was no such option as passively taking a beating. Admittedly, he could be kind to Melifana, and he could be quite good to Agnia and the others he had just met, treating them to a dragon feast. But that was because they respected him. As a child who grew up in an orphanage, he did not ask for much. He only believed in the philosophy passed down to him by the old director: repay kindness with kindness, and repay grievances with grievances. Even in the inheritance space, he did not lack the courage to throw a punch in resistance. The black gold fist collided violently with the purple-red lightning, and the intense pain quickly spread like a tide throughout Gao Yang's entire body. But this time, having prepared himself, Gao Yang did not lose consciousness because of it. After the electric arcs on his body dissipated, the pervasive, intense pain had transformed into wisps of insight regarding the power of lightning, flowing within his spiritual body. Gao Yang closed his eyes, carefully contemplating the insights in his spiritual world. But before he could finish his contemplation, another purple-red bolt of lightning struck from behind him. Gao Yang turned and threw a punch, the brilliant shadow of his fist colliding with the lightning once again. Zzzzzt. Tiny electric arcs dispersed, and the intense pain struck again. Whether it was his imagination or reality, He felt that the pain brought by this bolt of lightning had weakened slightly. After clashing with the purple-red lightning, more insights appeared in his spiritual body. A light emerged in Gao Yang's eyes. He began to digest the insights in his mind while continuously throwing punches, shattering the incoming lightning. I do not know how much time passed. Gao Yang threw another punch, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's thigh, tinged with a hint of gold, erupted from his fist, colliding violently with the lightning striking from beneath his feet several meters away. The lightning bolts collided, and the next moment they annihilated each other. Wisps of insight were once again absorbed by Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at his fist. After hundreds or thousands of clashes with the lightning, he seemed to have mastered the power to control it. The lightning he had just unleashed was proof of that. But this level of lightning was not enough. Gao Yang looked at the darkness before him, his expression solemn. The next instant, a bolt of lightning appeared at the edge of his vision. Just as the thought of catching up to that lightning and shattering it with a punch arose in Gao Yang's mind, his spiritual body instantly teleported in front of that bolt of lightning. Gao Yang looked at the lightning within arm's reach and threw a punch as a reflex. As the lightning shattered, wisps of insight flooded his mind once again. Gao Yang paused for a few seconds, his eyes blooming with a brilliant, dazzling black gold light. The next moment, his figure moved wantonly through this seemingly boundless dark space. He seemed to have transformed into a phoenix chasing the lightning, tireless, feeling no pain, his only pursuit in life being to chase the lightning, following Gao Yang's movements. The frequency of lightning appearing in the dark space became slower and slower. From one bolt every few seconds at the beginning, to one every few minutes, then to one every few hours, the time kept extending. Until now, Gao Yang had stood in the dark space for over 10 hours. And not a single bolt of lightning had appeared. Gao Yang flicked his finger, sending out a tiny lightning snake. The snake swam wantonly through the darkness. Looking at that lightning snake, he suddenly felt something in his heart. It is about time, the inheritance should end here. With this thought, a brilliant golden light bloomed within Gao Yang's spiritual body. This golden light radiated from within his spiritual body, and upon reaching the surface, it quickly transformed into tiny golden lightning bolts that coiled around his body. His eyes had turned a golden yellow, and within that gold, lightning flashed. Zzzztzzzzt. Gao Yang held the golden lightning in his hands, his entire body covered in golden electric arcs. Thick arcs of electricity centered on him, spreading wantonly toward the entire dark space. Gao Yang brought his hands together, and a golden ball of lightning formed in his palms. He held the lightning ball high above his head, and his pure spiritual power frantically converted into lightning energy, gathering into the lightning ball above his head. 1 second, 2 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the thunder sphere above his head had grown incredibly massive, as if a power capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth was brewing within it. Gao Yang fixed his gaze upon the boundless darkness, and the next moment, he let out a thunderous roar, hurling the thunder sphere toward the darkness before him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A continuous, endless series of thunderous explosions erupted within the dark space, and infinite lightning spread violently in all directions, originating from the center of the sphere's detonation. In just an instant, the dark space within Gao Yang's field of vision transformed into an ocean of lightning. Golden thunder swept across the entire space, and amidst this scene that could be described as world-destroying, a crisp cracking sound emerged. Gao Yang suddenly turned his head, only to see a massive fissure spanning the space appear in the distance, filled with blinding white light. Following the appearance of the first fissure, one after another appeared in rapid succession, spreading throughout the entire dark space. Until finally, this space could no longer withstand the pressure. With a loud boom, it shattered into countless fragments in an instant. During this process, Gao Yang's spiritual body was also instantly destroyed, transforming into a stream of pure spiritual energy that returned to his mind. Zzzt. 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 Gao Yang's body, which had been sitting cross-legged for so long, shook violently. Then, his eyes, which had been tightly shut for a long time, snapped open, and a flash of blinding golden thunder flickered in the depths of his pupils. The next moment, the lightning on the surface of his body surged into his interior at an extreme speed, and a seed of thunder rapidly took shape in the area of his chest. Chapter 320, The Severed Inheritance, The Core of Thunder. Click. A crisp sound came from his hand. Gao Yang looked down and saw that the originally brilliant blue metal had completely lost its luster, and a crack running across the metal lay before his eyes. Immediately afterward, more and more cracks radiated along the initial one. In less than a second, spiderweb-like cracks had covered the entire lightning-shaped metal. The next moment, it could no longer hold together, and with a snap, it shattered into pieces on the ground. Gao Yang watched as the metal particles, no larger than grains of rice, slid through his fingers, and he suddenly felt a sense of realization. The Yan Kingdom had already vanished into the annals of time, and as the 7th Imperial Thunder Legion of the Yan Kingdom, it had lost its reason for existence. Furthermore, because Gao Yang had spent such a long time in contemplation, this inheritance object had exhausted the energy it had accumulated over a long period. Without new energy to replenish it, the inheritance object naturally reached the time of its destruction. Gao Yang opened his hands, and the metal particles fell with a rustling sound, forming a small iron-gray mound between his legs. He closed his eyes and sensed slightly, and he was then able to perceive that in the area of his chest, a thunder seed wrapped in lightning was lying there quietly. A thread of battle chi spread from his heart and submerged into the core of thunder. Wisps of battle chi were swallowed by the core of thunder, causing it to slowly grow stronger. This core of thunder was not actually important. It was merely equivalent to a converter that could transform various types of energy into the power of thunder, which could then be released in the entire inheritance. The most important thing was the insight and control over thunder gained within that dark space. And without a doubt, having relied on his own strength to forcibly shatter the dark space, Gao Yang's mastery and understanding of thunder had already reached a certain height. In fact, what Gao Yang did not know was that the inheritance object of the 7th Thunder Legion was not meant to be used this way. When soldiers received the inheritance, there would be a specialized inheritance officer nearby to guide them. As long as the soldier completed the preliminary control over lightning and formed a resistance to it, the inheritance officer would guide the soldier out of the inheritance space. The entire process was calculated in minutes. By doing this, there would be no consumption for the inheritance object. It only needed to replenish the consumed energy to be ready for the next person's inheritance. However, Gao Yang did not know this, and no one had told him. Therefore, he could only remain in that dark inheritance space, contemplating the thunder over and over again, even actively chasing the lightning and shattering it one by one. Until finally, when there was no more energy in the entire inheritance space to create lightning, Gao Yang arrived at a mistaken realization that he had to use his own power to shatter the entire inheritance space. And then he succeeded. As for the inheritance object, it was completely ruined due to the pressure from both inside and outside. And knowingly, Gao Yang had severed the inheritance of the 7th Thunder Legion. But in contrast, having absorbed a complete inheritance of the 7th Thunder Legion, Gao Yang's level of control and understanding of lightning was now no less than that of any commander of the Thunder Legion. In fact, in some aspects, Gao Yang's level of understanding was even deeper. After Gao Yang figured out the situation within his own body, he opened his eyes once more. He reached out his palm, and a tiny arc of electricity appeared at the tip of his right finger. The arc looked like a branching tree limb, or perhaps the dancing claws of a demon. Gao Yang controlled this arc of electricity and struck it against the back of his other hand. Zzzt. After a soft sound, nothing happened. The arc of electricity that hit the back of his hand was absorbed by his body the moment it made contact, transforming into its original energy and settling within his body. This was the function of the core of thunder. The lightning spreading on his body would be reconverted into energy, minimizing the damage to the user as much as possible. That is correct. It was to minimize the damage to the user. If the quality and quantity of the lightning were too high for the core of thunder to fully convert, the user would still suffer damage. This phenomenon is generally called backlash, but under normal circumstances, even if the user suffered backlash, they would not sustain overly serious injuries. After all, the purpose of developing any technique was to effectively kill the enemy, not to finish oneself off. After verifying his current state, Gao Yang withdrew his hand and looked up to search for traces of Milafina. Upon looking up, he suddenly paused, because the sacrificial temple, which originally only contained him and Milafina, had somehow gained several dozen more net-connected players. These multiverse network players were all paying more or less attention to him, especially when Gao Yang looked up to scan his surroundings. He could sense the secret gazes these players were casting his way. Milafina. Gao Yang lowered his head to look at a prayer mat not far in front of him. Milafina was currently sprawled out on the mat, limbs splayed, sleeping soundly. A cute pink blanket, slightly larger than she was, covered her little belly. Gao Yang called out to her twice, but seeing that she still did not wake up, he gave up on the idea of disturbing her. He opened the battle merit leaderboard and saw that the cleanup progress had reached 18.6%. His own ranking had dropped from first place to outside the top 20. At this rate, Gao Yang estimated that the time he spent receiving the Lightning Legion inheritance must have exceeded a day. That was still acceptable. Gao Yang had no intention of interacting with the other multiverse network players. But just then, 3 people walked toward his direction. He turned his head and saw Burke, Mu Wang, and the third person who had arrived at this battlefield first. Seeing Gao Yang look over, they immediately revealed smiles. Burke waved his arm to greet him. Hello there, Gao Yang. I didn't expect to run into you here, along with your partner, Miss Milafina. Hello to you too, Gao Yang replied with a faint smile. He sat down beside Milafina, tucked the little blanket in for her, and then looked at the 3 of them to ask, "When did you arrive at this sacrificial temple?" "About 12 hours ago." The 3 of them sat down on the prayer mats not far in front of Gao Yang, and Burke spoke up. Menjian followed up with a supplement. "At that time, you were completely enveloped in lightning, and Miss Milafina was standing guard by your side." Gao Yang smiled, took a few kello fruits from his inventory, and handed them to the 3, saying, "These are fruits I grew myself. They are called kello fruits, and they taste quite good." The 3 of them quickly reached out to accept them and expressed their gratitude to Gao Yang. Ever since they had parted ways with Gao Yang earlier, the 3 of them had carefully analyzed his behavior and conduct. Their final conclusion was that Gao Yang was truly a multiverse network player who followed his own code of conduct, and one could not simply judge him based on factions. Therefore, they felt embarrassed about their previous fear. After all, the man had always acted very normally in front of them, and one could even say he was very polite. It was their own behavior that had been a bit too reserved and distant. Chapter 321. Adventure Guidelines for Multiverse Network Plane Civilization Shover. They were lucky to have encountered Gao Yang and his support teammate again in this sacrificial temple. After a quick discussion, the 3 decided to maintain a good relationship with Gao Yang. If they could deepen their friendship, that would be the best possible outcome. The education they received at the Legendary Academy in their home plane told them that the Gao Yang they had encountered was highly likely to become a legendary professional. After all, if someone who could crush dozens of believers of the Lord of Light in a head-on battle could not become a legend, then who else could? Thus, they realized this was an excellent opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. Of course, as elite students of the Legendary Academy, Burke and his companions naturally had their own pride. Everything they did was merely following the education they had received, to befriend players they met during their adventures. This was experience summarized by many predecessors in the Multiverse Network. It is better to make friends than to make enemies. After all, a terrifying disaster had once occurred in Burke and his companions' home plane. The source of the disaster was a Multiverse Network player from their plane who had offended an undead spellcaster during an adventure. At the time, that undead spellcaster was still very weak, so much so that the player had forgotten all about the incident. But decades later, after that horrific undead scourge swept through the player's hometown, the player realized just how wrong he had been. This led him to be swallowed up by the terrifying undead scourge while filled with regret. Although the Multiverse Network player who triggered the undead scourge was driven out of the plane by powerful locals who arrived upon hearing the news, the slaughter and disaster he caused taught everyone in their plane a bloody lesson. Since then, all subsequent Multiverse Network players like Burke were repeatedly taught this aspect during their education. When traveling abroad, never easily make enemies. If you truly cannot avoid it, then if there is an opportunity, you must do everything in your power to kill the opponent on the spot to prevent future trouble. If you fail to do so, then never reveal the location of your home plane. In this way, Even if you have made an enemy, the multiverse is so vast that the opponent will likely never find their plane. This Kello fruit tastes really good. And the energy it contains actually reaches level 3, Menjian said with great surprise after taking a bite of the ice blue Kello fruit in her hand. Upon hearing this, the movements of Burke and Mu Wang, who were about to take a bite, paused. If it were just ordinary fruit, they would have eaten it without the slightest burden. But if it were an energy source of the 3rd level, they would never have taken such a bite regardless of anything. One must know that in their civilization, a level 3 energy rating already meant it could serve as a regular energy supply for transcendent professionals. Gao Yang did not know what level the level 3 energy Menjian spoke of was. To him, no matter how high the energy level was, a Kello fruit was meant to be eaten. He looked at the conflicted expressions of Burke and Mu Wang and said casually, "Just eat it. Treat it as an ordinary fruit. Thank you, Gao Yang." Burke thanked him again before taking a bite of the earthy yellow Kello fruit in his hand. Mu Wang did much the same. By the way, how did you end up coming to this sacrificial temple? Gao Yang asked casually while eating his Kello fruit to replenish his energy. Burke put down the fruit in his hand, organized his thoughts, and said, "Our original plan was to find a place with fewer players and then slowly explore inward. However, after passing through a certain area, we discovered that the monsters in that region were only scattered and few in number. Subsequently, we continued to venture deeper, but the strength of the vengeful spirits we encountered grew increasingly higher. We even ran into several entities that possessed physical forms. Although we managed to kill them all, the consumption of our resources was equally significant. Therefore, we decided to look for a sacrificial temple to rest and recover. We continued to move forward while resting, and eventually, we arrived here." See. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He, on the other hand, had not encountered any of the physical monsters that Burke spoke of. Combining this with the information provided by the Imperial Guardian, these monsters with physical forms should be what are known as the undead. Just as the 4 of them were talking, Milifena slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Gao Yang sitting beside her. "Miao Gao Yang, you are finally awake." Milifena lay on the meditation cushion, looked up at Gao Yang, and said. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Yes, and I must thank you for keeping watch for me." Milifena immediately raised her little head proudly and said in a tsundere tone, "We are teammates. Isn't taking care of each other what we are supposed to do? Have you been asleep for so long? Are you hungry? A little. What do you want to eat? Is there any of that white dragon meat from last time left?" Milifena looked up at Gao Yang with slight anticipation, thinking of the white dragon meat she had eaten at the last banquet. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and lick her lips. "There is." Gao Yang spoke, took out a white dragon meal prepared by the landlady from his inventory, opened it, and placed it in front of Milifena. An alluring aroma wafted out. Burke, Mu Wang, and the other looked at each other, while feeling shocked in their hearts. They instantly felt that the Kello fruits in their hands were not as fragrant anymore. "Did they just say white dragon meat?" Manhwa asked in the team channel. "It seems it might be the white dragon we know. One of the 5 colored dragons, the white dragon." Burke carefully observed the white dragon meal that Milifena was eating and replied in the team channel, "It should be correct. I just sensed it. And the energy contained in the meat chunks of that meal has also reached the 3rd level. Or even close to the 4th level." Mu Wang chimed in. After the 3 of them finished speaking, a long silence fell over the team channel. Burke and the others slowly ate their Kello fruits while watching Milifena eat her white dragon meal in a leisurely manner. Their moods complex. Is this the treatment one gets for being a hanger-on to a big shot? They had lived for so long and didn't even have the courage to take a look at a living 5-colored dragon. As a result, this cat elf lady, as a supporting hanger-on to a big shot, was already eating a meal made from 5-colored dragon meat. The gap between them was truly so large that it made one lose the motivation to work hard. After a while, Milifena had eaten about a third of the meal and could no longer eat anymore. She unceremoniously put the white dragon meal back into her item inventory, then jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder, squatted down, and said full of energy, "Gao Yang, I have been fully revived. Let's set off again. I just checked. Our ranking has actually dropped to the 20s. How can this be tolerated? We must defend the dignity of our #1 spot on the leaderboard. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 320. To the joy of riding the coattails of a big shot is unimaginable. 2-in-1. Gao Yang looked at the energetic Milafena, then smiled at Burke and the others in front of him, saying, "We are preparing to continue moving forward now. What are your plans?" Burke was about to say that they intended to rest a bit longer, but was unexpectedly interrupted directly by Mengyan at his side. Mengyan looked at Gao Yang and said, "We also intend to continue moving forward. If you don't mind, Gao Yang, we can travel together." As Mengyan spoke, her hand behind her back kept signaling to Burke and Mu Wang. Yes, actually we have rested for long enough. Burke reacted quickly and said with a laugh. Mu Wang did the same, although his smile was somewhat forced. Gao Yang looked at the three people in front of him, thought for a moment, and then agreed to their suggestion. If we travel together, the safety will be greater. However, in this way, the distribution of battle merits will become a problem. Gao Yang, we don't have any need for battle merits. Our battle merits are ranked even beyond the top 1,000. Mengyan shrugged and said indifferently. What Mengyan said was the truth. The ranking rewards given by the Imperial Guardian were for the top 50. Among the three of them, the one with the highest ranking was Mu Wang, but he was only ranked 700th or so. Wanting to rush into the top 50 by the end of the campaign to obtain additional rewards was simply somewhat unrealistic. It would be better to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the big shot Gao Yang in front of them. Perhaps in their future adventures, they might be able to cooperate with him. Moreover, if the relationship is handled well, if there is something difficult to deal with, they can always call for help. Right, clearly. Burke and Mu Wang also understood what Mengyan meant, and they agreed with her suggestion. Seeing the three of them like this, Gao Yang felt a bit embarrassed, so he said, "That wouldn't be appropriate after all. How about this? Let's form a new team. I will be the captain, and you all apply to join." Big shot Gao Yang. If we join the team, we will share your battle merits. In that way, the difficulty for you to sprint for the leaderboard will become much greater, Burke said after a moment of silence. Then do you intend to just follow by my side, chatting with each other while watching me kill monsters alone? Gao Yang asked with a smile. That naturally wouldn't be the case. Mengyan shook her head and said, "That's right, Mengyan. You are a priest, Mu Wang. You are a spellcaster, and Burke, you are a shield warrior with balanced offense and defense. You can also play your due role in battle. If we act together, the speed of our progress might be even faster, and in that way, the battle merits we reap will naturally be more." Gao Yang spoke. In his view, if one made a corresponding contribution but did not receive a reward, such a thing should not happen. Without giving them any more time to speak, Gao Yang directly adjusted the team size, expanding the original two-person squad to 5. It is worth mentioning that while he had formed a two-person team with Milafino when entering the campaign, the team size was not fixed once the campaign began. In fact, if he wanted to, he could even open the team up to 10 people. However, in this kind of campaign, since participants were not familiar with one another, almost no one would accept a stranger from the Multiverse Network. Gao Yang chose to team up with Burke and his companions partly because, after talking to them, he realized the three were not the evil sort, partly because their strength posed no threat to him, and finally, because he was curious about the plane civilization they hailed from. After establishing a good relationship with them, he might even be able to visit their home plane in the future to see and understand what a plane civilization that had deeply integrated with the Multiverse Network was actually like. Since Burke and his companions' plane had been connected to the Multiverse Network for so long, they must possess a wealth of knowledge and information, which was highly attractive to a Multiverse Network player with shallow foundations like Gao Yang. Seeing that Gao Yang had truly changed the team size and sent them an invitation, the three of them exchanged glances and promptly chose to join Gao Yang's team. Once they had officially joined, a hint of joy appeared on all three of their faces. Following this, the group of 4-in-1 walked out of the sacrificial temple. Once they stepped outside, the sense of peace that had previously existed vanished instantly, replaced by the incessant, resentful roars of the undead and vengeful spirits echoing in their ears. "Captain, After crossing the 50th zone, the intensity and density of the monsters in the Sky City will increase significantly. We learned this from communicating with other Multiverse Network players in the Sacrificial Temple earlier. Since he had joined Gao Yang's team, Burke quickly adjusted to his role, promptly sharing the information they had gathered with Gao Yang. Don't worry, mere monsters. They make no difference to us at all, Milafina said, laughing quite arrogantly before Gao Yang could even speak. Burke, Mu Wang, and Menjian exchanged glances, all seeing envy in each other's eyes. So this is the confidence of a big shot support accessory. They really are not like ordinary Multiverse Network players. I see. Then that's fine, Burke said with a shrug and a smile. The group had only been out of the Sacrificial Temple for a few minutes when they already saw a large number of vengeful spirits weaving through the ruins. These spirits all had solid, corporeal forms, and the expressions on their faces were exceptionally fierce. One look was enough to tell they were not to be trifled with. Prepare for combat. The moment he saw the spirits, the words slipped out of Burke's mouth instinctively. After saying it, he seemed to remember something and looked at Gao Yang with some embarrassment, explaining, "Sorry, big shot Gao Yang. That's just an old habit. It's fine, I understand," Gao Yang said, not minding at all. "In fact, I haven't organized teams very often. If you are experienced, then you take command." This. Burke hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Then, big shot Gao Yang. "I will proceed according to our usual combat experience." Seeing Gao Yang nod, Burke immediately commanded Priest. Link with big shot Gao Yang. Mu Wang, cast strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, and mental protection on big shot Gao Yang. Burke reeled off a long list of various buff spells. The sheer variety left both Gao Yang and Milafina stunned. Can you really apply that many buff states?" Milafina asked, looking at Mu Wang with a serious expression, clearly skeptical. "In fact, these are all taught in our academy. Every spellcaster who goes on Multiverse Network adventures is required to master at least 3 of these before they are permitted to enter," Mu Wang said while skillfully waving his staff, applying layer after layer of buffs to Gao Yang. Milafina's expression was incredibly serious. She then leaned into Gao Yang's ear and asked in a worried whisper, "Gao Yang, with Mu Wang providing so many buffs, you won't abandon me, will you?" Gao Yang smiled, patted Milafina's little head, and said, "Of course not." Milafina's buff effects are very powerful. Hearing Gao Yang's words, Milafina breathed a sigh of relief. As Mu Wang's buffs were applied, Gao Yang watched the stream of Multiverse Network notifications flashing before his eyes and could clearly feel himself growing stronger. This enhancement was not one-sided, it was an all-encompassing boost. Following that, a ribbon of energy filled with the aura of life and glowing with faint green light emerged from Menjian's clasped hands and linked to Gao Yang's back. In that instant, Gao Yang could sense a robust vitality right beside him. If he were to be injured, this glowing green energy ribbon would immediately pour that vitality into his body, healing his wounds at a terrifying speed. "Big shot Gao Yang. It's ready. I'll go lure the monsters now." Burke looked at Gao Yang, who was already shrouded in various lights before he had even made a move. And after saying this, he raised his large shield and charged toward the ruins ahead, watching Burke's retreating back. Gao Yang had a strange sense of déjà vu. Why does this feel so much like playing a game? But before he could finish his thought, he heard a piercing sonic wave, growing louder by the second, emitting from the large shield in Burke's hand. As this piercing sound spread, all the monsters in the vicinity, whether they were undead, vengeful spirits, or even those already fighting other Multiverse Network players, abandoned their current opponents and turned to shriek as they charged toward Burke. Looking at the sea of monsters rushing toward him from all directions, it would be a lie to say Burke wasn't panicking. Given the strength and number of these monsters, it wouldn't take 5 seconds. They could tear him to shreds in 3. Big shot Gao Yang. "I'm back." Burke, holding his still screeching shield, moved at high speed, with a sky-obscuring sea of monsters trailing right behind him. This sea of monsters, composed of vengeful spirits and the undead, resembled a tightly packed train following behind Burke, the locomotive. As they barreled toward their direction, Mu Wang and Meng Yin looked at Gao Yang simultaneously. The image of Gao Yang single-handedly wiping out the entire Radiant Knights Order was still fresh in their minds. And they believed he absolutely had the capability to resolve these monsters, especially since he had also received so many buff effects. Gao Yang drew the obsidian greatsword from his back, and a scorching golden red battle aura instantly swept across his entire body. He crouched slightly, and the next moment, he vanished from where he stood. Burke only felt a gust of wind whip past him, followed by a surge of intense killing intent. He instinctively stopped his frantic sprint and turned to look at the sea of monsters behind him. And so, he saw a terrifying sword aura, 100 meters long, descending with the momentum to split mountains and sunder the seas, crashing into the sea of monsters with a single strike. Some of the weaker undead were not even touched by the blade itself. They were simply crushed into nothingness by the sheer weight of the sword pressure. Following that, the sword aura descended, and nothing in its path could hope to survive. With just one strike, a dense cascade of kill notifications poured down the upper left corner of Burke and his companions' retinas like a waterfall. This terrifying stream of notifications caused the brains of the three to momentarily crash. The next moment, they saw Gao Yang carrying Melifina, brandishing the obsidian greatsword which had now transformed into a 10-meter-long, door-sized slab and charging headlong into the sea of monsters. In an instant, Gao Yang was submerged by the surging sea of monsters. The hearts of the three suddenly leaped into their throats. But before they could even react, Gao Yang's figure had already reappeared in their field of vision. They saw Gao Yang swinging the pitch-black greatsword wantonly. Every swing caused the air to emit ear-piercing sonic booms, and exaggerated waves of sword aura erupted. Those monsters swarming in could barely withstand a single strike, vanishing one after another under his blade. Burke, holding his shield, had originally thought that if Gao Yang couldn't hold the line, he could still rush up to take the brunt and buy a chance for the others to escape. But now, it seemed that possibility was completely off the table. He now only needed to stand there like a useless bystander alongside Mu Wang and Meng Yin, watching Gao Yang slaughter his way through the sea of monsters while waving his hands to cheer him on. "Ha! We are the strongest partners. Come on, come on. Let us crush you all into dust, you lowly vermin." Melifina was engulfed in brilliant golden phantom flames a meter high. She floated on Gao Yang's shoulder, emitting excited, wild laughter, while trash talk continuously spewed from her small mouth. Watching from the rear, the three of them looked at Melifina, who was like a completely different cat than usual, and shook their heads in bewilderment. Burke wore a pained expression and, after a long pause, said, "Perhaps only a cat spirit likeness." Melifina could serve as the exclusive support for a player as powerful as Boss Gao Yang. It is insane, truly too insane. I never imagined that the cute and serious Miss Melifina could have such a wild side, Mu Wang said, his eyes shining. Hey, Ms. Melifina is Boss Gao Yang's support. You spellcaster, don't get any crooked ideas. Even if you are a cat lover, you cannot have any inappropriate thoughts. Seeing Mu Wang like this, Meng Yin quickly warned him. Mu Wang turned his head gloomily and looked at Meng Yin, saying, "Rest assured, I am not stupid enough to go that far." Just then, Burke let out an exclamation. He pointed at the void before them and said to the two, "Look, Boss Gao Yang's battle merits are starting to skyrocket." Hearing this, Meng Yin and Mu Wang quickly summoned the battle merit leaderboard and saw the numbers representing battle merits behind Gao Yang's name rising rapidly. That terrifying rate of increase simply exceeded the limits of what they could accept. "Not only that, our battle merits are also rising quickly," Meng Yin also exclaimed. Burke quickly checked his own battle merits and discovered that in just this short moment, their rankings had already climbed by over 30 spots. "I have already risen 30 places. What about you two?" "I rose over 50. Meng Yin said excitedly. "I rose 7 places, Mu Wang said, his ranking rising more slowly because he was in the 700s. After the three finished speaking, they looked at each other and then refocused their attention on Gao Yang. Is this the joy of riding the coattails of a big shot? For those who have never experienced this kind of joy, it is simply unimaginable, right? At this very moment, only one thought remained in the minds of the three. Boss Gao Yang, are you still looking for hangers-on? Chapter 323, Progress 30%. 1 million battle merits. The slaughter belonging solely to Gao Yang continued, and the carnival belonging to the hangers-on did not cease. After witnessing Gao Yang's combat power, which could only be described as overpowered, the three of them completely accepted their roles and focused on performing their support duties. With a complete team handling everything other than the actual killing of monsters for him, Gao Yang's rate of acquiring battle merits officially began to soar. Obsidian was enveloped in blinding thunder, slashing heavily into the group of vengeful spirits in front of him. An explosion rang out, followed by dense arcs of electricity rapidly spreading from the point of impact, permeating a 100-meter radius. All monsters within this range suffered multiple strikes of thunder, and some of the weaker ones were turned directly into fly ash after being hit by the multiple lightning strikes. As the sword fell, Gao Yang swept it horizontally once more, wherever the greatsword passed. Almost no living thing could survive. Looking at the cleared ruins before him, Gao Yang leaned on Obsidian, exhaling a scorching breath, even for him. After more than 5 hours of continuous slaughter, he felt a trace of mental fatigue. "Boss, let's take a break." The three of them walked over from not far away. Burke looked at Gao Yang and made the suggestion. During the time just now, they had been maintaining a lateral movement, and Burke had been responsible for luring the monsters. If Gao Yang did not nod, he would have no choice but to continue luring monsters. Gao Yang sat down casually on a piece of rubble beneath him, seeing his movement. Burke and the other two also found places to sit. "Big brother Gao Yang, your ranking has already broken into the top 10. I estimate that it won't be long before you return to the throne of first place," Manhwa said, taking out the clove fruit she hadn't finished earlier and speaking with high spirits while she ate. It wasn't just her. Burke and Mu Wang also wore expressions of admiration. In these short few hours, they had witnessed with their own eyes how Gao Yang acted like a tireless killing machine, frantically slaughtering every monster within his line of sight. And in the process, Gao Yang's battle merits had skyrocketed. From just over 100,000 at the beginning, it had soared all the way to over 1.8 million now. And even their own battle merit rankings had seen significant improvement as a result. They had previously estimated that if they continued to kill at this speed, they might even be carried into the top 50 of the battle merit leaderboard. Gao Yang summoned the battle merit leaderboard to take a look. The current first place was still Rasid. He wondered what kind of situation this player was in to be able to maintain such an exaggerated efficiency in gaining battle merits. As for himself, his current battle merits were 1.87 million, ranking 9th. With only a gap of a little over 100,000 merits from 8th place, his gaze slid to the very bottom of the leaderboard to look at the current clearing progress. Clearing progress. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. It had only been 3 days, and they had already cleared 30%. If it continued at this speed, he estimated that in less than a week, the clearing mission for this sky city would easily surpass 50%. Once it passed 50%, additional rewards would appear on the battle merit leaderboard. He wondered what the value of these extra rewards would be. As Gao Yang was thinking this, he saw the clearing progress jump by another point, becoming 31%. The speed is quite fast. Gao Yang took out an ice blue clove fruit. This type of ice blue clove fruit had a very good effect on restoring mental energy. Gao Yang ate the clove fruit in large bites, while Milafina simply lay on his shoulder, looking completely drained. In the previous battles, she had played a very strong supporting role. Burke was also eating a clove fruit. He glanced at Gao Yang from time to time and exchanged looks with his other two companions. Under the urging of their eyes, he finally made up his mind. Swallowing the fruit pulp in his mouth, he looked at Gao Yang and said, "Big brother Gao Yang, we just felt that we still shouldn't be in a team with you." Gao Yang stopped eating, feeling a bit puzzled, because if this continues, we will drag down your speed of gaining battle merits. Manhwa answered Gao Yang's question. The three of us only provided a negligible amount of support, yet we took at least 30% of your battle merits. If it weren't for us, big brother Gao Yang, your current battle merits might have already ranked in the top 5. Why the top 5? Because the lowest battle merits of the top 5 Multiverse Network players were all above 3 million. The higher the rank, the larger the gap in battle merits. The leader, Rasid, had battle merits approaching 5 million, which could be described as leaving everyone else in the dust. Gao Yang put down the clove fruit and said, But without your support and monster luring, I wouldn't be able to achieve such efficient monster slaying and merit gathering, Burke continued. So we have decided that we will leave the team later, and then continue to provide support for you, big brother, so that you can gain battle merits at the fastest speed possible. This way, your efficiency in gaining battle merits will not change in the slightest, and I believe you will soon be able to rush into the top 3 or even first place. And what about you? Gao Yang asked out of the blue. The 3 of them were clearly stunned for a moment with their abilities. In this special campaign, their strength was not outstanding at all. It was impossible for them to rush into the top 50 to obtain rewards. In this situation, their only motivation for gaining battle merits was to increase the clearing progress so they could bring back as many treasures obtained from the Sky City as possible. Then you would have paid for nothing. We are all Multiverse Network players. If you sacrifice yourselves so selflessly for me, I cannot accept it. Gao Yang's voice was calm, but it was filled with a firm sense of strength. Burke and the others could feel the will behind Gao Yang's words, which left them silent. Since we are a team and everyone has contributed their own strength, there is no such thing as dragging each other down. If you don't want to team up with me, then I have nothing to say. But if it is because of the pressure regarding battle merits, Gao Yang paused here before continuing, then there is no need for that. Effort should be rewarded. This was Gao Yang's consistent principle. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then Burke spoke up. Then, big brother Gao Yang, we will continue to support you. No problem. Gao Yang revealed a faint smile and responded. In Gao Yang's eyes, the 3 of them were typical Multiverse Network players who had received formal education. Their style of conduct was very orderly and upright, always giving him the impression of clear-eyed, naive college students. But such people were very reliable as teammates. At the very least, there was no need to worry about being stabbed in the back, and they truly did their best to complete the work that needed to be done. This point alone was much better than the vast majority of Multiverse Network players. At the very least, when Gao Yang was alone, his style of conduct was not this orderly and upright. Chapter 320 for another Imperial Treasury. After resting for a full 2 hours, Gao Yang's mental energy had mostly recovered with the help of the clove fruit. As for his physical strength and battle aura, those had long since returned to full value. Seeing Gao Yang stand up, Burke and the other 2 also hurriedly got up. Big brother, shall we continue? Meng Yan said with some excitement. After the frank and open communication with Gao Yang just now, they were more at ease when facing him, to the point that their relationship had become even closer. Of course, the clearing progress has already exceeded 33%. We need to speed up a bit. As Gao Yang spoke, he carried the black obsidian on his back and walked toward the ruins ahead. Prepare for combat. Burke gave a sharp shout, then charged past Gao Yang with his great shield held high, rushing straight into the ruins ahead. Behind them, Niu Wang began waving his staff, casting various buffing effects upon Gao Yang. Soon, a variety of lights began to glow on Gao Yang's body. Ahead of him, a harsh, grating sound erupted from Burke's great shield as a massive swarm of vengeful spirits and undead rushed toward his position. Drawn by the noise, big boss, I leave it to you. Burke, with his great shield on his back, came rumbling over from the distance. As he crossed paths with Gao Yang, he shouted quickly. Gao Yang nodded slightly, and then a fierce sword aura slashed out, officially signaling the start of the battle once more. The roaring sound of the sword aura striking down was incessant. The coordination between Gao Yang and his team grew increasingly skillful, and under these circumstances, their battle merits were steadily rising. It is worth mentioning that they did not head straight into the depths of the Sky City. Instead, like a harvester cutting wheat, they cleared out all the monsters in one area before moving on to the next. The advantage of this approach was that there were basically no monsters left in the areas they passed through, and their efficiency in gaining battle merits was maximized, advancing all the way. They did not encounter any existence as powerful as the Flame Martial God. At most, there were some elite-level monsters, but under Gao Yang's sword, these monsters were not much different from the other vengeful spirits and undead. The only difference was that such monsters provided more generous battle merits. This situation continued until they reached Sector 77 of District 53. Before them stood a fully enclosed wall over 10 meters high, with many arrow towers protruding from the top. Big boss. We suspect that this kind of architecture belongs to the army of the Sky City. In other words, it is a military camp. The monsters inside will be stronger and the danger will be greater, Bok explained, standing beside Gao Yang while holding his great shield. I know. I have encountered this kind of military camp before, Gao Yang said with a relaxed smile. When you encounter such a camp, there is a high probability that there will be good things inside. For example, an imperial treasury. An imperial treasury, Niu Wang repeated with some curiosity. That is right, a place containing countless treasures. I just do not know if an imperial treasury exists in this camp. Gao Yang nodded, then took the initiative to walk toward the only entrance and exit of the camp. A 10-meter-high black iron gate. As he walked, his body suddenly grew larger. In just 2 steps, he transformed from his normal human height of over 1.80 meters into a humanoid dragon 10 meters tall, with 2 horns on his head and dragon wings on his back. Bok and the others stared blankly at Gao Yang's transformed appearance. It was their first time seeing his dragon form. Immediately, the 3 of them snapped out of it and hurriedly stepped forward to follow behind Gao Yang. Gao Yang placed his hands on the black iron gate, turned his head to look at the 3, and reminded them, "Do not get too close to me. If there are monsters in this camp, they will definitely be behind the door. When I open it, they will launch an attack on me. If you are too close, you will be caught in the crossfire." After Gao Yang's reminder, Bok and the others stopped in their tracks, and for safety's sake, they even retreated a certain distance. Seeing this, Gao Yang turned his head back to face the black iron gate. The muscles on his arms bulged, and a continuous stream of power was poured from his arms into the black iron gate before him. As he continued to exert force, the black iron gate in front of them let out a rumbling sound and slowly opened to both sides. The moment the giant gate was pushed open, shrill, piercing screams erupted from behind it, and then attacks wrapped in black energy surged from the gap toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang's gaze remained calm. When these attacks landed on his dragon scales, most of their power was neutralized, and the actual damage caused was not even half. Moreover, behind him, Menjin's healing energy was constantly linked to him, and any minor injuries were quickly restored by the abundant life energy. With no worries left, Gao Yang let out a low shout that could pierce metal and shatter stone. The next moment, his hands exerted sudden force, pushing the black iron gate wide open with a boom. The black iron gate slammed against the walls on both sides. Gao Yang clenched his dragon claws into fists, and a massive amount of lightning surged across his arms. The next moment, he threw a straight punch into the gate tunnel in front of him. Boom crack! Dazzling blue-white electric light covered everyone's field of vision and filled the entire gate tunnel of the military camp. It was as if an ocean of plasma had suddenly descended. The dense swarm of vengeful spirits in front of Gao Yang quickly turned into nothingness under the attack of the plasma sea. Retracting his fist, Gao Yang curled the corner of his mouth slightly. This lightning inheritance obtained from the 7th Lightning Legion is indeed useful. Most importantly, this lightning ability has a high compatibility with his Sun Furnace Battle Chi. The more Battle Chi he invested, the more lightning the lightning core would convert. The more lightning there was, the greater the damage and the larger the area it could cover. And for Gao Yang, who possessed the Sun Furnace, the one thing he did not lack was Battle Chi. This resulted in the power that the lightning core could exert in his hands having already reached the limit of Gao Yang's current stage. Especially since, in the inheritance space, Gao Yang had already maxed out his mastery of lightning. After killing all the monsters in the gate tunnel with one punch, Gao Yang stepped forward, and Heiyao automatically appeared in his hand. The next moment, new vengeful spirits rushed up from inside the camp, and what greeted them was Gao Yang's tyrannical and peerless greatsword slashes. Previously, Gao Yang had managed to punch through the 7th Lightning Legion with only Milifena by his side. Now, with the auxiliary buffing support of Bok, Niu Wang, and the others, there was no reason he could not break through this military camp. After just over half an hour, Gao Yang and the 3 others were already standing in front of a square gate. It seems our luck is good. This camp really is guarding an imperial treasury, Gao Yang said, knocking on the gate in front of him and smiling at Bok and the others. Bok and the others smiled along with him. They looked at the treasury gate before them. curious about what kind of good things might be inside. Taking a leave of absence, dear readers, I apologize. But Sesame needs to take a leave of absence today. My hand is hurting terribly. Chapter 325, Opening the Treasury. Burke took out the treasury key dropped by the Imperial Legion commander earlier and inserted it into the keyhole of the vault, accompanied by the clicking sound of mechanical gears. The treasury door before them began to slowly open toward both sides. What met their eyes was a vast, empty space. The Imperial treasury was not as magnificent as they had imagined. Burke looked at the scene before him, seemingly finding it somewhat difficult to accept. This is normal. After all, the city in the sky has been fallen for who knows how many years. The items in these vaults lost the protection of their energy and have turned to ash under the erosion of time. Gao Yang's voice sounded beside him. And then Burke saw Gao Yang walk past him, heading directly into the depths of the treasury. Look deeper. There might still be some treasures left behind. The three of them exchanged glances and set off to follow behind Gao Yang. In Gao Yang's view, this treasury was similar in style to the seventh treasury they had visited before, but the only difference was that there were not as many treasure shelves here. Upon reaching the interior of the treasury, Gao Yang discovered a pile of scattered treasure shelves in a corner that had been invisible from the entrance. At the base of the shelves, some black boxes lay quietly amidst the black dust. Gao Yang glanced at the treasury before him and then spoke. Let's find the treasury guardian first. This is very important. If you want to open the sealed boxes under these shelves, the treasury guardian is indispensable. Treasury guardian, what is that? Burke did not react for a moment and asked, Stupid Burke, do you really think such a large imperial treasury would be left unguarded? Meng Yin rolled her eyes at Burke. Besides, the classification and management of these treasures require manpower, you know. Burke gave a sheepish smile and did not refute Meng Yin's sharp words. Stop wasting time. Look for any corpses or anything like that in the treasury, Meng Yin urged. Got it. But speaking of which, Boss Gao Yang, why are you so clear about this? Burke asked curiously while walking. It's very simple. Because we have entered an imperial treasury before, Melifina said, sitting on Gao Yang's shoulder, sounding as if it were a casual matter. So that's how it is. Burke suddenly realized, then quickly walked toward the distance, searching for the possible figure of the treasury guardian. Before long, Gao Yang heard Meng Yin shout. When he arrived at Meng Yin's side, he saw a few grayish-white bones scattered at the base of a wall. Beside these scattered bone fragments lay a square-shaped seal. Could this be the treasury guardian? Meng Yin looked at the bone fragments on the ground and asked with some doubt. In all likelihood, Gao Yang reached out, took the seal from the ground into his hand, and turned to walk toward the location where the sealed boxes were. The key to opening the sealed boxes has been found. Now, let's see how many treasures are left in this treasury. I'll leave this to Mu Wang, Burke laughed, patting Mu Wang's shoulder hard with his large hand. Mu Wang looked helpless, but resigned to his fate. He waved his staff and summoned forth yellow elemental creatures. These elemental creatures, nearly 3 meters tall, were all immensely strong and lacked much intelligence, making them extremely suitable as mage servants. Under Mu Wang's command, these 4 earth elementals began to clear away the collapsed treasure shelves and retrieve the sealed boxes underneath one by one. Before long, the remaining 17 sealed boxes were neatly arranged in front of the 4 of them. Thank you all for your hard work, Mu Wang said, waving his staff to dismiss the earth elementals. Only 17 boxes. This number doesn't seem like much. Burke looked at the boxes in front of him, unable to tell if he was disappointed or regretful. Nia, having 17 is already quite good. In the last one, let alone treasures, there was a very exaggerated old monster inside. If Gao Yang and this cat hadn't stayed vigilant, we might have fallen for its tricks. Melifina lifted her little head, speaking with a proud expression. Ms. Melifina is actually so amazing, Meng Yin said, playing along. Her flattery made Melifina incredibly happy. Her tail was wagging so fast behind her it was almost a blur. Gao Yang ignored the conversation between Melifina and Meng Yin, simply taking out the deep red square seal and saying, You all should step back further. I will open these sealed boxes. Melifina jumped directly off Gao Yang's shoulder, walked 30 meters away with an elegant cat-like gait, then stopped and turned to look at Gao Yang. The three of them exchanged glances and followed Milafina's lead, standing together with her. "Ms. Milafina, do we really need to be this far away?" Mu Wang asked, looking at Gao Yang in front. "Mio, if you're worried, you can take the seal and open the sealed boxes yourself. As for what you can open, that depends on your luck." Milafina looked up at Mu Wang, her innocent, large eyes seeming to see through what Mu Wang was thinking. Mu Wang waved his hands repeatedly, explaining, "No, Ms. Milafina, you misunderstood. I just thought that since it's just opening some boxes, there shouldn't be any danger, right? You can try." In the last Imperial Treasury, Gao Yang and I only took one sealed box each, Milafina said, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Wang. Once these words were spoken, the three of them were shocked, and the joy of finding the treasury in their hearts diminished by another notch. While they were talking, Gao Yang had already picked up the deep red seal and opened the sealed box on the far left. After the sealed box was opened, a dense chill spewed out from within, even from 30 meters away. Burke and the others could feel the bone-chilling cold in that instant. "What is in this sealed box? It actually has such intense ice elemental energy." Burke stretched his neck, looking toward the sealed box in front of Gao Yang. Following this, the group watched as Gao Yang extended his right hand, which was suffused with golden red battle ore-like flickering flames, into the containment chest. He pulled out an ice blue shield that looked like a miniature version of a bank vault door. At the top of the shield were the curved dragon horns reaching toward the sky, giving it a rather extraordinary appearance. "It's a shield." Burke was somewhat excited. The ice elemental energy within this shield was so potent that its defensive capabilities were undoubtedly top tier, and it might even possess other functions. If he could use it, their team's survival rate would leap up several levels. At the thought of this, his eyes began to burn with fervor. Gao Yang took out the shield, turned it over in his hands to examine it, and then looked at Burke. With a gesture, he tossed the ice blue shield toward him. Burke hurriedly reached out to catch the incoming shield. The icy coldness he felt upon contact only confirmed his suspicions. "I went to the hospital the day before yesterday. My tenosynovitis flared up, and the doctor advised me to rest for a while. Sesame is just a struggling writer, so I didn't dare take too much time off. As soon as my hand felt a little better, I rushed to get back to writing." Chapter 326. Enthusiasm for clearing out is rising. As Burke held the large ice blue shield, Mu Wang, standing to the side, raised his staff and cast an identification spell directly onto it. After the light of the spell sank into the shield, bits of ice blue radiance began to light up on its surface, converging into an ice blue pillar of light about the thickness of a chopstick. Soon, the height of this ice blue pillar exceeded 30 centimeters and continued to climb slowly. In the end, the height of the ice blue pillar stopped at 47 centimeters. Seeing this, Burke, Mu Wang, and Meng all broke into smiles, appearing exceptionally happy. Milafina stood to the side, looking at the pillar of light on the large ice blue shield, not quite understanding why they were so happy. "It's a Tier 7 Transcendent shield. We've hit the jackpot. We've really hit it. Just this one shield alone makes the price of admission for this campaign worth it," Mu Wang said, pointing at the pillar of light on the shield, his smile impossible to suppress. It wasn't just him. Burke, who was holding the shield, was grinning from ear to ear, laughing incessantly. Milafina looked at Meng Yin, who seemed a bit more composed, and asked, "Meng Yin, what is this Tier 7 Transcendent rating? Is it very precious?" Meng Yin collected herself and looked at Milafina, explaining, "Ms. Milafina, the rating system for weapons and equipment like Tier 7 Transcendent is established by our civilization's plane. It is mainly used to judge the rarity and power of weapons and equipment. Transcendent weapons are divided into 10 tiers. Tiers 1 to 3 belong to low-level Transcendent, 4 to 6 belong to mid-level Transcendent weapons, and Tiers 7 to 9 are considered high-level Transcendent weapons. Tier 10 weapons are known as quasi-legendary weapons." At this point, Meng Yin paused. She looked at the large black sword strapped to Gao Yang's back and said with a hint of envy, "For example, the large sword behind Boss Gao Yang is a transcendent weapon capable of continuous growth. When Boss Gao Yang achieves the legendary rank, that sword, which has followed him through countless years of battle, should also become a true legendary weapon." "Haha, I have never doubted that Gao Yang can achieve the legendary rank. Melifina replied with a smile upon hearing Meng Yan's words. Meng Yan nodded, and then continued her explanation. Therefore, this shield being rated as Tier 7 Transcendent under the identification spell developed by our civilization's plane means it is already a very powerful weapon for us. At the very least, none of us currently possess any piece of equipment with a tier as high as this large shield. I understand. Melifina nodded thoughtfully. In that case, every Imperial treasury must not be missed. While Meng Yan and Melifina were talking, Gao Yang's actions did not pause for a moment. He used the seal to open 3 more containment chests, and fortunately, the moment they were opened, the treasures contained within seemed to have countless years of time drained away in an instant, immediately turning into gray-white dust that collapsed at the bottom of the chests. Gao Yang felt helpless, even with the containment chests. Not all treasures could escape the erosion of time. Burke and the others standing in the distance also noticed this issue. Their previously excited expressions faded, replaced by a sense of unease and anxiety. After all, with the first chest yielding a Tier 7 Transcendent Ice Blue Shield, the fact that these 3 chests yielded nothing made their hearts bleed. At the same time, they became even more expectant for the remaining 13 chests, hoping that the situation with these 3 would not repeat itself. Gao Yang didn't mind. He walked straight to the 5th chest and pressed the seal in his hand onto it. With a soft click, the containment chest opened. A rich fluctuation of magic power emanated from the chest. Gao Yang looked inside and saw 8 magic gems lying quietly at the bottom. It's magic gems. Meng Yan let out a high-pitched scream. Mu Wang also looked at the chest in front of Gao Yang with extreme excitement. They had only ever seen the fluctuations of magic gems once before in the Academy's library. To possess a magic gem while still at the Legendary Academy stage was something only the top students could achieve. There were 8 magic gems in total. According to the original distribution rules, Gao Yang would receive 40% of the spoils, and the other 4 would receive 15% each. In other words, Gao Yang would get 3, and the other 4 would split 5. If they were to be strict, the extra magic gem would have to be cut. However, Melifina already had several magic gems, so she generously gave up her share of the magic crystals, taking only 1. Soon, the magic crystals were distributed, and the enthusiasm of Burke and the others reached an unprecedented high. This was only the 5th chest, and they had already unearthed such high-value items. If the remaining chests yielded even more, it would truly feel like a dream to them. Gao Yang continued to open the chests, but the treasures that followed were not as distinctive. They were either items unique to the Yan Kingdom or objects whose energy had nearly dissipated. Even so, Burke and the others were filled with amazement, looking as if they had just witnessed something truly grand. After the distribution was complete, Meng Yan was happy at first, but soon, a look of worry climbed onto her face. Burke asked with some confusion, "Meng Yan, what is wrong?" Meng Yan glanced at him, feeling somewhat dejected. The current progress is only 36%, which means we can only take out 30% of all our gains right now. If the clearing progress stalls, we will lose a massive amount of treasure. Upon hearing this, Burke and Mu Wang found it impossible to endure. They had worked so hard to obtain these treasures. If they ended up unable to take them out of this battlefield due to insufficient clearing progress, they would truly cough up blood. Burke looked at Gao Yang and said with extreme seriousness, "Boss Gao Yang, this treasury has been fully explored. Let us continue with the clearing operation." "That is right, Boss Gao Yang," Mu Wang chimed in, which was a rare occurrence for him. Gao Yang looked at their expressions and found it somewhat amusing, but he still feigned seriousness and asked, "I have no problem with that, but do you not need to take a rest?" "There is absolutely no problem, Boss Gao Yang," Burke said decisively. Mu Wang and Meng Yan also nodded one after another. Seeing this, Gao Yang said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the exit of the treasury, saying as he walked, "Then let us set off. There are still many areas in the city and the sky that have not been cleared yet." Burke and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed in Gao Yang's footsteps. Soon, the group walked out of the treasury. But the moment they stepped out, the expressions of Burke and the others changed, because in front of them, more than a dozen players were standing in the open space before the treasury. faintly surrounding them. Chapter 327 War Stomp Thunder Hiss. Burke drew a sharp breath, but his movements were not slow at all. He quickly stepped half a pace in front of Gao Yang and raised his great shield. Behind the two, Mu Wang and Meng Yin had already begun to rapidly stack buffs on Gao Yang. The four of you. There is no need to be nervous. A male player stepped out from the crowd, looking at Gao Yang and the others with a smile. If his face were not so rough and his skin covered in fine scales, such a smile would have been quite infectious. Since you have already come out of the treasury, you must have gained something. We are not unreasonable people. Hand over 70% of your harvest, and you can leave this place safely. Do not attempt to hide anything. We have a player in our team capable of detecting the truth. Likewise, do not think about resisting. Even the player with the lowest combat merit ranking in our team is within the top 100. As his voice fell, the dozen or so players behind him unleashed their auras one after another. For a moment, various lights filled the military camp, and a tide-like pressure bore down on the position where Gao Yang and his group stood. Feeling this combined pressure, Burke and the others wore grave expressions. "Boss Gao Yang, what should we do?" Burke asked in a low voice, holding his great shield up in front of Gao Yang. "These people look even stronger than the Knights of Light we encountered last time." Gao Yang looked at him and asked with a smile, "What? Are you willing to hand over your gains? How could that be possible? We are all comprehensive network players. At worst, we will just have a fight." Burke shook his head. If he hadn't obtained the magic crystal box and the ice blue great shield, he would have certainly chosen to compromise to preserve his strength. But now, if they were to compromise, they would have to hand over the gains they had just obtained at this very moment. This was a situation that not only he, but his teammates as well, could not accept. Moreover, this time, they were standing with Gao Yang, this sturdy thigh. Last time, Boss Gao Yang had wiped out the entire group of over 30 Knights of Light by himself. With their support this time, although these dozen or so people looked stronger than the Knights of Light, it was not impossible to wipe them out. Wait, Burke was startled. He suddenly realized that his thinking had deviated significantly. How could he be thinking about directly wiping out the players in front of him? This did not align with their usual style of being kind to others. Burke did not speak again, but silently raised his great shield and stood completely in front of Gao Yang. Opposite them, the surrounding players watched Burke's actions and looked at each other, all somewhat unable to understand. What was this? Was the pressure they were exerting not enough? These 4 people and 1 cat actually looked like they still wanted to resist. Could it be that the pressure given by 16 players ranked in the top 100 in combat merit was not enough? Alright, just protect Mu Wang and Meng Yin well. Let them keep adding buffs to me, leave the rest to me. Gao Yang patted Burke on the shoulder, then walked past him and strolled slowly toward the players in front. "Are you looking to die?" The player with fine scales on his face narrowed his eyes and hissed coldly when he saw Gao Yang walking toward them. Facing his questioning, Gao Yang said nothing, but the battle aura on his body ignited like a torch. Within this scorching golden red battle aura, his figure was no longer clearly visible. "Since you want to die, then we will grant your wish," the lead player shouted, and the 16 players behind him immediately launched an attack toward Gao Yang. At this very instant, Gao Yang raised his right foot high, the scorching battle aura almost dyeing his right leg a pure golden red hue. Terrifying fluctuations radiated from his right leg, causing the many players in front of him to feel a sense of foreboding. Under their gaze, Gao Yang stomped his foot heavily onto the ground of the military camp. War stomp. Boom, crackle. The earth shattered in an instant, and crimson, magma-like battle aura erupted from the cracks in the broken ground, indiscriminately enveloping the 17 players in front of Gao Yang. Following closely behind were bolts of lightning, like wild snakes, erupting from beneath the ground. "Watch out!" A loud roar erupted amidst the thunder and fire. Although this roar was loud, it carried a hint of trembling. After Gao Yang's war stomp, he did not pause for even a second. Holding his obsidian greatsword, he charged directly into the group of players ahead. A terrifying gust of wind rushed toward him. The player covered in fine scales had not yet recovered from the previous war stomp when he felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain tear through space, hurtling toward him. At this moment, the regret in his heart had reached its limit. Unfortunately, Gao Yang did not give him time to repent. As black obsidian slashed down, the player he had targeted was sent flying backward with a loud thud. The violent, immense force contained within black obsidian sent him soaring all the way until he slammed into the wall of the military camp, barely coming to a stop before the scaled player could even move. Another loud crash erupted beside him. He did not need to look to know that his teammate had been embedded into the wall right next to him. Following that, a continuous series of explosions rang in his ears. By the time the massive cloud of dust and smoke was suppressed by Gao Yang's single sword strike, the situation on the field had become clear, except for 3 players who hadn't even managed to withstand a single strike from him. The remaining 14 players were all embedded in the walls of the camp, stuck so firmly they couldn't be pried loose. By now, these people realized they had kicked a steel plate. In the next instant, some of them chose to end the campaign immediately. If they didn't leave now, they might not even be able to leave later. White light lit up on the walls, and one player after another vanished, leaving behind only the treasures they had obtained in the Sky City but were unable to take with them. In just a few seconds, all the players embedded in the walls had returned. This efficiency left Burke and his 2 companions in the distance completely dumbfounded. It's over just like that. Logically speaking, shouldn't they have tried to negotiate with the big boss Gao Yang or put up some resistance? Why did they run away without saying a word? If the players had heard this, they would likely have cursed Burke and his companions as idiots. If they had experienced Gao Yang's terrifying slashes and overwhelming killing intent, they would never have had such thoughts. That sense of despair, as if one were about to be decapitated by a sword in the next second, was something no one wanted to experience again. Gao Yang looked at the treasures scattered on the ground and turned to signal to Burke and his 2 companions. The latter quickly reacted, rushing to the base of the walls to gather all the scattered treasures. Big boss Gao Yang, all the treasures are here. Burke pointed to the treasures that had been sorted and placed in front of him as he spoke. Gao Yang looked down. Although these treasures had decent energy fluctuations, none of them were of any use to him. Following the previous distribution method, he took his share and turned to walk out of the military camp. Chapter 328, Battle Merit Rewards Unlocked. Gao Yang walked out of the camp, with Burke and his 2 companions following closely behind. Big boss, are we going to continue climbing the rankings now? Manhwa moved closer to Gao Yang and asked. Of course. Gao Yang replied affirmatively. The gap in battle merits between him and those at the top was still significant, and he needed to seize the time. After receiving Gao Yang's confirmation, Burke and his 2 companions quickly got back into the zone. With the ice blue great shield in hand, Burke's defensive capabilities reached a new level. At the same time, the number of monsters he attracted was more than double what it had been before. The result was a significant increase in the speed at which they acquired battle merits. Time flowed slowly during this clearing process, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Gao Yang killed an undead creature before him with a single sword strike. At that very moment, the clearing progress on his retina reached 50%. It took a full 6 days, but the clearing progress has finally reached 50%. Gao Yang stopped his movements, and the others also ceased their attacks. Having similarly noticed the breakthrough in progress, Big boss, the progress has passed 50%. I wonder what kind of rewards the Empire's Guardian will give. Mu Wang lowered his staff and said with some excitement. Among the 3 of them, he had the most battle merits, and he was now ranked 49th, having entered the top 50. As for Burke and Manhwa, their battle merits were also within the top 100, and they were not far from sprinting into the top 50. The group stood in place, looking at the void before them. After a full minute, the original battle merit leaderboard finally began to change slowly. At this moment, the battle merits of the first-ranked player, Rossid, had exceeded 7 million. A new column appeared after his ranking, titled Ranking Reward. The moment the ranking reward appeared next to Rossid's name, it drove all the comprehensive network players currently in this campaign wild. Because the reward for first place was actually a plane core. First place, plane core energy 303. Although the energy in this plane core was relatively small, it was still a plane core source of energy that was incredibly pure and of terrifyingly high quality. Not to mention, it had many other wondrous functions. Never underestimate the core substance condensed after a plane collapses. In many cases, even a 1G plane core is an extremely precious resource. The reason why this sky city could be built was now clear. It was because of this plane core that the ancient kingdom of Yan had been able to construct a sky city of such scale. However, it was a pity. If they had used it to build a floating city belonging to a legendary mage, perhaps the kingdom of Yan would still exist today. A legendary mage with a floating city could not necessarily be defeated even if a god were to descend. And with the protection of a legendary mage, it would have been impossible for such a catastrophe to befall the kingdom of Yan. However, it seemed that the career path of a legendary mage did not exist within the heritage of the kingdom of Yan. Relatively speaking, the career heritage of Yan was more inclined toward the eastern lineage, that is, sacrificial priests and warlocks who served as the spellcasting units. There was no helping that. But then again, if the kingdom of Yan had not fallen, how could this plane core have appeared here and served as the reward for first place? Big boss, it's a plane core. Mengyun jumped up, looking at the treasure in first place on the leaderboard. Without a trace of her usual well-behaved demeanor, she exclaimed loudly. Burke and Mu Weng both looked at Gao Yang with envy, for at this moment, Gao Yang had already climbed to third place, with a gap of less than 300,000 battle merit points separating him from the first place holder, Rasid. This level of disparity in battle merit could be overcome in less than half a day with the tacit cooperation of their group. Once he surpassed Rasid, Gao Yang would be at the top of the battle merit leaderboard. As long as he maintained that position until the campaign ended, the plane core would be his. At the mere thought of Gao Yang possessing a plane core, the hearts of Burke and the other two burned with fervor. Although they could not obtain it themselves, helping Gao Yang secure the plane core would inevitably deepen their relationship and forge a stronger bond of friendship. In the future, should they encounter any situation where they needed to call for backup, the likelihood of Gao Yang agreeing would be greatly increased. After a moment of excitement, the group finally remembered to check the rewards for second place. Compared to the plane core awarded for first place, the second place reward, while still enticing, was ultimately a tier lower. Second place. Rough embryo of a nation protecting divine artifact legendary grade. The group speculated that the term rough embryo of a nation protecting divine artifact meant that upon obtaining it, one would possess the prototype of a personal legendary weapon, or, more simply, it was essentially a legendary weapon, although powerful. For players in the Transcendent sequence, it was fundamentally impossible to unleash the full might of a legendary weapon. While this weapon might be extremely well suited to the user, it was, in the end, merely a weapon. Third place. Guidance of the Fire Legend. Gao Yang looked at the reward listed after his name, feeling slightly puzzled. He clicked on the Guidance of the Fire Legend, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. After reading it, he gained a rough understanding of what the Guidance of the Fire Legend was. Simply put, this guidance provided a path toward becoming a fire attribute legend. However, if one chose to accept this guidance, everything that followed would have to be done according to this specific path in order to achieve legend status through the fire attribute. For the vast majority of people, this was equivalent to having the gates to the legendary realm thrown wide open, and many would likely be willing to accept it. But for Gao Yang, a fire attribute legend was not his path. Furthermore, he had no intention of following a preset path to legend status. His path to becoming a legend was one that only he could forge for himself. As for the rewards outside the top 3, while decent, they were somewhat inferior compared to the top 3. Even so, they remained treasures that players in the Transcendent sequence could only dream of. It was foreseeable that after the announcement of the Battle Merit Leaderboard rewards, the competition for the rankings would become even more intense. Now that these various prizes were laid out before them, they were within reach if one only put in the effort. If one did not strive now, would they wait until the campaign ended to regret it? Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, looked at Burke and the other two, and said slowly, "From now on, we won't just be facing the monsters in the Sky City, but other Multiverse Network players as well." His words were met with agreement from Burke and the others. Before the battle merit rewards were revealed, conflicts between players had been restrained, but from this point on, such conflicts would become more naked and bloody. as everyone's goal would likely be the rewards for the top 50 on the battle merit leaderboard. Chapter 329, an increasingly intense campaign. In the 29th domain of the 9th district, the sky was no longer a hazy gray, but had turned a heavy, oppressive black. Countless vengeful spirits filled the air, blocking out the only remaining light dot above the ruins. Undead creatures wielding blades and ceremonial staves were launching attacks against a humanoid dragon that stood 10 meters tall. Gao Yang swung his sword in silence, sword chi surging and battle aura boiling. Since breaking through from the 30th domain to the 29th, the strength of these undead had increased by at least one tier. Undead that could previously be slain with a single strike now required at least 3 strikes to be completely annihilated. 5 days had passed since their clearing progress surpassed 50%. During these 5 days, Gao Yang's group had not paused for a moment, continuously clearing out the monsters in the Sky City. The results were quite good. At the very least, Gao Yang had now reached second place on the battle merit leaderboard, trailing the first place Rasid by only 100,000 points. But over the past few days, no matter how many monsters he slaughtered, Rasid was always able to maintain a rate of battle merit growth similar to his own, which made Gao Yang feel quite curious about the top-ranked Rasid. Such a performance was truly not something an average player could achieve. Boss, there are life forms approaching rapidly from the left. It's highly likely they are Multiverse Network players. Mu Wang suddenly spoke up. His voice caused the group, who were focused on grinding monsters, to pause. Burke, take the front. Gao Yang unleashed a wave of sword chi, forcing the surging undead back several meters. Taking advantage of this gap, Burke stepped forward with his ice blue great shield, blocking in front of Gao Yang. While Gao Yang took a step back and turned to head toward the left side of the formation. Just as he had taken a few steps, 3 streaks of light in the distance came crashing toward their direction like meteors. Gao Yang's expression was calm, as were Burke and the others. Over the past few days, the announcement of the battle merit leaderboard rewards had driven the players in this campaign completely mad. Originally, many players had been indifferent toward these monsters that provided battle merit, which was why Burke had previously been able to gather monsters on a large scale without being besieged. But things were different now. The range at which Burke could lure monsters was gradually shrinking. Even so, once a slightly larger number of monsters gathered, it would attract many Multiverse Network players to compete for them. For the sake of battle merit, these players would use any means necessary, including, but not limited to, killing others before stealing their kills. The current battle merit leaderboard was in a state of constant flux. In just 5 days, the original leaderboard of over 9,000 people had dwindled to only 6,000. In other words, within these 5 days, more than 3,000 Omniverse Network players have been eliminated from this campaign, and among them, some may have been buried forever in these ruins. It is well known that there are 2 ways to improve one's ranking: slaughter more monsters and reduce the number of competitors. In the current Sky City cleanup campaign, it is clear that these Omniverse Network players have chosen a 2-pronged approach. That is, while doing their best to slaughter more monsters, they are also committed to eliminating more competitors. In this way, there are fewer competitors on the battle merit leaderboard and more monsters available. With more monsters, the remaining players can naturally obtain more battle merit, and with more battle merit, their rankings can naturally rise. The moment Gao Yang saw these 3 streaks of light, he did not hold back in the slightest, waving his hand to unleash 3 surging sword chi attacks. The situation was now extremely clear. In these ruins, there were no longer any trustworthy Omniverse Network players. All players had become enemies in the open. Bang bang, the sword chi tore through the air. Those 3 players were clearly no ordinary people, and they each used their own methods to shatter the incoming sword chi from Gao Yang. However, at the same time, their rapid forward momentum had to come to a halt. Gao Yang looked at the 3 humanoid Omniverse Network players, 2 men and 1 woman, standing a few dozen meters away, his battle aura surging even more intensely. The 3 of them glanced at Gao Yang, then looked at the large group of monsters behind him that were launching a desperate attack on Burke. After exchanging a look, they did not say a word and directly launched an attack toward Gao Yang. Humble ants, you don't even look at who you are facing. I am the great cat sprite Milafana. Gao Yang stepped forward, and Milifena, perched on his shoulder, let out a wild, arrogant laugh. As the wind pressure from the sword she hit them, Milifena's voice reached their ears simultaneously. Upon hearing Milifena's voice, the three who were originally charging forward suddenly paused, then turned around and fled without a second thought. Who among the players still on this battlefield didn't know that Milifena was bound to Gao Yang, who was ranked second? Their battle merit growth was synchronized. In other words, Milifena and Gao Yang were on the same side. And if the cat sprite squatting on the head of that humanoid dragon was Milifena, then that humanoid dragon was most likely Gao Yang, who was ranked second. Relying on their battle merit, which barely squeezed them into the top 200, to try and provoke Gao Yang, the second-ranked player, was simply defying the heavens. There was not the slightest chance of victory. What they sought was battle merit, and they bullied the weak. Not such an extremely thorny existence. Gao Yang stopped in his tracks and watched the three figures rapidly moving away. He did not waste his energy either, just standing there and watching the three disappear into the distant ruins. Haha, Gao Yang, look at how strong I am. These humble ants are so skilled at turning around and fleeing the moment they hear my name. Milifena looked at the three players scared off by her single sentence, wagging her tail in high spirits, and said to Gao Yang beneath her with great joy. What could Gao Yang say? Naturally, he nodded in agreement. He didn't have much nonsense for enemies, just as when the three had charged earlier. His actions were simple. Just raise his sword and knock the three of them down. It was just that he couldn't stop Milifena. That loudmouth. The moment the opponents heard her name, they retreated rapidly. However, Gao Yang had to admit that Milifena doing this also saved him quite a bit of trouble, though it also reduced his income quite a bit. After all, if these players were knocked out of the campaign, a portion of the treasures they carried would remain in the battlefield. Gao Yang turned to walk back, and just then, intense energy fluctuations came from the direction in which the three players had retreated. He turned his head to look and saw that the three players who had retreated were now in a fierce battle with 5 other players in the ruins. Their strength was roughly on par, and the battle between them was extremely intense. With every strike drawing blood, they were completely intent on killing each other. Under Gao Yang's gaze, the 3 players who had originally intended to ambush him were killed on the spot one after another during the siege by the other 5 players. The treasures they had discovered were also dropped and scattered throughout the ruins. Chapter 330. Undead Ritualist. After killing the 3 players, the 5 players had one person collect the dropped treasures, while the other 4 stood in front of their teammate, looking toward Gao Yang's side with vigilance. Gao Yang gave them a cold look, then turned and walked toward Burke's direction. Seeing that Gao Yang did not take the opportunity to come over, the 4 of them exchanged glances, clearly somewhat disappointed. However, these people did not launch another attack on Gao Yang and his group. After collecting the spoils of war, they quickly disappeared into the distance. As for Gao Yang, he had by now replaced Burke and began to continue fiercely slaughtering the monsters in front of him. These undead creatures before him seemed to be higher in terms of existence than vengeful spirits and ghosts. When facing Gao Yang's scorching sword chi, both ghosts and vengeful spirits would suffer terrifying suppression, but these undead, although also suppressed by his furnace battle aura, showed much stronger resistance. Moreover, the bodies of the undead were not pure flesh and blood, but rather more like a mixture of flesh and energy. This resulted in Gao Yang clearly slashing through the bodies of these undead with his sword. Yet the opponents only had their bodies fade significantly while still being able to maintain their combat effectiveness. Gao Yang knew that his attacks were severely excessive when dealing with these kinds of undead, but there was no help for it. Every time these undead took damage, there seemed to be an upper limit, and any attack exceeding that limit would be directly ignored. This was why Gao Yang's speed in slaughtering these undead was much slower. By the time he had completely slaughtered this wave of monsters, more than half an hour had passed. Gao Yang sat casually on a broken stone pillar. The surface of the pillar was extremely smooth, as he had just carved it with black obsidian. He held a box of dragon meat meal in his hands and was eating it in large mouthfuls. On the side, although Burke and his 2 companions were envious, they knew the value of a white dragon meat light meal better than anyone. It was not something one could just eat whenever they pleased. They ate the instant food they had brought from the academy. remaining silent as they recovered their stamina as quickly as possible. After resting for about half an hour, Gao Yang was the first to stand up. He looked up at the tall tower structure in the distance and said, "Today's target is that high tower. I imagine there must be a formidable boss inside." Burke and the others nodded one after another. Having fought in this city in the sky for so long, they had gained a certain understanding of the distribution of monsters within it. The monsters in the ruins of the city in the sky were basically just ordinary mobs. But whenever there was an intact building, there would inevitably be monsters with strength beyond the ordinary, or even a boss. And the more magnificent and grand such an intact building was, the more powerful the monsters within it would be. By the same token, the battle merits gained after killing these monsters would be higher. And there was also the possibility of obtaining additional loot. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he drew black obsidian, and Milafina jumped onto his shoulder. The next moment, he stepped forward toward the direction of the high tower, with Burke and his two companions quickly following behind. The high tower was about 5 kilometers away from where Gao Yang and his group were located. This distance was nothing for all the players who had entered this battlefield. However, when there were a large number of undead and vengeful spirits within this distance, the time required to traverse it would increase exponentially. It took a full 3 hours for Gao Yang's group to finally arrive at the high tower, and when they reached the tower, there were already quite a few players lingering outside its perimeter. It seemed they had all come from different directions, but they all shared an extreme wariness of the pitch black, churning mist at the base of the tower. "More players are coming, and it looks like a squad," a player said, watching Gao Yang's group as they gradually came to a halt. "I just wonder how strong they are," someone echoed. "How bad could they be? There are very few players who can make it this far who are actually weak." After Gao Yang scanned the area, his gaze finally landed on a figure standing alone on a giant rock. As Gao Yang looked at him, the latter also looked toward Gao Yang, and their gazes met in midair. That lone player was none other than Luke, the spellcaster who had previously crossed paths with Gao Yang and left a deep impression on him. "We meet again." Luke stared into Gao Yang's eyes and nodded with a gentle demeanor. Gao Yang nodded slightly, habitually looking at Luke as he said, "Indeed, we meet again. Have you eaten?" Luke was taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to this novel way of greeting. He paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, replying somewhat stiffly, "I have." Gao Yang led Burke and his group to stand not far from Luke, then looked at the tower with its churning black mist and asked, "What is the deal with this tower? You all seem to be blocked by it." Such equal communication between Gao Yang and Luke was like a thunderclap on flat ground in the eyes of the other players. They did not know who Gao Yang was, but they knew this lone spellcaster Luke, the ruthless man, ranked 8th on the battle merit leaderboard with over 5 million total battle merits. In front of this tower, several players who had tried to test his strength had already been sent away by him. And now, this new squad leader seemed to know Luke and was communicating with him on such equal terms, which was enough to prove that this squad was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, given Luke's cold and aloof nature, why would he bother with anyone else? According to intelligence, this high tower should be a sacrificial temple. Luke glanced at Gao Yang and explained, however, unlike the sacrificial temples in safe zones, this one lacks those functions. To be precise, this is a sacrificial academy for training imperial priests. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. This meant there should be quite a few powerful monsters inside this sacrificial academy. Since he had already started talking, Luke did not hold back and continued. At the top of this high tower, there should be precious information and items, such as the inheritance of the Flame Kingdom's priests. But at the same time, there is a tower master at the top, who was once the high priest. They aren't afraid of this thick black mist. They are afraid of the undead priests on the tower and the high priest at the summit. "I see," Gao Yang nodded. Having understood the current situation, he looked at Luke and asked, "So, are you going to keep waiting?" Luke straightened his body, and his staff suddenly appeared in his hand. He looked at Gao Yang, smiled, and shook his head. "Since you've arrived, let's just go in. If even adding you isn't enough, then waiting for more people is meaningless." Chapter 331. Inside the tower, black shadows, including Gao Yang's group. There were 43 players waiting outside the sacrificial tower. At this moment, Upon noticing the movements of Luke and Gao Yang, they all stood up and approached the sacrificial tower. Among them, a female player with a light blue diamond-shaped crystal in the center of her forehead looked at Luke and asked, "Luke, are you sure about this?" Hearing this, Luke turned his head to glance at her without answering, simply continuing to walk toward the sacrificial tower ahead. I said, "There is a high priest in this sacrificial academy. If we aren't sure, the probability of us dying is over 80%. Seeing that Luke ignored her, a flash of displeasure crossed the female player's eyes. She raised her voice, her crisp tone carrying a sense of gravity. Luke's footsteps halted. He turned to look at her, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Fana, I believe I've told you before that you talk too much, to the point where it sounds grating. Oh, wow, a role model for us all." Gao Yang's gaze drifted between Luke and Fana with interest. It seemed there was some unknown history between these two. Fana's expression turned cold, and the crystal at the center of her brow emitted a rich red glow, proving that she was currently in a state of anger. Fana stared at Luke and sneered. "When I was explaining the information about this sacrificial tower earlier, why didn't you find it grating? Why do you find it grating now?" Luke shrugged, offering no reply. Instead, he turned to Gao Yang and said, "This sacrificial tower requires at least 2 people to activate, and those black mists don't actually possess any formidable lethality. Let's go, there isn't much time left." Gao Yang understood what he meant. After withdrawing his gaze, he continued to step forward toward the sacrificial tower before them. Seeing this, Fana did not hesitate in the slightest, and followed closely in their footsteps until they reached the front of the sacrificial tower. With the 3 major factions moving, the remaining players naturally could not sit still and followed suit. Gao Yang and the others stood before the ink black mist. The mist gave him an indescribable feeling, as if his inner self was extremely repulsed by making contact with it. Gao Yang looked at Luke, who nodded at him in acknowledgement before casting a magical shield upon himself and walking into the black mist. Seeing this, Gao Yang kept pace with Luke, stepping into the black mist. All that met his eyes was darkness. The mist did not feel like vapor. Walking through it felt more like wading through water. But this sensation lasted only a few seconds. Gao Yang took one more step and emerged from the area shrouded by the black mist. He looked up at the sacrificial tower, which had magnified dozens of times before his eyes, and a hint of awe appeared in his gaze. Before entering the black mist, although the sacrificial tower had been tall and conspicuous, it was still within a range that one could comprehend. However, after entering the mist, the true face of the sacrificial tower was finally revealed to him. Standing before this tower, Gao Yang looked to both sides, yet he could only see a tiny, slight curvature of the tower walls. "Boss, are we going into the tower now?" Burke's voice rang out from the side. Perhaps the black mist possessed a teleportation effect. After passing through it, only the members of their own team were by Gao Yang's side, and none of the others were to be seen. "Since we've all come this far, we naturally have to go in." As Gao Yang spoke, he gripped black obsidian in his hand and took the lead, walking toward the large gate open on the wall of the tower in front of them. Burke held his ice blue great shield and walked quickly to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gao Yang, while behind them, Mu Wang and Meng Yin were frantically casting buffs, accompanied by the dull sound of wood rubbing against wood. The long sealed gate was pushed open. Gao Yang stepped into the tower, and what met his eyes was a lawn exuding the fresh scent of grass and trees. Not far away, there was a winding stream with black water flowing incessantly. No one would have expected that the tower, which looked unremarkable from the outside, would contain such a vast world within. The moment he stepped onto the lawn, Gao Yang felt as if this space had been awakened. This feeling was so intense that his senses were stinging slightly. The next moment, the calm little stream not far away suddenly turned violent. The water, which had been trickling along, became completely wild, and black splashes erupted several meters high. Within this black water, figures shrouded in black robes appeared in the field of vision of Gao Yang and his team. Before Gao Yang could move, Burke had already charged forward with his great shield like a heavy truck, letting out a roar filled with mockery. Burke's action successfully drew the attention of the many black shadows on the Blackwater River. They were clearly a bit sluggish from having just emerged from the water. But after only a second, They attacked Burke without hesitation. The attack method of these black shadows was different from the undead and vengeful spirits of the outside world. They extended arms as withered as ghost claws, palms naturally spread, with thumbs, index fingers, and middle fingers pressed together. In the hollow space between their palms, intense white light flickered with a dangerous glow. The next moment, the white light in their hands vanished, and at the same time, a violent roar erupted against the great shield in front of Burke. Ice shards splattered everywhere. Burke's charging body stiffened for a moment before being forced to retreat repeatedly by the fierce impact, his hands nearly unable to hold onto the ice-blue great shield. Once the ice-blue great shield was knocked away, he would be completely exposed to the attacks of these black shadows in the next instant. He was not certain he could withstand that level of attack power. Just as Burke was about to fail under the bombardment, Gao Yang rushed out from his side with intense wind pressure. Gao Yang's appearance caused the black shadows to instantly switch their attack targets, which allowed Burke to catch his breath. Gao Yang dashed rapidly, hugging the ground. After he became the target of the black shadows, a powerful shockwave exploded in front of his chest. This force was extremely strong, but Gao Yang's body did not even pause. He continued to charge toward the black shadows on the Blackwater River. The body-type judgment provided by the 100 refined body, along with his extraordinary physique and strength, allowed him to be immune to this level of knockback effect. The distance between them had only been a few hundred meters, and at Gao Yang's full-speed dash, he reached the edge of the Blackwater River in just a few seconds. Without hesitation, Gao Yang swept his sword horizontally, and the scorching sword energy slashed toward these black shadows along with black obsidian. As the sword energy swept past, the bodies of these black shadows were severed in the middle, and a large amount of blackness emerged from the connection points. However, the next moment, their bodies reconnected under the influence of the black mist, appearing as if they had suffered no injuries at all. But to Gao Yang, these existences were very similar to the undead, the same half-flesh, half-energy form. It would only take a few more slashes to completely slay them. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang swung the great sword in his hand again, and terrifying waves of sword energy enveloped all the black shadows within his attack range. Chapter 332. The bizarre method of probing with a wooden stick. You have killed a primary undead priest. You have gained 45 generally XP and 60 battle merits. Primary undead priest has been recorded in your adventure manual. As the scorching sword energy completely melted the black shadows in front of him, 2 lines of system prompts appeared on Gao Yang's retina at the right moment. The sword Gao Yang was swinging paused for an instant, and then he slashed out with even greater force. This grassland was quite vast, at the very least. Based on Gao Yang's eyesight, he could not see the boundaries. This differed from the size of the tower they had seen from the outside. According to Gao Yang's understanding, this place likely involved knowledge related to planes. Simply put, the interior of the tower should be an independent demi-plane, specifically used for training the priests of the Yan Kingdom. However, with the fall of the Sky City, this sacrificial tower had also plummeted, and the priests within had all died inside the tower, without even a chance to escape. This could be inferred from the system prompts they had just received. Since the first black shadows they encountered were primary undead priests, it meant that besides the primary ones, there should be intermediate, advanced, or even stronger existences. Gao Yang did not know how many such undead priests were in this tower, but regardless, he felt he needed to speed up. This sacrificial tower should be a relatively complete heritage structure. Perhaps within the tower, there existed knowledge or extraordinary items that could be of help to him. Gao Yang slashed down with another sword aura that was explosive to the extreme, detonating amidst the primary priests in front of him. The scorching sword aura wantonly devoured all the primary priests within its range, continuously eroding the undead power within their bodies. A moment later, all the primary priests on this Blackwater River had been slain by Gao Yang, and the previously boiling river water returned to its former calm state. Big boss, we have 2 choices now. One is to follow this Blackwater River upstream, and the other is to follow it downstream, Burke said, standing beside Gao Yang. Since this was a tower, there must be more than just the grassland floor they were currently on. They needed to find the passage leading to the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, or even the top floor. Burke's previous suggestion had been to search for such a passage. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids. The two paths Burke proposed were merely possibilities. Following them might not necessarily lead to the passage to the second floor. If only I could play it like a game, with one-click pathfinding or a mini-map. That would be great, Gao Yang thought to himself, feeling a slight headache. But after just a moment, he realized that although he was not playing a computer game, his innate ability was not a bit inferior to game mechanics. Fate choice category, talent. Talent effect 1, Lutcong 5, talent effect 2. When encountering a situation that requires a choice, your decision will lean toward the option that maximizes your benefits. This made things simple. Under the surprised gazes of Burke and the others, Gao Yang took a neat, round wooden stick from his inventory and stood it upright on the ground. The next moment, after the stick lost the force from Gao Yang's palm used to maintain its balance, it began to sway slightly. Soon, this swaying grew larger in the eyes of the group, and finally, the stick fell onto the grass with a slap, the fallen end pointing steadily in one direction. Is it this direction? Gao Yang glanced at the fallen stick, a vague sense of realization rising in his heart. He picked up the stick and then walked in the direction it had pointed. Big boss. Are we just going in this direction? Manhwa frowned slightly, seemingly finding it hard to accept such a childlike method of choosing. Gao Yang did not explain anything. This was one of his core abilities. Although it seemed absurd to outsiders, as long as he knew what he was doing, that was enough. He did not speak to explain, but Burke chimed in, anyway. We don't have a specific direction right now, so let's just try walking in the direction the big boss chose. Manhwa rubbed her slightly chubby, fair cheeks and nodded with a smile. Gao Yang walked in the front, with Milafina lying on his shoulder, her furry tail sweeping back and forth across his back. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived in front of a small hill. The next second, the small hill suddenly split open, and over a dozen black shadows leaped out from the bulging mound, looking at the undead priests before them. Burke and the others opened their eyes wide, their gazes darting back and forth between Gao Yang and the undead priests. Weren't they supposed to be looking for an exit? How did they find undead priests instead? Could it be that Big Boss Gao Yang had some unspeakable connection with these undead priests? Gao Yang did not care about all that. Since they had encountered these undead priests, he would just draw his sword and kill them, spending a few minutes. The group slaughtered the undead priests that had jumped out. Gao Yang stood on the top of the small hill, first sensing the surroundings, then took the wooden stick out from his inventory and repeated the process. The stick fell. Gao Yang picked it up and continued walking in the direction the stick pointed. Burke and the others exchanged glances and followed obediently. A moment later, in front of a lake like a round mirror, a group of undead priests jumped out of the lake and were all wiped out by Gao Yang and the others. The group moved on again. In a rift valley, a large group of undead priests was wiped out by Gao Yang and the others. Moving on again, wiped out again, moving on, wiped out, finally. After continuously wiping out 7 waves of undead priests, Burke and the others had become immune to Gao Yang's wooden stick pathfinding method. This was not finding the way to the second floor at all. It was clearly pointing toward the path of the undead priests. The stick fell again, and the group continued on their way. This time, they walked for a full 20 minutes without encountering any undead priests. Burke and the others felt a bit strange, but the next moment, they suddenly widened their eyes, because Gao Yang, who was walking in front of them, took a step and then vanished from their sight. That feeling was as if he had been teleported to another dimension. Where is the big boss? Manhwa cried out in alarm. Burke raised his hand, signaling her to stay calm, and said, "This situation looks a lot like he touched some kind of formation or spell, causing him to be teleported away. Or perhaps due to a scene change, he lost his figure in our eyes. I will follow first. If I also disappear, you to follow." After Burke finished speaking, he took a step forward. The next moment, his figure vanished. Manhwa and Mu Wang saw this and followed suit, stepping forward as well. The next moment, the light and shadows shifted. The vibrant, lush lawn disappeared, replaced by a stone-built grand hall. The two turned back to look, only to see a thin curtain of light behind them, through which they could still see the emerald lawn they had just come from. Not far in front of them stood a massive set of stone stairs leading to the second floor. We actually found it. Meng Yan's mouth hung slightly open as she stared at the stone stairs before her, speechless for a long time. Chapter 333. The top floor of the high tower. Gao Yang did not pay attention to Meng Yan's exclamation behind him. His gaze was fixed on the wall to his left. There, a notice board was mounted, and on it was a stone-carved structural diagram. He walked up to the notice board and looked at the diagram. This diagram was a standard circle, roughly divided into 7 sections. Each section corresponded to a different space, and the lawn they had just traversed was one of them. At the center of this circular map was the very stone hall they were currently standing in. Everyone on the first floor would have to pass through this hall to reach the second floor. Of course, this was likely only the case for players of the comprehensive network like Gao Yang and his group. If it were the priests of this sacrificial tower, they would naturally not have to go through such a cumbersome process. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at other parts of the hall. Sure enough, within this hall, there were 6 other thin light curtains identical to the one they had emerged from, which he assumed were exits from other spaces. Bo came to Gao Yang's side and looked at the notice board. He quickly directed Meng Yan and Wu Wang to go and check the other light curtains. Soon, the two finished their inspection. Bo turned to Gao Yang and said, "Boss, we just checked. Besides us, there are signs of movement in front of only one other light curtain in this hall. The other 5 show no activity. Should we head directly to the second floor, or take a short rest here? Let's push forward directly, Gao Yang. We shouldn't let others get there first," Milo Fina suggested. Gao Yang nodded. They hadn't expended much energy in the grassland space, so resting or not didn't really matter. Seeing Gao Yang nod, the 3 of them had no objections. The group of 5 walked toward the stone stairs in the hall. As soon as they stepped onto the stone stairs, the gray-white wall at the end of the stairs suddenly emitted a slight energy fluctuation. The next moment, a new light curtain appeared before them. This turn of events did not startle them. Gao Yang's group quickly climbed the stairs and filed through one by one. One spoke, who was at the back, stepped into the light curtain. It quickly vanished without a trace, returning to the appearance of a plain gray-white wall. Stepping out of the light curtain, the somewhat blinding light caused Gao Yang to squint slightly. After adapting to the intensity of the light, he began to survey the second floor of the sacrificial tower. It was completely different from the first floor. On this second level, there were rows of 2-story brick villas, and the streets were neat and clean. Looking up, one could see a white sun emitting warm light. This architectural style looked very much like a residential area. Gao Yang and his group stood at the entrance of a street, looking at the tidy yet deserted road ahead. Finally, Gao Yang sighed softly and began to walk forward. They hadn't gone far when a faint sound of an explosion came from ahead. Gao Yang quickened his pace, heading toward the source of the noise. Soon, he saw the cause of the explosion. It was a spellcaster engaged in battle with an undead priest. This spellcaster was none other than Luke. When Luke saw Gao Yang's group arrive, his expression did not change in the slightest, and he maintained his rhythm of attack. Gao Yang paused for a moment, then led Bo and the others away. There was no need to come into conflict with Luke now. Their current goals were aligned. Perhaps he would only have a minor conflict with the other party once they reached the top of this sacrificial tower. And the reason for that conflict would only be the priest tower master at the very top of this tower. After changing direction, it wasn't long before several undead priests rushed out from the houses, attacking Gao Yang and his group. The group coordinated skillfully and launched a new round of clearing. One day later, Gao Yang looked at the light gate in front of him, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. After a full day of fighting, they had crossed 8 levels of space and finally arrived at the 9th level, which was the top floor of the sacrificial tower. The first 6 levels had been relatively ordinary, but starting from the 7th level, high-level undead priests appeared. These things were several levels harder to kill than the primary undead priests, and the methods they possessed were extremely varied. If not for their life form, they would be indistinguishable from ordinary people. Fortunately, starting from the 7th level, there were no more large-scale scenes, and the number of high-level undead priests was not high. During this process, Gao Yang and his group did not encounter any other players. This led them to speculate whether the paths were independent. Passing through the light gate, Gao Yang and his group arrived in an extremely dilapidated room. Everything in the room had decayed, as if it had endured thousands of years of time. After the group inspected the area, Gao Yang walked to the door and pushed it open, revealing the top floor of the sacrificial tower in its entirety. The top floor was not large. Near the walls were rows of circular, decaying bookshelves. The entire bookshelf area occupied about 50% of the top floor. These shelves were mostly rotted, and the gaps between them were filled with thick black fog. However, this black fog only existed in the bookshelf area. The velvet carpet where they stood was free of it. Behind the position where Gao Yang and his group stood was a light gate, and there were a total of 5 such gates. In the center of the top floor was a spiral staircase leading to the very peak of the tower. The priest tower master was not in the room. Gao Yang estimated that the individual must be at the very top of the tower. Gao Yang did not rashly step out of the room. Instead, he turned back, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on his own to begin meditating. Seeing this, Burke and the other two also seized the time to begin recovering their energy. About an hour later, Gao Yang opened his eyes and woke up from his meditation. He stood up and opened the room door once again. Of the original 5 light doors, 3 were now left ajar. This indicated that players had already arrived in those rooms. Gao Yang thought for a moment and was the first to step out of the room. After he stepped out, there was movement in the other 3 rooms as well. A minute later, Luke, Fana, and 3 other multiverse gaming players whom Gao Yang did not recognize walked out of their respective rooms. Gao Yang nodded to Luke in acknowledgement, then stopped waiting and took the initiative to walk toward the spiral staircase in the center. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, the black mist that had previously gathered in the bookshelf area suddenly surged violently. The bookshelves, which had already been mostly corroded, collapsed with a roar in that instant, and the thick black mist began to spread across the top floor like liquid. It seemed that if one did not reach the top of the high tower via this spiral staircase quickly, they would be swallowed by this black mist. Gao Yang did not pay it any mind. As he stepped up the stairs one by one, the black mist on the top floor became increasingly turbulent. Burke and the other two followed closely behind him, and further back were Luke and the other players who were quickly walking up the stairs. Chapter 330 for Pre-Battle Contract. Gao Yang walked on the stairs leading to the top of the tower. With each of his footsteps, puffs of floating dust rose from the steps. By now, the surrounding black mist had permeated the entire top floor space, and only this spiral staircase remained unaffected. Upon stepping onto the final stair, a slight sense of dizziness washed over him. Gao Yang's vision blurred, and when his sight cleared, he was already standing at the top of this ancient sacrificial tower. The top of the sacrificial tower was circular in its entirety, with an area similar to the top floor, and it was covered in red, scale-like tiles. Gao Yang stepped onto the roof of the tower and felt the solid, heavy texture beneath his feet, which surprised him somewhat. The tiles on this tower roof seemed unexpectedly sturdy. Gao Yang looked left and right, and finally, his gaze landed on the center of the tower roof. There, a long sacrificial banner was planted. The surface of the banner pole was covered in dragon scale-like cracks resembling dried tree branches. The material of the banner itself was unknown, but it looked as if it were burning with flames, appearing exceptionally striking. He looked up, and the sky was still filled with churning, thick black mist. Movement came from behind him. It was Burke and the others teleporting over. As soon as the teleportation was complete, the 3 factions, Luke, Fana, and the others tacitly maintained a certain distance from Gao Yang and his group. Subsequently, everyone's eyes fell upon the sacrificial banner, which stood a zhang high in the center of the tower roof. However, several minutes passed, and no one took any action. No one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out, and the situation reached a stalemate for a moment. The male player in the center of the trio stepped forward. After attracting everyone's attention, he said with an expressionless face, "Everyone, are we going to stand here and admire the view overlooking the city in the sky?" Luke held his staff and said coldly, "I am not in a hurry. If you are in a hurry, then you go first." The diamond-shaped crystal between Fana's brows was a faint orange, which indicated that she was in a fairly good mood right now. She glanced at Luke before saying, I don't mind admiring the view here at the top of the sacrificial tower. The male player who had stepped forward cast his gaze toward Gao Yang's side. In terms of numbers, Gao Yang's group of 4 people and 1 cat was clearly the largest. In his view, the attitude of Gao Yang's side would determine how this battle would proceed. Gao Yang looked toward him, and their gazes collided in midair. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze. The male player on the other side seemed to specialize in the mental and spiritual aspects. The eye contact just now had actually given him a feeling similar to facing the mental Master Palmer. However, compared to the terrifying intensity of Master Palmer, who could devour his mental will with a single glance, the man before him was clearly not quite on that level. Gao Yang did not speak, but his attitude had already said everything. The male player in the center of the trio who had spoken earlier had a slightly unnatural expression. His original plan had been to integrate the 3 teams other than his own to face the master of the sacrificial tower together. But now, there was not the slightest possibility of his plan being implemented. Gao Yang looked at Luke and said, "Let's go up together. Don't waste time." Luke nodded slightly and then used the multiverse gaming system to draft a contract. "Let's sign this contract first. During the process of dealing with the master of the sacrificial tower, we are not allowed to attack each other." Gao Yang took it, examined it carefully, and after confirming that it was a fair contract drafted by the multiverse gaming system, he signed his team's name. That's right, they signed their team name, which was very plain and unadorned. City in the Sky Cleaning Team. Luke took back the contract, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. He then handed the contract to Fana. Fana's eyes rippled. She took the contract, glanced at it casually, and signed her name. Afterward, the contract drifted toward the trio. The leading male player took the contract, and a flash of anger flickered beneath his lowered eyelids. He had failed to secure a dominant position, and now he could only be forced to sign this fair contract. If he did not sign, then the next moment, he and his teammates would be besieged by the 3 parties led by Gao Yang until they were driven out of this sacrificial tower or killed on the spot. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and signed his name directly on the contract long duo. Subsequently, his 2 teammates behind him also signed their names respectively. With all 4 teams present having signed the contract, the atmosphere in the area eased up quite a bit. "If there are no problems, then let's go," Luke said. Burke stepped forward and raised his ice blue great shield in front of him. Thick ice-type energy gathered, and in just a few seconds, a solid ice wall 1.8 meters high and over 3 meters long appeared in front of Burke. Gao Yang stepped forward, holding Heiyao, and casually slashed out a sword aura. The sword energy headed straight for the fiery red sacrificial banner. Just before it could make contact, the movement of the fluttering banner suddenly slowed to an extreme degree. A strange ripple spread out from the banner, and wherever this ripple passed, even the sword energy unleashed by Gao Yang was frozen in midair. At this moment, the darkness in the sky rapidly receded, replaced by a blazing sun hanging high in the heavens. Everyone looked up to see a black shadow in robes appearing at the center of the scorching sun. Then, the shadow began to descend, its speed increasing rapidly. The air was ignited by the intense friction, as if a sun were falling. The heavy sense of oppression made everyone on the tower top feel their shoulders grow heavy and their breathing become difficult. The sun formed by the black shadow fell, and the moment it reached the top of the tower, it transformed from extreme motion to extreme stillness. That understated feeling created a sense of contrast so intense it almost made one want to vomit. The black shadow landed beside the sacrificial banner. His robes were a dazzling white gold, and the wide sacrificial garment worn over his frame, which exceeded 2 meters in height, gave him an incomparable air of solemnity and majesty. A flash of shock appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. The reason was that the person before him was different from all the monsters he had killed previously. Although his face looked somewhat gaunt and his frame was massive, he appeared to be a living, breathing human elder. The old man slowly reached out a large hand. The moment his withered, bony hand grasped the sacrificial banner, a faint, ethereal sound of sacrificial chanting murmured in the air. At the same time, the old man's physique underwent a drastic change. His withered hands rapidly plumped up. His aged skin regained its elasticity, and the veins that had lost their vitality became supple once more. Following this, his tall yet lanky frame began to expand. The previously somewhat loose sacrificial robes were quickly filled out by bulging muscles, and his gaunt face also regained its vitality and vigor. In less than a second, he had transformed from a decrepit old man on the verge of death into a middle-aged giant, his body filled with explosive muscle and surging blood energy. On the chest of his white gold sacrificial robe, a fiercely burning flame emblem appeared, signifying that he held the highest status among all the priests. Clearly, this was the master of this sacrificial tower. Thank you all for your hard work. Under the illumination of the sun, the tower master slowly opened his eyes, which were also white gold, and his deep voice resonated in the hearts of Gao Yang and the others. Chapter 335, Sacrificing Time. After hearing the voice of the sacrificial tower master, Gao Yang's gaze sank slightly. The pressure brought upon him by the tower master before him was extremely heavy, second only to facing the mind master Palmer. No, Gao Yang suddenly thought, if even the legendary path could be used as a reward for the battle merit rankings, then how could this ancient kingdom not have a presence at the legendary level? In other words, it was highly likely that the sacrificial tower master before him was a powerful being who had reached the legendary realm. This thought had barely surfaced before Gao Yang dismissed it. If the tower master were a legendary, then they would have basically no chance of winning this battle, even though they appeared to be numerous. In front of a legendary, quantity could not determine the outcome of the battle. After the tower master finished speaking, he tilted his head slightly to look at the sun in the sky. Raising his hands in a gesture of embrace, praise the sun. To be able to move under the radiance of the sun is truly a wonderful thing. Gao Yang and the others looked at each other, watching the tower master's actions. None of them took the initiative to speak or attack. A full minute passed before the tower master, bathed in sunlight, lowered his head. His gaze swept over Gao Yang and his group, and he smiled as he proposed. It has been a long time since I had a proper battle. You may call me Tower Master, just as many of the citizens of my Yan Kingdom do. So, shall we begin now? Judging by his appearance, he did not seem to be looking for a life or death struggle, but rather a friendly exchange with friends. As he spoke, the Tower Master took the initiative to grasp the ancient wooden pole of the long banner. Whoosh, flutter. The moment the Tower Master grasped the banner, the previously drooping fabric moved without wind, waving wantonly in the air and emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Gao Yang looked at the Tower Master and suddenly asked, Tower Master, as far as I know, the Yan Kingdom has not appeared before the world for endless years. Why is your condition so good? The Tower Master paused. His white gold pupils looked at Gao Yang, and he said with a smile, that is simple, because I sacrificed my own time. Sacrifice time. Everyone present could understand the Tower Master's words, but they could not grasp the meaning behind them. Can time also be used as a sacrifice? Luke's eyes brimmed with an intense thirst for knowledge. He stared fixedly at the Tower Master and asked aloud, Of course. The Tower Master spread his hands, letting his fleshy, well-built palms fall into the eyes of the crowd. Time can also be used as a sacrificial offering. After sacrificing time, my existence became fixed. Time has no meaning for me anymore. I could not move, could not breathe, could not study. I sealed myself within that sun, waiting for this day to arrive. The Tower Master smiled and added, The appearance you saw first was my true form. What you see now is merely me taking out a bit of the time I had deposited within the banner. So, is your current appearance what you looked like when you were young? Fana looked at the Tower Master with great interest and asked, one could say that. The Tower Master nodded and replied, What a terrifying method. Mangyun whispered behind Gao Yang. Using time as a sacrifice, no one present had ever heard of such a thing. Not to mention the ability to deposit time into a weapon and take it out directly when needed. Such an operation shattered their understanding of reality. Are there any more questions? The Tower Master looked at Gao Yang and the others, smiling as he spoke. Ever since he sacrificed his time, he had not spoken to anyone. This emergence had greatly increased his desire to confide in others. Moreover, if he did not speak now, perhaps he would not have the opportunity after the battle. Is the Tower Master a legendary existence? Lonkadu asked curiously. Legendary. The Tower Master looked on with a hint of nostalgia, shaking his head slightly. I am no longer that. My identity and my life vanished along with the fall of the Sky City. The person standing before you now is merely an old fool who refuses to die because he has lingering concerns. However, upon seeing all of you, I know that I can finally choose to embrace death." After speaking, the Tower Master swung the long banner in his hand with great force, and white gold flames began to burn fiercely across his body. "Come, fight me to your heart's content, and send this man who should have been buried long ago to his final rest." His voice was low and powerful, reaching deep into the hearts of everyone present. "Do not harbor the slightest bit of luck, or you will truly die." Whoosh! As the Tower Master finished speaking, a massive fireball had already formed in front of Luke. Trailing a long tail of flame, the fireball instantly crossed the distance between them, slamming toward the sacrificial Tower Master. The sacrificial Tower Master swung his long banner, the 3-meter-long weapon emitting a heavy whistle as it struck the incoming fireball without the slightest hesitation or evasion. A violent explosion erupted along with the scattering flames. The sacrificial Tower Master stepped out from the fire, his sturdy frame completely unscathed. His white gold eyes narrowed slightly, fixed on Luke, and then faint smoke began to diffuse from his palms. Sacrifice. The moment he opened his palms, Luke felt his heart contract violently. Without a second thought, he activated the magic on his accessory, and his entire body vanished from the spot. The flesh on the Tower Master's palms withered slightly. He watched Luke disappear. A look of approval in his eyes. Swish. Light flickered, and Luke reappeared at the edge of the tower roof. He looked at his right arm, only to see that the arm, which had been full of vitality, was now showing signs of withering and aging. If he had not escaped in time, it likely would not have been just his right arm showing signs of decay. The sacrificial Tower Master withdrew his gaze and swung his long banner, accurately parrying the greatsword Gao Yang had brought down. A metallic clang rang out as the banner was deflected, but the trajectory of the black obsidian greatsword did not change in the slightest, continuing to hack down toward the Tower Master's head. The sacrificial Tower Master was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Gao Yang's strike to be this heavy. As the greatsword descended, he showed no panic. His lips moved slightly, and faint smoke emanated from his body. Sacrifice of time. The pale white smoke on the sacrificial Tower Master's body erupted, rapidly expanding to cover a 3-meter radius centered on him. Almost simultaneously, Gao Yang felt the surrounding space become incredibly viscous. It was as if he were submerged in thick liquid. In reality, this was a phenomenon caused by time being slowed down. Within this field, the sacrificial Tower Master took a step to the side with leisurely ease, effortlessly dodging the black obsidian greatsword that was descending as if in slow motion. With a solid, dull thud, Gao Yang was sent flying by the Tower Master's banner, crashing into the ice wall created by Burke. Chapter 336. The tip of the iceberg. Gao Yang rose from the shattered ice. Burke climbed over the half-meter thick ice wall and looked at Gao Yang with concern. "Big boss, are you alright?" He had only held up his great shield in a defensive stance to absorb the impact of Gao Yang's high-speed collision, and his own forearms were nearly cracking. It was hard to imagine just how exaggerated the blow Gao Yang had endured from the banner was. "I'm fine. Just take care of Meng Yin and Mu Wang, and don't get too close." After giving his instructions, Gao Yang charged forward again. That previous strike from the banner had a strong knockback effect, which was exactly why he had been sent flying. But in terms of actual damage, while it was extremely powerful, it was still within Gao Yang's tolerance. Not to mention, he still had the buff from Mu Wang and the healing energy from Meng Yin, making these minor injuries even less significant. Gao Yang swept past at high speed. Halfway through his charge, Milafina, who had been floating in the air, caught up and landed directly on his shoulder. Milafina was burning with light flames. She looked at the sacrificial Tower Master's sturdy frame, pale golden light igniting in her eyes. Meow, what a powerful opponent! While Gao Yang was being sent flying by the banner, Fana and one of Lonkaduo's teammates had already rushed up. The crystal on Fana's forehead was now a vivid, dripping color. Diamond-shaped crystals the size of palms emerged across her body, shining with a brilliant luster under the dazzling sunlight. She held a crystal longsword, its color synchronized with the crystal on her forehead. She rushed to the Tower Master's side and thrust her sword toward his chest. With a crisp clink, The crystal sword struck the flame brand on the sacrificial Tower Master's chest. The seemingly soft white gold sacrificial robe possessed a defensive power that was in no way inferior to heavy armor. After blocking Fana's attack, the sacrificial Tower Master flipped one hand and slammed a fist down toward her head. Fana looked up abruptly, her entire body rapidly completing its crystallization in that instant. The fist landed, and she transformed into countless crystal fragments that drifted backward in a radial pattern. Then, they gathered together again, reforming into Fana's appearance. Watching this scene, Gao Yang couldn't help but feel his horizons broadened. If the full force of that punch had been unleashed on Fana's physical body, she might not have been able to withstand it. However, this method of crystallization the opponent used was truly miraculous. Judging by Fana's appearance, she didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. As Fana was sent flying by the punch, Lonkaduo immediately stepped in. His original physique was not particularly strong, but at this moment, as he faced the sacrificial Tower Master, his body suddenly surged to 3 meters in height, standing half a head taller than the Tower Master. A whistling sound of wind arose as his arms were enveloped in orange-yellow light. He then swung his sandbag-sized fists, striking down at the long banner that the sacrificial Tower Master was swinging down from above. The two small giants exchanged several blows in succession, before the sacrificial Tower Master slammed his banner into Lonkaduo's chest. A teeth-grinding sound of bones fracturing erupted from Lonkaduo's chest. Visibly, his muscular chest caved in rapidly, and his massive frame stumbled back more than a dozen steps. Lonkaduo, caught in the heat of battle, felt that the sacrificial Tower Master's attack speed was shockingly fast. However, in the eyes of Gao Yang and the others, it was not that the Tower Master was too fast, but rather that Lonkaduo's movements had been slowed down significantly, to the point where he could not keep up with the frequency of the Tower Master's attacks. The sacrificial Tower Master stared at Lonkaduo, and two intensely condensed white rays suddenly shot out from his platinum gold pupils, aiming straight for the center of Lonkaduo's brow. Lonkaduo's expression shifted. The next moment, his body shrank back to its normal size. This sudden change in physique allowed him to successfully evade the ray attack that followed closely behind. Although the sacrificial Tower Master was no longer a legend, it was clear that his abilities still far exceeded the transcendent sequence, and the intensity of some of his abilities still possessed legendary-level power. For instance, the sacrificial abilities he used and his long banner combat techniques. As for others, because the Tower Master had not yet displayed them, Gao Yang had no way of knowing. But none of that mattered, because a powerful wind pressure was already rushing toward them. The vibrant, dripping wet long banner fluttered in the wind. As it danced, it was filled with a sense of power while carrying a peculiar aesthetic beauty. In a trance, Gao Yang saw a massive bonfire around the flames. A large number of priests dressed in platinum robes waved long banners, stepping in strange patterns as they danced around the fire. Clang, 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 clang. In the blink of an eye, the black sword and the long banner clashed frantically. Gao Yang felt his blood and chi surging, and his bones emitted creaking sounds of being unable to bear the pressure. Time sacrifice. Familiar smoke erupted from the Tower Master's body. At that instant, a flash of black gold light flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. He swung his sword, his willpower pouring out like a dam opening its gates, merging into the strike as he slashed toward the Tower Master. The Tower Master swung his long banner, blocking Gao Yang's sword, which had not slowed down in the slightest. To think you could infuse your willpower into your attack to resist the slowed perception of time. With just one glance, the sacrificial Tower Master had seen through the essence of Gao Yang's attack. It must be said that even after falling from the legendary tier, the insight possessed by the sacrificial Tower Master was still beyond the reach of Gao Yang and the others. Although his secret was exposed, Gao Yang remained unmoved. This unstoppable sword strike knocked the sacrificial Tower Master back several meters. Gao Yang then stepped forward again, following up with another sword strike, slashing down from above. Clang! The long banner blocked horizontally, but under Gao Yang's increasingly monstrous slashes, the sacrificial Tower Master could only continue to retreat. Gao Yang unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, his slashing power climbing to its peak. He swung his sword once more, wind pressure surging in all directions, and the sacrificial Tower Master was sent flying backward by the impact. While in midair, a giant hand shimmering with arcane light appeared behind him. The giant hand clenched into a fist, the surface of which completely engulfed the sacrificial Tower Master. Sacrifice, face. As the giant hand struck, the sacrificial Tower Master held one hand vertically in front of him. The next moment, the giant hand slammed into his back, and the space shattered like glass. The sacrificial Tower Master followed the momentum of this force, regained his balance, and landed on the top of the tower. A very good attack, but the level of power is still lacking quite a bit. The sacrificial Tower Master looked at Luke and commented with interest. Gao Yang stopped. The sacrificial Tower Master before him felt like an iceberg floating on the sea. What he saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was not just him. Luke and the others felt the same way. That sacrificial ability seemed capable of sacrificing everything to convert it into a means for his own use. The previous slowing of time was like this, and the current use of space as a defense was the same. The sacrificial Tower Master rolled his shoulders, and the flames on his body became even more turbulent. Having just revived, and now after a period of warming up, the sacrificial Tower Master's state was gradually climbing toward the peak he could currently reach. Chapter 337. Extreme output from the crotch. Sacrificial Tower Master, dozens of meters away, planted his sacrificial long banner in front of him and raised both hands in a sacrificial gesture. Following his movements, the flames on his body became increasingly turbulent. Whoosh! A large hand gripped the banner pole, and scorching flames enveloped the entire banner. Patterns of fire composed of white smoke appeared on both the sacrificial Tower Master and the banner. A pure white mask manifested on the Tower Master's face. The mask had only two symmetrical holes, and the Tower Master's platinum gold pupils looked through the holes at Gao Yang opposite him. The Tower Master gripped the long banner with both hands and swung it down violently. As the banner swung down, a burst of flame energy flew out. After this energy was released, it rapidly split, transforming into a large expanse of burning fire that engulfed a wide area in front of him. Boom, boom. Gao Yang unleashed his sword strikes and one punch in succession, knocking away all the incoming fireballs. Although the flames did not hurt him, the violent heat waves caused Milafina, who was on Gao Yang's shoulder, to shriek incessantly. Gao Yang crouched slightly, and the next moment, he vanished from his spot, reappearing in front of the sacrificial Tower Master. Wind pressure rushed toward them, causing the sacrificial Tower Master's platinum sacrificial robe to flap violently. He watched the sword Gao Yang brought down and felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if it were not a greatsword descending, but a terrifying natural disaster condensed entirely into this single strike, slashing toward him. Sacrifice. Space. The sacrificial Tower Master spoke quickly, and the space in front of him suddenly became as hard as iron. The next moment, the space in front of the Tower Master shattered. With this momentary buffer, the Tower Master tilted his body sharply, and the terrifying slash passed by his side. The violent sword pressure blew past, pulling the Tower Master's hair straight to the other side. The greatsword slammed into the top of the high tower. The entire sacrificial tower seemed to tremble, but unexpectedly, the tower top beneath the Tower Master's feet did not collapse. After Gao Yang finished his strike, he did not pause in the slightest. He flipped the greatsword and slashed toward the Tower Master's waist and abdomen. Clang. The greatsword was blocked by the long banner. The air waves triggered by the clash of their weapons spread out, creating ripples in the surrounding air and giving off a sense of raw, unadorned power. After blocking Gao Yang's strike, the sacrificial Tower Master did not engage in a contest of strength. Instead, he released his grip on the long banner with extreme speed, thereby nullifying the follow-up impact of Gao Yang's slash. Subsequently, he brought his freed hands together in front of his chest, aiming the triangular area formed between them directly at Gao Yang's chest. Gao Yang's pupils constricted. This was a common technique used by low to mid-level undead priests. His heart hammered violently, and a massive amount of battle aura surged from his body, manifesting into a nearly tangible suit of armor to shield his front. Fragments of the golden red armor splattered as Gao Yang's body was forced back several steps. If he hadn't reacted in time, being struck by this attack would likely have killed him on the spot. Even with the existence of his passive ability, 10,000 calamities and dying. 10,000 calamities and dying effect 1, imperfectionless. The tempered body makes your physique increasingly formidable. Your fatal weaknesses are reduced. Your heart is no longer considered a fatal weak point, though your brain remains one. If your head is separated from your body for more than 30 seconds, you will die completely. Gao Yang stomped his right foot heavily onto the ground, and in the next moment, he used the counter-force to dash toward the side of the Tower Master. Mid-stride, he completed a turn without the slightest hesitation, continuing his assault on the sacrificial Tower Master from the flank. The blade edge sliced through the air, aiming for the side of the Tower Master's neck. The Tower Master turned abruptly, his eyes erupting with a brilliant platinum light. The next moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it down mercilessly toward Gao Yang's incoming greatsword. Sacrifice, 10,000 mountains. As the punch fell, towering mountain ranges seemed to manifest behind the Tower Master. These phantom mountains followed the descent of his fist, each turning into streams of light that merged into his arm. This punch appeared slow but was actually incredibly fast. Wherever the fist passed, even the space itself emitted cracking sounds of being unable to bear the pressure. Fist and sword collided, and a violent roar suddenly exploded. Rings of white air waves spread from the point of impact, and the ferocious force sent Gao Yang flying backward. Gao Yang felt a tearing pain in his right arm bone. Under this agony, he had no choice but to release his grip on the sword hilt. The next instant, the black obsidian spun and vanished into a point of starlight, disappearing from everyone's field of vision. The sacrificial Tower Master had sent Gao Yang's great sword flying with a single punch. His face beneath the mask remained unmoved. He then swung the long banner once more, smashing it down toward Gao Yang with a boom. Gao Yang crossed his arms to block in front of him, leaping backward with all his might. The next moment, the long banner slammed into his braced arms, and his entire body turned into a black streak, sent flying like a baseball. The ice wall shattered. Burke felt a massive force transmitted from his ice shield, without giving him a moment to react. He and his shield were sent flying together. The two of them rolled nearly 100 meters along the ground before finally coming to a stop. Burke lay on his back, his large ice blue shield scattered a few meters away. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he had begun to harbor some doubts about the world. Gao Yang propped himself up with one hand and sat up, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. While he was dazed, Luke and the others became the new targets of the sacrificial Tower Master's attacks. Fana and Ronkodo circled the Tower Master, attacking continuously, while Luke and Ronkodo's two teammates began to unleash their firepower frantically. Under the combined efforts of the five, even the sacrificial Tower Master, once a top-tier powerhouse of the Yan Kingdom, appeared slightly disheveled. Luke, Fana's roar rang out. At this moment, she had transformed into a large amount of crystal shards, clinging to the Tower Master's upper body. Her crystallized form was incredibly hard, making it extremely difficult for the Tower Master to move. Ronkodo had transformed back into a small giant, grabbing the Tower Master's two arms firmly from behind. At this moment, Luke had already finished casting his spell, and a crimson ray as thick as an arm shot toward the Tower Master's head. Wherever the ray passed, the space itself appeared slightly distorted due to the terrifying heat. Sacrifice. The Tower Master's gaze was calm. The next moment, his body and Ronkodo's body suddenly swapped positions. Ronkodo maintained his grappling posture, but there was nothing in front of him anymore. Only an extremely condensed crimson ray shooting toward his chest. Ronkodo's eyes were wide with horror. If he were hit head-on by this solar flame ray without any preparation, he felt his physique would likely not be able to withstand it. Aside from him, Luke's eyes were equally sharp. They had signed a combat contract earlier. If he accidentally hit Ronkodo, he would likely be forcibly kicked out of this place for violating the contract. In that instant, Ronkodo let out a roar, his body expanding and growing larger once again, surging from 3 meters to 5 meters. The moment his transformation was complete, the crimson ray grazed his crotch and shot toward the sacrificial Tower Master behind him. Chapter 338 Collapse Hiss. This thrilling and heart-stopping scene caused the many men present to gasp in cold air, their legs involuntarily clamping together slightly. It was just by a hair's breadth. Ronkodo's physical and psychological vital points were nearly subjected to a devastating blow from Luke. Ronkodo felt the scorching heat passing by his crotch, his expression filled with lingering fear. This sacrificial Tower Master had far too many tricks up his sleeve. It was easy to fall into his trap if one wasn't careful. The solar flame ray erupted from beneath Ronkoto's crotch, heading straight for the Tower Master's face. Sacrifice, heroic spirit protection. Facing the incoming solar flame ray, the sacrificial Tower Master spoke once more. The next moment, phantom figures emerged from the void in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The crimson ray struck these phantom figures. At first, it was like a hot knife through butter, but after shooting through hundreds of phantom figures, the crimson ray inevitably began to weaken. In the end, the ray stopped less than a centimeter in front of the Tower Master. Unable to break through the final dozen or so phantom figures, the ray vanished. The Tower Master's arm muscles bulged, and firelight mixed with white steam evaporated from his skin. Fana screamed in pain. The next moment, she voluntarily detached herself from the Tower Master, and ray gathered into her form in the distance. The crystal at the center of her brow had turned a deep gray, a testament to the overwhelming fear filling her heart at this moment. The sacrificial Tower Master raised his head, his platinum eyes beneath the mask devoid of any emotion. He took a single step, and in the next instant, he appeared directly before Luke. Shadows emerged, and the long banner danced, blotting out the sky as it crashed down toward Luke with a thunderous roar. A faint glimmer of light flashed, and Luke teleported several dozen meters away. But before he could even steady himself, the scene before his eyes shifted once more. By the time he realized what was happening, he saw that same sky-obscuring shadow continuing its descent toward his skull. He had teleported away, only to be dragged back by the sacrificial Tower Master. As a result, he was now completely powerless to block the Tower Master's strike. As for leaving via the comprehensive network teleportation, the spatial fluctuations were too intense in the midst of battle, making it impossible to execute. Is this where I die? Luke looked at the long banner inches away, suddenly murmuring to himself. At this moment, his heart was unprecedentedly calm. Air carrying a hint of moisture blew in through the narrow window, bringing with it the distinct salty scent of the sea. The sound of crashing waves filled his ears. Luke, dressed in a mage apprentice robe, held a thick magic book in his hands. Beside him was a young girl with a bored expression, a crystal embedded in the center of her brow. He was only 15 years old back then, and the girl beside him was Fana, who was only 14. That day, as always, he was studying magic that he found incredibly fascinating. Yet he had neglected the girl who had been by his side all along. 30 years have already passed, haven't they? Holding the magic book, Luke turned his head to look at Fana, who had been watching him. This youthful, girlish face was so bright and moving at this moment. Fana, if I were given another chance, I think I would have proposed to you, Luke murmured, closing his eyes. The crystal shattered, and Luke's body was sent flying backward heavily. A violent pain surged, drowning out Luke's thoughts. But at this moment, the physical agony was not even a 10,000th of the pain in his heart. Fana, his body hit the ground like a discarded sack, rolling more than a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Before him lay the scattered fragments of the crystal. These crystal shards were trembling, trying to gather together. But what had once been an easy task was now harder than ascending to the heavens. Luke was bleeding from his 7 orifices, his hair disheveled, but he paid it no mind. He forcibly channeled the meager remaining magic power in his body to gather the crystal shards together. Afterward, he took a bottle of emerald green liquid from his inventory and poured it directly onto the crystal shards. Whoosh! A violent wind pressure struck again. The Tower Master had swung his long banner and caught up. Fana had not yet recovered. If she took this hit, she would undoubtedly die. In that instant, Luke did not hesitate in the slightest. He forced his body to stand up, shielding Fana. Even death could not stop his determination to save her. But how could a frail spellcaster withstand the attack of the sacrificial Tower Master? If this banner landed, there would be only one outcome. Luke and Fana would die together. It was just that Luke would be in front, and Fana behind. A roar echoed, and Luke's vision suddenly darkened. A 10-meter-tall humanoid dragon stood before him, its equally massive black sword blocking the descending long banner. Gao Yang kicked the spine of the black sword, hi-yow, and the terrifying force knocked the Tower Master's banner aside. Milafina, perched on the back of his head, looked at Luke with a speechless expression. Hey, Are you not going to take your girlfriend's fragments and run? Do you want to watch the battle from up close? Luke was jolted back to reality. He quickly offered a word of thanks, gathered Fana's crystal fragments, and ran toward the distance. Calamity, great waterfall. The battle chi within Gao Yang's body surged wildly. The black sword in his hand erupted with scorching golden-red radiance. And then a golden-red waterfall seemed to descend from the heavens, carrying a vast and mighty momentum as it crashed toward the head of the sacrificial Tower Master. Now manifesting in his dragon form, Gao Yang's height completely dwarfed the sacrificial Tower Master. Facing this sword strike, the sacrificial Tower Master took a deep breath, his sacrificial banner swirling as he struck upward to meet Haiyao. As the sword descended, there was a brief silence before scorching flames and battle chi exploded violently. The shockwave forced Gao Yang and the Tower Master apart, but before Gao Yang could even steady himself, he launched another surprise attack. Power surged through his body, and he swung his sword down again from a commanding position. Fatal strike, tyrant slash. Haiyao descended with a shriek that pierced the eardrums. Before the strike even landed, the rampaging sword chi had already covered the ground around the sacrificial Tower Master with slashes. In the distance, Luke's heart pounded wildly, holding Fana, whose body had recovered by half, in one arm. He waved his staff with the other, and a portal appeared before him. He pulled the door open and stepped through, disappearing with Fana. On the other side, Lonkaduo and his two companions did the same, whatever method they used. They forcibly broke away from the battlefield atop the tower. As for Burke, Mengyan, and the others, they had retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Burke held his great shield in front of him, while Mengyan and Mu Wang behind him were frantically healing him. Hold the line. The top of the tower is going to collapse. Burke looked down at the cracked tower top beneath his feet, the roar of Gao Yang and the Tower Master's frantic exchange filling his ears. He gripped his shield tightly, his voice sounding as if it were squeezed from the depths of his throat. As his words faded, the next moment, accompanied by a massive collision, the top of the sacrificial tower finally failed to support the intensity of the bombardment, shattering into countless fragments that rained downward. Chapter 339, Gao Yang Susanu. Dust rose and rubble flew. Golden red battle chi and scorching white flames entangled and devoured one another, with heavy black mist permeating the space between them. Whoosh! Gao Yang spread his dragon wings. His formidable physique allowed him to remain unfazed by the catastrophic collapse. Blood dripped from the tip of his sword, and the world before his eyes was slightly blurred, the lingering effect of the frantic exchange with the sacrificial Tower Master just moments ago. The sacrificial Tower Master was the strongest entity he had encountered thus far. Not only did he possess a bizarre array of sacrificial abilities, but his close-quarters combat skills were also exceptionally seasoned and formidable. In the Tower Master's hands, a sacrificial long banner was swung with the weight and force of a mountain. Flames cascaded from the banner as the sacrificial Tower Master maneuvered the fabric, descending from mid-air toward the ground below. In a mere instant, however, he stepped onto the empty air beneath his feet. A shockwave exploded outward, and he suddenly accelerated, lunging forward. The long banner in his hand flipped, imbued with both a sense of fierce, raw power and the mysterious aura of a sacrificial rite. The banner swung down, scattering flames in every direction. Gao Yang countered with his own sword. The greatsword whistled, and power as boiling as magma erupted beneath his blade. The sacrificial Tower Master was slammed heavily against the wall, causing a web of cracks to instantly spiderweb across the surface behind him. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. The Tower Master's strike had not posed a significant threat. Instead, it felt as though he were lacking in follow-through. His gaze pierced through the black mist and flames, landing on the sacrificial Tower Master, and he noticed that the man's burly frame seemed to have grown thinner. The sacrificial Tower Master gripped his long banner, his eyes filled with a faint sense of nostalgia and relief. He had waited in this sacrificial tower for so long that he could no longer even remember what it was he had been guarding. Feeling the power within his body steadily ebbing away, he understood that he did not have much time left. Battle aura erupted wildly from Gao Yang's body, quickly forming a phantom image behind him that was a size larger than he was. The black obsidian sword in his hand ignited with flames, which then transformed into sword chi. Finally, a tangible, glowing crimson black obsidian sword was gripped in the hands of the battle or a phantom. Gao Yang stomped, shattering the rubble beneath his feet. With a boom, he flapped his wings and charged ferociously at the sacrificial Tower Master, delivering a heavy, sweeping strike. As the sword descended, the sacrificial Tower Master slapped his palm against the wall, using the recoil to dodge the blow. But behind Gao Yang, the massive battle aura phantom also brought down its glowing crimson greatsword. The interval between the two strikes was incredibly short, and it was a predictive attack, meaning the sacrificial Tower Master had not yet steadied himself before the blow was upon him. Left with no other choice, he could only raise his long banner to block. The immense force struck, and the sacrificial Tower Master was sent flying by Gao Yang's sword once more, smashing through a large amount of falling architectural debris before finally crashing into the tower wall. The massive black shadow followed closely behind. The moment the sacrificial Tower Master slammed into the wall, Gao Yang's next strike arrived. Boom, boom, with two destructive, thunderous explosions. The long banner was knocked from the wall. Gao Yang looked at the sacrificial Tower Master embedded in the rubble. His platinum robes were shredded with several massive tears, and his strong body bore several wounds deep enough to see bone. Yet, strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from his injuries. This signified one thing. Although the sacrificial Tower Master appeared to be a living man, he was, in reality, already a corpse. This also explained why his power was gradually fading. The power within the sacrificial Tower Master was like a battery. Every bit of energy used was gone forever, with no way to replenish it. Realizing this, Gao Yang did not hesitate for a second. He raised his great sword and struck again. Familiar spatial fragments exploded in front of the Tower Master, but a portion of the black obsidian's cutting force still landed on him. As the impact hit, the cracks in the wall behind him grew more numerous and dense. From within the rubble, a giant fist covered in cold dragon scales smashed down. The violent force made the entire sacrificial tower tremble. The white mask on the sacrificial Tower Master's face developed a web of cracks, but the eyes exposed beneath it revealed a look of satisfaction. Heavenly disaster, hail slash. A piercing sword whistle echoed through the tower. Gao Yang, along with the battle aura phantom behind him, turned his sword-wielding right hand into countless afterimages. In a brief moment, both of them had unleashed 5 strikes each. The gale-like slashes completely engulfed the sacrificial Tower Master. When the strikes finally ceased, the sacrificial robes on the Tower Master were tattered beyond recognition, and the white mask on his face shattered into pieces. Gao Yang exhaled the stagnant air from his chest, a trail of blood droplets dripping from various parts of his right arm. This level of frenzied slashing, even for him, remained a massive burden on his body. The sacrificial Tower Master lay within the wall, his body broken and ruined, yet he smiled brilliantly. He looked at Gao Yang and said with a glimmer of hope, "I hope you can reach the very center of the Sky City and let the Empire's last emperor find peace." Having said this, he pointed a finger at Gao Yang, and a tiny speck of light appeared at his fingertip. "I have nothing left to offer as a reward. This is a bit of my combat memory and insight. I hope you do not mind." Young and powerful Outlander, Gao Yang looked at the point of light at the Tower Master's fingertip, naturally understanding what it contained. He reached out to take it and nodded. The sacrificial Tower Master smiled, his extended arm dropping heavily, and his platinum-colored eyes began to dim rapidly. "You have killed the sacrificial Tower Master, Yin Jushin. You have gained 30,000 generally XP. You have gained 50,000 battle merits." Gao Yang paid no attention to the system notification. He took one last look at the now deceased sacrificial Tower Master before flying rapidly toward the bottom. The collapse of the sacrificial tower was accelerating, and Burke and the others were still below. A moment later, Gao Yang brought Burke and the others out from the massive ruins, flying out of the sacrificial tower while dodging the increasingly frequent falling debris. In his right hand, he still gripped the sacrificial long banner. 10 minutes later, the sacrificial tower finally collapsed completely, leaving behind nothing but a massive pile of architectural ruins that resembled a grave mound. Gao Yang landed on the ruins with Burke and the others. He took a step forward and began to walk toward the top of the debris. As he reached the top of the ruins, the sun directly overhead cast its warm light down upon him, illuminating Gao Yang and the massive tomb alike. bearing witness to the final glory of the Imperial Sacrificial Tower. A long, still crimson banner was planted by Gao Yang at the very peak of the mound. The tattered fabric fluttered in the breeze, and tied to the top of the pole was a fragment of a white mask. Its remaining eye socket seemed to gaze eternally upon this ancient city of miracles. Chapter 340. Memory Fragments of the Sacrificial Tower Master. Gao Yang turned and descended the giant tomb. He looked ahead to see Luke and Fana standing together, watching him. Once Gao Yang drew near, Luke stepped forward, looking intently into Gao Yang's eyes as he spoke. Gao Yang, I owe you to lives this time. If there is ever anything you need in the future, just say the word, even if it means venturing into purgatory or the abyss. Beside him, Fana pulled her lingering gaze away from Luke and bowed to Gao Yang with immense gratitude. Had it not been for Gao Yang, she and Luke would likely have perished under the Sacrificial Tower Master's banner. Although dying alongside Luke was not something Fana found unacceptable, she would hardly choose death if a better option existed. Gao Yang's appearance had not only saved Luke but also her and the hope she had waited decades for. Gao Yang glanced at Luke and Fana, then looked at the usually cold and detached Luke with a hint of teasing, saying, "Let's talk about that later. I don't think I should be the focus of your attention right now." Luke smiled awkwardly before taking the initiative to say, "Then let me aid you as a friend." Gao Yang did not refuse. He knew the extent of Luke's strength, and there might come a day when the other man could be of help. After adding Luke as a friend, Luke and Fana stylishly opened a portal and vanished from the sight of Gao Yang and the others. In the distance, Lonkaduo and his two companions watched the scene with complex expressions. However, after only a moment, the three of them chose a direction and disappeared into the black mist. Gao Yang turned back to Burke and the others, saying, "Find a sacrificial temple. I need to rest." The three of them exchanged quick glances and immediately set to work. Gao Yang found a random stone and sat down. The battle with the Sacrificial Tower Master had not been as easy as one might imagine. In particular, the Tower Master's mysterious and unpredictable sacrificial methods had forced Gao Yang to remain on high alert. Furthermore, every sword strike he unleashed had been imbued with his own willpower. Only by doing so could he barely resist the Tower Master's rituals and manage to wound him. The backlash of this approach was that Gao Yang's mental state was now rapidly flagging. "Gao Yang, are you alright?" Seeing Gao Yang's weary appearance, Melifana leaped from his shoulder, crouched before him, and tilted her head to look up at him. Gao Yang forced his eyes open and replied, "I'm fine. It's just excessive mental exhaustion. A rest will be enough. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Seeing this, Melifana quickly floated up, her large eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Sacrificial temples were not hard to find, and within half an hour, Burke and his companions returned. When they saw Gao Yang with his head bowed and Melifana standing guard, they couldn't help but feel nervous. "Melifana, what happened to Boss Gao Yang?" Mengyan asked, leaning toward Melifana. "The exhaustion was too great. He needs to rest." Melifana looked at the three of them and asked, "Did you find a sacrificial temple?" Burke nodded. "We found one, 10 minutes away from here. But given the boss's condition..." Gao Yang lifted his head. After half an hour of recovery, his mental state had improved slightly. He stood up and said, "I am fine. Let's head out immediately." Since Gao Yang had given the order, Burke and the others had no objections. In less than 10 minutes, the group arrived at a sacrificial temple. This temple was located in the 27th domain. By the time Gao Yang's group arrived, nearly 100 players were already resting there. The group found a corner, and Burke took 3 simple yet functional tents from his inventory, setting them up quickly. Gao Yang took one, Burke and Mu Wang took another, and Melifana and Mengyan took the third. This arrangement helped to avoid the prying eyes of other players. Once the tents were up, Gao Yang quickly ducked into his, locked it from the inside, and lay down to sleep. He slept for a full 10 hours before finally waking up. Upon waking, the sense of exhaustion had vanished, replaced by a more abundant mental energy. Gao Yang was not surprised by this. The growth of one's spirit or willpower followed the principle of consumption, reaching the limit, and recovery. His mental expenditure this time had indeed been massive, so it was normal to see a slight improvement after waking. A series of sounds came from his stomach. Gao Yang rubbed his cheeks and took out a dragon meat meal from his inventory to replenish his energy. After eating 2 portions of dragon meat and a kalo fruit, the hunger in his stomach finally subsided. Gao Yang sighed in satisfaction and then took out the memory fragment the sacrificial Tower Master had left behind. He looked at the white speck of light in his hand, which contained the Tower Master's combat experience and insights. I just wonder if it includes the Tower Master's methods for utilizing sacrifices. It would be a lie to say Gao Yang wasn't covetous of the Tower Master's elusive sacrificial techniques. Those methods could manipulate not only space but even time itself. If he could master them, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to his combat prowess. Perhaps he could even use them to develop more sword techniques. With the existence of the cultivation space, Gao Yang never felt that was a problem. Just like the phantom of Duqi that resembled the Susanu he had previously manifested, there was a specific direction to it. He had continuously refined it within the cultivation space before finally developing it for use in actual combat. However, this technique had extremely high requirements for both the quality of Duqi and the level of control over it. If Gao Yang did not possess the Duqi furnace, he would absolutely be unable to manifest it at his current stage. After all, this method could simply be described as an extravagant waste of Duqi. Furthermore, this technique also placed high demands on the body, especially when combined with the ultimate move of the disaster sword technique that Gao Yang had developed, Gale Slash. The physical burden was even more exaggerated. Gao Yang took a deep breath and then absorbed the memory light orb. The next moment, he closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. A figure wearing platinum sacrificial robes appeared. Gao Yang recognized at a glance that this was the sacrificial Tower Master he had fought fiercely against earlier. However, this time, there was no vitality in the sacrificial Tower Master's eyes. He was merely a fragment of memory, or rather, an image left behind by the sacrificial Tower Master. To the one who defeated me. By the time you see me, I should already be completely dead. Chapter 341, A Precious Treasure. Gao Yang did not speak, because he knew that the sacrificial Tower Master before him was just a memory projection and lacked the function of dialogue. He simply stared at the sacrificial Tower Master quietly, letting him continue to speak. This is a summary of my lifelong combat experience, which I have roughly divided into 3 modules: the sacrificial chapter, the combat chapter, and the secret arts chapter. Because I have lived for a relatively long time, I experienced countless battles and sacrifices for the rise of the empire during the first half of my life. Allow me to omit that part of the memory. After all, for me, it was indeed a beautiful time. Alright, then, I will stop with the nonsense. After the projection of the sacrificial Tower Master said this, it vanished from Gao Yang's field of vision, replaced by memories that had been categorized and sorted. The sheer vastness of this memory made even Gao Yang feel a start. This was definitely not an amount of memory that could be digested in a short time. Fortunately, Gao Yang had practiced a secret technique for memory extraction, so he easily stored the sacrificial Tower Master's memories in a dedicated area of his mind, intending to review them when he had time. After finishing the storage, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and began to look into the parts of the sacrificial Tower Master's memories regarding sacrificial time and space. This part belonged to the combat chapter, and the scenes within the memory were divided into 2 categories: research and development, and actual combat. Without hesitation, Gao Yang first looked at the part regarding research and development, only to find that it contained a massive amount of knowledge regarding sacrifices, exchanges, and the like. For someone like him with no foundation in sacrificial arts, it was like reading a heavenly book. He could not understand it at all. Forced by necessity, he had to set it aside and instead began to study its specific manifestations in actual combat. This time, he was able to understand it. He followed the perspective of the sacrificial Tower Master as he engaged in battle with various entities, absorbing the moisture he had never encountered before like a dried-out sponge. He soon became completely immersed in it. It was not until several anxious calls that Gao Yang finally regained his senses. He exited the consciousness space and looked toward the source of the sound, immediately seeing Melifina's shadow cast upon the tense fabric, her tail swaying back and forth incessantly. Gao Yang replied, soothing the somewhat worried Melifina, and then let out a long sigh of relief. The Sacrificial Tower Master's memories contained a wealth of practical combat experience, and when viewing these memories, he could freely switch perspectives, which was extremely convenient for him to learn and absorb the essential parts. It could be said that obtaining the Sacrificial Tower Master's combat memories was no less than having the Sacrificial Tower Master himself provide one-on-one, hands-on guidance on how to fight. For Gao Yang, this was an incredibly rare treasure trove. One must know that from the time Gao Yang became a Zhongwan player until now, he had never received any systematic education. Everything he had was figured out on his own. He was a purely self-taught practitioner. As a self-taught practitioner, although he was an extremely strong one, he inevitably encountered many problems in cultivation and combat that he could not solve. He could only simulate and fight repeatedly in the cultivation space, slowly groping his way toward the correct answers. This method was undoubtedly a massive waste of time. If he were someone with a sect inheritance, perhaps he could have obtained the correct answer just by asking an elder. The gap between the two could not be measured in words. This viewing alone had already yielded significant gains for Gao Yang. If there were no other matters, he would have wanted to keep watching, but now, he had to get up. The campaign still had to continue. Just as he unzipped the tent, Melifina jumped in. She looked up at Gao Yang and asked with some concern, "Gao Yang, are you all right? You slept for a full 17 hours. Gao Yang shook his head, signaling that he was fine. In fact, he had only slept for about 10 hours. The remaining 7 hours, aside from eating, were spent watching and absorbing the Sacrificial Tower Master's combat experience. Stepping out of the tent, the 3 members of Burke's group had also gathered. After nearly a day of rest, their conditions had basically fully recovered. "Boss, are we continuing the operation?" Burke asked first, then added, "Your ranking has dropped to 4th now. In nearly a day's time. The other players haven't been wasting theirs." "No problem, let's set off," Gao Yang said as he stood up. Burke nodded upon hearing this and began to pack up the tent. As for Gao Yang, he opened the battle merit leaderboard. His current battle merit was over 7.3 million, ranking 3rd. As for the players after the top 3, their battle merits had seen a sharp decline. The 4th place had only over 3 million, and the 5th was just approaching 3 million. However, the 1st place player, Rossith, had battle merits approaching 9 million. It was foreseeable that by the time the campaign ended, his battle merits would surely exceed 10 million. Looking at the progress again, the current cleanup progress had exceeded 70%, and it was only 27 percentage points away from 100% completion. Previously, Gao Yang had roughly calculated that 1 million battle points were equivalent to 1% of the clearing progress. Converting this, it meant there were still 27 million battle points remaining. Among these remaining 27 million battle points, if Gao Yang wanted to surpass Rossid and take 1st place, based on the current progress, he would need to ensure his final battle points reached at least 15 million at the very minimum. After all, since the battle point rewards were revealed, the rate at which Rossid's battle points increased had become even more exaggerated. He seemed like a tireless machine, frantically harvesting battle points. This indicated that he also wanted to obtain the plane core. Of course, no one would not want to obtain something like a plane core, and Gao Yang was no exception. The group left the sacrificial temple and began an intensive clearing operation. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. The closer they got to the center of the Sky City, the more powerful these undead creatures became. The overall clearing progress began to slow down, but the rate at which Gao Yang and his team acquired battle points did not decrease. This was because their speed in slaying the undead had not slowed, and these undead provided more battle points, causing their battle points to soar. Big Boss, you are less than 100,000 battle points away from the 1st place Rossid. After Gao Yang cleared the undead in front of him with a single sword strike, Burke lowered his ice blue great shield and said with excitement. Meng Yin immediately added, "The current clearing progress is at 94%, which means there are nearly 6 million battle points left. If we work a little harder, Big Boss will definitely be able to overtake Rossid and become number 1 on the battle point leaderboard." Burke and the others were all beaming with smiles. mainly because Gao Yang's battle points were already approaching 15 million as his teammates. They had also received a fair share of battle points. Now, as the main tank, Burke's battle points had squeezed into the top 50, currently ranking 44th. Do not underestimate this 44th place. The corresponding battle point reward was extremely good. If sold, it should be worth over 100,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins. Chapter 340 to Meteor Descent. Do not underestimate these 100,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins. One must know that the plane civilization where Burke and his companions lived was already a plane deeply integrated into the Multiverse Network, and the currency they used in their daily lives was directly the Multiverse Network disaster coins. Moreover, the purchasing power of Multiverse Network disaster coins was not low. Generally, 800 Multiverse Network disaster coins a month was enough for an ordinary adult to satisfy their daily living needs. Note that these living needs were not just about food and clothing, but about living an affluent life with meat at every meal. Like Burke, an elite of the extraordinary sequence from a legendary academy, the gains from a single Multiverse Network dungeon adventure were about 3,000 to 5,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins. The gains from a Multiverse Network campaign like this, where they entered with their true bodies, would be 4 to 8 times higher, meaning a gain of 12,000 to 40,000. But now, just the reward for ranking 44th could be worth over 100,000 disaster coins, which was an extremely generous gain for the three of them, not to mention, in the process, they had also obtained many various treasures from the Yan Kingdom, such as magic gems and the ice blue great shield, placed in the plane where they lived. These were also items that had a price but no market. Gao Yang looked up toward the front. At the end of his line of sight was a majestic complex of palaces. That palace complex seemed to be built on a low hill, which made it extremely conspicuous. And that was the very center of this sky city, the place where the royal family of this ancient kingdom resided. The last emperor mentioned by the sacrificial tower master was also located in that palace complex. As the person with the highest status and greatest power in the Yan Kingdom, he naturally became the final link in the clearing progress. Correspondingly, his strength must have reached an extremely exaggerated level. And the same went for his battle points. For the sake of caution, Gao Yang felt it was better to head to that palace, personally slay the final emperor, and harvest the opponent's battle points. Otherwise, if he were slain by Rossid and the battle points obtained allowed him to overtake Gao Yang, that would not be very good. After all, that was a plain core, no one could take it lightly. Over these past 5 days, besides fighting, he had been constantly contemplating the combat memories left behind by the sacrificial tower master. It had to be said that after receiving personal, hands-on guidance from a former legend, Gao Yang's combat experience and combat techniques had begun to improve steadily. Many problems that once troubled him were well answered after watching the sacrificial tower master's memories. Sometimes, mastering one method meant mastering all methods. Once Gao Yang resolved his own confusion, his strength naturally began to improve, just like now. Although his strength and battle chi had not seen a massive increase, his application of various abilities had reached a higher level. Let's continue moving forward. After passing through 3 more regions, we should be able to reach the Yan Kingdom Imperial Palace, Gao Yang said softly as he withdrew his gaze. Burke and the others naturally would not object. After spending so much time together, they had roughly understood what kind of person Gao Yang was. Simply put, Gao Yang was someone who was extremely confident, adhered to his own principles, and strictly followed the rule of respecting his teammates. In these 5 days, they had wanted to withdraw from the team more than once to unconditionally assist Gao Yang and help him speed up his acquisition of battle points. But without exception, they were all rejected by Gao Yang. You could call such a person foolish or stubborn, but as a teammate, he was indeed the best choice because you did not have to worry about being taken advantage of. Burke pulled the battle point leaderboard to the very bottom. The last player was ranked 3,156, with 13,400 battle points. The original 10,000-person special campaign now had only a little over 3,100 people left. The cruelty of this was enough to make one's heart turn cold just thinking about it. These dead players were all existences of the extraordinary sequence, not ordinary people. But then again, for the entire multiverse, these extraordinary beings were probably not even a drop in the ocean. Except for the friends and family of those who died, no one else would likely ever know about them. Just as for Burke, those people were merely summarized by a cold, indifferent number. The advance through the final 3 domains was extremely slow. It took Gao Yang and his party a full 5 days to reach the foot of the Imperial Palace. The group looked up at the towering palace complex ahead. Once resplendent with gold and jade, the buildings were now covered in dust, and a sense of historical vicissitude washed over them. Standing atop the massive palace gate before them were rows of undead Imperial guards clad in armor. These guards possessed immense strength, even after being transformed into undead. That power remained, allowing them to step into the extraordinary realm. And now, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of such guards. Gao Yang opened the battle merit ranking. The current progress was at 98%, and his own ranking had reached the top, leading the second-place player, Rasid, by a full 700,000 merit points. With such a lead, it was virtually impossible for his opponent to make a comeback, because there were only 0 merit points left within this palace. If his opponent wanted to overtake him, they would need to acquire at least 1,500,000 points or more, with 100 Multiverse Network players remaining. The probability of that happening was reduced to an absolute minimum. Not long after Gao Yang's group arrived, Luke brought Fana to a spot not far from them. After the 2 sides nodded in acknowledgement, they waited in silence. There was no helping it. The undead Imperial guards on the gate were not easy to deal with, especially given their sheer numbers. If one were careless, it was highly likely they would be surrounded and killed. Subsequently, more and more Multiverse Network players appeared in the vicinity. Among them were lone wolves, groups, and even large adventure parties numbering over 100 people. As the number of people grew rapidly, the area began to grow noisy. Amidst this clamor, Gao Yang suddenly looked up at the sky. High above, a young man with dazzling blonde hair and wearing mage robes stood in midair, holding a staff that radiated a multicolored magical glow. Violent magical fluctuations emanated from his staff and his body, and volatile energy boiled in the space above his head. Rasid, what is he doing? In fact, Gao Yang was not the only one who had noticed him. Soon, cries of alarm erupted from the crowd. So, he is Rasid. As I suspected, he is a spellcaster. Gao Yang looked up at Rasid, his gaze remaining calm, even though the energy surrounding the man was churning like boiling water. However, after the build-up lasted for more than 3 minutes, Gao Yang's expression shifted. He clearly saw a black dot the size of a watermelon, trailing a fiery red tail, descending rapidly from high above Rasid's head. As the black dot plummeted, its full form was revealed to Gao Yang and the others. It was a massive, burning red meteorite with a diameter of over 10 meters. Chapter 343, The Grand Entrance. Run! Gao Yang roared as he watched the rapidly falling meteorite. He spread the wings on his back and transformed into a bolt of lightning, speeding away in the opposite direction with Milafina beside him. Burke and the others also reacted, sprinting away as fast as their legs could carry them. The players who had managed to reach this point were no pushovrs. In an instant, the area around the palace became like an anthill that had been kicked, with everyone fleeing frantically away from the palace. Many players cursed the one who summoned the meteorite, some whispering and others shouting wildly as they fled. Just as Gao Yang and Milafina reached a distance of nearly 3,000 meters, the massive meteorite slammed into the tallest palace at the center of the Yan Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Gao Yang looked back and saw a blinding, scorching light erupt from the destroyed palace. The world went dark for a moment, followed by a violent shockwave that swept across the area, destroying every building within a 1-kilometer radius. A soul-shaking roar echoed behind them, and then a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Throughout this, terrifying heat and flames licked at everything within the blast zone. When the explosion from the meteorite subsided, a circular crater 500 meters wide and over 100 meters deep appeared in the center of the palace. The apocalyptic scene left all the Multiverse Network players present deeply shocked. The destructive power was so immense that it gave them the illusion of facing a forbidden spell. Gao Yang, look at the battle merit ranking, Milafina. clinging to the back of Gao Yang's neck, shouted at him. Gao Yang was stunned, then reacted quickly and opened the ranking. He saw that Rasid's merit points had surged significantly, directly surpassing his own and returning to the number 1 spot. Rasid's merit points were now even about 100, 0 ahead of Gao Yang's. In other words, that single meteorite fall had earned Rasid 800,000 merit points. It was simply outrageous. Gao Yang closed the ranking, his body instantly expanding into a 10-meter-long dragon, and he dove straight toward the half-destroyed palace with Melifina. There were only 200,000 merit points left in the palace area. He had to race against time to claim them. He could not and would not accept being overtaken by Rasid at the very last moment. Boss, Burke watched in astonishment as Gao Yang rushed past him like a hurricane. Then, he seemed to realize something and checked the battle merit ranking. With just one glance, he understood the situation. He immediately left the party and requested that Meng Yin and Mu Wang also leave Gao Yang's team. This way, the 3 of them would not share in Gao Yang's merit points, allowing him to acquire more. Mu Wang, Meng Yin, we must help the boss reclaim the top spot. After saying this, Burke raised his ice blue shield, turned, and sped off in the direction Gao Yang had gone. Behind him, Mu Wang and Meng Yin exchanged a look and followed without a word. Gao Yang, wielding the black obsidian, charged toward the palace gate, as the very edge of the blast zone. The undead Imperial Guards here had not been hit too hard. In other words, the undead Imperial Guards here were the best preserved combat force currently available. Seeing Gao Yang charging straight toward them with his sword drawn, all the undead Imperial Guards on the city wall raised their weapons in unison. The next moment, a torrential rain of arrows whistled through the air, surging toward Gao Yang's position. The arrows shot by these undead Imperial Guards had reached the transcendent realm, possessing enough power to inflict harm upon Gao Yang. Moreover, their numbers were staggering, with hundreds, if not thousands, of arrows flying simultaneously. Even Gao Yang could not guarantee he would be able to withstand them. Endless battle chi erupted rapidly, converging into the black obsidian in Gao Yang's right hand. After consuming roughly 70% of his battle chi in one breath, a terrifying sword aura exceeding 200 meters in length manifested in his grasp. Gazing at this massive sword aura that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and cleaving the earth, the players who were charging back couldn't help but curse under their breath. Even from such a great distance, they could feel the terrifying fluctuations radiating from the strike Gao Yang had condensed. It was a sense of despair akin to a natural disaster. Gao Yang watched the wall of arrows flying rapidly toward him, took a deep breath, and swung his giant sword with all his might. In an instant, a piercing sonic boom tore through the air, and a crescent-shaped sword aura that spanned the entire horizon flew out from before him, heading toward the city wall not far away. As the crescent sword aura swept past, the arrows collided with it and were instantly pulverized into dust. Following that, the sword aura lost none of its momentum and, under the watchful eyes of all, slammed violently into the city wall in front of Gao Yang. Another intense sensation of the earth shaking and mountains quaking occurred, and the sturdy city wall was cleaved by the sword aura Gao Yang had unleashed, leaving a massive gap dozens of meters deep. Giant stones tumbled down, and dust filled the air. At the same time, Gao Yang did not pause for even a second. He dashed straight toward the city wall, his massive black obsidian flickering with flames and thunder, to energies of completely different natures, yet now harmonizing perfectly. Gao Yang charged into the ranks of the undead Imperial Guards, as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, swinging his giant sword wantonly and slaughtering every existence within his sight. "Big boss, we're here to help you." Not long after, Burke's voice rang out from behind. Gao Yang glanced back and saw Burke, holding his large shield, charging toward his position. Gao Yang's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. Burke rushed past him, heading straight for the undead Imperial Guards, and subsequently, streams of energy poured into Gao Yang's body out of thin air. Without looking back, Gao Yang knew that the support from Mu Wang and Meng Yin had arrived. With the help of Burke and the others, Gao Yang's efficiency in slaughtering the undead Imperial Guards increased significantly. One after another, the guards fell under his blade, and his battle merits began to climb rapidly. However, this situation did not last long. As a large number of players flooded in, The death rate of the undead Imperial Guards increased dramatically, and the number of guards Gao Yang could kill at any given moment began to dwindle. In particular, he clearly saw that Rasid's battle merits were also beginning to climb, which proved that the other party had recovered and started to re-enter the battlefield. The other party knew Gao Yang's intentions, just as Gao Yang was well aware of his. Large groups of Omniverse Network players broke in, and the defenses of this palace complex were being dismantled bit by bit. Everyone was pushing forward with all their might toward the very center, because at this very moment, at the bottom of that deep pit, thick black mist was churning and surging outward. Time passed quickly, and finally, Gao Yang stood at the edge of the deep pit created by Rasid. At this moment, his battle merits had returned to first place, but he was leading the second place Rasid by less than 20,000 points. The clearing progress had also reached 99%, which meant that the final emperor inside the pit would grant 1 million battle merits upon being defeated. Chapter 340 for the last emperor of the Yan Kingdom. This discovery caused the breathing of Burke and the others to grow heavier. This involved several aspects. If the battle merits for this final boss were distributed based on damage output, then both Gao Yang and Rasid would have a chance. But if the battle merits were awarded solely to the final killer, then Gao Yang and Rasid would have to engage in a true, bloody confrontation. It was possible that before fighting the final emperor, Gao Yang would have to force Rasid out first. However, none of this could be determined yet, because none of them knew how the battle merits would be allocated. Gao Yang stood in place, and soon Luke and Fana also arrived at his side. Luke looked at the black mist at the bottom of the pit, turned to Gao Yang, and said, "I have no hope of taking first place, but I do hope that you can be the one to take it." Fana continued, "We will do our best to block Rasid for you. He already used a spell as consumption heavy as Meteor Fall earlier. His mana supply definitely won't be very sufficient in the short term. With my coordination with Fana, we should have a fair amount of confidence in holding him back," Luke added. Gao Yang looked at the two in front of him. He did not refuse, simply nodding as he said, "Then I thank you both. But if you truly cannot hold him off, there is no need to force it. I have confidence in myself. Don't worry. We won't do anything reckless." Luke looked at Fana with extreme tenderness, then smiled and said, "After this campaign ends, we will be married. If there is time, we would like to invite you and your teammates to attend the ceremony." After Luke finished speaking, a happy smile appeared on Fana's beautiful face. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, truly not expecting to be force-fed a mouthful of romance right before the final battle was about to begin. However, he responded with a smile in an instant. "If I have the time, I will certainly come to witness your wedding ceremony." Luke and Fana exchanged a smile. As the special existence who had saved both their lives, Gao Yang was someone they were deeply grateful to, a gratitude no less than that of being granted a new life. While they were speaking, the black mist at the bottom of the pit began to churn violently. Soon, this churning reached a limit, and then, as if the black mist had shattered, a majestic man dressed in golden imperial robes walked out from the mist, exposing himself to all the Omniverse Network players. When Gao Yang saw that figure, he felt his heart sink, and a pressure as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea welled up within him. This pressure was even more intense than dragon's might. Gao Yang even saw some players with weaker wills beginning to tremble at the knees, as if they could not help but kneel and prostrate themselves. Just a single wave of pressure had already screened out a portion of the players, those who were unable to participate in the final battle. After the emperor at the bottom of the deep pit appeared, he looked up at the crowd standing on the edge of the pit, looking down from above. Then, without any visible movement, his entire body rose straight up from the bottom of the pit, stopping only after he had ascended above everyone's heads. Such a demeanor naturally stirred displeasure in the hearts of many multiverse gaming players. Without waiting a moment, players began to launch probing attacks toward the Yan Kingdom Emperor in the sky. Barrages of attacks struck the majestic man wearing the imperial robes, but they were annihilated 5 meters away from his body, as if an invisible shield surrounded him, deflecting all assaults. However, these players' probes were not without results. At the very least, the emperor floating in the air began to grow angry. With a single-handed grasp, a brilliant golden sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, without any grand movements, Hundreds of sword ores suddenly shot out from the sword, each one aimed at the multiverse gaming players who had been the first to attack. Clang, 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 clang. A series of explosive sounds rang out, and Gao Yang saw that under the assault of these sword ores, most players were struggling to defend themselves. Only a very small fraction of the players were able to withstand the Yan Kingdom Emperor's attack with normal expressions. Seeing this, Gao Yang did not hesitate. He flapped his wings and charged toward the Yan Kingdom Emperor. Dozens of other players moved just like him, so he did not stand out particularly among them. It is worth mentioning that Luke and Fana did not charge at the Emperor, but instead turned and arrived near Rasid. Watching him with smiles on their faces, Rasid had naturally seen the earlier conversation between Gao Yang and Luke. Although he did not know exactly what they had said, it certainly could not be anything favorable for him. Luke's strength was not weak, and neither was Fana's. Surrounded by these two, Rasid would absolutely be unable to commit himself fully to the battle with the Emperor. Rather than exposing his flaws, it was better to conserve his energy and wait for the battle to reach its climax before moving in to finish things. Others might not know the distribution of battle merits for this Yan Kingdom Emperor, but Rasid did. The final 1 million battle merits were divided into 2 modules. 60% belonged to all participating players, distributed based on the proportion of damage they dealt. The remaining 40%, which was 400,000 battle merits, would belong directly to the player who dealt the final blow to the Emperor. In other words, if he killed the Yan Kingdom Emperor, he would receive at least 400,000 battle merits. Such a reward should be enough for him to sit firmly in first place until he secured that plane core. Rasid glanced at Luke and the other, then closed his eyes slightly and began to meditate. Daring to meditate during a battle, even Luke had to sigh at the man's actions, admitting that he was truly bold because of his immense skill. Gao Yang flew to the Emperor's side. At this moment, the area around the Emperor was already crowded with players, but no matter how these people attacked, they could not break the invisible barrier around the Emperor. Just then, a violent sword ore whistled through the air. Feeling the will contained within this strike, many players' expressions shifted slightly, and they retreated into the distance. Many players who had not seen Gao Yang before were looking at him with curiosity, guessing just how powerful this strike was. A crisp explosion rang out. Under the gaze of numerous players, the space around the Emperor shattered like glass. After a brief pause, Gao Yang's sword continued to slash down toward the Emperor before him. The Emperor merely cast a look of contempt at Gao Yang, then drew a circle with one hand, and a new spatial shield appeared, wrapping him within it. Black obsidian struck the spatial shield and ultimately failed to break through. Gao Yang had no choice but to withdraw his sword and retreat. He retreated, but that did not mean the Yan Kingdom Emperor would remain indifferent. The moment Gao Yang pulled back, a sword aura was already upon him. Chapter 345,000 Man Siege Clang. As the sword aura arrived, Gao Yang swung his sword backhand, shattering the attack. The broken sword aura exploded, and Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings to halt his retreat from their initial contact. The ability system of this final Emperor of the Yan Kingdom appeared to manifest in 3 aspects. One was the domain of Imperial Might. This domain acted as an entry ticket, and any player who could not withstand it lost the qualification to fight him. The second aspect was the invisible protection surrounding his body, which was likely also a defense formed by compressed and hardened space. The advantage of this spatial defense was that no matter how strong an attack was, it could not be conducted onto the body of the caster. Once the spatial shield shattered, the force would naturally dissipate along with it. Gao Yang had seen this type of spatial shield in the memories of the sacrificial Tower Master, though as of now, he had not yet mastered it himself. The third aspect was the opponent's means of attack. The sword auras he flicked out so casually were not weak in power, and they essentially had no cooldown, domain, defense, and attack. All 3 aspects appeared simple and unadorned, but the more they were so, the more formidable their power became. Gao Yang hovered in mid-air. The next moment, various forms of attack submerged the location where the Emperor stood. Violent explosions rang out in rapid succession. Amidst this roaring, even Gao Yang had to temporarily avoid the brunt of the assault. This was a siege by over 1,000 Transcendent Tier multiverse gaming players, being of the same Transcendent rank. Absolutely no one could withstand it. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment and chose to retreat, switching to using sword auras to bombard the Yan Kingdom Emperor in the sky from a distance. At this point in time, rushing forward was not wise. It was highly likely that he would be caught in the range of those long-range attacks. Do not think such a situation was impossible. If one could eliminate a competitor, even ignoring everything else, the treasures on their body would certainly all drop. Those who could persist until now were truly not WAKLINGS. In particular, many of the players present had witnessed Gao Yang's previous combat performance and thus had a clear understanding of his strength. Even though the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom possessed immense power, facing attacks from over 1,000 players at such a high frequency meant he could not remain unscathed. In less than a minute, the golden imperial robes he wore were torn, revealing the powerful physique beneath. The Emperor of the Yan Kingdom let out a cold snort, and a golden ripple exploded from his body. In a split second, it enveloped the surrounding 500-meter area, instantly pulling this space into the Emperor's domain. Gao Yang felt his body grow slightly heavy, and the next moment, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The moment the Emperor expanded his domain, his body vanished from where he stood. Like a teleportation, he appeared before a player at the edge of the deep pit opposite Gao Yang, his precious sword swinging down in a plain and remarkable manner. That player's eyes showed a mix of struggle and terror, but his body seemed to have been struck by a binding spell, frozen in place without moving an inch. A flash of blood bloomed. The player's previously normal complexion turned deathly pale, and the rich aura of life within him was completely extinguished. By the time the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom vanished from that spot, the player's gaunt, withered body shattered into pieces like porcelain. After killing one person with a single strike, the Emperor's figure teleported again in front of another player, his sword descending directly. Save me. The player targeted by the Emperor let out a strained roar, and his teammates reacted with lightning speed, casting several layers of magical shields around him. Bang, bang! The shields burst like bubbles under the sword, and the brilliant golden blade sliced through his body without any resistance. A crisp, explosive sound rang out once more, having killed another with a single strike. The Emperor's body vanished from the spot again. The next moment, Gao Yang felt a terrifying gust of wind rushing toward his face, and a brilliant golden Emperor's sword swung down at him. Gao Yang's temples throbbed, and his sixth sense screamed at him frantically, urging him to dodge the blow. Only when facing the Emperor's sword head-on did Gao Yang understand why the previous two players had failed to block it. As the blade descended, he could even hear the roars of billions of souls emanating from within the brilliant golden weapon. These overlapping, endless roars carried an incomparable suppressive force, transforming into a giant hammer that slammed into Gao Yang's head, causing his brain to buzz. Only then did Gao Yang realize that the strained roar emitted by the second victim had been an incredibly powerful display of resistance. In that instant, Gao Yang's brilliant and vast willpower surged violently. The next moment, his eyes regained clarity, and he swung his sword to counterattack without hesitation. Fatal strike. As this sword swung out, the initial force of the strike reached as high as 27 points. Clang! The two swords, vastly different in size, clashed against each other. The next instant, Gao Yang felt a continuous, massive force surging from the greatsword. Sparks flew everywhere, and the two blades seemed like two giant beasts biting into each other's vitals, locked in a stalemate. This stalemate lasted less than a second before the force on the Emperor's sword suddenly lightened. With a screeching sound, the black sword plowed through, its edge sliding past, and the sweeping force directly pushed the Emperor back. The Emperor retreated dozens of meters. He did not initiate another round of teleportation but remained where he was, not moving again. Looking at the Emperor's state, he seemed to have fallen into a brief period of rigidity. The overwhelming barrage of attacks submerged the Emperor once more. During this process, Gao Yang did not remain idle, continuously slashing out sword chi dozens of meters long, bombarding his opponent. 3 minutes later, under the continuous barrage, the Emperor suddenly vanished from his spot and initiated teleportation again. This time, the number of dead players reached 9. It was not until the 10th player successfully withstood the Emperor's strike that he fell into another brief state of rigidity. Another 3 minutes of intense bombardment followed. Once the 3 minutes were up, the Emperor vanished again. This time, the number of dead players was even higher, totaling 15. By this stage of the battle, many players had recognized their own limitations and began to retreat rapidly. Compared to the rewards obtained from slaying the final boss, their own lives were more important. As long as they were alive, anything was possible. But if they died here, everything would be lost. Soon, the number of attackers began to plummet from nearly 2,000. In just 1 minute, fewer than 1,000 players remained, and just then, the Emperor vanished from his spot again. A gust of wind rushed toward him once more. Gao Yang and the Emperor clashed head-on again, after which the Emperor fell into a 3-minute state of rigidity. Gao Yang looked at the Emperor hovering in midair, his eyes filled with contemplation. If he were the Emperor, upon encountering an opponent who could block his killing blow, he would absolutely not choose such an opponent to attempt another strike, because failing to kill them would only cause him to fall into a state of rigidity, suffering a round of attacks for nothing. Yet, the Emperor kept doing such a mindless thing. There could only be one truth. The target chosen by the Emperor had a high degree of randomness, a randomness that even he himself could not control. Considering this point, the Emperor's current state could be clarified, because if he were a normal powerhouse, he would never make such a low-level error as being unable to control his own attack targets. Clearly, the current Emperor was not in a normal state, and this seemed to provide them, this group of players, with a chance to defeat the Emperor. Chapter 346, Phase 12 battle continued, and the Emperor's state of rigidity had occurred 7 times in total. The number of players still besieging the Emperor had dropped to fewer than 300. Among them, 1/3 of the players came from the only large-scale adventure group in this campaign, the War Maniac Adventure Group. This large adventure group, named War Maniac, only had 3 main tanks. But every time the Emperor chose this group as his target for execution, he was forced to attack one of these 3 main tanks. Clearly, as a large-scale adventure group, their configuration was top tier in every aspect. Otherwise, given the Emperor's tendency to randomly select targets for execution, an ordinary adventure group would never have had it so easy. The remaining 100 or so players were basically all ranked within the top 300 in terms of battle merit. The goal of these players was simple: to slay the Emperor and use the resulting battle merit to leap into the top 50, thereby securing the rewards for the top 50 battle merit rankings. Because the gap in battle merit for players outside the top 50 was not significant, the 400,000 battle merit from slaying the Emperor, combined with the merit provided by the undead Imperial Guards, was enough to defy the heavens and change their fate. After a loud crash, the Emperor's execution move was broken once again. Just as many players thought the Emperor would fall into another 3-minute state of paralysis, they discovered that the golden domain covering a 500-meter radius had instantly disintegrated, and countless golden streams of light were merging into the Emperor's body like swallows returning to their nests. During this process, all attacks directed at the Emperor were automatically dissipated. Soon, the golden Imperial robes on the Emperor disappeared, replaced by a dazzling, brilliant suit of golden battle armor. The surface of the golden armor was covered in intricate patterns. The limb sections of the armor were covered with sturdy metal plates, each arranged as neatly as scales, providing both flexibility and protection. On the chest of the armor, a flame pattern occupied the entire torso. The details of the flames were exquisite and subtle, as if they could ignite at any moment to incinerate all of the wearer's enemies. Donning the full set of golden armor, the Emperor's strong physique appeared even more upright and filled with a sense of power. He gently waved the long sword in his hand, and wisps of golden light traced perfect arcs, imprinting themselves into the eyes of everyone present. The situation seems to have taken a turn for the worse. Boke stood by Gao Yang's side, holding his large ice blue shield, and while shielding Meng Yin and Mu Wang behind him, he whispered to Gao Yang beside him. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Anyone who had played games would know that this change meant the boss had entered its second phase. As for what the Emperor's capabilities were in this second phase, they would have to test them to find out. Naturally, it was not Gao Yang and his group's turn to do such a thing. The toughest main tank of the War Maniac Adventure Group had already raised a dark golden shield and initiated a taunt toward the Emperor. The Emperor's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, and two piercing golden beams shot directly at this main tank. The main tank very swiftly raised his large shield above his head, blocking the Emperor's line of sight. "Watch out! Defend! Hold the line!" The moment the main tank raised his shield above his head, he heard the exclamations of his teammates behind him, without the slightest hesitation. He bent his knees, tilted the shield slightly, and pressed his right shoulder against it, forming a highly stable triangle between himself, the shield, and the ground. At the same time, a dark golden radiance erupted from his body, enveloping both him and the large shield, coating his frame in a layer of extremely hard, matte-textured energy. This was the main tank's life-saving ability, which had saved his life many times before. The moment he finished his defense, a sharp force slammed into his shield. From the perspective of the others, it was a golden laser several meters thick that completely submerged the main tank. This golden laser pushed the main tank back for more than 10 meters before it finally dissipated. After the golden laser faded, the first main tank of the War Maniac Adventure Group found his arms numb, and half of his body was buried in the dirt. He looked up at the Emperor in the sky with lingering fear, already feeling the urge to retreat. The second phase Emperor was simply too exaggerated. A single strike had almost broken through his defenses even with his life-saving ability active. This attack intensity was ridiculously high, however. Before he could speak, his teammates saw that he was unharmed and immediately launched a counterattack toward the Emperor in midair. "Don't!" the first main tank shouted in a low voice. But it was already too late. The output from the War Maniac Adventure Group had reached its target. The next moment, everyone saw a golden, semi-transparent shield appear outside the Emperor, and all the attacks landed on this barrier. Subsequently, the shield was shattered, and the Emperor was submerged by even more attacks. Just then, a figure shining with brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in front of a lone wolf player. The lone wolf player was slightly stunned. Then his expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest attack toward the figure in front of him. A scarlet light bloomed, and a spear, condensed into a solid form, shot out like lightning, pointing directly at the Emperor before him. But the next moment, a scene that filled him with despair occurred. The Emperor reached out with his gauntleted left hand and blocked the scarlet spear directly. Then, the scarlet spear seemed to strike a sheer cliff, shattering inch by inch from the tip until the entire spear vanished into the Emperor's palm. Immediately following this, the Emperor swung his sword, and a golden sword aura shot out, slicing across the lone wolf player in front of him. Snap! With a soft sound, the lone wolf player's body shattered like crystal. Then, the lone wolf player appeared 10 meters behind, clutching his chest and gasping for air. He looked at the Emperor 10 meters away, and the next moment, he turned and fled toward the outside of the Imperial Palace without hesitation. Whoever wanted to fight this Emperor could do it. He was done. Looking at his state, it was clear that he had been scared out of his wits by the Emperor's attack. Gao Yang's expression was grave. The Emperor's changes were not numerous, but after entering the second phase, all his stats began to skyrocket, and both his attack and defense were greatly enhanced. The most typical example was him catching a player's ultimate move with his bare hands just now. This was something he had not done before. No wonder Yan Wuxian had said at the time that one must strive to improve oneself. Otherwise, encountering the Emperor would mean death. If it weren't for so many comprehensive network players, and it had been Gao Yang's group facing this Emperor, they would likely have died several times over already. This Emperor was truly not something one person or one team could handle. Gao Yang turned his head to glance at the War Maniac Adventure Group opposite them. If it weren't for this large adventure group, perhaps the lone wolf players and small teams here would not have chosen to continue attacking the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom. Without the presence of these people, the War Maniac Adventure Group would absolutely not remain alone to deal with the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom. Chapter 347, Forced Kill. Within the War Maniac Adventure Group, a male elf with pointed ears and a handsome, yet masculine appearance, spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every player present. "Everyone, let us stop holding back. If we cannot reach a consensus, our War Maniac Adventure Group is prepared to withdraw." Gao Yang turned his head to look at this elf, only to find that the elf was also looking directly at him. Their gazes met in mid-air. In that instant, Gao Yang understood the other party's intention. As the current #1 on the battle merit leaderboard, Gao Yang's combat power was undeniably formidable, a fact clearly demonstrated in the previous battles. If Gao Yang did not agree with the War Maniac Adventure Group's proposal, the group would likely feel apprehensive and choose to retreat. Once the War Maniac adventure group withdrew, the siege against the Emperor would naturally collapse. If the Emperor did not die, the campaign's completion progress could not reach 100%. Gao Yang had reason to suspect that if the completion progress did not reach 100%, the various treasures corresponding to their rankings would be impossible to claim. As the final destination of the Sky City, the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom had to be completely eradicated, otherwise, the Sky City would continue to deteriorate. Only when the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom was truly dead would the strange black mist lose its anchor and dissipate. Therefore, for players like Gao Yang who were in the top 50, the Emperor was a target that had to be cleared. Only by pushing the completion progress to 100% could they securely claim the rewards from the Battle Merit Leaderboard. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang no longer hesitated and nodded solemnly toward the elven leader of the War Maniac adventure group. Upon receiving Gao Yang's response, the elven leader nodded as well, then turned his gaze toward the other players. In less than a minute, all the players remaining here had responded. The elven leader stared directly at the Emperor, who was currently entangled with his 3 main tanks, and emphasized, "I will say it again. If everyone does not work together, our War Maniac adventure group will withdraw at any moment. If you are ready, then let us attack." As his voice fell, the 200 or so players present began to launch their attacks toward the Emperor. In an instant, all sorts of attacks filled the space around the Emperor, leaving not a single gap. Amidst this chaotic battle, Gao Yang gripped his black obsidian and lunged toward the Emperor, his greatsword descending repeatedly with a sharp, piercing whistle. Although the Emperor of the Yan Kingdom had entered his second phase and his attack and defense had been greatly enhanced, he was, after all, only in existence within the Transcendent sequence. His power ceiling did not exceed the legendary realm. If the Emperor's second phase strength had reached the legendary level, then every single player present would have died here, and fortunately, there were no ifs. Since his strength had not undergone a qualitative leap, it meant he could be overwhelmed by human wave tactics, not to mention, this human wave was composed of players who were all of the Transcendent sequence, and the combined power they possessed was not weak. Under this concerted offensive, the Emperor's state was visibly weakening. If one could see his health bar, they would notice it constantly dropping under the siege of over 200 players. Even without a health bar, everyone noticed that the Emperor's attack and defense were gradually declining, and even the golden armor on his body began to dim. Soon, the battle reached its final stages. Although the Emperor's counterattacks claimed the lives of over a dozen players, his condition had indeed deteriorated visibly. At this point in the battle, the vast majority of players began to hold back and conserve their strength, preparing for the final execution. The slight easing of the battle situation was immediately sensed by the Emperor. The Emperor of the Yan Kingdom erupted with infinite golden light, and his golden domain expanded once again. The next moment, he vanished from everyone's sight. "Defend!" the elven leader roared. Then, Gao Yang saw golden thread weaving wantonly through the domain. Whenever a player was touched by the golden thread, they were, without exception, pierced through. The golden thread shot toward him. Gao Yang used his black obsidian as a shield, forcibly deflecting the trajectory of the thread. The golden thread lasted only 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the domain vanished, and the Emperor's figure appeared before everyone once again. Gao Yang stared at the Emperor, his battle aura beginning to condense. The next moment, someone let out a shout, and all the players unleashed their strongest attacks toward the Emperor. Gao Yang was no exception. But unlike the others who used ranged attacks, he violently flapped his dragon wings and charged in front of the Emperor, his greatsword trailing a dazzling, brilliant stream of light. In the distance, Rossith turned into a streak of light and lunged toward the Emperor's location. Not far behind him, Thana supported Luke. Glaring hatefully at Rossith's back, Luke patted her arm and said, "We have done our best, and it is not certain that Rossith will be able to make it in time." Only then did Thana withdraw her gaze, turn around, and leave with Luke. Boom boom. A continuous series of explosions erupted, and the surging light of energy enveloped both the Emperor and Gao Yang. At this point, no one chose to hold back. In fact, many attacks were even directed at Gao Yang, their competitor. "Meow, I can't hold on anymore." Melafina clung tightly to Gao Yang's dragon horns. letting out a hysterical scream. Her entire body erupted with pale golden flames as she desperately healed Gao Yang. In her eyes, Gao Yang's health points were like an electrocardiogram, constantly jumping. Clang, the greatsword slashed through. After a piercing sound, the Emperor's head was severed. Gao Yang kept his eyes fixed on his battle merits. Upon seeing that he had gained 40,000 battle merits, he felt a sense of relief. He flapped his wings, carrying Melifina as he charged out of the center of the firepower. Just as he broke out, Gao Yang sensed an extremely furious gaze looking in his direction, followed by a thick ray of fire. Gao Yang flapped his wings, narrowly dodging the fire ray by a hair's breadth. Following this, he flapped his wings violently, transforming into a black streak as he suddenly soared toward the distance. Raso watched Gao Yang flying away rapidly and lowered his staff in frustration. If it hadn't been for the interference of Luke and Fana, he would have been certain of slaying the Emperor, seizing that massive amount of battle merit, and subsequently reclaiming the top spot to obtain the rewards belonging to the #1 rank. But now, it was all too late. Raso turned around, intending to search for the figures of Luke and Fana, only to discover that they had also vanished from the spot. After flying for a full 5 minutes, Gao Yang landed on a patch of ruins. His entire body was covered in wounds. These wounds were not caused by the Emperor, but by those players in the final moments. It had to be said that these players were truly ruthless in their strikes, and their attack intensity was genuinely high. If not for his high defense and the recovery ability of the indestructible myriad tribulations, Gao Yang might not have dared to charge in to kill the Emperor by force. However, it was effective in the end. At the very least, he had solidified his position as #1 in battle merit. With this, the Plain Core was his. Chapter 348, Settlement, Agreement, and Return. The value of a Plain Core with 303 of energy units was self-evident. A smile could not help but appear on Gao Yang's face. He looked at Melifina. If not for her invitation this time, he might not have been able to participate in this battle of the Sky City. Moreover, the combat intensity in this campaign was not weak. Through such a long period of fighting, he had thoroughly digested the power he currently possessed. It was also time to level up once again. However, all of this would have to wait until he returned to his home plane. As for now, it was naturally time to wait for the settlement of this campaign. Gao Yang did not wait long for this process. After resting for only about 3 minutes, the space before his eyes suddenly brightened. A thick pillar of light shot straight into the clouds from the location of the Imperial Palace, dispersing all the black mist that had permeated the sky above the Sky City. The long-lost sunlight spilled down. Gao Yang stood up and looked at these ruins that had been buried for endless years, a sudden sense of emotion rising in his heart. Past glory and power appeared so insignificant in the face of cold time. If even such a vast city was reduced to ruins under the passage of time, then how could flesh and blood life like him resist the erosion of time? Only by constantly growing stronger, growing strong enough to live as long as heaven and earth, or even to the extent that he would remain intact even if heaven and earth were destroyed, strong enough that even if the plane were annihilated he would be unharmed at that time. He imagined that time would be nothing more than a trifle to him. After the first pillar of light rose, only a few seconds later, another pillar shot into the sky. Within a few short minutes, every region of the Sky City had a pillar of light shooting straight into the firmament. The dense pillars of light illuminated the entire Sky City ruins with brilliance. When the final pillar of light lit up in the distance, two Multiverse Network notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Multiverse Network notification. The clearing progress of Sky City has reached 100%. This campaign is about to end. The battle merit ranking rewards will be automatically distributed after the settlement is complete. Multiverse Network notification. Battle merit ranking is being settled. Settlement complete. Current battle merit, 15,425. 0. Your ranking is first place. Battle merit ranking rewards have been distributed to your inventory. The next moment, a bright golden Multiverse Network notification appeared before Gao Yang's retina. Multiverse Network notification. You have obtained a Plain Core energy. Gao Yang looked left and right, and seeing that there was no one around, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. He took the Plain Core out of his inventory and held it in his hand. Plane core energy, item type, divine material item level, item quality, bright gold description. When the material realm of a plane is destroyed, something that condenses the essence of the plane's matter is born from the corpses of the material realm. In the eyes of artifact forgers, it is the top-tier mineral that exists in nature. To those who perform mysterious rituals, it is a flawless ritual material, and for archmages, their mage towers are in urgent need of such pure energy condensed existences. If you possess the corresponding legendary mystical knowledge, you will understand the endless mysterious uses of this item. However, you also need to know its birth corresponds to what kind of cruel reality. Gao Yang looked at the plane core shimmering with strange power in his palm, his eyes filled with faint curiosity. Previously, he had only heard of such precious existences but had never seen one. This time, it counted as his first time witnessing a plane core. The energy radiating from this plane core caused Gao Yang to experience a feeling of extreme hunger, as if every one of his cells was screaming frantically, hoping that Gao Yang would swallow it in one gulp. However, Gao Yang would absolutely never do such a thing. The energy of the plane core was too pure and vast. Swallowing the plane core would be no different from swallowing an unstable nuclear fusion reactor alive. No, it would be even more severe than that. Gao Yang reached out to calm his violently beating heart. He could feel that his heart, which had fused with the sun furnace, was also filled with craving for the plane core. Perhaps, once he digested the plane core, his total amount of battle aura would see an explosive increase. Wow, Gao Yang, is this the plane core? Melifina widened her eyes and leaned toward Gao Yang's palm, her eyes full of curiosity. Gao Yang grabbed her by the back of her neck. If he didn't grab her, this cat elf would have stuck herself right onto it. The energy of the plane core is too pure, to the point where you cannot control yourself. This is normal. Gao Yang pulled her away and flipped his palm, causing the plane core to disappear. It seems so. But after seeing the plane core, I really wanted to lick it. As Melifina said this, she licked the cat fur on her side neck fiercely, as if this could alleviate it somewhat. After putting away the plane core, Gao Yang looked at Melifina and said, "The campaign has ended, and I plan to return to my home plane. There are still many things to do." Melifina, what are you going to do next? Me? Of course, I'm going home to bask in the sun. Melifina narrowed her eyes, smiling very cutely. Gao Yang nodded, as this was entirely within his expectations of Melifina. All right, then prepare to return. Keep in touch via the Multiverse Network. No problem. After saying this, Melifina chose to return. Gao Yang watched her figure slowly fade away before he chose to end this campaign. This campaign has ended. Calculating results. Current cleanup progress is 100%. Everything the player has obtained can be brought out of this plane. Current treasures legacies held by the player. 238. Treasures legacies that can be brought out. Calculation complete. Returning to the current world. 3, 2. When the sensation of dizziness subsided, Gao Yang had already returned home. Just as Gao Yang was preparing to lie down and get some good rest, a grand will suddenly descended into his bedroom. Gao Yang had experienced something similar in the Saint Gold world, so he reacted immediately. This was the plane consciousness of the current world descending. Of course, according to the cultural upbringing Gao Yang had received, he was more accustomed to calling it the heavenly Tao. An ancient, eternal, and magnificently indifferent consciousness appeared within Gao Yang's perception, enveloping him. In that instant, Gao Yang discovered that he now possessed the ability to communicate with the plane consciousness of this world. The next moment, a stream of information emerged from the depths of Gao Yang's heart. At the same time, a Multiverse Network notification appeared before his retinas. Multiverse Network notification. Due to a certain item you possess, your plane interference level has increased by 0.3%. Current plane interference level. Gao Yang stared into the void before him and flipped his palm, causing the plane core to appear in his hand. The moment the plane core appeared, a storm that did not exist in the material realm erupted in Gao Yang's bedroom. This storm was so violent that Gao Yang felt a sense of dizziness. Chapter 349. Opening of plane information. This storm lasted for only an instant before the world before Gao Yang's eyes returned to normal. At the same time, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao was transmitted into Gao Yang's mind once again. Gao Yang looked at the plane core in his hand and then at the void diagonally above, seemingly calculating something. The heavenly Tao had just been communicating with him, and the subject of the exchange was the plane core in his hand. According to the concept of the heavenly Tao, submitting every 100 energy unit of a plane core could directly increase the plane interference level by 1%. As for the amount of plane interference, it could be simply understood as the level of importance a living being held in the current plane, or in other words, whether they were a child of the plane. P.S. When a character's plane interference level reaches 1%, they will gain the ability to freely communicate with the plane consciousness of the plane and will receive additional environmental advantages when moving or fighting in the material realm of that plane. The higher the plane interference level, the more important the character is in the plane, and the more favor they receive from the plane itself. A typical representative of this is Liu Xiu. Gao Yang estimated that this guy's plane interference level might have exceeded 15%. He was a true child of destiny. Without hesitating for too long, Gao Yang chose to submit it. However, he did not submit the entire plane core in his hand, but rather submitted 100 energy units. When he made this decision, he could feel a faint sense of joy transmitted from the heavenly Tao. Soon, the energy of the plane core in his hand began to dissipate, and this dissipation lasted for a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the dissipation stopped. Gao Yang looked at the plane core. Sure enough, it had decreased by 100, and the plane core now only had 203 energy units remaining. At the same time, a Multiverse Network notification appeared once again. Multiverse Network notification. Your plane interference level has increased by 1%. Current plane interference level. Inexplicably, Gao Yang felt that his connection with the heavenly Tao had become closer. It seemed that now, whenever he wanted, he could communicate with the heavenly Tao. Multiverse Network notification. Based on plane-related rules, plane birth number. Asterisk 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 meets the relevant conditions. Opening plane information. All current, including those born later, Multiverse Network players of this plane can open the Multiverse Network panel to query the attributes of this plane. A piece of information refreshed before his eyes again. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit curious. So he chose to open it. The next moment, dense lines of notification information refreshed before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification. Connecting the current plane to the multiverse. Plane information addition complete. The plane's factions currently associated with this plane's faction are blank. Multiverse Network notification. Connecting information related to the intelligent life of this plane, including Multiverse Network players, to the plane template. Multiverse Network notification. Based on the player's relevant faction reputation and behavior, your plane has added a new hostile race. Multiverse Network notification. Based on the player's relevant faction reputation and behavior, your plane has added a new hostile force. Multiverse Network notification. Based on the player's relevant faction reputation and behavior, your plane has added a new hostile deity. Gao Yang looked at the hostile information that kept refreshing and fell into confusion. As everyone knew, his Multiverse Network adventure activities had always been kind to others. How could such blatant hostile forces appear? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and decided to click on them to get to the bottom of it. Newly added hostile forces detailed information. Origin: Sea Clan. 5-colored dragon, white dragon tribe, Storm Temple. Origin: Sea Clan. Type: small local divine descendant force faction relationship. Hostile plane, immortal enemy personal. 5-colored dragon, white dragon. Type: pan multiverse force faction relationship. Hostile personal, Storm Temple. Type: medium local deity force faction relationship. Mortal enemy personal. Looking at the detailed introduction on the Multiverse Network notification, Gao Yang coughed twice. Feeling slightly uncomfortable. He hadn't mentioned it before, and he didn't remember it very clearly. But looking at it now, it seemed somewhat reasonable. However, this didn't have any impact on him. At worst, he would just be more careful during his next Multiverse Network activities. The opponent could not possibly come to Earth to find trouble with him. If they really did come, Gao Yang would not mind letting them know what it meant to be a son of the plane. Finally, when no new information refreshed before his retinas, Gao Yang used his consciousness to open the plane attributes of Earth. following the fluctuations of his consciousness. A magnificent bird's eye miniature of a deep blue celestial body emerged on his retina. In the next instant, the celestial body dispersed, and a panel emitting a faint blue luster appeared in his vision. On it was a rotating miniature model of Earth along with some textual information. Plane name Earth, serial number XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Type, technology plane / cultivation plan lineage, Eastern Transcendent Civilization Civizen alignment. Neutral, good / order. Strength, intellect, perception, faction, diplomatic relations, worship, reverence, friendly, neutral. Hostile. For 3 factions, 1 deity. Without needing to click on them, Gao Yang knew where these hostile factions and the deity came from. Closing the plane module of the comprehensive network, Gao Yang refocused his attention on the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had not yet dispersed, still coveting the plane core in his hand. But Gao Yang had no intention of continuing to trade the plane core for the time being. He flipped his palm, and the plane core vanished. The heavenly Tao lingered for a moment before finally beginning to slowly recede. However, at the very last moment of its departure, Gao Yang received another message from the heavenly Tao. Comprehensive network hint. You have received a gift from the plane consciousness. This gift will be drawn from any weapon, ability, or trait based on the collective consciousness of this plane and given to the character. This gift is guaranteed to be suitable for the character. Extraction successful. You have obtained the 8-9 arcane art. Looking at the information on his retina, Gao Yang's expression rippled like a lake's surface stirred by the wind. The 8-9 arcane art, also known as the 9 revolutions primordial art or the 72 transformations, originated from Taoist culture. The term 8-9 represents the maximum number, where 8 is the ultimate yin number and 9 is the ultimate yang number. Their product represents the greatest number in Taoism. In the investiture of the gods, only 2 individuals achieved this art. One was the god of the 3 eyes Yang Jian, and the other was the 1,000-year-old Wei Ape Yuan Hong. When the 8-9 arcane art is cultivated to great completion, the physical body becomes indestructible like Vajra and can be reborn from a single drop of blood. The primordial spirit is also exceptionally powerful, and one can transform into countless forms, making it difficult to find an equal opponent. Gao Yang truly did not expect that the gift from the plane consciousness would actually be a heaven-defying cultivation method like the 8-9 arcane art. The cultivation consumption of the 8-9 arcane art was enormous. Ordinary people might not necessarily be able to support its practice, however. As Gao Yang looked at the large pile of various treasures he had just obtained in his inventory, the greatest difficulty of practicing the 8-9 arcane art seemed to have been eliminated for him. If he converted these treasures into corresponding resources, he should be able to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art to a fairly high realm. Chapter 358 9 Arcane Art. Gao Yang sank his consciousness into his mind to look through the specific contents of the 8-9 arcane art. 8-9 arcane art, origin, investiture of the gods quality, brilliant goal description. The 8-9 arcane art is also called the 9 revolutions primordial art and is a cultivation method of the Chan sect. Because the maximum yin number is 8 and the maximum yang number is 9. The product of 8 and 9 is the maximum number of Taoism. Therefore, the world has 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and 72 solar terms. One needs to practice until the 8 transformations and 9 revolutions return to pure yang to be considered at great completion. The 8-9 arcane art has a total of 9 revolutions. After completing the 9 revolutions, as long as the primordial spirit within the Ni-1 palace is not extinguished, the physical body will not die. If the primordial spirit escapes, one can remain safe, and the physical body can be resurrected infinitely. Combined with the ability to change with the wind, it can be called immortal and indestructible. Special effect. Gifted item as a product of the plane consciousness's gift. There are no annotations or explanations, and there is no cultivation threshold. Therefore, the character can directly enter the initial stage of the 8-9 arcane art. Good stuff. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling that the heavenly Tao was quite considerate. The fact that the 8-9 arcane art consumed a lot of resources did not mean that its entry-level stage was simple. If it were truly easy to start, then in the entire investiture of the gods, it would not have been only Yang Jian and Yuan Hong who practiced the 8-9 arcane art. Allowing him to practice the 8-9 arcane art directly without any threshold saved him a lot of trouble. According to the introduction in his mind, the 8-9 arcane art was divided into 9 revolutions. During the transcendent stage, he could cultivate up to the 6th revolution at most. The 7th revolution and beyond would require him to wait until he promoted to legendary status to continue. But even the 6th revolution, according to the corresponding description, could withstand the attacks of low-level legendaries and would also give birth to divine power resistance. That is to say, when attacked by weapons or spells containing divine power, the damage caused by the divine power could be reduced. This point was extremely important. The reason why a god was that the power level of divine power was too high, such that it could cause massive strikes that could not be immune or reduced to existences below godhood. Once Gao Yang cultivated the 6th revolution of the 8-9 arcane art and developed divine power resistance, then besides being qualified to face legendaries directly, he would also have the capital to face gods. This was only one aspect. Another aspect of the 8-9 arcane art was the ability to cultivate the primordial spirit. Simply put, it was the cultivation of willpower. This was also extremely compatible for Gao Yang, as his unique specialty, immortal will, was closely related to willpower. Not to mention, the 8-9 arcane art also had the wonders of transformation. However, regarding this point, Gao Yang was not yet clear on how the transformation specifically worked. He would only know after he began practicing the 8-9 arcane art. As for the consumption, Gao Yang looked at the series of items mentioned by the 8-9 arcane art and felt a bit of a headache. Things like top-grade immortal rank spirit pills or 5 elements essence treasures were things he had heard of before. But since becoming a comprehensive network player, he had never seen them. Could it be that I have to go to a transcendent world of the Eastern lineage? Gao Yang muttered to himself. A transcendent world of the Eastern lineage was no joke. That was a place where one truly needed to talk about factions and backgrounds. The main theme was that if you hit the small one, the old one comes. And if you hit the old one, an even older one comes. And even more exaggeratedly, the strength of life forms in the transcendent worlds of the Eastern lineage was difficult to judge accurately. And there were many Dharma treasures and spirit tools with exaggerated power. Perhaps a character as insignificant as a passerby could casually pull out an innate spiritual treasure and strike him down on the spot. That would be a joke of epic proportions. Previously, Gao Yang had always been somewhat resistant to traveling to the extraordinary worlds of the Eastern lineage. The reason was that the path he walked did not belong to the Eastern lineage. In other words, he had no background and no foundation. Under such conditions, heading to an Eastern lineage world might very well lead to suffering a great loss. But things were different now. Gao Yang looked at his plane interference degree, which had reached a high of 2.1%, and felt that he could also be considered a child of destiny. With the endorsement of the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be too difficult to get by in the extraordinary worlds of the Eastern lineage. Gao Yang closed his eyes slightly and deactivated the 8-9 profound art. Afterward, he lay down on the soft, large bed and drifted into a dream. Having been in the city in the sky for so long, Gao Yang had basically never had a proper rest. Now that he had returned to the real world, his first priority was naturally to get some good sleep. Gao Yang slept very soundly, and by the time he opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. Gao Yang sat up from the bed, his eyes slightly dazed. It took him 2 minutes to fully wake up. He rolled out of bed and walked toward the bathroom, while yawning. After washing up, Gao Yang walked out of the bedroom feeling refreshed and arrived at the martial arts arena behind the villa. Following his usual routine, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. An hour of meditation concluded, and when Gao Yang opened his eyes, the shadow cast by Lighting's sturdy body had already enveloped him. Seeing Gao Yang open his eyes, Lighting snorted and brought its large head over, rubbing affectionately against Gao Yang a few times. "I've been gone for so long, everything is fine at home, right?" Gao Yang stroked Lighting's long, narrow cheek and asked aloud. Upon hearing this, Lighting shook its head, indicating that everything was fine. As an extraordinary magical beast, Lighting's intelligence was naturally not low. "That's good." Gao Yang patted its cheek, then stood up and walked toward the back mountain, with Lighting following behind him. In fact, even if Gao Yang didn't go to the back mountain, he could still see the growth of the Kello fruit tree. The 100-meter-tall tree was simply too conspicuous, and there was no possibility of it going unnoticed. When Gao Yang arrived in front of the Kello fruit tree, he discovered that during this period, the tree had thickened by at least another half a meter. The thick trunk was covered in bark that resembled dragon scales, and among the leaves of the canopy, Kello fruits shimmered with a wonderful luster like lanterns. Gao Yang noticed that the number of these Kello fruits did not seem to have changed, which meant that there should be an upper limit to the total amount of Kello fruit. So, with the total amount reaching its limit, where did the excess energy go? This was self-evident. His gaze fell upon those exceptionally dazzling fruits. Without a doubt, this energy was all being stored within the Kello fruits. In this way, the quality of each individual Kello fruit would be improved to varying degrees. Wrestle. The leaves swayed, and the Kello fruits appeared and disappeared within the canopy. The Kello fruit tree had developed sentience, and upon sensing Gao Yang's presence, it was expressing its welcome in its own way. Gao Yang revealed a faint smile, then extended one hand, palm facing upward. The Kello fruit tree paused slightly, and then a Kello fruit as fiery red as the sun was brought before him by a vigorous vine. As the fruit entered his hand, Gao Yang's arm sank slightly. The weight of this Kello fruit exceeded his expectations. "Thank you." Gao Yang raised the Kello fruit in his hand and turned to walk toward the villa. After eating this Kello fruit, he would have to begin his cultivation again. For him, cultivation was already on the verge of becoming an instinct. Chapter 351. Taking stock of gains and news of Garuda, Gao Yang returned to the first floor and sat down on the sofa in the spacious living room. He weighed the Kello fruit in his hand for a moment before putting it into his inventory. He did not intend to eat this Kello fruit just yet. Taking out a simple dragon meat meal, Gao Yang began to eat, accompanied by an ordinary Kello fruit. While eating, he was also pondering what to do next. Having just finished an adventure in another world, Gao Yang's gains were not small. Correspondingly, digesting and absorbing all his previous gains was not a short process. Among them, the most important thing to digest and absorb was the combat memory of the Sacrificial Tower Master. Gao Yang was certain that after he fully absorbed the Sacrificial Tower Master's combat memory, his strength would see a leap in improvement. The aspects involved, such as the application of time and space, held great attraction and practical significance for Gao Yang. Then there was the use of the plane core. The plane core had many uses, but how to use it and how to bring out its potential was another question. There were also the various treasures he had obtained from the city in the sky in his inventory. These treasures were of extremely high value, such as the magic gems. But the improvement of Gao Yang's strength required the accumulation of time and constant training. However, there were also things among them that Gao Yang could use. Gao Yang took out a simply designed pendant. The main body of the pendant was a circular jade ring, which was very translucent. After holding this jade ring in his hand, a feeling of peace and tranquility emerged in his heart. A pendant that calms the mind naturally had a high value. A calm mind meant it was easier to enter a state of single-minded focus, and a state of single-minded focus could naturally promote cultivation. Gao Yang hung the pendant around his neck, with the circular jade ring resting an inch below his collarbone on his chest, which made his mind feel a bit clearer. Afterward, he continued to check the various treasures in his inventory. This time, he had brought back a total of 238 treasures/legacies. As for legacies, they were naturally the lightning core of the 7th Lightning Legion and the combat memory of the Sacrificial Bishop, while the rest were various types of treasures. After a rough count, the number of magic gems was 32, and various pieces of equipment accounted for half, totaling 110 items. These were all extraordinary level pieces of equipment. Even if Gao Yang couldn't use them, selling them would be a massive fortune. As for the rest, a small portion consists of items with Yin Kingdom characteristics, such as ritual artifacts, utensils, and the like, while the others are various consumables. Among these items, the most precious are naturally the legacies, followed by the magic gems. These are high-value assets regardless of where they are placed. For the remaining items that he has no use for, Gao Yang needs to find a channel to sell them. Regarding this, Gao Yang intends to consult Burke. The civilization of Burke and his companions is deeply integrated with the Multiverse Network. and the currency they use in their daily lives is already the Multiverse Network disaster coin. Even if Burke and his group have not used such transaction channels involving the multiverse, they should at least have heard of them. Gao Yang opened his Multiverse Network friend list and only then noticed that many friends had sent him messages while he was participating in the Sky City campaign. Among them were Golis, Agnio, Garuda, and others, all of whom Gao Yang checked one by one. Golis is currently not continuing her succubus rescue operations, but is instead dedicated to improving her own strength. While Gao Yang was participating in the campaign, she maintained high-intensity Multiverse Network dungeon adventures every day. In her messages, she also mentioned some cultivation problems and expressed her longing for Gao Yang. After briefly replying to explain his previous situation, Gao Yang clicked on Agnia's chat box. Agnia's message was a daily greeting, but there was one that stood out, an invitation for Gao Yang to attend a dinner party, and fortunately, at that time, Gao Yang was inside Sky City and could not receive external information, so he could only miss it with regret. After similarly explaining his situation, Gao Yang opened Garuda's chat box. Gao Yang still has a deep impression of Garuda and Leah, that extremely powerful couple. When Gao Yang hosted the Dragon Banquet last time, he had also invited the two of them. This time, Garuda reached out to Gao Yang because there is a large-scale dungeon, and he wanted to ask if Gao Yang would be willing to participate. Gao Yang, I was participating in a campaign earlier and just came out. What is the situation with the dungeon you mentioned? After the message was sent, it didn't take long for Garuda to reply. Garuda, big boss. This is a very famous large-scale dungeon in the universe where we are located. Or perhaps it shouldn't be described as a dungeon, but rather a place of inheritance. It's just that this place of inheritance has now been taken over by the Multiverse Network. A place of inheritance. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. It was something unique to Garuda's universe. Gao Yang, what can be gained from this dungeon, Garuda? The greatest function of this dungeon is to help players comprehend their own legendary path. According to statistics, 1/10 of the players who successfully walk out of this place of inheritance have become legends. Although with your strength, Big Boss, achieving legend status in the future is not a problem. Going through this place of inheritance can not only accelerate the comprehension of the legendary path but also allow players to experience the power of a legend in advance. There are many benefits, so that is its function. Gao Yang was a bit surprised, but since there are all sorts of wonders in the multiverse, he quickly accepted this fact. Gao Yang, when does the dungeon open, Garuda? In nearly a month. However, the danger of this dungeon is somewhat high. Although everyone entering this place of inheritance is a transcendent being, the strength of some of those transcendents is truly monstrous. Moreover, not everyone is a Multiverse Network player. With Garuda saying this, Gao Yang understood almost everything. Garuda invited him partly to return a favor, and partly because he surely valued his formidable combat power. However, Gao Yang didn't have any particular feelings about it. Thinking about it from another perspective, if his combat power weren't formidable, how would such a good opportunity fall to him? How could such a treasure land, which can help people comprehend the legendary path, not have an entry threshold? The entry threshold is likely incredibly high. At the very least, ordinary people would never be able to come into contact with it. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yang replied, I have no problem with that. Where is there a path to becoming a legend that is all smooth sailing, Garuda? Haha, I knew you would agree, Big Boss. Then wait for my notification. And don't go into any dungeons during this period. Ending the conversation with Garuda, Gao Yang turned to look at the sky outside the window, then stood up and headed upstairs. It seems he needs to speed things up. He doesn't know how much he can digest in a month. Returning to his bedroom, Gao Yang chose to enter the cultivation space directly and begin his training. Chapter 352. New Multiverse Network players. Welcome to the cultivation space. Please select a cultivation mode. Combat mode selected. Please select the combat type. Generating opponent. Available opponents: Bishop of the Old Days, Vedas, Raging Lion, Rhinmore, Ygritte. Master of the Sacrificial Tower, the last Emperor of the Yan Kingdom. Opponent selected. Master of the Sacrificial Tower. Combat mode: Master of the Sacrificial Tower. 500 Multiverse Network disaster coins per 10 minutes accompanied by condensing light. The tall figure of the master of the sacrificial tower appeared before Gao Yang once again, his flame-like long banners unfurled, bringing forth a sky full of platinum flames. Gao Yang looked at the master of the sacrificial tower manifested by the cultivation space and fell into silence. This master of the sacrificial tower, standing proudly in midair, did not seem to be the same person he fought in Sky City. Then, I shall begin. The master of the sacrificial tower had a pure white mask covering his face. His gaze fell upon Gao Yang through the mask, and he spoke kindly. The next moment, Gao Yang saw the long banners unfurl with flames filling the sky, like a collapsing mountain. In front of the long banners, even after unfolding his true dragon form, he still felt as small as an ant. The entire cultivation space seemed to shake, and Gao Yang's consciousness was crushed into powder under this single strike of the banner. Light gathered, and Gao Yang's figure appeared in the cultivation space once again. He looked at the master of the sacrificial tower in the cultivation space, his forehead covered in black lines. He wasn't sure just a moment ago, but now he was certain. This master of the sacrificial tower was not the same person he had fought in Sky City. Or rather, it was not a specific period. The sacrificial tower master currently in the cultivation space was at his peak, not the version weakened by countless degrees that Gao Yang and his group had dealt with. Then, I shall continue, the sacrificial tower master said as such. Wait, Gao Yang spoke up quickly, and the sacrificial tower master opposite him halted his movements. Gao Yang stared at the sacrificial tower master and said swiftly, suppress your strength to the extraordinary level. Very well. After the sacrificial tower master finished speaking, his body slowly descended from mid-air to the ground, and his ore plummeted rapidly. Once the sacrificial tower master's ore stopped falling, Gao Yang drew his black obsidian blade, took a step forward, and charged toward the sacrificial tower master. The sacrificial tower master did not hesitate either. He swung his long banner, smashing it down toward Gao Yang's head, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, Gao Yang lay on the bed, feeling utterly listless. In the previous half hour, he had experienced 26 different ways to die. Although dying in the cultivation space did not mean actual death, every time he died, his spirit had to endure the shock brought about by the moment of death. Consequently, his spirit gradually weakened, and the mental burden grew heavier. Having endured 26 different deaths, even with his powerful mental strength, Gao Yang could no longer hold on. After resting for a good while, Gao Yang rolled his eyes, reached out to rub his needle-pricking temples, and rose from the bed, being able to make progress in the cultivation space. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? It is far better than being defeated and having my head chopped off by an opponent in a real battle. Thinking this, Gao Yang felt the stinging pain in his temples ease slightly. Without further thought, Gao Yang changed locations and came to the center of the martial arts arena to sit cross-legged. Being here, surrounded by the vast and empty arena, always managed to make Gao Yang feel refreshed and relaxed. With the setting sun, Gao Yang began to meditate. Damn it, it seems I have been pulling all-nighters too hard lately. I cannot stay up late anymore. If I keep doing this, I might actually die suddenly. Yumao put down his phone and looked at the inexplicable text still appearing before his retinas. His brain, somewhat muddled from staying up late, was suddenly filled with fear. If I go to sleep right now, it should still be in time, right? Yumao quickly lay flat on the bed. A few seconds later, he felt that lying straight like this was a bit off. So, he switched to his usual preferred prone sleeping position. As a college student in the prime of his youth who had never been in a relationship, relying on the seemingly endless energy within his body, staying up late had long been a daily routine for Yumao. However, the situation he was encountering this time seemed much more serious, because he was not just experiencing tinnitus and blurred vision, but more severely, he was having clear hallucinations. Upon discovering that he still could not dispel the text before his retinas after lying down, Yumao sat up abruptly from the bed. No way. Yumao swallowed hard, trembling as he reached out to tap on the clear text before his eyes. The next instant, the panel information that suddenly emerged before his eyes left Yumao completely stunned. His heart felt like an overburdened, aged engine. and a surge of heat rushed to his cheeks. His usual indifferent attitude toward everything played no role at this moment. Only the suddenly elevated heart rate silently interpreted something real. Am I the protagonist? Am I the child of destiny? Yu Mao struggled to open and close his eyes. After doing this several times to ensure the text before him had not disappeared, his heart rate suddenly climbed to its limit. After taking several deep breaths, Yu Mao began to try and study the panel information before him. Meditation had long since ended, and Gao Yang remained sitting cross-legged in the martial arts arena. It was already late at night, and just as he was about to rise, he discovered that a new notification had refreshed on his retina. Omni Network notification. 3 new Omni Network players have been added to this plane. Relevant qualifications are being issued. Omni Network notification. Based on the current comprehensive status and general environment of this plane, and based on the survival protection mechanism for Omni Network players in the apprentice stage, the faction selection for Omni Network players on this plane is limited to non-evil faction. Omni Network notification. Current number of Omni Network players on this plane. More new Omni Network players. Gao Yang looked at the notification with interest, then withdrew his gaze. The first batch of Omni Network players was just him, the second was Ruan Xiaoyu, and the other 4. The third was these 3. According to Gao Yang's calculations, the third batch of new Omni Network players should have appeared after his next Abyss trial, yet they had appeared now. It seemed this was inextricably linked to the plane core energy he had submitted earlier. However, new additions are just new additions. This was not a major problem for Gao Yang at the moment. Moreover, with the faction limitation in place, it would not be so easy to cause trouble. It is just that he wondered what the situation was with these newly added Omni Network players. Speaking of which, apart from Ruan Xiaoyu, he had not yet met any of the other players from her batch. Perhaps he should find a time to meet the Omni Network players of this plane. At the very least, if he encountered them elsewhere in the future, he could lend a hand if he was able to. If Gao Yang's thoughts were known by other Omni Network players on Earth, they might just be moved to tears. Chapter 353. Local Omni Network Forum and Plane Events. Omni Network Player Local Exchange Forum. I am the chosen one. Pin post. Can any big shot explain what the Multiverse Omni Network is? Little Jade. As you can see, this is the path to the extraordinary. Newly connected Omni Network players. Please read the pinned essential posts on the exchange forum. Yu Mao looked at the information refreshing before his retina and decisively opened the essential posts page of the exchange forum. There were only 3 essential posts in total, titled Notice for Novice Omni Network Players, The Importance of the Omni Network Newbie Guide, and Registration Information for New Omni Network Players in the Huaxia region. Yu Mao browsed through the information, his initial excitement gradually settling. He realized he was not the chosen one. There were already 6 Multiverse Network players before him. He was merely part of the third batch of players to connect to the Multiverse Network. However, this sense of disappointment was fleeting, quickly replaced by joy. As a player from the third batch to connect to the Multiverse Network, how could I not be considered chosen? Out of the over 7 billion lives on Earth, there are only 9 Multiverse Network players in total. Lying on his warm dormitory bed, the confusion in Yu Mao's heart began to dissipate. He clicked on the guide for new Multiverse Network players and began to read. A moment later, Yu Mao exited the featured post. He stared at the ceiling in the darkness, his blood boiling with excitement. The reason was simple. In this player guide, Yu Mao learned what new players needed to do. And he watched a video of a late-night street scene. It showed a speeding heavy dump truck being sliced in half by a single sword strike from a figure clad in heavy armor. After watching the video, Yu Mao had only one feeling. It was godlike. Can a human really reach this level? Yu Mao muttered to himself. At that moment, his slightly inflated ego began to shrink. He started to realize that after connecting to the Multiverse Network, he would not become a Homelander. Of course, Yu Mao was not that keen on being a Homelander anyway. After finishing the beginner's guide, Yu Mao clicked on the third featured post. Without much hesitation, he began filling in his personal information. Knowing that there were such powerful figures on Earth capable of slicing a dump truck in half with one sword, his desire to go solo had completely vanished. Clearly, Those powerhouses had all joined the departments established by the Chinese government. It was better for a small fry like him to follow in the footsteps of the experts. Of course, he also admitted that the benefits offered by the government were very tempting to a senior student like him. As long as he filled in some information and verified his identity, he could become a civil servant immediately. He would receive a monthly salary of 50,000 while doing practically nothing. Regarding this, Yuma only wanted to say, "This is absolutely awesome," especially when compared to the current situation of his classmates, who faced unemployment immediately upon graduation. This sense of satisfaction was even more pronounced. However, Yuma also understood that he was currently benefiting from his status as a Multiverse Network player. As one of only 9 such players globally, he possessed inherent scarcity. Not to mention that Multiverse Network players could touch upon the extraordinary and become superhuman figures. But Yuma was not sure if this situation would last. If the number of Multiverse Network players gradually increased and became common globally, he wondered if these benefits would continue. Therefore, to maintain his current status, Yuma already had a plan in mind. Seize the opportunity and strive to become stronger, just like that expert in the video. After Yuma finished filling in his information and clicked upload, he opened the Multiverse Network dungeon interface and began his first adventure. Gao Yang naturally did not pay much attention to these 3 new Multiverse Network players. Newly born players did not possess any dangerous capabilities yet. Moreover, the country already had relevant official organizations and institutions, which exerted a certain degree of control over the Multiverse Network players in China. Another point that Gao Yang found strange was that the current Multiverse Network players on Earth all belonged to China. There were no foreigners. Perhaps this was related to the current lineage and civilizational bias of the Earth plane. Gao Yang closed the Multiverse Network forum for this plane and prepared to ask Burke about the status of the multiverse trading channels. But just then, a new notification flashed on his retina: Multiverse Network prompt. The number of Multiverse Network players on this plane has met the minimum requirements for activating plane-wide events. Local plane-limited events are now officially active during every natural month, quarter, year, and relevant holidays. Multiverse Network players can view relevant event options in the dungeon interface. Multiverse Network prompt. Based on the Multiverse Network's relevant plane event guidelines and fluctuations in plane consciousness, and considering the average challenge level of the current plane's Multiverse Network players, this month's local plane limited event is Simple Lunar New Year's Eve. Event Boss, Nyan Beast Challenge Level 10. Ancient Legend Template Boss Monster Template Spacetime Remnant Soul Template. Plane Event, Lunar New Year's Eve. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He had just been thinking about whether he should meet with other Multiverse Network players. And now a plane event had appeared. Could it be such a coincidence? Moreover, calculating the time, he had entered the campaign on New Year's Day. A month had passed, and it was almost the Spring Festival. It was reasonable to have such a Lunar New Year's Eve event. He clicked on it with curiosity, and the next moment, the information about the plane event appeared before his eyes. Lunar New Year's Eve. Type Plane Spring Festival Limited Event Event Difficulty, Simple Event Rewards. Large amount of General EXP. Green to Golden Grade Magical Equipment Levels 110. Limited Civilization Lineage Extraordinary Inheritance. Event Challenge Boss, Nyan Beast Event Related Monsters. Large number of small Nyan Beasts Challenge Level below 5 Event Limited Items. Bamboo Firecrackers can deal massive damage to Nyan Beasts and small Nyan Beasts, while also driving them away. Must complete relevant series of event quests to obtain. Heaven Shaking Thunder can deal huge damage to Nyan Beasts and has a chance to cause the Nyan Beast to enter a panic state. Must complete relevant series of event quests to obtain. Multiverse Network prompt. Based on the character's current status on this plane and the average level of other Multiverse Network players, this event has activated relevant protection mechanisms. When the character has not entered the event scene, the Nyan Beast remains in a hidden state. Multiverse Network prompt. The Nyan Beast in the hidden state will only awaken after the character appears in the vicinity. Multiverse Network prompt. You have obtained a relevant plane correction buff. When you participate in limited events with other Multiverse Network players on this plane, you can gain additional class EXP. Gao Yang looked at the dense multiverse network prompts before him and casually took out a kello fruit to take a bite. It could be said that this Lunar New Year's Eve event was very down-to-earth. Gao Yang once looked forward to the Lunar New Year with great anticipation, because whenever the new year arrived, even in the orphanage, the meals would be improved, and there would be candies that were not available at other times. It truly felt like a celebration. For the new year, Gao Yang still held a certain amount of expectation. Gao Yang put down the kello fruit, turned his head to look in the direction of Kyu Village. He had to visit the old director before the Spring Festival. Chapter 350 for the first gathering of Earth's Multiverse Network players. Gao Yang thought for a moment and did not enter the event scenario immediately. The reason was simple. The experience provided by these basic Nyan Beast activities was of little use to him. He had already passed the stage of basic accumulation of general experience, especially when his current general experience was measured in the millions. Gao Yang reopened the Multiverse Network forum for this plane and posted a thread. The general idea was that this New Year's Eve event could serve as the first gathering for Earth's Multiverse Network players, and everyone was welcome to participate. After posting, Gao Yang closed the plane's forum. As a result, he did not see the 8 uniform replies beneath his post. Heaven knows why these people were able to reply instantly in the middle of the night. Glancing at the time, it was not long until dawn. So Gao Yang simply did not get up and continued to sit cross-legged on the martial arts field, waiting for the day to break. He did not wait long before the sky gradually brightened. Gao Yang stood up and walked toward Kyu Village. Village Chief Zhou of Kyu Village ran a grocery store that sold daily necessities. The residents of Kyu Village were all elderly, and since it was quite a distance from the town, Village Chief Zhou running this grocery store was also for the convenience of the village's seniors. When Gao Yang arrived at Village Chief Zhou's house, the chief was already sitting in the courtyard holding a ceramic bowl, drinking porridge with freshly stir-fried pickled vegetables. Seeing Gao Yang, Village Chief Zhou's eyes lit up. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and greeted him. "Xiao Yang, I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you eaten yet?" His tone was casual, as if he had only not seen Gao Yang for a few days. Watching the old man prepare to stand up, Gao Yang quickly walked over and helped him sit back down. After Village Chief Zhou was seated, Gao Yang smiled and said, "Grandpa Zhou, I already ate before I came." "Then what brings you here?" Village Chief Zhou asked with concern, sitting on his small bamboo chair. In his eyes, Gao Yang was just like his own son and daughter, busy with life every day, and his long disappearances were likely due to being busy earning a living. Gao Yang smiled and said, "It's almost the Spring Festival, so I came to visit Director Grandpa. I came too early and didn't buy any paper money or the like. I have some here. Let me get them for you." Upon hearing this, Village Chief Zhou immediately stood up and walked into the inner room. A moment later, Gao Yang arrived at Director Meng's grave carrying 2 bags of paper money and 2 bags of gold and silver ingots. He did not use a lighter. Gao Yang rubbed his thumb and index finger together, and a flicker of flame sprang from his fingertips. Watching the paper money burn before the director's grave, Gao Yang sat down slowly and began to recount what he had seen and heard during this period. He stayed in front of the director's grave for more than half an hour. The paper money had long since burned to ashes, and only then did Gao Yang stand up and leave. The Multiverse Network forum, which Gao Yang was not paying attention to, was extremely lively at this moment. "I am the chosen one, you Mao senior experts. Can you explain to a newbie what the difficulty level of a challenge rating 10 is?" Daoist Zhuangqing Zhang Zhuangqing, this fellow practitioner. According to the strength of us players at present, a boss with a challenge rating of 10 could wipe us out countless times without any problem. Beautiful as a flower Jiroxu. Daoist Zhang is being objective, _ brilliant Yikan. If this boss is so exaggerated, why would it appear? With us 3 newbies plus 6 seniors, can our average challenge rating actually reach 10? By the way, what exactly are the challenge ratings of you experts? Now Renfeng Huo cheat, ahum. First let me correct one thing. There isn't much difference between us second batch players and you. Everyone is a newbie. The real distinction is the first Multiverse Network player. That person is the true expert. As for the challenge rating, let me put it this way. You saw the large quantity of small Nyan beasts marked in this event, right? Dealing with them individually won't be easy for us. I am the chosen one, Yu Mao, brilliant Yikan, painting room Li Yi. The uniform exclamation marks above represented the inner thoughts of the third batch of Multiverse Network players. I am the chosen one, Yu Mao. No, we are all dragging our feet and lowering the average challenge rating. So just how strong is that expert? Little Yu Ruan Xiaoyu. Don't think about it, since the expert has already posted. Just lie back and enjoy it this time. Just make sure to clap hard when the time comes. Hearing Ruan Xiaoyu say this, Yu Mao understood, although he still couldn't imagine how powerful that mysterious expert was. As a senior college student who was a salted fish, his skills in clinging to a powerful figure were very proficient. This playing event was clearly a welfare-type activity, especially for them. The newly added third batch of Multiverse Network players. They could quickly get the hang of the Multiverse Network through this event. I am the chosen one, Yu Mao. Then experts. Shall we set a time to enter the event together? Little Yu Ruan Xiaoyu. Then let's enter the event at 8 o'clock sharp today. I have already recorded the basic information for you three newcomers. People from the organization will contact you in the next 2 days. So remember to answer the phone. The three newbies agreed one after another. Yu Mao closed the Multiverse Network panel and quickly got out of bed. It was only just past 7 o'clock. Taking advantage of this time, he had to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for the seniors, striving to leave a good impression. 5 hours after becoming a Multiverse Network player, Yu Mao had already mastered the basic operations of the Multiverse Network. As for the slight expense, Yu Mao, who was about to obtain a secure job with a monthly salary of 50,000, didn't feel much heartache. Time passed quickly. When 8 o'clock arrived, Yu Mao had already returned to his dormitory, lay down on his bed, and chose to enter the playing event, accompanied by a slight sense of dizziness. Yu Mao found his vision clearing to reveal that he was now standing on the outskirts of an antique-style town. He looked around and noticed several figures solidifying in his vicinity for men and 3 women. Among them, 1 man and 1 woman were clearly novices like himself. As they were wearing clothing similar to his own, Yu Mao smiled, then took the breakfast he had prepared in advance out of his inventory and began to distribute it. Seniors, please have some breakfast to warm yourselves up. Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the enthusiastic young men before her, a faint smile appearing on her face. This batch of newcomers seemed quite easy to get along with. Certainly better than the batch she had been in. Thinking of this, Ruan Xiaoyu glanced at the man nearby who was wearing black leather and a mask, as well as the youth in a Taoist robe beside him. After distributing the breakfast, Yu Mao looked at these second-batch Multiverse Network seniors with anticipation, waiting for them to speak. Seeing this, Ruan Xiaoyu said, "Everyone is participating in a playing event for the first time. Although we are entering via consciousness, it is better to act together. As for you 3 newcomers, you can take this time to let us give you a brief introduction to the Multiverse Network." Chapter 355. Finalizing the itinerary and the appearance of the Nyan Beast, Gao Yang walked out of Qiyu village, returned home, and then began his unwavering daily cultivation. As for the playing event, he had checked the replies from Ruan Xiaoyu and the others. Having gained an understanding of their movements, he decided to let them handle those small Nyan beasts first. He followed his usual routine, meditation, followed by practicing battle chi, and then sword techniques. By the time he finished the entire process, it was already noon. Returning to the living room, Gao Yang ate his lunch while sending a message to Burke. About 20 minutes later, Burke finally replied. According to Burke, powerful races throughout the multiverse had established chambers of commerce. Among them, the Mount Celestia Chamber of Commerce, the Devil Chamber of Commerce, the Elven Chamber of Commerce, and the Gnome and Goblin Chamber of Commerce were the largest. Among these, Burke did not recommend that Gao Yang trade with the Devil Chamber of Commerce. The reason was simple. Although these devils strictly adhered to fair trade contracts, they often engaged in under-the-table operations. As for the purpose of these operations, it was naturally the souls of the traders. Regarding the remaining 3 chambers, Burke indicated that they were all worth contacting, but the one most suitable for Gao Yang's situation was the Gnome and Goblin Chamber of Commerce. The Gnome and Goblin Chamber of Commerce was, naturally, a chamber established through the cooperation of the gnome and goblin races throughout the multiverse. One could often see merchants from this chamber. Once Burke mentioned this, Gao Yang recalled that back in the Demon Wasteland, there had indeed been a gnome player merchant among the Multiverse Network players. Burke, big boss, if you are willing, you can come to our plane. Our plane has a station for the gnome and goblin chamber of commerce, and it would be a perfect opportunity for us to take you on a tour of our civilization. Burke's words showed great sincerity, especially since Burke and his people had previously suffered at the hands of outside players, making such an invitation even more cautious. Gao Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Would that be inconvenient?" "Not at all. We actually want to thank you, big boss. If it weren't for you carrying us this time, how could we have achieved such great results?" There was a hint of joy and gratitude in Burke's words. Since Burke had put it that way, Gao Yang did not refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to see what a plane civilization that was deeply integrated into the multiverse network looked like. If nothing else, at the very least, their various knowledge heritages should be extremely rich. Gao Yang decided that after this plane event concluded, he would head to the plane where Burke was located. However, before that, he wondered if the issue of the language barrier needed to be resolved. Just as this thought arose in Gao Yang's mind, he saw a message sent by Burke. "Big boss, I have already mailed the teleportation scroll to you via the multiverse network. As for the language, we have a spell called Plain Language Comprehension. Once you arrive, we can cast it on you." "All right. Once I finish handling the matters at hand, I will come over and contact you then," Gao Yang replied. At the same time, in a derivative space corresponding to Earth, 8 multiverse network players had already passed the initial familiarization stage and began to head toward the town not far away. Yumao looked at Ruan Xiaoyu, who was wearing a full set of body armor and holding an assault rifle, with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "Wait, aren't we multiverse network players? According to the introduction just now, isn't Sister Ruan a spellcaster? Isn't this Counter-Strike get-up a bit too out of place? As everyone knows, spellcasters usually perform long-range firepower strikes, and an assault rifle could perfectly execute that as well." Once Yumao thought about it this way, it didn't seem like there was any problem after all. It was just that in a country with such strict gun control, being in close contact with this kind of great equalizer from the technological side still felt somewhat novel to the 3 newcomers, including Yumao. Withdrawing his gaze, Yumao refocused his attention on the antique-style town before him. This was a typical Jiangnan ancient town with black tiles and white walls, upturned eaves, and winding paths. Bluestone slabs were laid out in lines, covering the streets and alleys of the town. The residents within the town also wore clothing that exuded a classical style. Should we go directly into this town and find NPCs to take on quests? As a senior in his final year of university, Yumao had naturally played many online games. His first reaction to something like a dungeon was to find NPCs to get quests. Ruan Xiaoyu signaled for Song Yu, Zhang Zhuangqing, and Ji Ruxu to head toward the town together. Ji Ruxu's profession was warlock, and she focused primarily on charisma, so she naturally held an advantage in such negotiations. Zhang Zhuangqing was an orthodox Taoist from Longhu Mountain, and in terms of style, he was the closest to the aesthetic of this ancient town. Only then did she look at the 3 newcomers, including Yumao, and said, "Although entering a dungeon via consciousness will not lead to true death, every time you die in a dungeon, your soul will fall into a weakened state for up to 24 hours, and you will also suffer a massive mental shock at the moment of death. Therefore, avoiding death as much as possible is the consensus among all multiverse network players. The excruciating sensation of consciousness death will definitely be something you will never forget for the rest of your lives," Huoqi said from the side, his exposed eyes filled with schadenfreude. Yumao shrank his neck, feeling a bit fearful of the words from this senior, because in his previous adventure, he had already died once. As time passed, night slowly descended, and the residents of the small town began to hang up bright red lanterns and paste couplets on their doors. "We have already found out that both quest items, the hanging bamboo firecrackers and the heaven-shattering thunder, can be obtained by helping the town residents. One can hold a maximum of 5 hanging bamboo firecrackers, while each person can carry one heaven-shattering thunder. Ji Ruxu and the other two returned and explained this to the 5 people who had remained behind. Zhang Zhuangqing held a whisk and said, "The residents of this town are not dangerous. And as for the Nyan beasts, they will begin to appear at 10 o'clock at night. By then, we should be the main force guarding this town and driving away the Nyan beasts." Ruan Xiaoyu nodded slightly, then beckoned to Yu Mao and the others to start heading into the town to complete the quests. The quests were not difficult. In basically half an hour, the remaining 5 people had finished their tasks and obtained the firecrackers and the heaven-shattering thunder. Afterward, everyone began to wait at the edge of the town. Whoosh! Following a shrill whistle, a scorching tail flame rose into the sky and then burst apart above the town. The light that bloomed in an instant caught everyone's attention. "It is almost the new year," Song Yu said with a smile, looking up at the fireworks constantly exploding in the sky. "Get ready. The Nyan beasts have appeared." Ruan Xiaoyu wore a holographic tactical helmet, her expression serious as she looked toward the direction they had come from. There, the silhouettes of fierce beasts the size of adult tigers, with fangs a foot long, had already appeared in her sight. Chapter 356 Generous Plane Event Rewards. Yu Mao swallowed hard, looking at the shadowy small Nyan beasts under the fireworks, feeling as if it were difficult to breathe. Is this really something a newbie like him needs to face, with such long fangs? It wouldn't be very difficult for them to tear him to shreds, would it? "Prepare to engage," Ruan Xiaoyu said, and Zhang Zhuangqing and the others prepared themselves. The second batch of Multiverse Network players had arrived only a month later than Gao Yang. Among them, the highest level player, Zhang Zhuangqing, was already level 9 and was almost touching the Transcendent Realm. As for Ruan Xiaoyu, because she was a spellcaster, she was only level 5 so far, still a considerable distance away from the Transcendent Realm. This was why she chose to use modern weapons and equipment to face the enemy. Do not think that these tech side weapons are weak. In the multiverse, if the tech side develops to a profound level, it can also step into the legendary realm, and its combat power among legends will not be weak, especially when it comes to large-scale warfare. Rat-tat-tat. With tongues of fire spitting out, Yu Mao and the other 2 newcomers held the assault rifles they had received from Ruan Xiaoyu, forming a fire suppression net with her. As for Zhang Zhuangqing and the others, they each used their own methods and began to approach the small Nyan beasts. The roars of the small Nyan beasts began to ring out, and the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and shouting mixed together. "You have killed a small Nyan beast. You have gained 25 points of general EXP. Small Nyan beast has been recorded in your adventure manual." When the first small Nyan beast died, Yu Mao looked at the information in front of his retina, his finger on the trigger pausing subconsciously. He summoned his personal Multiverse Network panel and looked at the upgrade EXP column, 25 1,000ths. A single small Nyan beast could provide 25 points of general EXP, so he would only need 40 of them to reach level 2. This speed of leveling up left him slightly confused. Is leveling up in the Multiverse Network this simple? In fact, it was not just Yu Mao who was confused, everyone present was a bit bewildered. This was because the XP given by this event was truly too generous. Generous enough to greatly accelerate their career progression. After a momentary pause, everyone's spirits rose even higher. At this moment, these fierce and terrifying-looking Nyan beasts looked much more pleasing to the eye. "Let's go for it, everyone. This event might just save us years of hard work," Zhang Zhuangqing said, casting a talisman. A bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air and slammed into the body of a Nyan beast. "You 3 newcomers are truly lucky." Hiwochi curled his lips, recalling the hardships he faced when he was leveling up, and felt a wave of bitter envy. As time passed, the number of small Nyan beasts did not decrease but instead increased, gradually surrounding the position where Ruan Xiaoyu and the others were. Facing this situation, Ruan Xiaoyu did not panic in the slightest. She immediately took a string of firecrackers held up by a bamboo pole from her inventory and ignited it. Crackle! The firecrackers exploded in a continuous stream, and the small Nyan beasts that were closing in immediately stopped in their tracks, their eyes showing a hint of fear. Seeing this, Ruan Xiaoyu held the bamboo pole directly and rushed out of the encirclement like a god of war. Damn, is Sister Roan really this brave? Yu Mao stared, dumbfounded, at Roan Xiaoyu, who was swinging the firecrackers and looked like a deity descending to earth. Reasonable use of the rules allows one to accomplish many things. Ji Ruxu stood to the side with a casual posture. Just by standing there, she seemed to radiate a subtle charm, attracting the attention of Yu Mao and the others. It is also very reasonable for a warlock to summon a contracted creature to help in battle. When the firecrackers finished exploding, Roan Xiaoyu returned to the team. The small Nyan beasts in the darkness began to close in on their position again after the sound of the firecrackers faded. 5 minutes later, Huoqi ignited a string of firecrackers, once again driving away the approaching Nyan beasts. One string of firecrackers could last for 5 minutes. With 8 of them, they had 40 strings of firecrackers, which was enough to hold off the small Nyan beasts for more than 3 hours. This period of time was enough for them to fill their pockets with generally XP, especially since these generous big guys were giving more than just the XP. At this moment, in the darkness, there were many treasure chests flashing with alluring light, along with some items whose uses were unknown. These were all spoils of war dropped by the small Nyan beasts, but because they were not close by, Roan Xiaoyu and the others had not had time to pick them up. Sister Roan, there are only 3 strings of firecrackers left. They will last 15 minutes at most. Otherwise we will have to use the heaven-shattering thunder. Song Yu dropped the bamboo pole, rushed to Roan Xiaoyu's side, and spoke. They had been fighting here for a full 3 hours, and the number of Nyan beasts they had killed was countless. Roan Xiaoyu estimated that after this wave of the event, those of them in the second batch of players would be able to level up at least once. As for Yu Mao and the other 2, it was not impossible for them to level up 3 to 5 times. Maintain the status quo for now. If it really doesn't work, use the heaven-shattering thunder. There is no need to save them, Roan Xiaoyu said. The final Nyan beast boss would be dealt with by Gao Yang, so what they needed to do was maximize the current gains, meaning there was no need to hold back. 15 minutes passed. Roan Xiaoyu watched the approaching Nyan beasts, flipped her palm, and a black bomb the size of a watermelon appeared in her hand. Song Yu grabbed the lit heaven-shattering thunder and threw it dozens of meters away. 2 seconds later, a mushroom cloud rose up amidst the pack of Nyan beasts. The blooming light even dispersed all the surrounding Nyan beasts. More than a dozen messages scrolled across the screen like a waterfall, leaving everyone stunned and at a loss. This thing is so fierce. Roan Xiaoyu realized that they had still underestimated the exaggerated power of the heaven-shattering thunder. Just then, a long, angry roar echoed in the darkness. Just hearing that sound made Yu Mao feel like he couldn't breathe properly. It was the Nyan beast boss. It seems you are having a great time with the event. At the same time, a calm voice rang in Yu Mao's ear. Yu Mao turned his head abruptly and saw a young man with a heroic and resolute face, whose age and level of handsomeness were on par with his own, appear out of thin air. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. This was the big shot who had never shown his face but could smash a dump truck with a single sword strike. Holy crap! The big shot is finally here, Yu Mao realized, and immediately shouted in excitement. Gao Yang looked at the somewhat agitated Yu Mao beside him and felt his weak life aura. Immediately understanding that this was the new batch of Zhongwan players, he nodded slightly, then greeted Roan Xiaoyu. While he was greeting her, the others also looked at him one after another. As for Gao Yang, they had only heard his name. This was their first time meeting him. It would be a lie to say they weren't curious, especially since Gao Yang was dressed no differently from an ordinary person. This curiosity about just how strong his combat power was became even more intense. Just then, in the darkness not far away, a massive beast over 5 meters tall slowly stepped out of the darkness and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Chapter 357, Effortless and Relaxed. Massive size. The fangs several meters long, and the bulging muscles all served to illustrate the formidable power of this Nyan beast boss. As the boss appeared, the remaining small Nyan beasts gave way one after another. Roar! Or a phantasmal roar erupted from the Nyan beast's mouth, the sound waves exploding and echoing through the night sky. Yu Mao and Yi Kan leaned against each other, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A level 10 challenge boss was not something that newbie players like them could face yet. not to mention anything else. Just the massive pressure that swept over them was enough to make their hearts stop beating. Before this, Yumao really didn't understand why. In fantasy and xiangxia novels, a strong person could stare a weak person to death with a single glance. However, when he faced this nine-beast boss that was like a small mountain, and that intangible pressure rushed toward him, he understood. It was the crushing of a lower life form by a higher life form, on the level of genes, soul, and everything else. In comparison, the 5 players from the second batch performed much better. Just as Yumao and Yikan were about to be unable to withstand the pressure and fall into a brief faint, Gao Yang stepped out. Gao Yang's body blocked the front of Yumao and the other, cutting off their line of sight while also blocking the pressure transmitted by the Nyan Beast. Yumao gasped for air, a lingering fear in his eyes. This boss was simply too overpowered. Gao Yang looked at the Nyan Beast boss in front of him. Although the opponent had a strong aura, it was far from enough in his eyes. No need to waste time. Gao Yang pulled his hand out of his pocket, said in a low voice, and then strode toward the Nyan Beast boss. The next instant, Yumao and the others only felt a blur before their eyes, and Gao Yang's figure had disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the Nyan Beast boss, as if the hammer of divine punishment, which held the authority of power, had slammed into the earth. Gao Yang threw a plain and unremarkable punch, and the Nyan Beast boss's massive body suddenly flew backward into the air. The difference in size between the two was huge, which made the impact of this scene even more intuitive. Before the Nyan Beast boss had flown back very far, Gao Yang had already appeared in front of its trajectory, raised one leg high, and then chopped down like a battle axe. The earth trembled first, then rippled like water. By the time the Nyan Beast boss's massive body completely slammed into the ground, the immense force contained within its body surged into the ground, causing the earth for dozens of meters around to shatter, and a deep pit over 10 meters deep appeared. At the very bottom of the deep pit lay the Nyan Beast boss, which was already becoming a pile of mush. His sounds of people gasping for air came from the crowd. Yumao's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. With just one punch and one kick, the Nyan Beast boss was finished. This speed was truly something he had not expected. Moreover, that was not the point. The point was the terrifying deep pit that Gao Yang had created casually. What is called turning the world upside down with a wave of one's hand, this was it. Compared to the information received from videos or pictures, the shock brought by this immersive, personally witnessed scene was even more intuitive. Gao Yang stepped on the massive head of the Nyan Beast boss. Looking at the slightly translucent body beneath his feet, he did not hesitate. He drew black obsidian from the void and slashed down with his sword. With one punch, one kick, and one sword strike, the final boss of this event had been sent to GG amidst laughter and cheers. As the Nyan Beast boss's head was severed, its body began to inflate and expand rapidly, as if it were being pumped full of air. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, its body exploded with a loud bang. Gao Yang looked at the loot scattered across the deep crater, put away black obsidian, and then took a single step, walking out of the pit. To him, this Nyan Beast boss really wasn't that strong, or rather, it was a bit weak. Yumao watched Gao Yang, who had flashed out of the crater with one hand in his pocket, and a brilliant gleam erupted in his eyes. This look was much like the excitement of a star-struck fan seeing their beloved idol right before their eyes, and watching them walk toward them. This is what I want to pursue. This is the meaning of life. Yumao watched Gao Yang approach slowly, a surge of hot blood boiling in his heart. Done. It really lives up to being an event. The difficulty is low and the rewards are high, Gao Yang said, walking up to Ruan Xiaoyu and joking with a smile. Ruan Xiaoyu wore a helpless expression. Big brother, do you mind checking if what you just said is even human language? This event might be a free gift for you, but if it weren't for you, that Nyan Beast boss would have absolutely slaughtered us weaklings. When it came down to it, it was just that Gao Yang was too strong, and they were too weak. This humble Taoist, Zhang Zhuangqing, greets layman Gao Yang. If the layman has any leisure time, you are welcome to visit my Longhome Mountain, Zhang Zhuangqing said, holding a horsetail whisk and bowing slightly to Gao Yang. Gao Yang turned to look at this Taoist. The other party's aura wasn't strong, but it didn't seem that weak either. In short, it was a case of having thin arms but a thick thigh to lean on. having a soft constitution but a solid backing. Right, so and so, however. There was still a certain difference between the two. At the very least, Zhang Zhuangqing was an orthodox Taoist from Longhu Mountain, having read the Taoist canon since childhood, possessing profound knowledge, and having extremely strong personal abilities. And the path he followed was a proper, legitimate Eastern lineage. In other words, he had people in high places. This was also the reason why Gao Yang felt his aura wasn't that weak. Gao Yang smiled slightly and said to him, "I haven't been to Longhu Mountain yet. If I have time, I will certainly go for a visit. Big boss, please remember me. My name is Yu Mao, and I just became a multiverse gaming player," Yu Mao said, leaning in with a fawning smile on his face as he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the eyes that revealed a clear, naive stupidity and immediately understood his status. One could only say that a college student who hadn't been beaten by society was truly simple. After chatting briefly with the group and adding them as friends, Gao Yang's purpose for coming here was complete. He pointed to the items behind him and said, "The event is almost over now. You can distribute the loot yourselves. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading off." Big boss, do you still accept pendants? Do you think I'd be suitable as your pendant?" Yu Mao raised his hand, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this at all. Come on, this was a rare opportunity to hug a thick thigh. If he didn't hug it now, who knew when he would get another chance? If he could latch onto this massive thigh, his multiverse gaming adventure would definitely be much smoother. Gao Yang looked at Yu Mao, then withdrew his gaze and vanished from the event plane. Yu Mao felt a bit disappointed. It seemed the big boss didn't want a newbie pendant like him. "All right, pack up the loot. It's time for us to head back." Ruan Xiaoyu clapped her hands, drawing the others' attention. "Yu Mao, Yi Ken, Li Yi. Someone will contact you in the next 2 days. Don't forget." Chapter 358. The Zakaria Plane. Returning from the event space, Gao Yang loosened his shoulders and got up to walk toward the bedroom. The previous plane event had provided generous rewards. Just from killing the Nyan beast, he had received 10,000 generally XP. One could imagine how much help such a large amount of generally XP would be to multiverse gaming newcomers like Yu Mao. Comparing it like this, Gao Yang couldn't help but shake his head. What kind of days had he lived through back then? Opening his friend list, Gao Yang sent a message to Burke, stating that he had time to come over now. About half an hour later, Burke replied, "Big boss, I'm on my way to the plane teleportation center. Wait until I arrive before you teleport. So, you won't have to wait." "All right," Gao Yang said. Taking advantage of this time, Gao Yang went to the clove fruit tree and picked some energy-rich fruits. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and Burke sent another message, "Big boss, I'm in position. You can teleport now." Gao Yang glanced at the message, then took out a teleportation scroll and tore it open. The next moment, a portal slowly unfolded in front of Gao Yang. Multiverse gaming prompt. The character is performing a cross-crystal wall system teleportation. This teleportation will take approximately 5 to 10 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Gao Yang looked at the prompt on his retina, his expression returning to calm. This was his first time performing a cross-crystal wall system teleportation, but he imagined it wouldn't be much different from ordinary teleportation. He looked at the portal in front of him and stepped into it. A violent jolt came. Gao Yang felt as if he had been thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. The intense centrifugal force made him dizzy and disoriented, until a certain moment, when the powerful centrifugal force flung him out. Gao Yang realized he had regained his perception of his surroundings. What met his eyes was a clear, silver sky. In this seemingly boundless silver-white space, he was moving at an incredibly fast speed. In a brief, fleeting glimpse, Gao Yang saw a star beast of immeasurable size. On the back of this star beast, there were actually buildings, but in just 1,000th of a second, this massive star beast vanished from Gao Yang's sight, replaced by a small island. The island was wrapped in numerous magical formations, drifting aimlessly through the astral realm. Even when Gao Yang looked at it, from his perspective, it appeared to be upside down, yet, miraculously, this had no effect on the island itself. Gao Yang could not remember how long this process lasted, but he counted nearly 100 different images and scenes that he saw within this silvery white space. Among them, There were entities that discovered him, but because he was moving at such an extreme speed, those entities were unable to intercept him. Soon, following a violent tremor, Gao Yang was once again plunged into the sensation of being inside a tumbling washing machine. When everything finally came to an end, Gao Yang barely managed to steady himself against the wall, taking several deep breaths before stepping out of the teleportation array beneath his feet. System notification. You have arrived at the Zacharia Plane. Welcome to the Zacharia Plane. On behalf of the plane, we welcome a distinguished guest. The moment Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array, a sentence in the multiverse common tongue rang out at the perfect time. Gao Yang stood before the teleportation array, observing the grand hall he found himself in. It was an incredibly massive structure, with towering stone pillars that stretched all the way to the limits of his vision. Inside this hall, many humans were coming and going. Some were traveling light, others were laden with bags. Their expressions varied and diverse. Looking at this scene, Gao Yang had a sense of déjà vu, as if he were catching a train during the spring festival rush. However, fortunately, this hall had thoughtfully set up directional signs, and they were bilingual, featuring both the multiverse common tongue and the local language. Following the signs, Gao Yang walked through the hall for a few minutes before seeing Burke, Mangyun, and Mu Wang waving at him with excitement. "Big boss, over here." Mangyun cupped her small hands around her mouth to form a megaphone and shouted with all her might. Gao Yang waved back at them to indicate he had seen them. When Gao Yang reached them, Mu Wang decisively tore open a scroll, and the light from within it fell upon Gao Yang. The next moment, a system notification appeared. System notification. You have learned the Zacharia Plane language. Spell duration, 30 natural days. As the spell took effect, even though the words spoken by Burke and the others had not been translated by the system, Gao Yang could already understand them. The group of four walked toward the exit of this plane's teleportation hub, and Gao Yang looked at this unfamiliar world with great interest. As it stood, the Zacharia Plane was a world where magic and technology coexisted. Technology served daily life, while magic stood above it. Under Burke's guidance, Gao Yang and his group arrived at a teleportation array that was about 100 square meters in size. Gao Yang discovered that they were not the only 4 people at this array. In fact, there were 10 rows of 10 positions inside, and the 4 of them were only occupying 4 of those seats. Big boss, this is a fixed-point teleportation array. It departs every 10 minutes. By using these fixed-point arrays, we will reach the legendary academy where we study after about 10 transfers. Gao Yang nodded to show he understood. Wasn't this just like a bus or a subway? It was just that this was a magical world, so the means of transportation were a bit more unique. After a few minutes, the fixed-point teleportation array Gao Yang was uninterrupted with a burst of light. His vision blurred, and when he could see clearly again, the world around him had changed. Burke and the others, familiar with the routine, led Gao Yang to switch to another teleportation array. After about half an hour of this, Gao Yang couldn't help but ask, "Is it always this troublesome for you to travel? I mean, aren't there those direct teleportation arrays to specific locations?" Burke scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "There are, but under normal circumstances, we are used to taking the fixed-point teleportation arrays. Besides, teleportation to a specific location is very expensive. Although the experience is better, our wallets can't handle it," Mangyun added. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much?" 1,000 system disaster coins, Mu Wang replied. Gao Yang checked his balance of system disaster coins and decisively proposed switching to direct location teleportation. "Big boss, we've already traveled more than halfway. We'll be there after for more transfers," Burke said, looking a bit pained by the cost. "That's enough, I'll cover the fees," Gao Yang said with a wave of his hand, speaking generously. That doesn't seem right. Now, lead the way. Immediately. Right now." Gao Yang's voice was calm, and Burke jumped up as if his tail had been set on fire, immediately heading to the front to lead the way. Chapter 359. A civilization deeply integrated with the system. 3 minutes later, Gao Yang and the 3 others appeared on a bustling street. The architectural style here was extremely modern. Skyscrapers stood row upon row, interspersed with vibrant, neon-lit districts. Anti-gravity vehicles zipped through the air, And there were colorful neon billboards that could be described as light pollution, along with massive 3D holographic advertisements, all wantonly displaying the vitality of this city. Is this Lifeng City? If Burke hadn't said that this was the city where the legendary academy was located, Gao Yang would have definitely thought he had arrived in a cyberpunk world, rather than a supernatural plane possessing magic and gods. Although Gao Yang had mastered the language of the Zacharias civilization, he did not understand these eye-catching advertisements because he had only been granted language comprehension, not literacy. Bad review. Gao Yang withdrew his somewhat complex gaze and then looked at Burke and the others. You said you grew up in this kind of high-tech city. The three of them nodded one after another, seemingly not finding anything strange about it. Gao Yang watched their accustomed reactions and fell silent for a moment. He didn't ask any more meaningless questions, turning instead to ask, "Where is your academy? Didn't you say you would take me to visit it?" After visiting the legendary academy, he still had to go to the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce to exchange the items on his person for general supplies. If possible, it would be best to exchange them for some cultivation resources for the 8-9 arcane arts. Hearing this, Burke reached out and hailed a hovering car. Hiss! Milky white steam sprayed out, and the hovering car door opened. Burke invited Gao Yang to get into the vehicle, saying, "The academy we attend is called Lifeng Academy, founded by the great legendary Gale swordsman, Dean Lifeng, 730 years ago. At the same time, our Lifeng Academy is one of the 15 legendary academies of the Zacharias civilization, and the majority of graduates from every class are transcendents. Of course, the number of legends is relatively rare, but every 50 years or so, a person who ascends to the rank of legend still emerges, without a doubt. Such a person will become the new dean. May I ask, how many deans has your Lifeng Academy had?" Gao Yang asked with some curiosity. 15. The current one is Dean Mondria, who achieved legendary status over 40 years ago. He is a legendary great warrior who participated in the Abyss Blood War. Mu Wang spoke up. 15 deans meant that this Lifeng Academy had produced over 15 legendary professionals in more than 700 years. Do not think this ratio is low. On the contrary, being able to cultivate 15 legendary professionals in over 700 years is enough to prove the powerful teaching capabilities and deep foundation of this Lifeng Academy. Big boss, you might not know this, but Meng Yin and Dean Mondria come from the same family. Burke leaned over to Gao Yang's side and whispered, "Meng Yin never wants to make a fuss about it, but Mu Wang and I feel that having such a prominent background is not a bad thing." Burke. Meng Yin had clearly heard Burke's words. Her willow leaf eyebrows arched, and she shouted at Burke in a fit of anger. Burke hurriedly raised his hands, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. All right, I won't say anything more." Gao Yang looked at Meng Yin with slight surprise. He had not expected that this healer with such astonishing healing output had such a prominent background. The gap between legendary professionals and transcendents, or even ordinary beings, is enormous. The most obvious point among these is lifespan. As a short-lived species, human lifespans generally do not exceed 200 years. However, when a human ascends to the rank of legend, their lifespan experiences a leap in growth. Generally speaking, the magnitude of this increase is between 2 to 200 times. That is right. It is that exaggerated. Of course, this is related to the legendary path one chooses to walk. Moreover, after becoming a legend, the information one can access is much broader, and relatively speaking, the means to increase one's lifespan are also more abundant. Generally speaking, it is no problem for a human legend to live for 500 years. If one is more cautious, it is also possible to live for over 1,000 years through other means. Therefore, unless that legend is alone with no family or kin, as time passes, their family will inevitably grow into a behemoth, influencing every aspect of the country or even the entire civilization where they reside. And Dean Mondria of Lifeng Academy achieved legendary status over 40 years ago. This amount of time is not considered very long among legendary professionals, or rather, it is an extremely short period. The speed of the hovercar was fast, and the flight was smooth. After flying for a full hour and crossing half of Lifeng City, a complex of retro-style castle buildings appeared before Gao Yang. There were no skyscrapers here, no billboards emitting neon light, and no various vehicles flying about recklessly. The entire academy seemed to be immersed in a mystery unique to the transcendent. And behind the magnificent gate of this academy stood huge statues reaching up to 100 meters in height. The leading male statue held a long sword, or light armor, and seemed to be surrounded by a gale. Just by taking one look, Gao Yang could feel the sharp cutting sensation. That is Dean Li Fang. No matter how many times I see it, I can still feel the great power of Dean Li Fang. Boke gazed at the 100-meter statue with respect, his demeanor solemn. Indeed, a great legend. Gao Yang nodded, quite in agreement. The hovercar stopped about 3 kilometers outside of Li Feng Academy. This was the outermost edge of Li Feng City, the final trace of civilization. After stepping out of this parking lot, what came into view was a vast expanse of wilderness and a road over 10 meters wide formed by long-term compression. Out of respect for Li Feng Academy, technological items are not allowed to approach. So we need to walk the rest of the way or take non-technological vehicles. Boke walked beside Gao Yang, explaining to him. Gao Yang nodded, expressing his understanding. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, not as a guest. He naturally had to show the host the proper respect. The 4 of them were all transcendents, so their speed was naturally not slow. The mere 3-kilometer distance did not take much time to cover. Gao Yang stopped in front of Li Feng Academy, looking up at the magnificent gate before him. His eyes filled with shock. When looking down from mid-air earlier, he didn't feel much. But now standing close by, that sense of power and the weight of history rushed toward him. Big boss, let's go in. Boke walked back from the guard station. He had previously gone to handle the registration for Gao Yang as a legendary academy. Li Feng Academy was naturally not a place one could enter and exit at will. However, with the guarantee of Boke, an elite student of the academy, there was naturally no problem. Hearing this, Gao Yang stepped forward. As for the curious gazes around him, he naturally did not take them to heart. Chapter 360 Li Feng Academy. Who is that? Why is he being escorted into the academy by Senior Boke, Senior Mu Wang, and Senior Meng Yin? A face I have never seen before. Is this a chief disciple from another academy? I heard that Senior Boke and the others participated in a special large-scale battle this time and had a very bountiful harvest. Whispers erupted rapidly after Gao Yang and his group passed by. On the battlefield of the Sky City, the strength of the 3 of them was not prominent, and they were lost in the crowd. But within Li Feng Academy, the 3 of them were celebrity students whose every move would be watched by others. Just like that saying, the ascender who has gone through thousands of hardships finally becomes one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers sent to suppress the great sage equaling heaven. Those discussions could not affect Boke and the others. At this moment, he was introducing to Gao Yang, Big Shot. These are the sculptures of the past principals of our Li Feng Academy. The sculpture of Principal Li Feng, in particular, was carved by the master sculptor Lei Yuan himself. It contains a trace of the principal's legendary Dao, which is why it gives off the feeling of a strong wind brushing against your face. I see. Gao Yang looked at the giant sculpture standing before him, a trace of curiosity about Master Lei Yuan rising in his heart. Passing through the gaps between the statues, one enters a straight stone path that leads all the way to the edge of the horizon. Walking along this Li Feng Central Avenue, Gao Yang listened to the explanations from Burke and his 2 companions while strolling forward. Burke pointed to a complex of buildings on the left side of the road and said, "That is our academy's teaching building." Li Feng Academy is divided into 5 grades in total. Only after graduating from the 5th grade can one be promoted to an elite student and continue to study further within the academy. If one fails to graduate from the 5th grade after more than 15 years, they must leave the academy. Once Burke finished speaking, Meng Yin pointed to the slightly more sparse buildings on the other side and said, "That over there is the Caster Academy. Mu Wang and I usually study spells inside there." The group continued along the Central Avenue, and the various facilities within Li Feng Academy were introduced to Gao Yang one by Burke and the others. What is that? Gao Yang turned his head to look at the massive, Colosseum-like building in the distance. A faint, blood-red hue covered the structure. That is the gymnasium. Of course, if students have irreconcilable conflicts, they can apply to the school or go to the gymnasium privately to engage in a duel. Burke said with a calm expression. Only then did Gao Yang perceive a trace of the cruelty inherent to the transcendent world from this gymnasium. As a transcendent academy that pursues individual greatness, how could it be as peaceful and serene as it appeared on the surface? Hidden beneath this tranquility was a cold, underlying reality that could not be ignored. Competition, strife, and slaughter, these were inescapable. Even for a family descendant with a prominent status as pure as Meng Yin, it was impossible to grow up without being stained by a hint of blood. But generally speaking, students usually conduct private duels. After all, once you apply to the school, it gets announced to the entire academy. If you happen to lose in the duel, it would be quite embarrassing, Burke added. Just then, the expressions of Burke and his two companions, which had been full of smiles from the start, suddenly turned cold. Before Gao Yang even looked, he could feel a trace of extremely clear hostility coming toward them. When he turned his head, he saw 3 men wearing the same attire as Burke and the others walking in their direction. Judging by the expressions of Burke and his friends, it was clear that these 3 were not to be trifled with, and there was likely a significant conflict between them. Burke, I heard that the campaign you participated in this time had a good harvest. You earned over 100,000 comprehensive network disaster coins, right? The 3 walked up to them, and the one in the middle looked at Burke with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His words laced with provocation. Burke's expression remained calm, and his voice was even colder. Simon, let's resolve our issues another day. We are hosting a friend today and don't have time to tangle with you here. A friend. The Simon in the middle still wore that disgusting smile as he looked toward Gao Yang. Which academy is this brother a student of? I haven't heard of him before. Simon, Burke stared into his eyes with a stern expression. Get lost right now. Don't make me say it a second time. The smile on Simon's face faded. He looked at Burke with a playful glint in his eyes. It seems that this friend of Burke and his group is quite important. An enemy's friend is also an enemy. If he could target this friend, Simon wouldn't mind doing so. Burke glanced at Gao Yang secretly, and seeing that Gao Yang's expression hadn't changed, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the death-seeking, playful expression on Simon's face, his heart sank again. Simon didn't know Gao Yang, but Burke and his companions knew just how cruel Gao Yang's methods were. If it were just a couple of provocations that didn't involve Gao Yang might just laugh it off. But once Simon developed the idea of dragging Gao Yang into the mess, what awaited him might very well be a pitch-black greatsword. You know, Burke, in this Lifeng Academy, there is no one who can do anything to me. Simon shrugged indifferently and turned to look at Gao Yang. This brother, care to introduce yourself? Gao Yang looked at the blonde, golden-eyed man before him. The aura fluctuations on the other party were not weak, but they didn't seem to have reached the level of being able to run rampant in the academy. Combined with his arrogant tone, so, is this guy a second-generation heir? Gao Yang had never seen what a second-generation heir looked like. The circles he had lived in previously meant he never had any contact with such people. After he became a comprehensive network player, aside from his enemies, everyone he met wore a smiling face. Even the second-generation heirs showed him smiles. So, is it really this classic? Gao Yang looked at Simon in front of him and spoke softly. Gao Yang, an outlander. Upon hearing Gao Yang's answer, the corners of Simon's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he laughed unscrupulously. Damn it, is one of them fishing, and the other pretending to cooperate with the fishing? After hearing Gao Yang's answer, cold sweat broke out on Burke's back. If they didn't pull him away quickly, Simon's life would surely be forfeit here. If Simon were to actually die, then Gao Yang's trip this time would inevitably be filled with variables. And the friendship that Burke and his two companions had worked so hard to build with Gao Yang might be exhausted after this incident. Burke would absolutely not allow such a situation to happen. And the same went for Meng Yin and Mu Weng. How about this, brother Gao Yang? We take you around the academy and introduce you to some fun places. Simon took 2 steps forward, walked to Gao Yang's side, and probed. Sure, how about that gymnasium? It would be just right to witness the skills of 3 elite students. Gao Yang replied quite directly. Enough, Simon. Get out of my sight with your companions immediately. Meng Yin's eyes were filled with malice as she stared fixedly at Simon, warning him. Chapter 361 Slaughter Fear. Simon looked at Meng Yin with a hint of trepidation, but then stiffened his neck and stubbornly looked at Gao Yang, saying, "What is this? Brother Gao Yang, are you only capable of hiding behind a woman?" Gao Yang looked at the Simon before him with a strange expression. To be honest, if this weren't someone else's territory and Simon were merely provoking him with words, he would already be a corpse at this very moment. However, since they were on someone else's turf, specifically the academy where Burke and his companions were based, Gao Yang would still show the appropriate level of respect. But this came with a prerequisite, that the person before him knew how to be sensible. Gao Yang shook his head slightly. Forget it. It would be better to just be direct. Gao Yang took a step forward, then looked at Simon, locking eyes with him. As Simon met Gao Yang's indifferent gaze, the next moment, everything around him vanished, and he plummeted into an endless abyss of darkness. In the next instant, a pair of enormous eyes with dark gold backgrounds and scarlet slit pupils suddenly ignited in the darkness. Simon stared at the dragon eyes, which were even larger than the statue of the Academy Dean, and felt the killing intent radiating from them, a force that seemed capable of destroying all things. A sense of uncontrollable terror surged from the depths of his heart. System prompt. You have been enveloped by the fear aura. Willpower check in progress. Check failed. All attributes decreased by 6%. Duration 60 seconds. System prompt. You have been enveloped by the fear aura. Willpower check in progress. Check failed. All attributes decreased by 6%. Duration 60 seconds. In just a few seconds, 5 identical prompts appeared in succession before Simon's retinas. Watching the notifications cascade like a waterfall, his heart was submerged in overwhelming fear. System prompt. You have fallen into a state of fear. Duration 30 seconds. To the onlookers, Simon had merely locked eyes with Gao Yang for a moment before he seemed to be struck by immense terror. His eyes filled with panic, he stumbled backward repeatedly, and finally landed hard on his backside. Even then, he scrambled backward, kicking his legs wildly, before finally turning and fleeing in a panic, crawling and stumbling without once looking back, as if Gao Yang were some kind of terrifying monster. At this moment, the academy students watching the conflict couldn't help but gasp in unison at Simon's disheveled and panicked retreat, contributing their own small part to the global warming of the Zakaria Plain. Who was Simon? He was the direct grandson of the vice dean of the Combat Academy. Not only did he come from a prominent family, but he was also an extraordinary warrior with a combat level of 15, having experienced over 100 battles, both large and small. Yet today, he had been scared out of his wits by this unremarkable outsider in a single encounter, scurrying away like a frightened rat. If this were to get out, it would surely drop the jaws of many. Burke and his 2 companions watched Simon's display, their eyelids twitching violently, though they breathed a slight sigh of relief afterward. As long as no one was killed, it wasn't a major issue. Burke stepped forward, frowning, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Big Boss. We didn't handle this well. Simon has always been at odds with us. He must have caught wind of us at the school gate and came specifically to cause trouble." "It's fine. Isn't the trouble already resolved?" Gao Yang didn't really care. The man was nothing more than a clown jumping on a stage. As for why he was able to scare Simon away so easily, it was naturally due to the fear aura ability from his Yellow Springs dragon bloodline, combined with the lingering scent of blood he carried. Fear aura forms a 20 by 20 field of fear. Enemies within this field must undergo a willpower check every 5 seconds. If the check fails, all attributes are reduced by 6%, stackable up to 5 times, with a duration of 60 seconds. It also has a certain probability of causing the enemy to enter a state of fear, stackable. Gao Yang hadn't used the fear aura in a long time, primarily for opponents who were too weak. The attribute reduction provided by the aura was irrelevant since they would be defeated in a single strike anyway. For opponents who were too strong, the effect wouldn't take hold. Over time, Gao Yang realized that the fear aura was a noob stomping skill. But the problem was that he didn't even need special skills to stomp noobs. A simple slash would suffice. But not using it didn't mean he didn't know how. For instance, just now, he had managed to control the coverage and the target of the fear aura, which allowed him to isolate Simon and pull him into the effect. Gao Yang looked at Burke and said, "Are we not leaving? Do you want to continue being gawked at? Right, let's keep moving, big boss." Burke nodded quickly and took the lead. After the previous interlude, Burke and his companions lost the mood to continue their tour. But Gao Yang remained interested, observing everything in the Lifeng Academy. Once they reached the elite villa area where Burke and his team resided, Gao Yang finally withdrew his gaze and followed them into their villa. "Big boss, these villas are provided by the academy specifically for elite students like us. There are 3 floors and 6 rooms. There are currently 2 empty rooms. Would you like to stay with us? Or would you prefer to stay at the Traveler's Tavern built by the academy?" Meng Yin pushed open the villa door. Back on her own turf, she clearly felt more at ease. Before Gao Yang could answer, she continued, "Our team has 4 members in total. Another teammate had a personal quest to complete, so she didn't participate in this Sky City campaign." Then, Meng Yin gathered her courage and leaned in close to Gao Yang, winking as she said, "That teammate of ours is a real beauty. Definitely in the top 10 of our academy. And she's still single." Gao Yang looked at Meng Yin with annoyance. Why did she suddenly have the air of a procuress? "That's your teammate. Are you really selling her out like that? What's the big deal? She's still in class and won't be back until tonight anyway." Meng Yin waved her hand dismissively, then stared at Gao Yang and said, "Big boss, you wouldn't sell me out, would you? I just introduced you to a top-tier beauty. You can't be that heartless." Gao Yang shrugged, pointed at Burke and the other teammate behind Meng Yin, and said, "I don't know if I'm heartless, but I have a feeling that Burke and the others definitely will be." Meng Yin turned her head and saw Burke and Mu Wang glaring at her through gritted teeth. "Burke, Mu Wang, if you dare tell Andrea, you are finished. Don't even think about me healing you in the future." Meng Yin warned them fiercely with wide eyes. Gao Yang smiled, then followed Burke to the 2nd floor to settle into the vacant room. He was not particularly picky about his living arrangements, and besides, as a residence specifically provided by the academy for elite students, the facilities and equipment were naturally of high quality. In short, it was a very comfortable bedroom. Not long after Gao Yang settled in, the last member of Burke's team returned. Chapter 362. Andrea. When Andrea returned, Gao Yang and the 3 members of Burke's team were chatting in the living room on the 1st floor of the villa. "Ha, my dear teammates, your queen has returned." The villa door opened, and before anyone could be seen, a voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale drifted into the hall. Gao Yang looked over and saw a girl with skin as fair as congealed fat walking in. Her golden hair was slightly curled, her eyes were like autumn water, and her facial features were 3-dimensional and exquisite. Her face seemed to be lightly made up. Her red lips were full, and she was wearing a black dress in a style reminiscent of Gothic fashion, topped with a large witch hat. Andrea held her head high, stepping into the hall as if a queen had arrived. But when she saw Gao Yang, her queenly posture collapsed instantly. Instead, she looked at Gao Yang with a hint of shyness and asked in a daze, "Oh, who are you, Gao Yang? It's a pleasure to meet you, Andrea. I've heard about you from Burke and the others." Gao Yang stood up and replied with a smile. "Gao Yang," Andrea repeated, then looked at him in surprise. "Ah, so you are the big shot with incredibly exaggerated combat power that Meng Yin and the others were talking about." Andrea walked toward the sofa in the living room, then sat down right next to Gao Yang, boldly extending her right hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, big shot Gao Yang. I'm Andrea." Meng Yin rolled her eyes as she watched Andrea squeeze her aside, and she pinched Andrea's waist in annoyance. "You little vixen. Trying to seduce a man the moment you get back. Andrea, mind your ladylike image. You aren't being very ladylike at all," Burke said with 2 dry coughs, looking at Andrea across from him. "Fine, I was just curious about the big shot you all kept mentioning." Andrea nodded like a chick pecking at rice, though her gaze remained firmly locked on Gao Yang's face. "Big shot Gao Yang, has anyone ever told you that you look very masculine?" Andrea rested her chin on her hand, her eyes shimmering as if they were filled with little stars. Gao Yang turned to meet her gaze, then quickly looked away. The way Andrea was looking at him, with eyes that seemed almost ready to melt, was so intense that no man could withstand it. Gao Yang swore this was the first time he had ever seen someone look at him with such an expression. Even Chuorlisha and the succubus list seemed to pale in comparison. If nothing else, it was actually a rather pleasant feeling. However, in just an instant, Gao Yang regained his composure. He nodded politely and said, "Thank you. You are the first woman to compliment me like that." Burke and Mu Wang exchanged glances, both seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had been teammates with Andrea for nearly 10 years, yet they had never received such praise from her. Given Andrea's stunning beauty, it would be a lie to say Burke and Mu Wang had no thoughts about her. But those few thoughts had been worn away over the past decade. Andrea simply had no interest in them. On the other hand, Gao Yang had never spoken to them in such a kind tone either. Burke and Mu Wang were essentially eating a mountain of lemons until they were stuffed. Haha, that's just because they haven't discovered how excellent you are, Gao Yang. Andrea leaned against Gao Yang's arm, feeling the defined muscle lines beneath his sleeve. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised by Andrea's uninhibited enthusiasm, but he didn't make any move to stop her. Instead, he turned to Burke and asked, "By the way, where were we?" "We were talking about the Combat Academy," Burke said, his tone somewhat resentful. "Are you interested in the Combat Academy, Gao Yang? There happens to be a combat theory class tomorrow. Why don't you come and listen with me?" Andrea suggested immediately. As for why she, a comprehensive network player who specialized in charm and perception, would be taking a combat theory class, that was not something worth dwelling on. "I'm not a student of the academy. Is it okay for me to audit?" Gao Yang felt a bit tempted, but asked cautiously. Andrea nodded immediately and said as if it were a matter of course, "Of course it's okay, and besides, you'll have me with you." Gao Yang looked at Burke, who nodded as well, confirming that this was indeed the case. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Andrea," he said. "It's no trouble at all," Andrea replied. Then her eyes darted around as she added, "However, if I run into some trouble when we're there, could Big Shot Gao Yang help me solve it?" So that was what she was waiting for. Gao Yang looked into Andrea's eyes and found no malice there, so he nodded slightly, neither agreeing nor refusing. Andrea smiled brilliantly. She looked at Gao Yang again with that intense, melting gaze, cupped her face with both hands, and said, "Gao Yang, you really are my type. May I ask if you have a girlfriend? If you don't, then me." Before Andrea could finish her sentence, she suddenly toppled toward Mangyin's direction. Mangyin looked at her speechlessly, her teeth grinding together. "Andrea, restrain yourself. Do you understand?" Andrea rubbed her scalp and complained, I know. It's just that there's a guy who keeps pestering me. And I wanted Big Shot Gao Yang to be my boyfriend for a day to help scare him off. It's not a big deal. Burke and Mu Wang aren't working anymore, as you know." Burke and Mu Wang shook their heads and covered their faces. All they could say was that this was the trouble of being a beauty. Gao Yang looked at them with genuine interest. He had not expected that being teammates would involve this kind of quest development. It was truly amusing. "Today is the first time Big Brother Gao Yang has come to our Zacharias civilization, so I propose we all go out for a big feast. How about it?" Andrea suddenly stood up and shouted with her arms raised. Burke and the others certainly would not object to this proposal. In fact, before Andrea had even returned, they had already discussed with Gao Yang where to have dinner, and the meal had even been pre-booked out. Upon learning this, Andrea did not feel the slightest bit disappointed. Instead, she continued to cling to Gao Yang's arm, urging them to set off quickly. Seeing that everyone was ready, the group did not waste any more time and stood up to head out. It was only then that Gao Yang discovered Andrea was unexpectedly tall. Walking through the academy, Gao Yang was subjected to countless more gazes than when he had arrived, and the meaning behind these looks was primarily jealousy and skepticism. After walking for about 20 minutes, a 5-story semicircular building appeared before Gao Yang. "This is the biggest and most delicious place in our academy, the Lifeng First Canteen. Let's go. Andrea had not let go of Gao Yang's arm the entire way, and at this moment, she was shaking his arm, speaking with boundless energy. Burke and Mu Wang exchanged a glance, the sourness already overflowing. When they had pretended to be her boyfriend, why hadn't they received this kind of treatment? Chapter 363. The Vice Dean's Invitation for a Practical Demonstration. The dietary habits of the Zacharias civilization were somewhat different from the mainstream cuisine of China, but the taste was quite good. After dinner, Gao Yang and his group returned to the villa, with Andrea following behind him like a tag-along. As for Burke and Mu Wang, they were already speechless about this. Gao Yang stood at the entrance of his bedroom and turned to look at Andrea, who was still preparing to follow him inside. He said, "Andrea, you should go back and rest." Andrea pretended not to hear him. Instead, she took a step forward, pressing almost entirely against Gao Yang, and lifted her face with a seductive, watery gaze. "Can't I just chat with you for a while?" Gao Yang's body did not sway in the slightest. At this distance, he could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Andrea. From this angle, if his gaze shifted downward just a little, he could take in the entirety of Andrea's assets. But Gao Yang only stared into Andrea's eyes and said again, "Andrea, I need to cultivate." Andrea looked at Gao Yang, then took a step back and said with some regret, "All right then, see you tomorrow." Big brother Gao Yang. After saying this, Andrea turned and walked toward the third floor. Gao Yang watched Andrea walk away before turning to enter his bedroom. He held no ill will toward Andrea, but her behavior was somewhat unrestrained, which made him feel a bit unaccustomed. If it weren't for Meng Yin saying that Andrea had never had a boyfriend before, he might have thought she was a social butterfly. Gao Yang still placed a fair amount of trust in Meng Yin's words. Back in his bedroom, Gao Yang first sat cross-legged to meditate for a while, then began to contemplate the memories of the Sacrificial Tower Master. The combat memories of the Sacrificial Tower Master were a massive treasure trove. Gao Yang estimated that even when he reached the legendary rank, they would still be of great help to him. The time had been too short, and he had not yet grasped much of a lead. However, Gao Yang was not in a hurry. The memories were already in his mind. As long as he had sufficient time, he would sooner or later be able to fully digest and absorb them. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Gao Yang woke up as usual. After his daily morning exercise, he got up and opened the door to leave his bedroom. Andrea was already in the villa's living room, and what was even more rare was that she had prepared breakfast for everyone. "Big brother, come and have breakfast." Seeing Gao Yang, Andrea immediately waved and greeted him enthusiastically. After a while, Burke and the others also arrived in the first-floor living room one after another. "Are you full?" Andrea sat beside Gao Yang and asked when she saw he had stopped eating. Gao Yang nodded slightly. That's enough, thank you." Seeing this, Andrea stood up and said, "Then we should go. The combat theory class is about to start." After saying this, she looked at Meng Yin and the others, smiling as she said, "Then Big Brother Gao Yang and I will head out first." The response she received was the three of them rolling their eyes to the heavens. The combat theory class was naturally held in the teaching building of the Combat Academy. Under Andrea's guidance, Gao Yang arrived at a huge lecture hall. At this moment, more than 300 students were already scattered throughout the room. The moment Andrea arrived with Gao Yang, he instantly felt a multitude of gazes focused on him, especially on his right arm, which Andrea was holding. Gao Yang was someone who had seen great storms and waves. Naturally, he did not react to these gazes and simply sat down in a seat with Andrea. Soon, as more academy students arrived, the huge lecture hall was gradually filled. When a burly man over 2 meters tall, whose body seemed to be forged from refined steel, walked into the classroom, the previously noisy room quickly fell into silence. "That is Vice Dean Sidon, and he is a great warrior nearing the legendary rank. He has been adventuring in the comprehensive network for nearly 100 years and is famous in our plane and the surrounding plains." Andrea leaned into Gao Yang's ear and whispered. Gao Yang looked at Sidon, who was walking onto the podium. The man had a head of golden hair, a resolute face, and his entire body radiated a scorching aura like a furnace, a phenomenon caused by having an overly powerful physique. Vice Dean Sidon did not deliberately restrain his aura. Instead, he released it completely. Sidon's gaze swept across the lecture hall. Suddenly, his movements paused, his eyes narrowed, and he saw Gao Yang sitting beside Andrea. With just one glance, a faint sense of crisis rose in Sidon's heart. Looking at Gao Yang, he felt as if he were seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And Gao Yang was standing at the peak of this mountain, holding a great sword. staring right back at him. Such a heavy aura of slaughter, however. The person capable of making him feel a sense of crisis was definitely not an ordinary individual. He looked at Gao Yang, searching through his mind for any students in the academy. But not a single one matched. Finding no results, Sidon looked at Andrea, who was standing beside Gao Yang. He recognized Andrea, as her appearance was far too striking. Gao Yang nodded slightly towards Sidon. This gesture of goodwill caused Sidon to relax slightly, and that sense of crisis slowly faded away. Afterward, Sidon began his lecture. Sidon's teaching quality was quite good, especially during his lessons. He would incorporate his own adventures, interspersing them with stories that were either interesting or brutal, narrating them in a vivid and easy-to-understand manner. 2 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Sidon stopped and looked at Gao Yang, a fighting spirit gradually rising in his eyes. All right, we have reached the practical demonstration portion of today's class. I wonder if you would be interested in giving the students a demonstration. The students in the tiered classroom heard this and turned their gazes toward Gao Yang, following Sidon's lead. Vice Dean Sidon, this is against academy regulations. He is not a student of our academy, Andrea realized, immediately standing up to speak. Gao Yang was startled for a moment, but once he sensed the fighting spirit in Sidon's eyes, he smiled and slowly stood up. With his movement, an incredibly intense pressure radiated from his body, covering the entire tiered classroom in the blink of an eye. He grinned and nodded, saying, "Of course, no problem." Sidon smiled as well. He pointed toward the outside and said, "It is too cramped here. Let's head to the gymnasium." "Fine," Gao Yang nodded, as Sidon and Gao Yang walked out of the classroom. The tiered classroom erupted into chaos. The students attending the lecture today had glowing eyes and immediately began contacting their classmates and friends through the integrated network. Vice Dean Sidon of the Combat Academy was going to spar with an outsider. This was major news that would shake the academy regardless of where it happened. As the news spread rapidly, the students of Lifeng Academy, like sharks smelling blood, quickly converged toward the gymnasium. Andrea followed behind Gao Yang and Sidon, simultaneously contacting Mengyan and the others. She had only wanted Gao Yang to help her act as a shield. How did things escalate to the point of him sparring with the Vice Dean? Chapter 364. You call this a spar? Gao Yang and Sidon did not exchange a single word the entire way, simply walking toward the gymnasium on their own. By the time Gao Yang and Sidon arrived at the gymnasium, students who had heard the news were already appearing, stepping into the gymnasium. They were met with a massive circular arena. Surrounding the outer edge of the arena were rows of tiered, circular seats that extended all the way to the perimeter. The area of the circular arena was exaggeratedly large, to the point where Gao Yang and Sidon standing in the center looked like two soccer balls dropped in the middle of a pitch. Sidon stood there in a relaxed, slouching posture, clearly waiting for the academy students to arrive. Since he had agreed to provide a practical demonstration for the students, Gao Yang naturally was not in a rush to start the fight. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the seats outside the arena were gradually filled with students. Over here, Andrea waved toward the entrance. Seeing this, Meng Yun quickly led Bok and Mu Wang to the spots Andrea had claimed. What is going on? Why is the big boss fighting Vice Dean Sidon? As soon as Bok saw Andrea, he immediately asked. Andrea said with some helplessness, "I don't know." After Vice Dean Sidon finished his lecture, he directly invited Gao Yang to a combat demonstration, and the big boss didn't refuse. "Then we just ended up here. Couldn't you have tried to stop them?" Bok asked. Although he believed Gao Yang was extremely strong, who was Vice Dean Sidon? He had been traversing the integrated network for nearly 100 years, and his reputation echoed across more than a dozen nearby planes. While he hadn't reached the legendary rank, he was definitely among those closest to it. For an existence of this level to fight Gao Yang, wouldn't that just be a one-sided lesson? All right, stop talking here. They are about to start. Meng Yun stopped the conversation between Bok and Andrea, signaling them to look at the arena below. In the arena, seeing that the number of students had increased, Sidon gripped his hand, and a thick-backed long saber appeared in his grasp. Seeing this, Gao Yang did not hesitate and drew his black obsidian greatsword from the void. Yes, I have to say, the big boss's move is truly cool enough. Andrea watched Gao Yang's calm motion of drawing his sword from the void. Her eyes burning with intensity. Many students could perform this move, but the effect of drawing a sword depends on the backdrop. Being able to draw his sword so calmly in front of Vice-Dean Sidon naturally added a full strongman buff to Gao Yang. I haven't seen a young man as young and powerful as you in a long time. How should I address you? Sidon asked, holding his thick-backed saber as he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, I had a campaign adventure with students from your academy and came here by invitation, Gao Yang said, standing with his sword in hand and looking directly at Sidon. Then thank you for taking care of them. Sidon revealed a faint smile. He then raised his saber and said, shall we begin? Naturally, no problem. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Sidon raised his left hand, and his battle chi began to boil. Subsequently, magical patterns and formations lit up along the edge of the arena, enveloping the entire combat space. After finishing this, he looked at Gao Yang and said, it has begun. As his voice fell, Gao Yang and Sidon vanished from their spots simultaneously. The next moment, the two collided in the center of the battlefield. Golden red battle chi and milky white battle chi clashing and intertwining. Clang. The violent roar produced by the collision of the blade and sword caused the eardrums of the students nearby to sting. Even with the dampening effect of the magical formations, those with weaker constitutions even had blood trickling from their ears. A ring of shockwaves exploded outward. Gao Yang and Sidon stared at each other, their weapons locked. The next moment, both withdrew their weapons and slashed out again. There was another violent roar, but this time, Sidon's expression changed drastically. The power contained in Gao Yang's strike was too terrifying, giving him the feeling that it was absolutely impossible to block. The moment this feeling emerged, his long-honed combat instincts prompted him to decisively lift his feet off the ground, using the force of the collision between their weapons to retreat backward. However, to the students watching from the sidelines, it appeared as though Gao Yang and Dean Seaton had clashed once more, only for Dean Seaton to be sent flying backward by a single strike from Gao Yang's sword. Gao Yang stood with his sword in hand, somewhat surprised by the keenness of Seaton's combat intuition. If it were anyone else, they would have attempted to resist his tyrant body slash. The result of doing so would have been having their guard broken by the unstoppable, immense force of his sword, leaving them in a state of paralysis. Following that, they would have been met with a storm of continuous strikes from Gao Yang until they met their end. Seaton landed on the ground, looked at Gao Yang, and suddenly smiled. In the next instant, he pushed off the ground, his body shooting toward Gao Yang like a bolt of lightning. Gao Yang did not show weakness either. His battle aura surged into the sky like a torch. The violent, scorching aura caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. Like a war god bathed in flames, he charged towards Seaton as well. The two collided head-on, the air between them squeezed and shattered by the terrifying force, and a milky white shockwave exploded between them. Gao Yang swung his sword horizontally, the Heiyao blade spitting out several meters of sword light as it clashed with Seaton's long saber. A violent shockwave erupted at Seaton's side, and the ground to his right shattered, leaving behind a large, spiderweb-like pattern of cracks. This time, Seaton did not retreat a single step. In fact, he pressed forward. With a flick of his blade, he deflected Gao Yang's greatsword and brought his own saber down in a vertical slash. Gao Yang blocked with his sword, the blades grinding against each other and sending a cascade of sparks flying. Eventually, the long saber was parried, grazing Gao Yang's body and striking the ground right beside his feet. In that single instant, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters beneath Gao Yang exploded violently, and the shattered stone slabs covered him like bullets. Gao Yang did not hesitate to launch a charge. His entire body transitioned from absolute stillness to extreme motion, leaving behind trails of afterimages as he burst out of the area and lunged towards Seaton's position. The moment he cleared the area, Seaton was already rushing toward him. The distance between them was so close that neither the saber nor the sword could be fully utilized. Thus, both men simultaneously clenched their left hands and threw a punch toward the other's chest. Thud, thud, two muffled sounds, like beating war drums, echoed throughout the arena. A ring of shockwaves exploded behind Gao Yang, forming the phantom image of a fist that struck the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. As for Seaton, the same occurred behind him. With that punch, Gao Yang's blood felt as if it were boiling. His eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light as he retracted his left arm and threw another punch. Boom, boom! And so, in full view of everyone, Gao Yang and Seaton engaged in a brutal, flesh-to-flesh exchange of blows. Every punch thrown inevitably triggered a shockwave behind the opponent, and the ground beneath their feet shattered continuously as they exerted force to neutralize the impacts. Watching Gao Yang and Seaton trade blows, the students in the audience were all left in a state of bewilderment. What? You call this kind of destruction a friendly spar? Chapter 365, Heading to Zakaria. Not all the students present had reached the transcendent realm. Although they had witnessed the existence of transcendent sequences, this was their first time seeing two warriors who stood almost at the pinnacle of the transcendent sequence fighting in such a raw, direct manner. The sensation of their own blood vibrating in sync with the thunderous roars made the students stand up involuntarily, craning their necks to watch the two men engaged in the frantic brawl within the arena. On the field, Gao Yang and Seaton had traded dozens of punches, and the ground for hundreds of meters around them had sunk by several meters. Hey, get lost. Gao Yang delivered a front kick, and Seaton did the same. Their feet, encased in battle aura, slammed into each other's chests, the immense force dragging both men backward as they flew through the air. Boom, boom. Seaton crashed into the wall of the arena, his long saber dragging a trench hundreds of meters long across the ground. Gao Yang, however, suddenly spread a pair of dragon wings, his figure shooting upward and forcibly halting his retreat. Gao Yang descended slowly, his gaze crossing the distance between them and landing on Seaton's face. Warm-up is over, Dean Seaton. Seaton's mouth curled into a grin, and a violent fighting spirit surged in his eyes. Come on, let me see your true power. Gao Yang retracted his dragon wings and released the restraints on his own battle aura. The next moment, endless aura erupted from his body, all of it converging above him. The golden red battle aura rapidly solidified, and a nearly tangible figure of battle aura, 10 meters tall, appeared behind Gao Yang. Flames ignited on the Heiyao sword, transforming into sword chi, and finally, a scorching red, materialized Heiyao greatsword was gripped in the hands of the aura phantom. Holy crap! Is it really that cool? Gods above! The quality of his battle aura is terrifying. The moment Gao Yang Susanoo appeared, a massive wave of discussion erupted among the watching students. The reason was simple. Gao Yang's move was just too extravagant. This massive amount of battle aura was all about brute force. If one didn't have enough battle aura, they wouldn't be able to pull this off at all. Seaton's expression froze for a moment, and then a more ferocious grin appeared on his face. Good, good, good. It looks like I'll be able to have a great time today. Without the slightest hesitation, the milky white battle aura on Seaton's body erupted, covering him completely in a very short time and forming a tangible suit of battle aura armor that wrapped him tightly. Just then, a grand voice echoed throughout the entire gymnasium. Seaton, look at the mess you've made, my gymnasium. The violent fighting spirit in Seaton's eyes did not vanish. Instead, it grew even more intense. He looked up at the sky, where a small figure was hovering. Dean Leon, after I finish this fight, I will personally pay to have the gymnasium repaired. No, stop right now, or don't blame me for forcibly terminating your fight. Dean Leon glared at Seaton with a face full of rage, his heart bleeding. Who could understand? He had just taken a nap, and not long after, he discovered that the gymnasium he had spent a fortune and vast resources to build was about to be demolished. The culprit behind all this was actually the vice dean of the combat academy he led. This discovery nearly made Dean Leon faint from anger. It is already too late. Look at the other side. The ultimate move has already been unleashed. How do you expect me to stop now? As soon as Seaton finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet shattered. His entire body transformed into a blurred afterimage and vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a roar that echoed across the sky. Come and fight. A smirk tugged at the corner of Gao Yang's mouth as he raised Heiyao high. Behind him, the massive phantom of battle aura mirrored his movements perfectly. When Heiyao reached its highest point, Gao Yang swung the sword down with a furious and hesitating strike. Battle aura surged wildly, and a terrifying sword energy nearly 1,000 meters long erupted from the blazing red greatsword of the battle aura phantom. The next instant, Gao Yang held Heiyao and slashed down in a rage. As the 1,000-meter-long sword energy descended, the gale it stirred up split the white clouds above the LitRPG Academy in two. With that single strike, the terrifying momentum seemed as if it would cleave the entire stadium in half. The students sitting in the direction of Gao Yang's strike were thrown into a panic, scrambling frantically to escape to both sides. The 1,000-meter sword energy scraped violently against the defensive shield of the arena, creating a teeth-gritting screeching sound wherever it passed. Shiden's eyes bulged as he swung his long blade from bottom to top, striking against the massive sword energy that seemed intent on severing the heavens and earth. The moment the two collided, it felt as if the entire LitRPG Academy trembled. A violent hurricane swept out from the point of impact, carrying a massive amount of debris that pelted the arena's defensive shield, creating a continuous clattering sound. As it over, Andrea covered her chest with her small hand, suppressing her wildly beating heart. Her face was flushed, making her look even more beautiful and alluring. It should be about done, I suppose. Burke swallowed hard, looking at the battlefield below, which was now shrouded in smoke and dust. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past, dispersing the smoke and dust to reveal the scene within. Gao Yang and Shiden had stopped fighting. Neither of them appeared to have suffered any major injuries, and they were now standing face to face in the arena, chatting and laughing with each other. As for Dean Leon in the sky, Shiden subconsciously chose to ignore him. I thoroughly enjoyed today's battle. Shiden walked toward the exit side by side with Gao Yang as he spoke. Same here. Dean Shiden is truly worthy of being the warrior closest to the legendary rank. I still have a long way to go. Gao Yang reviewed the battle just now and said with a smile, forget it. You will probably reach the legendary rank in another 10 years or so. While I might still be struggling in the transcendent realm by then. Shiden did not hold back at all, speaking bluntly. Gao Yang paused, not refuting him. Shiden laughed heartily and reached out a large hand to pat Gao Yang's shoulder. The immense force caused Gao Yang's body to emit a dull thud. Let's have a meal together tonight. I will treat you to some drinks. Then I thank you for your hospitality. Dean. Gao Yang did not refuse. Cough, cough. I have some matters to attend to, so I will be heading off first. Shiden gave a dry cough. Wind gathered at his feet, and he quickly vanished at the exit. Gao Yang looked up at Dean Leon in the sky and could not help but smile. The atmosphere at this LitRPG Academy was unexpectedly good. Dean Leon gave Gao Yang a look of annoyance. Then his figure flashed and he disappeared instantly. Only after both deans had left did the watching students finally erupt into a massive commotion. A multitude of fervent gazes fell upon Gao Yang, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly. A big boss. You are truly too strong. I am about to be completely conquered by you. Andrea screamed and sprinted toward Gao Yang, her arms wide open, as if she intended to tackle him to the ground. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, then allowed Andrea to throw herself onto him. At this, a large number of gazes shifted toward Andrea. If you keep doing this, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to find a boyfriend in the future. Gao Yang wrapped one arm around Andrea's slender waist, saying with a hint of teasing, HMPH, can't you be my real boyfriend then, big boss? Andrea wrinkled her nose, her expression full of coquettish charm. If you want me to be your boyfriend, your current physique won't cut it. Gao Yang applied a slight pressure with his arm, and Andrea's face turned bright red instantly. She naturally understood what Gao Yang meant. As someone capable of fighting Dean Shiden, the warrior closest to the legendary rank, Gao Yang's strength and physique were bound to be extremely exaggerated. And as a metaverse player specializing in charm and perception, strength and physique were naturally not her strong suits. In such a situation, if his movements were even slightly intense during certain activities, she would simply be unable to withstand it. Andrea secretly spat in her heart, then broke free from Gao Yang's embrace and stood before him. Shortly after, Burke and the other two walked over. Burke looked at Gao Yang with a complex expression and then said, Big boss, although we knew you were strong before, we really did not expect that you could even fight Dean Shiden of the Combat Academy to a draw. Previously, in the ruins of the Sky City, the battles they fought together were either one-sided massacres of vengeful spirits and undead, or joint operations involving multiple metaverse players. Although Gao Yang was the main force, Exactly how strong he was remained unclear against the backdrop of other players, but now, Burke and the others had a clear understanding of Gao Yang's combat power. He was a terrifying existence capable of trading blows with Dean Shiden, perhaps below the legendary rank. He was already approaching the strongest tier. Gao Yang shook his head slightly and explained, Dean Shiden did not use his full strength. There is still a huge gap between me and the Dean. Burke and the others agreed with this statement. If they had truly unleashed their full power, this stadium would definitely not have been able to withstand them, and perhaps the entire academy would have been reduced to ruins during their fight. This was the destructive power of the peak transcendent level. Do not think this is an exaggeration. In reality, the destructive power of transcendent sequence life forms is truly not weak, with spellcasters being the most formidable among them. Take the spellcaster Rosset during the Battle of the Sky City as an example. His final meteor fall destroyed the entire palace complex of the Yin Empire. If not for the obstruction of the city walls and other defenses, the scope of the devastation at that time would have been many times greater. Once a life form steps into the legendary realm, a more exaggerated qualitative change occurs. By that time, some powerful legendaries even possess the great power to destroy entire planes. For details, one can refer to those legendary entities wanted by the Plane Guardian Association. Without exception, they are all of the legendary level and have destroyed planes. As for Gao Yang, he does not believe his combat power has reached the peak of the extraordinary level. The reason is simple. He still has much room for improvement. His level is only 12, and he is still a full 8 levels away from the legendary level of 20. His skills still have room for enhancement, and his swordsmanship has even greater potential for growth. He still has obtained inheritances that he has not yet digested, and he has not even begun practicing the 8-9 profound art. Furthermore, he can still undergo abyss training to acquire those unique specialties that can trigger qualitative changes. Only when his level reaches 19, his 8-9 profound art is cultivated to the 6th level, and his inheritances are fully digested, will he reach the peak of his combat power. And he came here precisely to digest what he had previously obtained. Gao Yang looked at Burke and asked, where is the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce mentioned earlier? I need to go there as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Burke replied, the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce is in the center of our plane, which is the central city of Zakaria. That is also the place where our plane conducts exchanges and trade with other planes. It is even guarded by more than 5 legendary entities, making it the safest place in all of Zakaria. Oh, if I want to go, how long will it take? Gao Yang asked while walking. There is a teleportation array in the academy. It only requires 1 transfer to reach Zakaria directly. If you are in a hurry, you can set off today, Burke said quickly. Big boss, are you going to Zakaria? Andrea asked, her eyes shifting. Isn't that obvious? How? Then big boss, beg me. If you beg me, I will go to Zakaria with you, Andrea said, looking at Gao Yang with her hands behind her back and her eyes narrowed. Almost forgot. Burke slapped his forehead and said to Gao Yang, Andrea is from Zakaria, and her family is considered a famous and powerful force there. Oh, Gao Yang was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Andrea to have such a background. Big boss, begged me. Andrea didn't mind Burke revealing her information. She just looked at Gao Yang with a smile. No need. I can go by myself, Gao Yang said with a smile and a shake of his head. Then turned to Burke and said, let's skip today. I promised Dean Seaton to have dinner with him tonight. I will head to Zakaria tomorrow. That's no problem. I will go with you tomorrow. Burke nodded and said, Zakaria is located in the center of this plane, thousands of miles away from Lifeng Academy. A single trip costs 5,000 comprehensive network disaster coins. But since Gao Yang is unfamiliar with the place, as the one who invited him, he must act as a good guide. For this, he gritted his teeth and decided to cover the 10,000 comprehensive network disaster coins for the round trip. Anyway, the harvest this time was sufficient, so he didn't mind these few comprehensive network disaster coins. No problem. Gao Yang nodded. Andrea, standing to the side, pouted, looking somewhat unhappy. In the evening, after Gao Yang had a meal with Seaton, he returned to Burke's villa with a faint scent of alcohol. Today, given Gao Yang's physique, A little alcohol could no longer cause him any harm. After returning to his bedroom, he circulated his battle chi for just a few cycles, and the alcohol in his body dissipated completely. After a simple wash, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. The next morning, Andrea was waiting outside Gao Yang's door early. When Gao Yang opened the door, Andrea tilted her head slightly and said to him, "I received a message from my family last night asking me to return to Zakaria. Since I thought you were going to, I'll reluctantly go with you." Gao Yang looked at Andrea and found it somewhat amusing. But to save her face, he nodded politely and said, "Then I will trouble you, Miss Andrea." "What trouble?" "It's mainly just on the way, and Burke has his own things to do anyway," Andrea said, the corners of her mouth curling up, her mood quite pleasant. Chapter 366, Andrea's melodramatic story. There is a teleportation array in Lifeng Academy that can lead to the city where the teleportation array to Zakaria is located. After breakfast, Gao Yang and Andrea headed to the Academy's teleportation array. After paying 2,000 comprehensive network disaster coins, the two stepped onto the array and vanished. 10 minutes later, Gao Yang and Andrea stepped out of a teleportation array. Andrea took a deep breath of the air, and her tense body seemed to relax significantly. She led Gao Yang out with practiced ease, introducing the place as they walked. This is the largest teleportation distribution center in Zakaria, with over 10,000 teleportation arrays of all sizes. From here, you can go to any location on our plane. Of course, there are also interplanar teleportation arrays here, which can be used to travel to other planes. However, you can only go to those planes that have established diplomatic relations with our Zakaria plane and have obtained access coordinates. Those unfamiliar planes do not welcome strangers. Gao Yang nodded and followed the flow of people with Andrea out of the building. After spending some time, the two finally walked out of the massive teleportation distribution center. Subsequently, an incredibly large sun appeared in the sky above Gao Yang's head, wantonly radiating light and heat. The terrain here seems to be much higher than at Lifeng Academy. Gao Yang reached out his hand, felt the intense sunlight, and spoke. "Yes, that's why the residents living in Zakaria are a bit darker skinned. But those who can live here generally have decent strength," Andrea agreed. "That is the center of a plane, after all. Not to mention anything else. The housing prices alone must be astronomical, right?" Gao Yang remarked with a touch of emotion. That goes without saying. Even in the outermost districts of Zakaria, buying a single room costs upwards of 70 or 80,000 system disaster coins." Andrea nodded slightly. "The further in you go, the more expensive it gets. As for the Zakaria Plane Academy at the very center, the area it occupies is even more immense. Zakaria Plane Academy." Gao Yang followed Andrea's gaze, and what met his eyes was a massive peak that towered into the clouds. "You are not going to tell me that the academy is located on that giant peak, are you?" Andrea smiled brightly. "You guessed it right, big brother Gao Yang. To be able to occupy such a large space in Zakaria, the ranking of Zakaria Plane Academy must be very high, right? High is an understatement. This is the #1 academy in our civilization." "Okay, all 5 legends are from Zakaria Academy," Andrea corrected him. Gao Yang took a curious look at the giant peak, then withdrew his gaze and turned to Andrea, asking, "Where are the Goblin and Gnome Chambers of Commerce? Since it is still early, I would like to head over there. Are you in such a hurry?" Andrea tilted her head slightly, letting her hair drape over her shoulders. "It is all right," Gao Yang replied in a flat tone. He could hardly say he was in a rush because he wanted to leave this place. "Then let us get you settled in first, and tomorrow I will take you round for a tour. And we can stop by the Goblin Chamber of Commerce while we are at it," Andrea said. She then pointed to a luxurious hovering car flying in from the distance. "My family is here to pick us up." Gao Yang watched as the 10-meter-long luxury hovering car came to a stop in front of them, and saw a beautiful woman of about 30, dressed in a butler uniform, step out of the car to open the door. Following that, the driver, dressed in a crisp black uniform, and the beautiful butler bowed respectfully toward Andrea and Gao Yang. Gao Yang's gaze fell on Andrea. He had not expected that her family background was not quite so simple. "Get in, big brother." Andrea smiled faintly and climbed into the car first. Gao Yang shook his head and followed her inside. Inside the car, Andrea sat beside Gao Yang, while the beautiful butler stood straight on the side in front of them. Miss Andrea, and this gentleman, please sit tight. We are about to return. The driver's skills were superb, until the car came to a stop. Gao Yang did not feel much of a jolt. The door opened, and a neat, massive garden came into view. Gao Yang took one look and then withdrew his gaze. Well, Andrea's family background was not just simple. It was at the very least that of a wealthy, powerful clan. She had previously said that every inch of land in Zakaria was worth its weight in gold. Yet before even entering her home, there was a garden larger than several football fields combined. And the building at the end of the garden was even more luxurious and noble. So, Andrea, with such good family conditions, why did you go to study at LitRPG Academy? Walking along the neat stone path, Gao Yang looked at Andrea and asked. Hearing this, Andrea was uncharacteristically silent for a moment. Gao Yang realized he must have touched upon a sore spot, so he said, Sorry, I was just asking out of curiosity. I did not mean anything by it. Who would have thought that after he finished speaking, Andrea burst into laughter. She looked at Gao Yang, laughing until she was trembling, and then said, Ha, big brother, you are so funny. Actually, it is nothing. You know, in families like ours, there are always times when we cannot control our own fate. Once she put it that way, Gao Yang understood. Andrea's family was clearly extraordinary, and in such large clans, it was inevitable that things like arranged marriages and power struggles would occur. As a child of a great family, while enjoying the conveniences provided by the clan, one also had to make certain sacrifices. It was obvious that what Andrea could offer was her role as a high-quality candidate for a political marriage. I went to LitRPG Academy to resist the marriage arranged by my family. It is very cliché, isn't it? Andrea said with a smile. On the contrary, I find it quite fresh. Gao Yang smiled. Quite fresh. Andrea was somewhat surprised by Gao Yang's answer. Only young ladies like you would have such troubles. People like us never have them, because the concept of a political marriage simply does not exist for us. Gao Yang spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. Andrea rolled her eyes in a charming way and said, Give me a break. If you were to put the word out, big brother, I do not know how many noble ladies would be lining up to marry you. If she was a second or third generation noble, then Gao Yang was a self-made noble in the truest sense. He only needed to display his own strength, and everything would be within his grasp. One had to know that there were only a dozen or so legends in the entire Zakaria plain. Aside from those dozen or so legendary existences, Gao Yang could be considered one of the top-tier individuals, already standing at the pinnacle above millions of others. Gao Yang shook his head. Enough. Stop flattering me. It is getting late. Have you prepared a room for me? Of course. Alice has already arranged everything. Right, Alice, Andrea said calmly. The beautiful butler leading the way heard this, stopped in her tracks, and bowed slightly. Everything has been prepared, Miss Andrea. Chapter 367. Eating someone else's food makes one soft-spoken. Butler, Alice, had served the Carter family for generations, with a history spanning over 400 years. Therefore, her professional standards were completely trustworthy. Gao Yang looked at the medieval-style room covered in soft carpets, as well as the beautiful maids standing at the door ready to provide kneeling service, and could not help but sigh. The life of the nobility is truly corrupt. No need. You all go do your own things. Gao Yang looked at the maids in front of him and said. The two maids responded in low voices and turned to enter the nanny room inside the suite. As for Andrea, having just returned home, she needed to pay a visit to the elders of the family. Gao Yang walked into the bedroom and sighed once more. He once thought that the trope of a domineering CEO waking up in a 500 square meter bed was just a joke. But when this scene truly appeared before his eyes, and he was left to enjoy it, he still felt that his own experience was lacking. Although the bed in front of him was not 500 square meters, it was certainly several dozen square meters. Gao Yang could not understand why anyone would build a bed for sleeping that was so large. Instead of approaching the bed, Gao Yang sat down on a solid wood stool nearby and began to meditate cross-legged. About 2 hours later, a maid knocked gently on the door, her soft, delicate voice reaching Gao Yang's ears. Sir, Miss Andrea is waiting for you outside. Would you like to see her?" After the maid finished speaking, she waited outside the door. A moment later, the door opened, and Gao Yang walked out. The maid stepped aside to clear a path for him. The maid standing at the entrance opened the main gate the very second Gao Yang arrived. Andrea stepped into the room, skipping over to Gao Yang's side, and hugged his arm tightly. "Ha, big boss. I have already taken care of everything. Is there anything you want to eat for lunch? I am very familiar with Zakaria. You can eat whatever you like." Gao Yang exerted a slight force with his arm, but finding that Andrea had no intention of letting go, he stopped pushing. If he were to force his way out, Andrea might get hurt. Gao Yang did not have many requirements for this, so he just said casually, "Anything is fine. Let's just have some of Zakaria's local delicacies." "Alice." Andrea snapped her fingers and called out to Alice, who was standing outside the door. Alice bowed slightly and said in a calm and hurried voice, "Miss Andrea, the Plain Star restaurant in Zakaria has been preparing for you for a long time. You and the gentleman may head there whenever you wish." Plain Star is fine. Let's go there." Andrea turned her head to look at Gao Yang again and said, "Big boss, Plain Star is considered a very famous restaurant in Zakaria. It includes local delicacies from all over Zakaria. It should meet your requirements, right?" After saying this, she winked playfully. Gao Yang was left speechless, unable to laugh or cry, so he could only nod. "Then let's set off." Seeing that Gao Yang had no objections, Andrea said immediately. A hovercar was already parked in the manor. Gao Yang and Andrea did not walk for long before they boarded the vehicle. After flying in the air for half an hour, a tower that pierced the clouds appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Unlike the medieval manor castle style of Andrea's place, Plain Star was full of a technological aesthetic, much like the cyberpunk style of Lifeng City, though slightly more restrained. The hovercar flew directly to the top of the Plain Star Tower and landed steadily in the parking lot at the summit. Gao Yang and Andrea stepped out of the car. Standing on this tallest building, they had an unobstructed view in all directions. The feeling was as if they were standing at the pinnacle of the world, looking down upon all things. However, Gao Yang did not have any special feelings. At most, he felt the wind was a bit strong, which was not very friendly to ladies wearing long skirts in this parking lot. He subconsciously glanced at Andrea beside him. She was wearing a gothic silk dress, but the large hem of the skirt seemed to defy gravity, unaffected by the strong wind in the slightest. Andrea leaned into Gao Yang's ear, her voice alluring and tinged with a hint of provocation. "What does the big boss want to see under my skirt?" Gao Yang gave her a speechless glance. She was from a prominent family, so how could her speech and behavior be like a female hooligan? If she were taken back home like this, wouldn't she be severely disciplined by her family? "You are overthinking it." After saying this, Gao Yang took the initiative to walk forward. Butler Alice led the way, with Andrea and Gao Yang following behind. All along the way, every waiter they saw bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. This made Gao Yang feel that Andrea's identity was becoming increasingly mysterious. "Andrea, are you perhaps the first-in-line heir to a legendary family?" Gao Yang asked curiously as he walked on the top floor of Plain Star. Andrea rolled her eyes and said irritably, "If I were the first-in-line heir to a legendary family, do you think I would need to hide at Lifeng Academy?" "That is true." Gao Yang nodded. That was indeed the case. As the two were talking, they had already stepped into a private room. This room had huge floor-to-ceiling windows on all four sides, which must have been enchanted with spells, allowing one to see the scenery of the entire Zakaria. Everything had already been arranged. As Gao Yang and Andrea took their seats, one local delicacy of the Zakaria plain after another was served, each dish containing abundant energy. Gao Yang did not refuse anything. His powerful physique granted him superior digestion and absorption capabilities. But before the meal was finished, a commotion came from outside the door, followed by a loud bang. The tightly closed door was violently forced open from the outside, and then a group of people filed in. Leading them was a blond young man wearing a black robe with gold trim. At this moment, the man's face was full of rage, and his eyes scanned the room, quickly locking onto Gao Yang. Andrea's face turned livid. She stood up abruptly and scolded, "You're Tony Akasher. Who gave you the courage to disturb my Andrea Carter's meal? Nortonia glanced at her, the anger in his eyes intensifying. Andrea, my fiancée. Yet at this very moment, you are dining with a strange man in such a private place. How do you expect me, Nortonia, your fiancée, to accept this? Where do you place the dignity of our Kasher family? Gao Yang put down his cutlery. Clearly, the young man in front of him was the person Andrea had been trying to avoid. However, even so, this was no reason for the other party to disturb his meal at will. But before he could speak, Nortonia had already turned his head, staring at him intently, grinding his teeth as he said, "In the name of the Kasher family, I challenge you to a duel." After saying this, he snatched the gold family emblem pinned to his left chest and slammed it heavily onto the large round dining table. Gao Yang was speechless. Why did this guy have such a tune of you vibe? However, after glancing at Andrea, Gao Yang sighed slightly and stood up. Chapter 368. The transaction ends. Nortonria is 28 years old this year, with a general network level of 16. Within the entire Zakaria civilization, he is considered a very outstanding young man. Upon hearing that Andrea had just returned to Zakaria today, he had long been eager to come to the Carter family to see her. After all, she is his fiancée, and their union is something both the Carter family and the Castle family look forward to. Furthermore, Andrea is beautiful, has a slender figure, and possesses a captivating temperament, all of which Nortonria is very satisfied with. But when he learned that Andrea had appeared at the plain store with a strange man, combined with the looks he received from the heirs of various families who were around him at the time, Nortonria's sanity nearly evaporated on the spot. He barely managed to retain a shred of reason. But after arriving at this private room and seeing Gao Yang, his anger grew increasingly intense. Gao Yang looked at Nortonria, who was standing opposite him with a face full of rage, as if he harbored a grudge over the theft of a wife, and shook his head slightly. How did such a brainless thing manage to live this long? Always looking to duel people at the drop of a hat. What if he kicked an iron plate? Wouldn't he just drop dead on the spot? But since he had eaten her food, he had to resolve some trouble for Andrea. Gao Yang knew this without Andrea having to say it. After all, Andrea had already made her stance clear. She was opposed to this arranged marriage. Although I don't think a duel is necessary. If that is what you want, then I don't mind granting your wish. However, if you die in the duel, don't go blaming heaven or others, you little punk. Gao Yang looked at Nortonria with indifferent eyes, and his words made Nortonria even more furious. Especially the last sentence. Although Nortonria did not understand the meaning of the slang, it did not prevent him from feeling Gao Yang's disdain. This made him even more enraged, to the point that if not for those beside him holding him back, he would have drawn his sword and fought Gao Yang to the death right there. Yes, Nortonria did not believe he would lose in a duel, from beginning to end. All he wanted was to trample Gao Yang completely under his feet during the duel, grind Gao Yang's head with the sole of his shoe, crush his self-esteem, and then end his life with a single strike. Gao Yang ignored him and simply turned to look at Andrea, asking casually, "If I kill him in the duel, will the consequences be serious?" His voice was calm, but the scent of blood it revealed let Andrea know that he was not joking. "With just you want to defeat Lord Nortonria. You truly don't know how to write the word death." Insolent. Before Andrea could speak, the lackeys beside Nortonria grew anxious and began pointing at Gao Yang and cursing angrily. Andrea came to her senses and then whispered, "It is best not to do that. Although the Castle family produces such scum, they still have heirs who receive elite education. His older brother is currently pushing toward the legendary realm. He might succeed at any moment. If you kill him, you will most likely be plagued by trouble at the legendary level." "Fine, I understand. Then I'll let him go." Gao Yang shrugged and stood up, reaching for the family crest that Nortonria had slapped onto the table earlier. Picking up this crest would signify that he accepted the duel. But just then, a polite, resonant male voice sounded at the doorway. "My deepest apologies, Mr. Gao Yang. Young Master Norton did not recognize you. For his offense, the Castle family offers you our most sincere apologies. Given that he was unaware of your identity, please do not take it too hard." Gao Yang stopped his movement and looked up at the entrance of the private room. where a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache was walking in slowly. He carried an innate air of nobility, and his features were to parts similar to Nortonria's. Gao Yang looked at him with amusement, his palm hovering over the gold crest, waiting for what he would say next. "I am Kakarot Castle, Nortonria's elder. I apologize to you once again." Kakarot walked in front of Nortonria and bowed slightly toward Gao Yang. Nortonria watched as his second uncle, who was usually incredibly majestic, acted so subserviently. While his heart was shaken, he also began to harbor more guesses about Gao Yang's identity. "Does the castle family rely solely on their mouths to apologize?" Gao Yang said with a smile. "Naturally not. That would be an insult to an existence as powerful as you." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Kakarot's face. He took a black gold wooden box from his butler and handed it to Gao Yang with both hands. "A small token of apology. I hope Mr. Gao Yang will not find it lacking." Gao Yang stared at Kakarot for a few seconds before taking his hand off the crest. Ignoring the gift in Kakarot's hands, he walked back to his seat and sat down. "Since the castle family has sensible people, then we shall let this matter go. Kakarot, since you already know of my existence, you can handle the rest yourselves." "Of course, Mr. Gao Yang, rest assured." Kakarot smiled. Afterward, he led the way out. Seeing this, Nortonria and the others hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Kakarot out of the private room. The door to the private room was closed again, and the waiter of the Plain Star quickly used magic to restore the room to its original state. At the same time, Alice began to continue arranging the dishes. Andrea felt a bit of regret. If Kakarot hadn't come, even if Nortonria hadn't died today, he would have at least been carried out on a stretcher. And fortunately, there were no ifs. "What, is my performance as a shield not up to par?" Gao Yang asked with a smile. Looking at the regretful Andrea, Andrea shook her head and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, big boss. Eating someone's food makes one's mouth soft, a saying from my plane." Gao Yang shrugged and explained, "It means that since you've provided me with good food and drink, I have to protect you a little." Andrea covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, "And in the future, I'll cover all your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Can that buy your long-term protection? You want me to work like an ox or a horse for you?" Gao Yang let out a scoff. The prerequisite for working like a horse or an ox is being provided with grass. But unfortunately, he had no interest in the grass she was offering. Andrea naturally did not understand the slang. So she shook her head earnestly and said, "How could that be? I just want a big shot with a strong physique to protect me behind them." Well, she didn't get the joke. Gao Yang lost the desire to continue joking. After this incident, he didn't have much of an appetite left. So, he stopped eating after a few more dishes. Seeing this, Andrea immediately said, "Big shot, since you're finished, let's head to the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce." "Sure." Gao Yang stood up. This was one of the main reasons he had come to Zakaria. After leaving the private room, Gao Yang and his group took a hovercar and, after some time, stopped in front of a magnificent, massive building. At the main entrance of this enormous structure stood two statues, one of a goblin and one of a gnome. They didn't seem to differ much. Both were close relatives of the goblin race. Alice's professional standards were truly high. Before they even stepped into the massive Chamber of Commerce building, a gnome dressed in impeccable, sophisticated attire had already been waiting outside for some time. "Oh, Miss Andrea, you look even more enchanting." The gnome's expression was quite exaggerated, yet it didn't feel pretentious. "Vice President Walter, you are too kind." Andrea was like an elegant swan at this moment, her slender, snow-white neck nodding slightly as she began business negotiations with the gnome before her. The negotiation didn't take more than a few seconds. Vice President Walter looked up at Gao Yang, a gentle smile on his face as he said, "This must be today's protagonist, Mr. Gao Yang." Gao Yang looked at him and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Led by Walter, the group quickly passed through the bustling first-floor lobby of the Chamber of Commerce and arrived at a private suite on the 5th floor, reserved for distinguished guests. In a reception room within the suite, Gao Yang, Andrea, and Walter sat opposite one another. "Mr. Gao Yang, if you have any items you wish to trade, you may bring them out, and I will personally appraise and value them for you." Walter pulled a gold-rimmed monocle from somewhere and placed it over his right eye, which added a touch of scholarly air to his appearance. I want to exchange my spoils of war for some supplies common to the multiverse, as well as some materials unique to the Eastern lineage. No problem. It depends on the value of the spoils you are selling. If the value is high enough, even if you wanted a plain core, our Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce would find a way to procure it for you. Walter spoke with great confidence. But when he saw Gao Yang's eyes suddenly brighten, he added, "Of course. The cost would be immense. After all, that is a plain core. You would have to bear the pursuit of those legendary figures from the Plain Guardian Association." "Hey, I don't actually need a plain core right now," Gao Yang also said with a smile. And then he explained his requirements to Walter in detail. Once he finished speaking, he began placing his spoils of war onto the table in front of them, one by one. Soon, the massive solid wood table was full, and Gao Yang had no choice but to place the remaining items on the empty floor beside the table. The moment Gao Yang brought out the first item, Walter's eyes began to glow with a greedy light that was a mix of murky green and dim yellow. As Gao Yang continued to take out various items, this glow intensified at an exaggerated speed. By the time Gao Yang finally stopped, the light in Walter's eyes was as bright as two small light bulbs. "Oh gods above! Mr. Gao, you are truly wealthy," Walter said, almost moaning. Andrea was also nearly blinded by the room full of items. Although she was born into the Carter family and had enjoyed the best resources and education since childhood, and had even visited the family treasury a few times, this was the first time she had seen such a large quantity of transcendent treasures piled up so casually. Gao Yang tapped his finger on the table and said softly, "Help me estimate the specific value and the quantity of the supplies I need that I can exchange for." "Please wait a moment, Mr. Gao." Walter could no longer care about his image. If this deal went through, his performance reviews for the next several years would no longer be an issue, and he might even be able to remove the vice from his title in the election 5 years from now. Gao Yang and Andrea watched as Walter, monocle in place, wandered among the treasures, not wanting to disturb him, and waited quietly to the side. It took nearly a full hour for Walter to categorize the various treasures and assess their values. Afterward, he took out a small calculator and began calculating rapidly. After another moment, he finally stopped, looked up at Gao Yang, and said with some excitement, "Mr. Gao, the value of the wealth you have provided is approximately 3 million Multiverse Network disaster coins. According to your requirements, the supplies you can exchange for are as follows." Having said that, Walter handed a clearly itemized receipt to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took it and began to examine it carefully. Andrea glanced at it a few times, then looked away. After a long while, Gao Yang finally put down the receipt and sighed slightly. According to the exchange table provided by Walter, the supplies he could obtain for cultivating the 8-9 profound art would only be enough to reach the 4th level. It was far from enough to reach the 6th level. The 8-9 profound art consumed a massive amount of resources, with each level consuming several times more than the previous one. Being able to reach the 4th level of the 8-9 profound art with these supplies was actually somewhat beyond Gao Yang's expectations. Beyond that, he would still have about 100 Multiverse Network disaster coins worth of general resources left, which were magic crystals, or what were known as spirit stones in the Eastern lineage. Gao Yang looked at the composed Walter opposite him and asked, "If I agree to the trade, how long will it take for the supplies I need to be delivered to me?" Walter felt a jolt of spirit and quickly spoke up. "If you are in urgent need, our Chamber of Commerce can gather all the supplies you require within 4 days at the latest. You can rest assured that it will not exceed 15 days. Our Chamber of Commerce has footprints across the multiverse, and our efficiency is quite high. 15 days at the latest." Gao Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then let us proceed as quickly as possible. I need your Chamber of Commerce to gather the supplies I require within 4 days if you can. Once they are gathered, the transaction will be completed directly. However, it is best not to delay too long. I will not be staying in the Zakaria Plain for very long." "As you wish, Mr. Gao Yang." Walter bowed slightly, performing a gentlemanly salute. Next, under the witness of Andrea, Gao Yang and the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce signed a contract. Its content explicitly stipulated the restrictions for today's transaction to ensure the rights and interests of both parties. Of course, these were standard terms, and there were no loopholes to exploit. After everything was concluded, Gao Yang and Andrea walked out of the meeting room. As for those supplies, they were naturally left within the Chamber of Commerce. "Big boss, can you really only stay for a few days?" Andrea asked while walking. "Of course. I have many things to do. You should understand this." Gao Yang nodded and said, "That is such a pity. I finally understand why you are so strong," Andrea said with a hint of emotion. "May all you readers have strong waists and healthy kidneys." Standing firm and never falling, Chapter 369, Returning. Cultivating the 9 arcane arts. Where could there be a shortcut to becoming stronger? Although not all efforts receive their due reward. Only by constantly investing time, energy, sweat, and even life can one continue to move forward on the path of becoming stronger. Gao Yang said slowly, "I truly do not have much time lately. After I finish my business, perhaps I will come to Zakaria again. When that time comes, I can properly enjoy the scenery of the Zakaria plain. No problem. I guarantee I will take you all over Zakaria when that time comes." Andrea smiled like a blooming flower. The two soon took a hovercar back to the Carter family estate. Gao Yang stayed indoors. And apart from visiting the patriarch of the Carter family that evening, he spent a full 5 days in the bedroom arranged for him. It was not until the 6th day that Alice knocked on Gao Yang's door and informed him that Vice President Walter had everything prepared at the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce. In the same meeting room as before, Gao Yang, Andrea, and Walter sat opposite each other. On the table in front of them were rows of porcelain bottles. "Respected Mr. Gao, these are the supplies you require. You may check them. I guarantee there are no errors or omissions." Walter was beaming with pride, looking at Gao Yang with great confidence. Gao Yang nodded slightly, then picked up the jade bottle in front of him and began to check them one by one. It took him nearly half an hour to put down the list in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Indeed, there are no errors or omissions. Vice President Walter's efficiency is admirable." Walter laughed heartily and said, "Ha, Mr. Gao, you flatter me. Doing our best to satisfy every need of our guests is the core tenet of our Gnome and Goblin Chamber of Commerce." When the laughter subsided, Walter looked at Gao Yang and asked, "Then, this transaction is officially completed?" Gao Yang nodded. "Officially completed. I look forward to our next cooperation." "No problem," Walter said, taking a black gold card from his inventory and pushing it toward Gao Yang. "Mr. Gao, this is our Chamber of Commerce's black gold card. Holding this card, you will be able to enjoy a 10% discount whenever you visit any of our branches to purchase items in the future. Of course, if you wish to sell items, we will also offer you better prices." Andrea looked at the black gold card in front of Gao Yang with a hint of envy in her eyes. One must know that even within the Carter family, only the current patriarch, a legendary level existence, held a black gold card. As for the other family members, they did not have such qualifications. Gao Yang extended two fingers to pick up the black gold card, examined it, and finally stored it in his inventory. Then, "Many thanks." The transaction ended. Gao Yang politely declined the dinner invitation extended by Walter and left the Goblin and Gnome Chamber of Commerce with Andrea. In the hovercar, Andrea looked at Gao Yang with some disappointment and said, "Big boss, are you leaving?" Gao Yang looked at her, then nodded and said, "That is correct. The purpose of coming to Zakaria has been temporarily achieved, and I have more work to do next." "All right. What a pity. My sisters invited me to a banquet tomorrow night. You would definitely be very popular. Big boss, perhaps you would even spend a wonderful, unforgettable night." Andrea rested her chin on her hand, sighing. Gao Yang shook his head helplessly. Was this person trying to seduce him? Did he really have such an image of lacking willpower? He didn't know much about these medieval aristocratic banquets, but no matter what, it probably wouldn't be more exciting than the uninhibited gatherings organized by the Goddess of Shadow. Let me clarify first. He had never attended an uninhibited gathering organized by the Goddess of Shadow. Moreover, there had been no such events in the multiverse activity logs for some time. I am in a bit of a rush this time. Let's talk about it when I come next time. Gao Yang blinked and said with a smile. Then instructed Alice to drive to the teleportation hub. He needed to communicate with the Multiverse Network from there to perform a cross-crystal wall system teleportation, so he could return to the crystal wall system where Earth was located. At the teleportation hub, outside the teleportation array, Gao Yang waved at Andrea and Alice, saying, "Remember to say goodbye to Burke and the others for me. I will be heading back now." Andrea beamed, waved her hand vigorously, and smiled. "No problem. I really hope I can go on a Multiverse Network adventure with you next time. I really want to experience the feeling of being carried to victory." "Haha, there will be a chance," Gao Yang said, then turned and walked into the teleportation room. Standing on the teleportation array, Gao Yang communicated with the Multiverse Network through his consciousness and chose to return. After paying 5,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins, the teleportation array beneath his feet began to glow. At the same time, the Multiverse Network countdown appeared. 5 minutes later, a portal appeared before Gao Yang. Without hesitation, he stepped through it. After a 10-minute transit, Gao Yang finally returned to his villa located outside Qiu village. Phew, interplanar teleportation is truly not a pleasant experience, mostly because those things in the astral realm are just too numerous and terrifying. Gao Yang muttered to himself as he lay back on his familiar large bed. Perhaps once I reach the legendary stage, those things won't pose such a fatal threat to me. Back home, Gao Yang decided to rest for a while before beginning a new round of cultivation. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Gao Yang woke up in the morning light. After a night of rest, the mental energy he had expended during the teleportation had fully recovered. It must be said that the benefit of having high constitution is just that simple and brutal. One's recovery ability in various environments is incredibly robust. Following his usual routine, he performed a round of meditation and practiced his swordsmanship for a while. Once everything was finished, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the center of the training arena and took a porcelain bottle from his inventory. After carefully recalling the cultivation method of the 9 arcane art in his mind several times to ensure there were no mistakes, Gao Yang uncorked the bottle and took out a fiery red medicinal pill brimming with energy. He then swallowed the pill. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it felt as if he had swallowed a lump of magma. A terrifyingly high temperature erupted directly inside his mouth. This heat was both physical and spiritual in nature. Fortunately, although it was very hot, it was not something he couldn't endure. The pill melted upon contact, and the magma flowed down his throat and esophagus, finally settling in his stomach. Subsequently, the medicinal power in his stomach began to spread, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. A raging heat began to radiate outward in all directions, centered on Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang dared not be negligent and immediately began to cultivate according to the requirements of the 9 arcane art. As the 9 arcane art circulated, this magma-like medicinal power was rapidly digested and absorbed by his body. During this process, Gao Yang's body began to undergo a slow transformation. Chapter 370. Battling the Altar Master again. A full half-hour later, the medicinal power of the fiery red pill had been completely digested and absorbed by Gao Yang. Gao Yang opened his eyes and, without hesitation, poured a golden, glistening pill from the porcelain bottle and swallowed it. This was a metal attribute spirit pill, naturally containing metal attribute energy. Beyond this, he also had to follow the requirements of the cultivation method and consume 1 spirit pill each of wood, earth, and water attributes in sequence, thereby causing the 5 elements within his body to grow in balance, ultimately achieving the goal of strengthening his physique. This was the first step of practicing the 9 arcane art. There were no shortcuts to be taken. By the time this round of cultivation ended, it was already noon. Gao Yang opened his eyes and clenched his fists slightly, feeling abundant power surging between his palm and fingers. The improvement doesn't seem very obvious. Is it because my current constitution is already too high? However, looking at it this way, I can increase the frequency of my 9 arcane art practice, so my progress won't be slow. Gao Yang muttered to himself before rising and walking into the house. He took a broad view regarding the improvements from the 9 arcane art. It was not an ability that could yield massive gains in a short period. One could only rely on the accumulation of time and resources to slowly improve, eventually reaching the ultimate realm of sanctification through the flesh. And for now, the fastest way for him to improve was to rely on the Multiverse Network, specifically leveling up and facilities like the training space. That's right, he intended to level up. He knew that the general EXP he currently possessed was enough to raise him several levels. The abilities and attribute points gained after leveling up would provide him with significant improvements. However, before leveling up, he still needed to undergo a period of cultivation. The lightning inheritance and the combat experience against the Altar Master both required a great deal of time to digest and absorb. Returning to his bedroom, Gao Yang entered the training space with his consciousness and manifested the Altar Master. The Altar Master appeared before him, the long banner in his hand fluttering loudly. Looking at the long banner in the Altar Master's hand, Gao Yang felt a phantom pain all over his body. This was from being hammered by the Altar Master with that banner previously. As a former legendary, even with his strength suppressed to the transcendental stage, the Altar Master was still not someone the current Gao Yang could defeat. But although he couldn't win, Gao Yang could extract enough nourishment from the process, and that was enough. The Altar Master held the long banner, flames dancing upon it. He then looked at Gao Yang with a kind expression and said in a gentle voice, "Let us begin." Gao Yang nodded slightly, then gripped the air with one hand, manifesting Heiyao in his grasp. In the next instant, a burst of air exploded from his body, and surging battle aura soared into the sky. Without another word, he took a step forward, his body suddenly turning into a blur, and charged toward the Altar Master with heavy, oppressive force. Combat module, close quarters combat. The Altar Master's expression turned solemn, and then a white mask completely covered his face. The next moment, he took a step and charged toward Gao Yang. His charging speed was not fast, but the sound of his large frame crushing the ground was like the booming of a giant drum, striking fiercely at Gao Yang's heart. It was a kind of momentum that seemed to envelop the entire space, carrying an overwhelming and irresistible force. Gao Yang's pupils constricted sharply. Looking at the Altar Master opposite him, he felt as if he had returned to the moment he faced that speeding dump truck. He abruptly halted his steps, then sidestepped to dodge, swinging Heiyao with explosive power toward the Altar Master. The Altar Master watched Gao Yang's attack, his eyes remaining gentle, and then he swung the flaming long banner, smashing it down from above. In this instant, his muscles, bones, and power achieved a harmonious convergence, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, suddenly connecting into one. The flames on the banner burned, snapping in the wind, and then, like a collapsing mountain, it smashed down onto the blade Gao Yang had swung. Amidst the violent sound of impact, a wave of numbness surged through Gao Yang's hands. Gao Yang flipped his greatsword, instinctively blocking horizontally. The next instant, the long banner descended rapidly, wreathed in flames. In midair, it looked like a rainbow dancing gracefully. Between the madness and the brutality, there was a hint of powerful elegance. With a dull roar, the space around Gao Yang seemed to shatter under this immense force. He and his black obsidian blade transformed into a blurred afterimage, sent flying backward at an even greater speed. Screech! Gao Yang grabbed the ground with one hand, forcibly stabilizing his figure. The Sacrificial Tower Master's strength was formidable. But what was even more terrifying was that his attacks seemed to gather the power of the entire space, imbuing them with an unstoppable, horrific force. This was a type of power that even Gao Yang's tired body could sometimes barely withstand. Moreover, the Sacrificial Tower Master's utilization of space had truly reached his very bones. Every movement and gesture reflected a mastery over space. For instance, just moments ago, Gao Yang had charged at him, yet he was able to reverse their relative speeds despite his seemingly slow movements. This made his own attack intensity and speed far superior to Gao Yang's. As a result, it looked as if Gao Yang had actively thrown himself into the long banner held by the Sacrificial Tower Master. After taking several deep breaths, Gao Yang gripped his sword and charged at the Sacrificial Tower Master once more. Sufficient combat would accelerate his comprehension and absorption of the Sacrificial Tower Master's battle experience. This was not painful. Roaring sounds echoed continuously within the training space. After a full 10 minutes had passed, Gao Yang lay on the shattered ground with a look of utter despair on his face. Not far from him stood the sacrificial Tower Master, still holding the long banner. Gao Yang rested for a few minutes before rising from the ground. He looked at the sacrificial Tower Master and spoke slowly. "Switch module. Ranged combat." The sacrificial Tower Master nodded slightly, and white gold flames rose from his body. "Combat module. Ranged combat." Gao Yang took a deep breath, picked up his greatsword, and stood in place, waiting for the sacrificial Tower Master's incoming attack. Sacrifice time flow. The sacrificial Tower Master spoke softly. The next moment, in Gao Yang's eyes, the Tower Master's movements suddenly became more than a notch faster. That speed formed after images around him, as if the location where he stood had been hit with a fast-forward button, creating a stark contrast with Gao Yang's own pace. In an instant, giant fire crows took shape beside the sacrificial Tower Master, then flapped their wings and swooped toward Gao Yang from all directions. What a cheat-like ability! Gao Yang gritted his teeth as he watched the sacrificial Tower Master. He still hadn't figured out the principles behind the opponent's ability to exchange sacrifices for time. If he could learn it, his own attacks could achieve the same results as the sacrificial Tower Master. This state, which felt like pressing an acceleration button on oneself, was truly enviable for a melee fighter like him, and fortunately, for now, he could only comprehend the sacrificial Tower Master's abilities by constantly getting beaten up. Chapter 371 Successive Upgrades. Amidst a violent earthquake and roar, Gao Yang's body slammed heavily into the ground, carving out a trench 100 meters long and over 10 meters deep. Lying in the crevice, he watched the sacrificial Tower Master brandishing the long banner as he charged over, and shouted with difficulty and training. As the words fell, the sacrificial Tower Master's movements paused. Then he dissipated into specks of light with a pop. Gao Yang exhaled the stagnant air from his chest. The next moment, he chose to exit the training space. As his consciousness returned to his physical body, Gao Yang frowned and reached up to rub his brow. 10 days had passed since he returned from the Zakaria Plain. During these 10 days, he had been constantly battling the sacrificial Tower Master, and through these frequent encounters, he had grasped a trace of the Tower Master's combat techniques. In particular, regarding the method of using sacrifice, Gao Yang had already found a preliminary solution. The principle of sacrifice was similar to alchemy. It was all about equivalent exchange. The object the sacrificial Tower Master traded with was the vast national destiny and accumulated heritage of the Flame Kingdom, and Gao Yang had no such entity available for trade. However, he took a different path and chose to trade with himself. Simply put, the object Gao Yang sacrificed was himself, and what he had to pay was his own battle chi, in exchange for the formidable power to manipulate time and space. In essence, it was still just consuming battle chi to release skills. Only now the release required an intermediate step called sacrifice. To be honest, when this idea popped into his mind and was successfully put into practice, even Gao Yang himself was a bit stunned. Although he didn't understand the underlying principles, that didn't stop him from being able to use it. Currently, the two abilities he used most proficiently were both time-based. One was to actively accelerate his own time flow during intense physical activity, such as combat. This ratio was maintained at approximately 1, that is, for every second that passed for others, 1.25 seconds passed for Gao Yang. This skill could also be used outside of combat, and its effect could be amplified significantly, reaching a ratio of up to 1, that is, for every day that passed for others. 100 days had already passed for Gao Yang. The downside was that by using this ability, Gao Yang would theoretically die faster than others, but the benefit was that Gao Yang's movement speed, attack speed, and thinking speed would be much faster than others, meaning he could achieve higher efficiency in the same amount of time, whether in cultivation, learning, or combat. The other ability was to slow down the time of the surrounding space. Because it involved a wider range, the battle chi consumed was about 10 times that of the previous skill. But even so, these two newly comprehended skills had greatly improved Gao Yang in every aspect, especially the former, which had provided him with an incredibly abundant amount of time. It is a pity, however, that this skill cannot be used within the cultivation space. Gao Yang can only manifest it while in the real world. Gao Yang speculates that this ability might have stringent requirements regarding the coordination between his physical body and his soul. If the two are not in sync, he is unable to utilize this power. Perhaps he will have to wait until he is more familiar with this ability, or until his soul grows increasingly powerful, before he can rely solely on his soul's strength to achieve this. But for now, it is barely enough for Gao Yang. He sat cross-legged and, after completing a round of meditation, felt his significantly depleted mental energy recover quite a bit. He summoned the comprehensive network panel, looked at his general EXP, and whispered, "Sacrifice, time acceleration." As the words fell, the abundant battle chi within Gao Yang's body began to deplete rapidly. This rate of consumption was approximately 1,000th of his total battle chi per second. Of course, this consumption assumes that the time acceleration he is performing is at the minimum level for non-combat situations, which is the 1:5 ratio. If he accounts for his own battle chi recovery rate, he can maintain this state for 30 minutes or even longer. And these 20 minutes in the outside world will equate to a full 100 minutes in Gao Yang's world. Naturally, if he were to accelerate the flow of time further, the battle chi consumption would increase geometrically, and the duration would shorten accordingly. Gao Yang widened his eyes, carefully sensing this peculiar state. After spending some effort adapting to this state, he looked at the comprehensive network panel, his consciousness settling on his general EXP. Upgrading your warrior level requires 78,000 general EXP. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Your warrior level has increased to level 13. Based on your personal traits, your HP has received a moderate increase. You have received a class baptism. The following class skills have been upgraded: Indomitable, Flowing Motion, LV to Indomitable. When a character fails a saving throw, they may consume their own battle chi and willpower to attempt the saving throw again. Cooldown, 24 hours greater than 18 hours. LV for Flowing Motion. After completing an attack, you may consume battle chi to break through your own limits for a short time and launch an additional attack. The intensity of the additional attack is directly proportional to the amount of battle chi consumed, up to a maximum of 1.5 times your maximum attack power. This skill is limited by your physical fitness and the weight of the weapon held. Familiar heat surged from every part of his body, which Gao Yang then proceeded to digest and absorb completely. Once the digestion was finished, Gao Yang opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. He could feel that his life force had become even more robust after the baptism of leveling up. After pausing for a moment, Gao Yang chose to upgrade again. Your warrior level has increased to level 14. Based on your personal traits, your HP has received a moderate increase. You have received a class baptism. You have gained 1 free attribute point. You have learned Weapon Mastery. The following class skills have been upgraded to Robust, Tenacity. LV for Robust, 15% max HP greater than 20% max HP. LV3 Tenacity greater than LV for Tenacity. Thus, scorching energy generated out of thin air within his body. Veins bulged on Gao Yang's forehead as he struggled to digest the energy inside him. A moment later, his reddened skin began to slowly recover, and his surging blood flow gradually returned to a normal rate. After another few minutes, this round of digestion was thoroughly completed. Gao Yang sensed his current state and smiled slightly. With the improvement of the two passive skills, Robust and Tenacity, his physique had become even stronger. Furthermore, upon reaching level 14, he had also gained an additional attribute point and a new passive skill, LV1 Weapon Mastery. You may choose one from various types of weapons to serve as your primary weapon, or you may choose an armed strike or grappling. Once selected, using this weapon will deal more damage. Current weapon, sword. Current damage bonus, Chapter 372. The 600-year lifespan, level 15 Transcendent Warrior. Gao Yang terminated the time acceleration state and took a bottle of dragon blood potion from his inventory to drink. Ever since he finished crafting the dragon blood potion, he had been drinking 1 bottle every day without fail. However, he had consumed less than 60 bottles so far, and there were still more than 3 months left before he reached the full 150 bottles. As long as he finished drinking 150 bottles of dragon blood potion, he would be able to gain a point of constitution. This was an increase to his transcendent constitution, so Gao Yang could not afford to take it lightly. After drinking the somewhat spicy and stimulating dragon blood potion, the vast energy dispersed in his stomach. His body began to rapidly digest and absorb it, replenishing the energy deficit caused by the 2 consecutive level ups. Once he had digested the dragon blood potion, Gao Yang's complexion returned to a healthy, ready state. Looking at the comprehensive network panel before him, he did not hesitate in the slightest and chose to upgrade again. Upgrading your warrior level requires 250,000 generally XP. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Your warrior level has increased to level 15. Based on your personal traits, your HP has received a significant increase. You have received a class baptism. You have learned greater weapon focus. You have learned lethal critical. The following class skills have been upgraded: nimble movement, fatal critical, LV for nimble movement, 5 meters per second base movement speed bonus greater than 7 meters per second base movement speed bonus. LV 5 fatal critical. Consume a certain amount of battle chi to increase the power of your next attack by come to greater than come to. Greater weapon focus. When you use sword type weapons in combat, your attack roll receives a come 1 bonus. This bonus includes slashing power, slashing rank, slashing damage, etc. Lethal strike. Consumes 10% of your total battle chi to grant your next attack come 3 strength. When the opponent's constitution or strength is 2 points lower than yours, this attack is considered a fatal strike. Fatal strike. The struck area is treated as a lethal vital point, dealing 300% damage upon hit, with a high probability of causing immediate death. A pain even more intense than the previous 2 instances instantly flooded Gao Yang's entire body. His bones crackled and popped, and it took him a full hour of adaptation before he finally fully assimilated this upgrade. Once the enhancement concluded, Gao Yang could no longer maintain his cross-legged posture. He leaned back and collapsed onto the bed. That was truly a heart-pounding upgrade. Gao Yang gasped for air, a lingering sense of fear showing on his face. While the improvements brought by leveling up were certainly exhilarating, the pain one had to endure was equally excruciating. He had barely managed to withstand this final enhancement. However, the gains obtained from these successive level-ups were immense. Not to mention the fundamental increase in vitality. Gao Yang closed his eyes to sense his current lifespan. After more than a dozen professional level-up baptisms, the enhancement of the extraordinary ability 10,000 tribulations in dying, and the bonus from body of 100 refinements, his current lifespan was approximately 600 years. Upon sensing the approximate limit of his own lifespan, Gao Yang's eyes held a trace of disbelief. He, a warrior who had not yet advanced to the legendary rank, actually possessed a lifespan of 600 years. If this were to be made public, there is no telling how many humans with little time left would be envious to the point of death. One must know that this was not a lifespan extended through some bizarre method, but rather a lifespan naturally derived and grown from his own incomparably powerful physique and will, without any side effects or costs. Truly a fascinating power. Gao Yang took several deep breaths, then sighed in satisfaction. However, the increase in lifespan was merely the most insignificant of the improvements from his recent consecutive level-ups. He flipped through the system notification messages and began to check them one by one. Among them, the upgrade of Indomitable caused the effect of his Undying Will to change, primarily reflected in the crowd control immunity provided by Undying Will. Undying Will unique specialty. 1. Your will is incomparably brilliant. All soul, mental, and control abilities cast upon you must withstand an additional Con16 will check. If the check fails, a second comprehensive check will be conducted immediately. The interval for using this check is 1 hour. If the second check still fails, a third comprehensive check will be conducted immediately. With a Con 50% bonus to the will check for this attempt, the interval for using this check is 12 hours. With a full 3 checks for crowd control immunity, and the third check providing an additional 50% will bonus. Even if all 3 checks failed, he could still actively activate Undying Will to achieve immunity. Well, he had truly become an unstoppable warrior with complete immunity to crowd control. In addition, there were improvements to various professional skills, such as action like a tide, robust, and tenacious. The enhancement of these skills was also extremely significant for Gao Yang's overall strength. Beyond that, there were the skills he had just learned. Whether it was weapon mastery or advanced weapon focus, both could increase his attack power. With these layers stacking up, Gao Yang's attack power while wielding a sword had reached a terrifying level. The current bonuses for sword-type weapons mainly include Catastrophe Swordsmanship Attack Power cum 180%, Catastrophe Swordsmanship Attack cum 3 Strength, Catastrophe Swordsmanship Slashes stack up to 5 times for 12% each, Weapon Mastery Sword Damage Bonus 10%, Advanced Weapon Focus Attack Check cum 1, and the attack bonus provided by Strength Smelting. There is a priority relationship among these bonuses. If Gao Yang swings his sword and his initial attack power is 100, then Catastrophe Swordsmanship performs the first enhancement, increasing his attack power to 180. On this basis, each subsequent slash can add 12%. After 5 consecutive slashes, his attack power would increase to 317. Following that, there is the 10% damage bonus from Weapon Mastery, which is a 10% increase on the 317 base, reaching an attack power of 348. After this, his attack will receive the cum 1 bonus from the Advanced Weapon Focus Attack Check, which can be simply understood as an increase in armor penetration. Note that this is only the most basic attack. In reality, one must also factor in the strength bonuses provided by various abilities. As everyone knows, the stronger the strength, the more powerful the attack that can be unleashed. The larger the base attack, the more exaggerated these enhanced damages become. Now, if Gao Yang were to attack with his full strength, counting his own strength bonuses and the will bonuses provided by Strength Smelting, splitting mountains and parting seas would not be impossible. Give him some time, and he could even shatter and destroy the entire surface of a plane. Furthermore, Lethal Strike had also been upgraded, sublimating into Fatal Strike. Not only was the strength bonus cum 3, but it could also deal a truly lethal blow to opponents with lower attributes than his. If he were to land a single sword strike, the target would likely be near death. After reviewing all the improvements, Gao Yang had a rough understanding of his current strength. If he were to head to the inheritance site mentioned by Garuda with his current power, he should have some confidence. Chapter 373. The Supreme Power returning to oneself. Of course, a rough understanding was not enough. He had to firmly grasp everything about himself to maximize his combat effectiveness. If his mastery was not proficient, then a tiny mistake in battle or a miscalculation of his own strength could result in the price of severe injury or even death. Gao Yang rose and went to the martial arts arena, taking out black obsidian. With black obsidian in hand, Gao Yang closed his eyes to contemplate. Following his long-term meditation, he became increasingly familiar with this weapon that had accompanied him through many battles. The sword edge cut through the air. Power was contained within the blade, yet it easily stirred the surrounding space. The speed of the sword gradually increased, and wisps of gale began to howl in the martial arts arena as the blade swept past. This gust of wind, accompanied by the black obsidian, was exceptionally violent. Yet it did not damage the ironwood floor beneath Gao Yang's feet or the trees planted along the edge of the martial arts arena. In just 3 minutes, Gao Yang stopped swinging his sword. He stood in the middle of the arena, his brows slightly furrowed. His current strength was too great. This arena could no longer withstand his movements. Even though he had deliberately controlled his power, he still needed to be extremely careful. If things continued like this, he would not be able to achieve the goal of familiarizing himself with his own strength. He needed a place that could withstand the full eruption of his power. As for the instances, Gao Yang did not plan to enter any for the time being. At his current level, ordinary instances provided him with no benefits, while high difficulty instances consumed too much time. Gao Yang's thoughts shifted, and he took out his phone to call Ruan Xiaoyu. The ringtone sounded several times before it was quickly answered, and Ruan Xiaoyu's sweet voice came from the other end. Gao Yang, is there something you need? Ruan Xiaoyu was leaning against the soft back of her chair, and in front of her was a spell model composed of more than a dozen spell nodes. Clearly, she was currently studying this spell model. Gao Yang's voice traveled through the phone to Ruan Xiaoyu's ears. Nothing much. I just need you to notify the authorities. I am going to head to a no-man's land in the northwest to test my own strength. Ruan Xiaoyu sat up straight abruptly, her 5 fingers tightening suddenly, causing the phone to emit a crisp cracking sound. She was no longer the naive novice she had been when she first became a multiverse network player. Now, situated within an official organization, and with the growth of her intelligence attribute, she began to quickly analyze and think about the deeper implications behind what he wanted to demonstrate. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Ruan Xiaoyu's mind. So, this could potentially be the first time the authorities directly witness the extreme individual might that a transcendent sequence multiverse network player can display. Hello, Ruan Xiaoyu, are you still listening? Ruan Xiaoyu made a nasal sound, then quickly said, I will coordinate it immediately. How about setting the location in the Lopnur no man's land Lopnur? Gao Yang paused for a moment, showing no particular reaction to this famous no man's land. No problem. About how much time will it take? Ruan Xiaoyu did not answer directly, but looked at the clock on the side and said, the distance from Mirror Lake to Lopnur exceeds 3,000 kilometers. Before you arrive, I will definitely have everything handled. Gao Yang, I will arrange a transfer flight to pick you up. It will take 17 minutes to reach Qiu village. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang exited the call interface to check the navigation distance to Lopnur. It was indeed very far. But that was not much of a problem. No need, I will go myself. Can you coordinate it in 3 hours? 3 hours? Ruan Xiaoyu paused, thought for a moment, and said, although the time is a bit tight, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Please stay in contact, Gao Yang. Once everything is coordinated, I will send you the address. Good. Then I will set off first. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he ended the call. Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the disconnected phone, remained silent for a breath, and then quickly began to act. This matter was of great importance. She had to seize every second to notify everyone who needed to be notified and coordinate everything that needed to be coordinated. An endless desert of yellow sand, withered and twisted ancient tree trunks, and endless scorching heat. This was a place devoid of human habitation, a forbidden zone for life. This was Lopnur. But today, this vast and boundless no man's land welcomed a visitor. In a certain combat command center, there were only a few people in the large room. They looked up at the giant electronic screen on the wall, and the protagonist on the screen was none other than Gao Yang, walking slowly through Lopnur. Is this the one? In front of the electronic screen, a middle-aged man with a square face looked at Gao Yang on the screen with interest and spoke softly. According to the information comparison, there is no error. The young man beside him replied. The middle-aged man stared at the screen and sighed leisurely. Let us wait and see. Just as they were talking, Gao Yang slowly came to a stop. Let's do it here. This is about right. Gao Yang felt the temperature of the surroundings and glanced at his phone. The location was right in this vicinity. Putting away his phone, he gripped his hand, and a large black sword appeared out of thin air in his grasp, holding the black obsidian. Gao Yang's aura changed instantly. A sharp, all-piercing energy suddenly rose from his body. The next moment, without any visible movement from Gao Yang, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and surged forward. His speed was so fast that even the satellite that had been locked onto him could not react in time. Hiss! What kind of speed is this? In the combat command center, a series of gasps rang out. Gao Yang felt the powerful resistance coming from the front. They are seen to have liquefied, and he could clearly perceive the existence of the sound barrier. But I can go even faster. Gao Yang let out a low shout, and his speed increased sharply once more. With a violent boom, a massive cloud of milky white air exploded behind him, and the next moment, his figure disappeared from the satellite's lock again, hundreds of meters away. Gao Yang stepped into the soft yellow sand, and the terrifying force poured into the earth, causing the yellow sand for dozens of meters around to fly high into the sky. Amidst this sky full of yellow sand, 100-meter long, seemingly tangible giant light sword suddenly tore through it. The terrifying sword chi hurricane pressed the sand down, and wherever it passed, the earth was carved with massive gullies. Blood surged in his body, his heart beat violently, and his lungs expanded to their limit. In this instant, Gao Yang slashed his sword down toward the earth in front of him. It was as if a missile had exploded here, and the terrifying sword she tore open a massive fissure several thousand meters long and dozens of meters deep. As all his power poured into the earth, a slight sense of pleasure rose in Gao Yang's heart. He then retracted his sword, turned, and swept it horizontally. A vast expanse of yellow sand followed the blade, sweeping past as if a world-destroying sandstorm had been unleashed on the spot. Because he was in this vast, uninhabited area, Gao Yang did not hold back in the slightest, fully displaying the extraordinary power that belonged to him to nature. Of course, he knew that perhaps at this very moment, many people were watching him through various means, but he did not care. Or rather, this was one of the goals he wanted to achieve. As time passed, perhaps Earth would also become an existence like the Zakaria plane. The deep integration of the multiverse network would inevitably change human survival methods and environments in every aspect. Gao Yang did not intend to change anything, but in this process, under the conditions within his power, he would not resist letting China maintain a first-mover advantage. Perhaps after this display of his, those decision-makers should be able to understand certain things. The display continued. As time went on, Gao Yang became increasingly familiar with his own improvements, and the power caused by his every move became more and more terrifying. In just a quarter of an hour, the range he effected had rapidly increased from a few hundred meters to 10,000 meters, especially after he incorporated power smelting. With the integration of his willpower, the power of the attacks he unleashed became increasingly exaggerated. Brilliant willpower radiance shone on the black obsidian greatsword. Gao Yang stood in the air, with two huge battle ore wings behind him. The next moment, he let out a low shout and swung the greatsword. The golden red battle ore followed the swing of the greatsword like a waterfall falling from the nine heavens, crashing into the already devastated desert below in a thousandth of a second. The sword ore collided with the earth. In an instant, the sharp and terrifying power spread out. The yellow sand parted to both sides like seawater, revealing the pitch-black land beneath. Then, the land was also torn apart, and a terrifying canyon gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. In the combat command center, the 6 people present looked at the huge canyon artificially created on the big screen, all of them falling into deep shock. Chapter 374, Agility 19, Teleporting Again. Is this really something a human can do? The young man next to the square-faced man stared blankly at the electronic screen, suddenly panting heavily. The worldview he had established for a long time began to slowly collapse at this moment. Subsequently, endless longing surged in his eyes. No one could refuse this feeling of attributing great power to oneself. Sharing his thoughts were the other 5 people in this command center. After a long silence, so long that Gao Yang in the footage had already disappeared from the electronic screen, the square-faced middle-aged man slowly spoke. Classify today's recording as top secret. Send a copy to everyone who knows about it, and also send one to the capital. The higher-ups are also paying attention to this matter. The young man on the side quickly agreed, then went to the console and began to operate. The events of today gave them too much of a shock. Looking at that huge canyon on the screen, in this instant, an emotion called longing rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts present. If only I could do the same. How good that would be. Gao Yang naturally would not care about the reaction of the combat command center. At this time, he had already flapped his wings and ascended above the clouds, starting to head towards Jinghu City according to his mobile phone navigation. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was still hanging in the sky. From his angle, he could see the complete sun. The scorching rays fell on his body, but they were not hot. Instead, they felt warm. In the evening, Gao Yang returned to Kyiv village and landed directly on the martial arts practice field. After the previous wand venting, he was clearer about his own improvements. Spending more time would allow him to complete the integration and mastery of his own power before heading to the crystal wall system where Garuda was located. Moreover, during this period, he also had more time to comprehend the combat experience of the Sacrifice Tower Master, especially to perfect the 2 sacrifice-related skills he currently mastered. In addition to this, there was the practice of the 8-9 Profound Art. With sufficient resources, the progress of the 8-9 Profound Art was extremely fast. Of course, this was also because Gao Yang's current physique was too high. In short, The height he originally stood at already exceeded the levels of the first few layers of the 8-9 profound art. So there was no obstacle at all in practicing it. Returning home, Gao Yang took out a dragon meat meal to replenish his energy. After eating, Gao Yang sat directly on the sofa in the living room and began to meditate. When the meditation ended, Gao Yang summoned the Multiverse Network panel and looked at his personal information. After reaching level 15 this time, he gained 1 free attribute point. Free attribute points could only be used for attributes below the extraordinary level. So strength and physique, which were extraordinary attributes, could no longer be improved through free attribute points. Therefore, for Gao Yang, the most worthwhile attribute to improve with free attribute points was agility. As his mind moved, that free attribute point disappeared and turned into agility. The next instant, Gao Yang frowned. The improvement of agility involved the character's reaction, flexibility, hand-eye coordination, and balance. The improvement of agility, reflected in the body, meant that his physique became more streamlined. Soon, the improvement of agility was completed. Gao Yang stretched out his hand. He could feel that his flexibility had increased a lot again. He looked at his personal information, name, Gao Yang profession, warrior LV 15 health, battle aura, 11,845 118 for 5 strength agility physique intelligence charisma perception free attribute points. After glancing at his attributes, Gao Yang closed the panel and then began his own practice. For the next period of time, Gao Yang spent his days meditating, practicing space combat, cultivating the 8-9 profound art, and using the training space to develop and research skills that suited him. His days were incredibly fulfilling. In just 13 days, Gao Yang's 8-9 profound art had broken through the first layer and officially entered the practice of the second layer. And the 2 sacrifice-related skills had also been developed to a level where they could be used in combat. As for the mastery of his own power, through the continuous daily battles with the Sacrifice Tower Master, he had completely mastered it. Next, he could head to the Crystal Wall system where Garuda resided to participate in the so-called Land of Inheritance, laying an incredibly solid foundation for his own promotion to the legendary rank. Thinking of this, Gao Yang opened his Multiverse Network friend list, clicked on Garuda's avatar, and began editing a message. I am ready and can come at any time. About 20 minutes later, Garuda replied, Big Boss, I've finally received your message. If you're ready, we can proceed with the teleportation. Leah and I are here waiting for your arrival. Gao Yang looked at Garuda's reply and thought for a moment. Instead of immediately choosing to use the teleportation scroll to head over, he entered the multiverse trading platform. It is said that one must always be on guard against others. Although he had met Garuda a few times and had even shared a dragon feast together once, this was not enough reason for him to trust the other party unconditionally. He had to prepare some life-saving items before heading to the other party's plane. As for why he hadn't done this when heading to Zakaria, it was naturally because he had spent a longer time in contact with Burke and the others, and had a much better understanding of the Zakaria plane. He knew that the Zakaria plane had legendary existences, but these legendaries were the pillars of their respective factions and would not easily strike at a player of this extraordinary level. He wasn't worth the effort. Arriving at the multiverse trading platform, Gao Yang headed straight for the magic trading area. Soon, after spending over 10,000 multiverse network disaster coins, he purchased 2 scrolls. The first was a random teleportation scroll. After use, it could teleport the user to any location within a 50-kilometer radius, which could buy him time to escape. The second was a greater teleportation spell. After use, it could teleport the user directly to the astral plane. Once in the astral plane, Gao Yang would be able to activate the teleportation option through the multiverse network to return to Earth. After putting the 2 scrolls away, Gao Yang finally took out the teleportation scroll that Garuda had sent him. Garuda had sent this teleportation scroll after they had discussed it last time, but Gao Yang had not used it until now. Walking out of his room, Gao Yang went to the backyard. He first went to the Kello fruit tree to pick a good amount of Kello fruits rich in energy. Then he mounted Thunder and tore the scroll open. As he tore the scroll, a portal slowly unfolded before Gao Yang in the next moment. Multiverse Network prompt. The character is undergoing cross-crystal wall teleportation. This teleportation will take approximately 5 to 10 minutes. Please be prepared. Well, having already undergone one cross-crystal wall teleportation, Gao Yang already had some experience with it. Looking at the spatial vortex before him, there was a hint of hesitation in Thunder's eyes. But this hesitation vanished in a flash. Sensing the will of its master on its back, it let out a roar and plunged headlong into the spatial vortex. Chapter 375. Vanga Plane, the Royal Garuda. After experiencing another cross-crystal wall teleportation, Gao Yang's ability to adapt had improved significantly. In contrast, the nightmare beast Thunder, after the teleportation ended, did not hesitate at all. It knelt directly at the edge of the teleportation array, its stomach spasming, and let out a dragon roar toward the ground below. The intensity was so great that Gao Yang estimated it had even vomited up its dinner from the night before. "Ha! Big Boss Gao Yang, you finally arrived." Before Gao Yang had fully adapted to the plane he had just arrived in, he heard a hearty laugh. He turned his head and saw a man and a woman approaching together. Who else could it be but Garuda and his girlfriend, however, compared to when they had last met? This time Garuda and Leah were dressed in very luxurious and formal attire. Garuda wore a beige long-sleeved coat that reached below his knees, with an open front. The surface of the garment had delicate textures and complex, though not cluttered patterns, somewhat resembling a trench coat. As for Leah, she wore a bright red round-necked sleeveless top and a knee-length skirt. The colors were vibrant and the embroidery was fine, making it very gorgeous and exquisite. Gao Yang looked at the two of them waiting there, revealing a faint smile while feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. For now, it seemed that the plane where Garuda resided held no malice toward him. "I was delayed by some matters earlier. I hope I'm not too late." "Not late at all, Big Boss. You arrived at just the right time." Garuda and Leo walked up to Gao Yang, then glanced with surprise at Thunder, who was still off to the side dragon roaring, and said, "Teleportations over long distances are always like this. You'll get used to it after experiencing it a few more times." "I know, but this is Thunder's first time experiencing it, so it's a bit uncomfortable," Gao Yang said with a slight nod. Afterward, his gaze moved past Garuda and Leah to look behind them. As his field of vision expanded, a towering, massive palace stood at the center of his view, its glazed tiles reflecting dazzling light under the sun. And behind this massive palace were rows upon rows of various other palaces. Countless palaces combined to form a vast and boundless palace complex. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at the two people in front of him, saying, "It seems your identities, Garuda, are not ordinary. How could such a towering and magnificent palace complex have anything to do with the word ordinary?" A hint of pride appeared on Garuda's face as he explained. "The plane we are in is called the Vanga Plane. The Vanga Plane has the only royal family, the Garuda clan. The Garuda royal family rules the entire Vanga Plane, and every ruler is known as the Vanga King. As for me, it just so happens that I am a member of the Garuda royal family, ranked third among all the princes and princesses. My true name is Teddy Garuda." Gao Yang had not expected that Garuda would have such an identity, and since Garuda's status was like this, he figured his fiancée Leah's status wouldn't be any less impressive. "Then should I address you as His Highness, the third Prince Garuda?" Gao Yang joked. "Haha, Big Boss, stop joking. Being a prince isn't as easy as it looks," Garuda said, looking at Gao Yang with a helpless expression. Listening to Garuda's words and observing his expression, Gao Yang seemed to already know what kind of situation he was about to encounter. However, he did not pick up on Garuda's thread of conversation. Instead, he shifted the topic and asked, "Tell me more specifically about the land of inheritance." Garuda snapped his fingers, then turned to leave the semi-suspended teleportation platform, saying, "Very well, let us move to another place. This is not the right spot for such a conversation." Garuda and Leah turned away. Gao Yang glanced back at Lighting. The latter seemed to sense it, snorting and exhaling a puff of faint blue flames to clean itself up. It then stood up, regaining the majestic air of a nightmare beast, and followed behind Gao Yang. This semi-suspended teleportation platform was built on a protruding cliff. At the junction where the cliff met the ground, a massive stone wall stood tall. Gao Yang and Garuda walked around the stone wall, and the Imperial Palace complex was formally revealed before his eyes. The first things to catch his gaze were 2 rows of golden armored guards. Solemn as stone, these 2 rows of golden armored guards possessed an extraordinary aura. Each was robust and strong, undoubtedly the elite of the elite. Everyone wore heavy golden armor, and light flowed like water over the intricately carved plates. Their uniform golden capes seemed like clusters of burning flames, and paired with the golden battle spears held in their hands, a sense of solemnity swept over them. Upon seeing Garuda and the others emerge, the 2 rows of guards faced each other and struck their battle spears together. Even though it was the movement of dozens of people, the sound was as uniform as a single strike. "Welcome, Lord Gao." The movement was perfectly synchronized, and the aura was imposing. Big boss, are you satisfied with this welcoming ceremony?" Garuda turned his head to look at Gao Yang and asked with a smile. Gao Yang looked at the golden armored guards before him and sighed. There was really no need for this. Garuda did not offer an explanation. Gao Yang had come from afar, so he naturally had to show respect. This was respect for a powerhouse, as well as a display of his own nobility. The 2 complemented each other. There was no contradiction between them. The 3 of them passed through the middle of the golden armored guards and walked toward the palace complex not far away. After approaching the palace complex, Gao Yang noticed that elegantly dressed maids could be seen everywhere, between the deep palace walls. A squad of guards was stationed at every interval. The distance between these guards was not fixed, but there was inevitably a guard stationed at every corner of the corridors to ensure they could see the situation on both sides of the turn. Although they were walking between deep palace walls, this was only relative. In reality, the space between the walls exceeded 10 meters. And lighting appeared quite spacious walking between them. From this single point, one could see that the Garuda Imperial clan's governance and management of the Fanga Plain was not a matter of a day or 2, but the result of hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. Garuda and Leah did not stop their pace, walking with clear purpose through this vast and complex palace group. As for Gao Yang, he naturally remained silent, walking quietly to the side while listening to Garuda's introduction. "The place we are going to is called Mount Gaoluo. Situated on the mountain is my palace. Of course, that is not entirely accurate. To be precise, it is the palace of every 3rd prince." Garuda looked in one direction, offered an explanation, and then continued. "When members of the Garuda Imperial clan travel abroad, we uniformly use the name Garuda. If you have heard of the Fanga Plain, you will know that we are the Imperial clan of this plain. Big Boss Gao, there is no need to address me as Garuda from now on. In the Fanga Plain, this title is the unique name of the Fanga Emperor. Here, you may address me by my given name, Teddy. Otherwise, it might lead to some unnecessary misunderstandings." Chapter 376, Land of Inheritance, Blood-Colored Battlefield. Mount Gaoluo was not particularly high, but the palaces upon it gave the mountain a lofty status in the hearts of many Fanga people. After all, this was the residence of the 3rd prince of the Garuda Imperial clan. The 3 of them followed the mountain path upward, passing through 2 gardens and a flowing water suspension bridge, finally arriving at their destination. The stone-paved path extended and spread across the entire Mount Gaoluo, like meridians connecting every palace on the mountain. One of the main halls was tall and imposing. It was likely the residence of Garuda, the 3rd prince. However, the 3 did not head toward this main hall. Instead, they turned left, passed through a flower garden, and finally stopped in front of a slightly smaller palace. The palace stood on the mountainside, appearing somewhat heavy, perhaps due to the stone used to build it. The walls were a bit rough, carrying an inherent sense of ancient, weathered weight. There were no guards in front of this palace. 3 characters were carved above the main entrance. Gao Yang did not recognize the script of this plane, but he could roughly guess that it was the name of this palace. On one side of the palace, there was also a small building. Before Garuda and the others arrived, the door of this small building opened, and an old butler with meticulously groomed facial hair trotted over to Garuda. After the old butler bowed respectfully, Garuda spoke. "Follow the standards for a temporary palace. My friend will be staying here." "As you wish, Your Highness." The old butler lowered his head in acknowledgement, then retreated. The palace gates were pushed open. Although this palace was not currently inhabited, It was evident that it was cleaned regularly. As for the interior decor, it possessed the imperial dignity that Gao Yang was familiar with. Garuda and Leah took Gao Yang on a tour of the palace. After becoming slightly familiar with the surroundings, they stopped in the study. Once the three were seated, maids arrived to serve fruits and drinks before quickly withdrawing. Garuda invited Gao Yang to taste the specialty snacks of the Fanga Plain before swiftly getting to the point. The Land of Inheritance will officially open the day after tomorrow. As I mentioned before, the Land of Inheritance is a large-scale ruin in our crystal wall system, and it has now been incorporated into the management of the comprehensive network, becoming a special large-scale dungeon. In the past, only people from our crystal wall system could enter, but now, comprehensive network players can also enter once they have obtained the qualification. In the history of our Garuda clan, a total of 9 clansmen have entered the Land of Inheritance. The ancestor of our Garuda clan was originally just an ordinary person, but through a chance encounter, he entered the Land of Inheritance, successfully walked out of it, and eventually ascended to the rank of legend. It is precisely because of our ancestors that our Garuda clan gradually gained control over the entire Vanga Plain, becoming the true royal family. It is also for this reason that the clan places immense importance on the Land of Inheritance, as it is indeed a proven path leading to the realm of legends. The competition there must be extremely fierce, right? Gao Yang asked. That is correct. Not only will the competition be intense, but there are also dangers inherent to the Land of Inheritance itself. To be precise, the so-called Land of Inheritance is composed of many different scenes pieced and embedded together. In some of these scenes, the danger level is extremely high, while in others, it is relatively lower. Garuda said, Big Brother Gao Yang, the reason I invited you this time is, on one hand, because this is a rare opportunity that will certainly be useful to you. On the other hand, I hope you can help me enter the specific area where our ancestor once ventured, so that I may seize the path of legend hidden within. Garuda stared into Gao Yang's eyes with a very serious expression and said slowly, In return, I will share all the intelligence our Garuda clan has gathered regarding the Land of Inheritance with you. Furthermore, we will stand together in the Land of Inheritance. If there is any inheritance you wish to compete for, we will do our utmost to assist you. Gao Yang did not hesitate for long before nodding in agreement. If Garuda had not invited him, he would not have even known such a place existed. Since the other party had offered the reward upfront, he was naturally not the type of person who only knew how to take without giving back. After Gao Yang accepted the matter, he looked at Garuda and said, Let us continue talking about the Land of Inheritance. If a workman wishes to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. I am currently completely in the dark regarding this so-called Land of Inheritance. Do you really expect me to enter it in such a state? Of course not. Garuda shook his head, then said, According to the information gathered after 9 entries into the Land of Inheritance by our clan members, a total of 7 scenes have been discovered, with 4 people entering the same scene. Among these known scenes, the one I need to go to is a place called the Blood-Colored Battlefield. At the center of that battlefield, there exists a naturally formed altar. As long as I can ascend the altar, my future path to legend will be much smoother, and the probability of breaking through to the legendary realm will increase by a full 50%. The ancestor of our Garuda clan obtained the relevant inheritance in this very blood-colored battlefield, which allowed him to ascend to the legendary realm. Additionally, the 5th legendary figure of our clan also entered the blood-colored battlefield and gained his legendary insights there. Gao Yang nodded slightly upon hearing this. With the guidance of predecessors and by following the same path, one would indeed avoid many detours on the way to becoming a legend. However, this presented a problem. Gao Yang looked at Garuda and, after a long pause, asked, But Lady, your own talent and strength are not lacking. If you inherit the legendary path of your predecessors, it will be very difficult for you to surpass the limits of that path in the future. Have you considered this? Once these words were spoken, both Garuda and Leah fell into silence. A moment later, Leah smiled and said, Big brother, achieving the legendary realm is already a dream beyond reach for many beings throughout their entire lives. Moreover, trying to break through the limits of a legend is inherently extremely difficult. Garuda revealed a faint smile and said, Indeed. Besides, The limit of our ancestors' legendary path is not low at all. The vast majority of our clansmen never touch the ancestors' limit in their entire lives. Although my talent is decent, I am still very young, after all. Gao Yang glanced at him, then lowered his gaze to the snacks on the table, saying slowly, "That is true, but being young means infinite possibilities. Perhaps you might go even further in the future." "That is correct." Garuda laughed quite freely. "I will have someone send you the information regarding the land of inheritance later. You can study it carefully, big brother. However, the land of inheritance is vast. There are some places that even our Garuda clan has never entered. So there is a lack of information regarding those areas. It is fine. Having even partial information is already quite good. It is far better than being completely in the dark." Gao Yang said with a smile. Chapter 377, Trouble Arrives. The Boy of Extreme Luck. As the three of them chatted, the topic drifted back to the land of inheritance. After talking for a while, Gao Yang could not help but sigh. What kind of place is this land of inheritance, really? Garuda thought about it very seriously before saying, "The land of inheritance might be a collection of all the treasure-filled lands from the past of this crystal wall system. Or perhaps it is just a game fabricated by some deity. Maybe it hides some earth-shattering secret. Those who have returned from there all describe its wonder and greatness. But no one has ever been able to explain it fully. Almost everyone says that what they describe is only 1 in 10,000. And the accounts we have pieced together from those in the know do not form a complete picture. I can only say that I cannot accurately introduce it to you, because I have never been inside either. Just like the intelligence we currently possess regarding the land of inheritance, it is perhaps only the tip of the iceberg. Very well. I am becoming increasingly expectant of this land of inheritance." Gao Yang's dark eyes shone with a brilliant light, like a star hanging high in the night sky. Just then, the slightly anxious and panicked voice of a palace maid sounded from outside the door. "Your Highness, the sixth prince has arrived at Gaoluo Mountain with his men. We cannot stop them. And the captain of the guards has already been severely wounded." Bang! A heavy sound of a palm striking a table echoed in the study. Gao Yang looked at the visibly angry Garuda now. Li Dian understood everything in his heart. As expected, he still could not escape the power struggles of the royal family. Wherever there are people, there are interests. And where there are interests, disputes naturally rise. Let alone in a massive royal family like the Garuda. Gao Yang stroked his knees with his fingers and said, "Tell me about this sixth prince." Lady Garuda revealed a bitter smile, then looked at Gao Yang and said, "I apologize for the embarrassment, big brother. There are 43 princes and princesses in our generation, and the sixth prince and I are the two strongest among these 43, as well as the ones most likely to ascend to the legendary realm. Although we share a common father, our mothers are not the same. Furthermore, the age gap between him and me is not even half a year. I hope you can understand that under such circumstances, competition is inevitable." I can completely understand that." Gao Yang nodded. This time, the sixth prince secured the quota for the Vanga Plain to enter the land of inheritance, while I spent a considerable price to obtain entry qualifications through the Multiverse Network. This has led to a situation where I cannot form a team with non-Multiverse Network members to enter the land of inheritance. Lady Garuda revealed a bitter smile, then looked at Gao Yang and said, "He probably didn't come looking for me, but rather caught wind of things and wants to come and size you up, big brother. It seems I am not the first person he has sought out." Gao Yang smiled and said, "How many people are allowed in a team for the land of inheritance?" "Who else have you invited?" "5 people. Besides you, big brother. There is Candrus the youth who had such explosive luck during the Goddess of Luck's Torrent of Fortune, as well as a wanderer named Benjer. We met him during our past adventures. He is very strong, especially in terms of stealth." Leah spoke up. Gao Yang appeared somewhat surprised. "The kid with extreme luck, he came too?" "Yes," Lady Garuda nodded. "Candrus arrived a week ago, but to be honest, I really suspect whether he is the illegitimate son of the Goddess of Luck, or if he has drunk the Goddess of Luck's bathwater. That kind of luck is simply too abnormal." "So, was the kid with extreme luck also harassed by this sixth prince?" Gao Yang asked with some curiosity. "Of course not. With Candrus's luck, the sixth prince couldn't find any trouble for him at all. Having said this, Lidi himself chuckled. The luck of the kid with extreme luck was indeed somewhat abnormal. So, was it that wanderer gentleman who was harassed by this sixth prince? Gao Yang said as if it were a matter of course. Lady Garuda nodded, but added, Ben is very strong. After just one encounter with the sixth prince, he vanished without a trace. So the sixth prince's plan naturally fell through. Fine, then it seems I cannot avoid this. Gao Yang smiled and stood up. His movement caused Lidi and Leah across from him to feel a jolt in their hearts, suddenly recalling Gao Yang's truly ferocious performance back at the Torrent of Fortune. At this thought, Lady Garuda hurriedly said, Big brother, let us go together. With me here, I guarantee that if they want to make things difficult for you, they will have to step over my dead body first. The three of them walked out of the study. The maids outside the door quickly lowered their heads, then walked in front to lead the way. Where is my third brother? How can a younger brother come to visit and not see anyone for so long? Could it be that he is intentionally trying to humiliate me? And what is this beast doing here? It is truly an eyesore. Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will deal with this fire-breathing beast immediately. Gao Yang had just passed through the flower garden when he heard the above conversation. He looked up and saw a dark-faced man grinning as he walked toward Thunder, who was quietly chewing on flowers nearby. Not far behind this dark-faced man, a young man dressed similarly to Lady Garuda, with a face that also bore a two-part resemblance, stood with his hands behind his back, watching the dark-faced man with great interest. Behind him stood three others, one man and two women, each exuding an intimidating aura and appearing to have considerable strength. Further away, a squad of golden armored guards lay unconscious on the ground, and the old butler was half leaning against a pile of rubble, his chest stained red with blood. Stop! Lady Garuda shouted loudly. A large, exaggerated bow appeared in his hands, and a sharp, azure arrow condensed from a gale shot directly toward the dark-faced man's glabella. The arrow moved with extreme speed, reaching the dark-faced man's face almost instantly. The dark-faced man, however, was completely unafraid. His complexion turned even darker, even reflecting a metallic, somber sheen with a crisp ding. The gale arrow struck the dark-faced man's glabella, collapsing back into scattered gusts of wind and dissipating rapidly. A thin line of blood slid down the brow bone. The dark-faced man reached out to wipe away the blood, ignoring the previous attack entirely. Instead, he looked at Lady Garuda, standing straight with a mocking smile on his face, and said, Bim pays his respects to the third prince. Lady did not even look at him, but stared directly at the young man opposite, his voice as cold as ice. Toxin, I need an explanation. Toxin Garuda stepped forward a few paces, arriving in front of Lady. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his voice was calm. An explanation? Why should I give you an explanation? Don't you think so, my incompetent third brother? A gale suddenly rose. Leah looked at Toxin with a murderous expression, the wind causing her hair to dance wildly. It seemed as if, in the next second, a violent hurricane would blast from her hands toward Toxin. Lady reached out to block Liye. By now, he had calmed down. He held his head high as he looked at Toxin and gave a light scoff. If you were truly as confident as you appear, you would not have tried to find trouble with me time and time again. Toxin, my younger brother, although I was born only half a year before you, you are still too green, to the point of using such clumsy methods. What, do you think that with these little tricks you can make me lose my qualification to enter the land of inheritance? Or is it that you are afraid that I will obtain the ancestors' inheritance in the land of inheritance, while you can only end up as a loser? Chapter 378. Even if I die, it was worth the price of admission. Lady Garuda was half a head taller than Toxin. Originally, this was a trivial matter, but in the current confrontation, it made Toxin's aura appear to points weaker. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive and heavy. The dark-faced man acting as the vanguard now had a cold, metallic luster covering his entire body, leaving no doubt that if Toxin gave the order, he would immediately charge at Lady. Toxin stared into Lady's eyes. After a moment, he suddenly sneered and said in a calm tone, Lady, my brother, it seems that this time in the land of inheritance, perhaps it won't be so boring after all. Afterward, Toxin turned his gaze toward Gao Yang and said condescendingly, As for you, If you don't want to die in the land of inheritance, you had better leave while you still can. Lidi's face darkened. He retreated a few steps without a sound, putting distance between himself and his foolish younger brother, fearing that he might get splattered with blood later. Gao Yang glanced at him once, then withdrew his gaze. Into Oxen's eyes. This reaction was undoubtedly a sign of being ignored. In truth, if this were not the palace of the Garuda clan, and if he had not just arrived as a guest, Gao Yang would never have been so easygoing. He could be magnanimous toward friends, but when it came to enemies, he always preferred to use his black obsidian to reason with them. Seeing that Gao Yang did not react, Lidi felt relieved. He pointed at Tuoxin, his voice deepening slightly. "All right, Tuoxin, you have said your harsh words. If you keep on babbling like this, you are starting to sound just like your mother, the consort." A flash of anger crossed Tuoxin's eyes. He let out a cold snort and flicked his sleeves, turning to leave. He did not say anything more. After all, since he could not truly fight here, saying more would be futile. He would simply find trouble for the other party once they entered the land of inheritance. When that time came, he would certainly fulfill his promise. He would trample Lidi's annoying face firmly under his feet and slaughter everyone around him. After Tuoxin and his subordinates left, Lidi Garuda regained his smile and walked to Gao Yang's side, saying with a laugh, "Big boss, please forgive the spectacle." Gao Yang shook his head slightly. Competition between such great families was a rare sight to behold. Looking at it now, it seemed to have a sense of returning to basics. There were no schemes, no deceit, and no treachery to be seen. Instead, two heirs had simply put on protective gear and engaged in a straightforward, physical brawl. It was truly interesting. It is nothing. It is only a matter of 2 days. Once we enter the land of inheritance, we can resolve today's conflict then, Gao Yang said, his voice exceptionally calm as he glanced at Lighting, who was still gnawing on a flower not far away, but for some reason, Lidi and Leah caught a whiff of a thick, bloody scent in his tone, which was so calm it was almost devoid of ripples. Lidi gave a dry laugh and then reminded him, "Big boss, once we reach the land of inheritance, the priority should be to secure the legacy. If we run into them, we can resolve today's conflict then. Of course, due to clan rules. Although I can compete with him, I cannot kill him directly." Gao Yang looked at Lidi with some surprise. In a competition within such a massive imperial clan, killing was forbidden. Then what were they even fighting for? Seeing Gao Yang's expression, Lidi quickly explained the rules. After hearing the explanation, Gao Yang felt a modicum of admiration for the ancestor of the Garuda clan. It had to be said that the Garuda clan handled this well. While competition between the imperial family was permitted, they strictly forbade the princes and princesses of the same generation from killing one another. Generally speaking, when one prince forced another into a desperate, life-or-death situation during the competition, they were required to stop. As the price for this, the prince who was spared would lose his eligibility to compete and would be required to announce to the entire imperial clan that he was giving up his claim to the throne. Firstly, this increased the prestige of the victor, and secondly, it served as the price the loser had to pay. If the loser refused to make such an announcement, they would lose this get-out-of-jail-free card in future competitions. When they encountered a desperate situation again, the other brothers and sisters would not need to hold back. Such measures largely ensured the survival rate of the Garuda clan's talent and preserved the bonds between siblings. After all, those who dared to participate in the struggle for the Soul Throne could not possibly be mediocre. Preserving their lives allowed them to provide more assistance after the new emperor ascended the throne. This was also how the Garuda clan had been able to continue developing to this day and maintain its rule over the Brahma Plain. It was clear that the rise of the Garuda clan's ancestor did not rely solely on luck and opportunity. His intellect, methods, and talent must have been exceptional for him to achieve such a legendary feat and establish his own lineage. After explaining the clan rules, Lidi looked at Gao Yang and said, "Big boss, you have just arrived in Fangia, so please rest for a while. A banquet is already being prepared, and tonight, Leah and I will host a welcome ceremony for you. I will have someone send you the detailed information regarding the land of inheritance shortly." Gao Yang nodded, having no objections to this. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He only needed to focus on his own affairs. Lidi and Leah soon left together. As for Gao Yang, led by a maid, he returned to the previous palace, with Lighting following behind him. After the maid withdrew, Gao Yang turned to look at Lighting, who appeared completely relaxed and carefree, and wondered if it was time to turn up the intensity for this fellow, sitting cross-legged on the white jade platform specifically provided for cultivation. Gao Yang spoke slowly. Sacrifice, time acceleration. As the words fell, the battle chi within his body began to be consumed. In Gao Yang's perception, the flow of time for himself and the normal flow of the outside world rapidly widened to a ratio of 1. He closed his eyes and began to continue contemplating the combat experience of the Sacrifice Tower Master. About half an hour later, the maid's soft voice drifted into Gao Yang's ears, waking him from his state of contemplation. Gao Yang waved his hand to deactivate the time acceleration and gestured to open the main door. 3 sets of footsteps sounded as the maid and 2 golden-armored guards entered the palace and came before Gao Yang. "My lord, by the order of the 3rd prince, we are to deliver this item to you." One of the golden-armored guards held a wooden tray, and resting on the tray was a small, rectangular crystal. Gao Yang reached out to take it and, with practiced ease, channeled a wisp of battle chi into it. The rectangular crystal immediately filled with light, and a stream of information flowed into Gao Yang's mind. He stopped his movements and nodded slightly, saying thank you. The 2 golden-armored guards and the maidservant quickly bowed and retreated after Gao Yang accepted the rectangular crystal. After the 3 of them had left, Gao Yang accelerated his personal time once more before picking up the crystal and channeling a wisp of battle chi into it. According to the records of the Garuda Imperial clan, there were a total of 7 inheritance sites discovered. The blood-colored battlefield was one of them, while the others included the Valley of the Broken Winged Dragon, the Dead Silent Cavern, the Scarlet Dark Prison, the Beast Nest, the Sea of Corruption, and the Cathedral of Repentance. Gao Yang studied them carefully and eventually discovered that among the 7 existing scenarios, the Valley of the Broken Winged Dragon and the Scarlet Dark Prison were roughly aligned with his own development path. As for the other scenarios, they were quite far off. Of course, this was only the information gathered by the Garuda clan. A single crystal wall system was an entire universe, containing countless factions. Once he entered the inheritance site, he would inevitably encounter other factions. By then, he could exchange information with them to fill in the gaps in his own knowledge. Beyond that, another major point was that the inheritance sites could not be entered directly. They required corresponding keys. After the inheritance sites opened, they would be teleported into the vast world of the inheritance grounds. There, they would need to slay specific monsters and collect the credentials required to open the inheritance sites from their remains before they could enter the corresponding scenarios. In fact, during the process of collecting these credentials, the greatest threat was not the so-called monsters, but the other competitors. Regarding this, Gao Yang felt a sense of anticipation. During this process, he would not only be able to collect credentials but also constantly engage with strong opponents and witness the transcendent powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of this universe. Even if he were to die, it would be worth the price of admission. Gao Yang set down the crystal in his hand and waved his hand to open the door once more. Standing outside the door was a delicate-looking youth with a hunched posture. A hint of hesitation flickered across his face as if he were mentally preparing himself. It was none other than the youth with extreme luck whom he had met once before. Rust. To be honest, Gao Yang truly could not understand why a youth whose luck was explosive would have such a weak and cowardly personality. Logically speaking, if one had been this lucky from childhood to adulthood, they should have developed an extremely confident personality, because every difficulty would be easily resolved before them. To such a person, the concept of difficulty should not even exist. However, Gao Yang did not intend to probe into Candras's past. The formation of such a personality must surely represent a past that was too painful to look back upon. Candras was startled by the door suddenly opening. He quickly pulled back his hand, lowered his head, and said intermittently, Lord Gao Yang, I heard that you had arrived as well. So, I came over to greet you and pay my respects. After speaking, he pointed to his side and said, and Mr. Ben, he came along with me as well. There is someone else. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. a sense of alarm rising in his heart. He looked in the direction of Candras's finger and only then noticed a plain-looking man standing beside him. The man stood outside the door just like Candras. But if not for Candras's reminder, Gao Yang might not have even noticed him. This ability to have a presence that was as good as invisible was a divine skill for a rogue or an assassin. However, this also had something to do with the fact that Gao Yang had not been focusing his attention in that direction. In reality, if he entered combat mode, even if this Mr. Ben could evade his detection, he would not be able to launch a sneak attack against him. Since you are here, come in and sit for a while. It just so happens that we can get to know each other, Gao Yang said, standing up and offering an invitation. Then I shall intrude. Candras bowed earnestly, then stepped aside, politely letting Benjer enter first. Seeing this, Benjer hesitated for a moment before taking a step and walking into the room first. The three of them sat down at the table, and soon a maidservant brought over fruits and drinks. Chapter 379, The Path of Legend. Where does it lead? The three remained silent for a while. Gao Yang looked at the two people in front of him and asked, "What are your thoughts regarding this inheritance site?" As his voice fell, the two opposite him remained silent for a moment. Candras looked at Ben beside him without speaking. Benjer set down the crystal cup in his hand and spoke slowly. "I don't have many thoughts. While helping Lidi and Leah, I must also pursue my own path of shadow killing." His voice was equally plain, the kind that would likely be ignored if one were not listening carefully. Gao Yang looked at him earnestly, and then he concluded that if Benjer could advance to the legendary rank, he would definitely become a nightmare for many ranged professionals. Gao Yang looked at him and asked, "So, which inheritance scenario is your target?" "The Scarlet Dark Prison," Benjer said. I have some interest in that place as well." Benjer looked at Gao Yang without speaking. Gao Yang turned his gaze to Candras. This youth of extreme luck was currently nibbling on a flour cake in small bites while cautiously observing the two of them. "Candras, what about you?" being asked. Candras immediately sat up straight. He looked at Gao Yang opposite him and said hesitantly, "I don't know. I feel that what Lidi said will be of great help to me, so I came. As for the specifics, perhaps I will only know after I enter the inheritance site." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He felt he shouldn't have bothered asking him. This guy was simply not on the same wavelength as everyone else. While others were fighting tooth and nail to compete for resources, this guy might just stumble upon them while taking a stroll, and he might even complain that the item wasn't effective enough or not worth using. However, if things continued this way, it might be very difficult for Candras to ascend to the legendary rank. Of course, it might also be very simple. It all depended on whether Candras's luck was genuine or false, and just how powerful this luck really was. "All right, understood," Gao Yang nodded. Although they called it a visit, the two of them combined had not spoken more than 10 sentences. Gao Yang was not a particularly talkative person either, and with three mutes sitting together, the atmosphere felt somewhat dull. Yet, within this dullness, there was a hint of harmony. Perhaps this was the strange and spoken understanding unique to men. Less than an hour after they sat down, the sky outside had already grown dim. A maid arrived at the door and said softly, "The banquet is ready. My three lords, His Highness the Third Prince invites you to join the feast." Gao Yang set down his crystal glass. Candras swallowed the food in his mouth. And as for Benjer, he simply put away the dagger that had been dancing between his fingers like a butterfly. With a mere flick of his hand, the dagger vanished. Seeing this, Gao Yang was certain that the other man had not stored the dagger in his inventory. As for where he had hidden it, that touched upon personal privacy. The banquet was held within Lidi's private residence. While it was called a private residence, it was actually a complete, independent area capable of meeting all daily needs for study, cultivation, living, and entertainment. Tonight's banquet was held in an open-air garden within the residence. The garden was dotted with pavilions. Gao Yang and his companions were the only guests, and under the guidance of the maid, they took their seats one by one. However, to Gao Yang's surprise, there was another guest at this banquet. To call him a guest would be inaccurate. To be precise, the entire Fanga plain was under his rule. The person sitting at the head of the table was none other than the current Garuda of the Garuda clan. the ruler of the Fanga Plain. The Garuda was a middle-aged man with a majestic countenance. The robe he wore looked somewhat similar to Lidi's, but it was far more noble and imposing. Just by sitting there, he seemed to make the very space around him feel significantly heavier. When he turned his pitch-black eyes toward Gao Yang, it felt as if a sharp arrow were piercing toward the center of his brow. A sensation that his vital points would be punctured by that arrow in the next moment welled up in Gao Yang's heart. This was the first time Gao Yang had faced a legendary-level existence head-on. Clearly, the pressure brought by this Garuda was immense. Gao Yang calmed the surging blood within his body and then looked at Kandris and Benjur across from him. The former was huddled like a quail, head tucked in, staring at the tabletop in front of him. The latter's body had already entered a flickering, semi-transparent state. If Gao Yang weren't staring directly at him, he might not have been able to find his figure at all. Fortunately, at this moment, Lidi spoke up to break the deadlock. "Father, these are the friends I invited." Lidi introduced the three of them to the Garuda one by one. After the introductions were complete, a smile appeared on the face of this emperor of the Fanga Plain. He picked up the wine glass in front of him, and his voice, though not loud, reached the ears of the group clearly. "I hope the three of you have a wonderful time in Fanga, in the land of inheritance. You must be careful, survival must be your priority." At this moment, he no longer seemed like the emperor who ruled over the billions of lives in the Fanga Plain, but rather an ordinary elder, offering his advice with a smile. However, this feeling vanished in a flash. After drinking the wine in his glass, the Garuda quietly disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. After the Garuda left, the atmosphere in the garden suddenly lightened. Although the Garuda had not intentionally displayed his power, his mere presence had been oppressive enough. This was the crushing weight of a higher life form, the psychological pressure brought about by the transformation of power. Gao Yang drank the slightly sweet fruit wine in his glass, his brilliant will surging in his mind. This was the scenery he pursued, and the goal for which he climbed. As his will surged continuously, it became increasingly solid. After seeing a living legendary existence, Gao Yang's will underwent a minor transformation. This transformation was not about quality, but about the steadfastness that comes when a long-held goal is displayed clearly before one's eyes, even within reach. It was like the firm belief of not regretting even if I die 10,000 times that was born when the martyrs of China, having fought wave after wave and shed their blood, finally saw the dawn of victory after tearing through the thick, desperate darkness. Where does the path of the legend lead? Gao Yang closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. He felt a faint glimmer shining within his consciousness. It was the time when he was immortal, struggling to survive and constantly climbing. It was the pursuit of life and power that sprouted after he came into contact with transcendent power. What should his legendary path look like? What kind of scenery should it be? Is it the unyielding will to battle gods, or the destructive power to command natural disasters? Is it a body tempered 100 times over that cannot be destroyed by any calamity, or a vast and boundless surging battle aura? Is it the slaughter of blood and fire, or a journey of solipsism and self-discovery, power, will, technique, or belief? In a trance, Gao Yang could feel a seed called belief beginning to sprout and grow in his heart. He did not know how much time had passed before he gradually regained his senses. He felt both joy and regret. The joy came from the fact that he had already touched a magnificent, invisible door. The regret was that his current accumulation seemed insufficient to push this door open completely. He could only glimpse a sliver of the scenery through the crack. However, even this sliver of scenery had already made Gao Yang clearer about the legendary path that belonged to him alone. It might be endless slaughter, or the long-term honing of technique, or day-after-day meditation and cultivation, or the destiny of constantly challenging the unknown and the powerful. When all of this is gathered together, it can be summarized in 4 words: self-improvement without ceasing. At the same time, he realized one thing for him: the legendary inheritance within the land of inheritance itself was no longer that important. What truly mattered were the transcendent beings participating in the land of inheritance and the battles fought against them. Because a legend, while it may look similar to a transcendent profession, has elements that have shifted from the profession itself down to the individual. Therefore, strictly speaking, There is no such thing as a generalized standard for legendary characters. Unlike the standard level 10 warrior or spellcaster found in transcendent professions, the path to becoming a legend is not fixed. Repetition and imitation cannot give birth to miracles. As the saying goes, those who learn from me live, those who resemble me die. Consequently, the existence of the Land of Inheritance might be the supreme path to legend for Lidi and the others, but for him, it can only serve as a reference and a source of inspiration. He cannot simply continue forward along those established legendary paths. Doing so would lead to one consequence. Those who resemble me die. When Gao Yang opened his eyes, he saw Lidi and the others looking at him with a mixture of envy and jealousy. The maids and everyone else who had been present had already vanished, and the entire garden was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. My apologies for keeping you all waiting, Gao Yang said slowly, his gaze sweeping across the group. Congratulations, big brother. Lidi was the first to react, speaking with a smile. Following that, Leah and the others also offered their congratulations. Although they did not know what had happened to Gao Yang in those short moments, they could guess from the mere shift in his aura that it must have involved an epiphany regarding his future path. If they could achieve such an epiphany, perhaps their own future paths to legend would be much smoother, and their chances of ascending to legend would be significantly higher. Gao Yang raised his wine glass, signaling to the group. Everyone else also raised their glasses, drinking from afar with Gao Yang. As the fruit wine entered his stomach, the spicy, stimulating sensation slightly calmed Gao Yang's surging willpower. Seeing this, Lidi waved his hand, and maids began to emerge once again from various parts of the garden. A troupe of dancers dressed in distinctive attire arrived in the center of the group and began to move their graceful bodies to the soothing music. From time to time, beautiful dancers with slender figures would approach Gao Yang and the others to pour wine or feed them. Among them, Candris behaved the most awkwardly. The moment a dancer drew near him, his face flushed bright red, and he appeared timid and hesitant, wanting to interact but not daring to, which made people chuckle. As for Gao Yang and Ben Gear, they were much more composed and calm in the face of such a situation. The banquet lasted for 2 hours. By the time the banquet ended, Candris's face was flushed red, and his body emitted a rich fragrance. For a moment, they could not tell if it was the scent lingering from the dancers or if it was emanating from him. Gao Yang, however, felt no intoxication. His physique was already sufficiently powerful, and a little alcohol could not affect him in the slightest. This was also the reason why he did not drink in the past, but did not resist it now. Returning to his quarters, Gao Yang placed black obsidian flat across his knees, slowly stroking the patterns on the blade and feeling the cold, sharp edge with his fingertips. Black obsidian had followed him through countless battles, large and small, yet the blade remained as bright as new, without a single nick. This was all thanks to the forging upgrade performed by the dwarven mastersmith, Daragon. As his palm passed over it, black obsidian emitted a clear, resonant hum, as if responding to Gao Yang. It seems you are ready as well. In the dim light, Gao Yang sighed softly, then slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate. Chapter 380. The opening of the Land of Inheritance. After the banquet, only one day remained until the opening of the Land of Inheritance. According to Lidi, Tox and Garuda had already taken a teleportation ray to the Land of Inheritance last night. The location of the Land of Inheritance was in the uppermost layer of this crystal wall system, closest to the astral plane in terms of conceptual hierarchy. If one were to teleport there from the Vanga plane, it would require 5 or 6 transfers and take about half a day. Toxin had left quite late, but since the Land of Inheritance had no mandatory restrictions, one could go whenever they pleased. Just like Multiverse Network players such as Gao Yang, as long as they possessed the entry qualification, they could consume it from anywhere to be teleported directly to the entrance of the Land of Inheritance. During this final day, Gao Yang continued to meditate at his own pace, never stepping out of his room once. It was not until the dawn of the next day that the old butler, groomed to perfection, knocked on Gao Yang's door to invite him to Lidi's bedchamber, because today was the day the Land of Inheritance would open. A moment later, Gao Yang walked into Lidi's bedchamber, and the massive doors behind him slowly closed, cutting off the sunlight that had just begun to rise outside. As for thunder, It could not be brought along due to the unique nature of the land of inheritance. Inside the bedchamber, Lidi and Leo were holding hands, no longer wearing their luxurious robes, but instead dressed in professional attire best suited for combat. In this chamber, Kendra sat not far away, holding a football-sized, oval-shaped egg. The egg was purple overall and featured faint dragon-like patterns on the shell. Judging by its appearance, the creature inside had not yet reached the stage of hatching. As for Ben-Gear, he was not within Gao Yang's field of vision. However, he was likely standing somewhere else in this chamber. Seeing Gao Yang arrive, Lidi let go of Leah's hand and took a crimson brick out of his inventory. Shortly after, Gao Yang received a Multiverse Network notification. Multiverse Network notification. Lidi Garuda invites you to join the Land of Inheritance mission squad. Do you accept? Accept, Gao Yang answered with his thoughts. And his avatar appeared in the squad led by Lidi. Sure enough, he was the last to arrive. Ben-Gear was already in the squad. Gao Yang looked at the brick in Lidi's hand with interest. Was the entrance key to the Land of Inheritance really this down-to-earth? Holding the crimson brick, Lidi looked at Gao Yang and the others and said, "There isn't much time left before the Land of Inheritance opens. Once we enter, we must be ready for combat immediately and obtain the keys as quickly as possible. At the same time, in the vast world where the Land of Inheritance is located, we are very likely to encounter transcendent beings from other planes. Unless you are absolutely certain of your safety, do not hold anything back. Please remember, in the Land of Inheritance, everyone except your teammates is an enemy." Gao Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging this point, as did Kendris and Benjer, who had appeared of his own accord. "By the way, let me ask a question," Gao Yang said, and Li Di looked toward him. "If I kill too many people in the Land of Inheritance, will it bring enemies to your Vanga plane?" Li Di's breath hitched. Looking at Gao Yang's calm face, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He pondered for a moment and said, "Everything in the Land of Inheritance depends on one's own ability. But if they are important figures from extremely powerful planes, it is best not to kill them. Of course, if you really do kill them, it doesn't matter, as long as you clean up the aftermath thoroughly." Gao Yang nodded slightly. "In that case, I can rest easy." Li Di know, Big Boss. As they spoke, the crimson brick in Li Di's hand suddenly erupted with a blazing red light. Li Di's expression turned solemn, and under his control, this blazing red light enveloped Gao Yang and the others as well. The light extended into a circle, shrouding the five of them, and then began to stretch upward and downward, forming 5 interconnected crimson pillars of light. After the pillars were formed, the blazing red light began to slowly contract inward. At the same time, the crimson light transformed into a multicolored radiance, within which countless tiny fragments flowed, looking quite magnificent. Then, the pillars of light suddenly contracted into lines and vanished in a flash, taking Gao Yang and the other four with them, causing them to disappear from the bedchamber out of thin air. At the same time, the current Garuda of the Garuda clan, a legendary level swift archer, sat in his own bedchamber, looking up at the window, only slowly withdrawing his gaze after a long while. "I hope you all returned safely." Inside the pillars of light, all things flowed like streams of radiance. It felt as if it were only for an instant before the world changed its appearance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent winds poured in from his sleeves, his collar, and every opening. The powerful gale was so strong that it was difficult to even open one's eyes. Gao Yang channeled his battle aura to block the wind, only then regaining his normal vision. A boundless, milky white expanse of clouds stretched to the ends of the world. Gao Yang had seen seas of clouds before, but compared to the ones on Earth, they seemed somewhat cramped. He looked down at his feet. He was standing on a cotton-like cloud about 1/2 meter square. Looking elsewhere, one cotton cloud after another, varying in size, carried one extraordinary creature after another, falling rapidly toward the sea of clouds below like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Why call them extraordinary creatures? Because Gao Yang took a rough look, and among what he could see, human-shaped life forms accounted for less than 40%. The rest included spirits with elemental bodies, half-dragon descendants covered in dragon scales, elves, and purely beast-like life forms. Li just stood on a cotton cloud and pointed to a massive cotton cloud in the distance. On it was a feline creature with a jet-black body, streamlined muscles, 2 wings. And for legs, however, compared to tigers on Earth, this guy was a full 10 times larger, a true behemoth. That is a shadow demon leopard, an extremely powerful race. They are extraordinary from birth. If you encounter one, be very careful. This race is a natural-born assassin. After Li De finished speaking, he pointed to a cotton cloud not far away that was only the size of a basketball, on which sat a small sprite only 30 centimeters tall. That is a 3-eyed sprite, a natural spellcaster, equally dangerous, Bai Feng. Just as Li De was seizing the time to introduce some powerful races, a piercing cry rang out. Gao Yang followed the sound and looked over, suddenly stunned. He looked at the source of the sound and exclaimed in surprise, Bai Feng. He saw an exotic beast shaped like a crane, standing on one leg atop a cotton cloud. Its neck was slender, its posture elegant, and it looked both beautiful and noble. Its feathers were sky blue, dotted with red markings, while its beak was as white as frost and snow, flashing with a cold, sword-like sharpness. At this moment, it was spreading its sky blue wings, and large swaths of flames flowed down from its body without restraint. The terrifying high temperature instantly caused the spacer on it to distort and warp. However, these flames were tightly restricted to within a 1-meter radius of its body, not leaking out in the slightest. Gao Yang looked in astonishment at the exotic beast that only existed in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. So, the Classic of Mountains and Seas really wasn't just made up, but was actually a documentary-style ancient cookbook. Gao Yang still remembered that in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, whenever a creature was weaker, the end of its description would note eating it does such and such. There was even a vampire-like creature, with the original text stating, in the Western Ridge, there is a ghost, shaped like a human, with red eyes and fangs, sleeping by day and coming out at night, fond of eating human blood. Eating it prolongs life. If some elderly people nearing the end of their lives today knew this, I'm afraid vampires would have to be artificially farmed to ensure they didn't go extinct. But the Bai Feng did not have this eating it note. The meaning was very clear. In the era when the Classic of Mountains and Seas existed, the Bai Feng was also a very formidable fighter. Looking at the Bai Feng over there, Gao Yang suddenly became a bit interested. If this Bai Feng were just a normal exotic beast, that would be fine. But if it provoked him, he would definitely have to add a line to the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Bai Feng, eat it. The cotton clouds were falling at an extremely high speed. In just a few seconds, Gao Yang and the others were already close to the vast sea of clouds below. Then, the cotton clouds plunged into the sea of clouds without slowing down. Everything in sight was a vast expanse of white, and one could not even see their own fingers. When they passed through the sea of clouds, the feeling of solid ground beneath their feet arrived the next instant. Gao Yang looked up at the sky, seeing the sea of clouds like a canopy, as if a painting had been spread out. And the place where he stood was a vast, boundless plain. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing else. Beside him, Li De, Leah, and Candace had all landed. As for Benjer, Gao Yang did not see him, but he should be nearby. Li De had already taken out his massive war bow, and Leah was gripping her staff tightly. As for Candace, to be honest, Gao Yang didn't know what his career path was, because he was empty-handed. The cotton clouds in the sky continued to fall for a full 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the clouds stopped descending. Just then, a notification from the comprehensive network appeared before Gao Yang's retina. System notification. You have entered the land of inheritance. Current location, Black Earth. Slay the monsters here to obtain fragments of the corresponding inheritance scene credentials. Gao Yang glanced at the message and then paid it no further mind. At the same time, Li De had already determined the direction. He shouted in the team channel, the blood-colored war soul should be in that direction. We will advance rapidly toward it. Ben, you take the lead and scout the path. To enter the blood-colored battlefield, one must slay a type of entity known as a blood-colored war soul. They can drop soul seed fragments, and once enough are collected, one can enter the blood-colored battlefield. Gao Yang and the others had no objections. This was what Li De required. Leah waved her staff, and wisps of gale wind manifested beneath their feet. Gao Yang felt his body suddenly become much lighter, and his speed must have increased significantly. Just then, Candrass took out 3 gems of different colors. Under the watchful eyes of Gao Yang and the others, he injected energy into them, triggering the power within the gems. The next moment, the 3 colored gems bloomed with light, which then split into 5 rays and submerged into the bodies of the 5 individuals. In an instant, Gao Yang felt as if an inexhaustible source of energy had appeared within his body, slowly but firmly replenishing every bit of his consumption. "No way, buddy. Do you have a mine at home?" Lidi looked at the gems in Candrass's hand, which were gradually turning into gray-white stones due to the loss of power, his eyes turning red with envy. "Are such precious gems things that can be casually taken out and consumed? Shouldn't these be treasures kept for life or death moments, used to save one's life or even unleash a burst of power for a desperate counterattack? Could he truly be the legitimate son of the goddess of luck?" Candrass lowered his head, took 3 more gems from his inventory, and said truthfully, "I still have some of these gems. There is no need to worry about consumption for the time being." Lidi's expression changed, and then he said with a face full of smiles, "Oh my, Candrass, you are my idol." 1,000 meters ahead, 5 humanoid extraordinary beings have appeared, origin unknown, strength unknown. Visually, they appear to be humans from a technological civilization. It isn't clear if they are Multiverse Network players. Just then, Benjer spoke up in the team channel. As for why Benjer was so certain, it was simply because among this 5-man squad, 3 were wearing exoskeleton armor. 1 was piloting a 5-meter-tall humanoid mecha, and the last one was operating a drone, releasing a large swarm to begin scanning the surrounding environment. "Attempt contact. Prepare for combat." Lidi's eyes lit up as he said quickly, 10,000 words updated. "May I ask for a monthly ticket from you, dear reader?" Chapter 381, Unexpected Harvest. A striking red light was flashing on the drone remote control, accompanied by a piercing alarm sound. The man operating the drone wore flat-framed glasses, his bangs covering most of his eyebrows. He looked at the footage transmitted back by the Hive drone and quickly shared it with his 4 teammates nearby. "Bane, activate combat power monitoring." Captain Ron, who was piloting the mecha, looked at the 4 people on the screen and issued the order, "Monitoring in progress." Bane pressed a button on the side of the remote, and the Hive drone immediately emitted rays of nearly invisible red light, scanning the 3 men and 1 woman. The next moment, Bane cursed under his breath, "Captain, they have discovered us. 1/10 of the drones have been destroyed." Bane couldn't help but feel the sting. These Hive drones were level for technological equipment, possessing capabilities for reconnaissance, combat power monitoring, stealth, and more, with extremely high speed. He had spent a huge sum of money on them, and he hadn't expected 1/10 of them to be blown up in a single encounter. Even though he was wealthy, this was not how he wanted to spend his resources. "Collect the combat data quickly, then withdraw the drones," Run ordered immediately. Bane stopped talking, but a waterfall of blue data began to cascade down his lenses. After sacrificing 1/5 of the Hive drones, the relevant data was finally collected. Bane looked at the combat power report before him, his teeth itching with frustration. He blinked hard and looked at the screen. On the lenses, blue light formed the calm face of a young man. To the right of his photo were the relevant attribute values. Max attribute, strength. Estimated value 21 points. Combat power estimate. Immediately after, the young man's face disappeared, replaced by another somewhat weak-looking and delicate youth. Max attribute, perception. Estimated value 22 points. Combat power estimate. The remaining archer and female spellcaster also had combat power estimates in the range of just over 1,000. The world where Bane, Ron, and the others originated primarily competed based on technological strength, needing weapons and equipment. However, this did not mean they lacked research and understanding of the mystical extraordinary side. On the contrary, they studied it very carefully. For instance, in their combat power system, any technological combat power exceeding 500 was considered an extraordinary level existence. This was because the destructive power a standard level 10 extraordinary warrior could cause was not much different from the destruction caused by 500 units of technological combat power. An extraordinary combat power of just over 1,000 was considered mid-tier. At the very least, Compared to Captain Ron's technological combat power of nearly 4,000, there was still a significant gap. Captain Ron was already a Seacon-level mechanic with an energy level exceeding 5,000 auna. If he wished, destroying a city would only be a matter of time. This level of combat power actually cost me 1/5 of my hive drones. Is this an insult to me? Bane gritted his teeth. Captain Ron looked at the shared information and then decisively ordered, "Execute Encounter Protocol No. 1. Leave that skinny youth alive as a living source for information extraction." With the captain's order, the other four had no objections. The 3 exoskeleton warriors each pulled a black heavy sniper rifle about 3 meters long from their space compression devices. Their tactical helmets lowered instantly, and with the assistance of the hive drones, they locked onto Gao Yang and his group not far away. One piloted the mecha, holding a high-frequency oscillating molecular sword in his hand. He deployed the plasma shield, activated the anti-gravity devices and the stellar reactor, causing his mecha to rise rapidly into the air and charge toward Gao Yang and the others. As for Bane, he continued to operate the drones, launching micro-high explosive bombs toward Gao Yang and his companions. This was the advantage of a technological civilization. Their primary strategy relied on information dominance and saturation fire. Often, enemies would perish under a barrage of attacks before they even realized they were being targeted. This was only happening because their landing site was too close to Gao Yang and the others. Under normal circumstances, their operational radius should have been within 10 kilometers, rather than this current situation of nearly point-blank engagement. Yet, even at point-blank range, they had corresponding protocols. Whether it was the massive black sniper rifles held by the 3 exoskeleton soldiers or the mech piloted by their captain, each was capable of killing any target with a combat power of under 2,000 in a single strike. With these 4 individuals possessing a combat power of just over 1,000, being targeted by them was practically synonymous with death. Once I kill you all, the loot should be enough to compensate for the loss of my drones, Bane thought to himself. On the split-screen display of his remote controller, he saw the male with a strength stat of 21 step forward to the front of the group, a massive, pitch-black sword resembling obsidian appearing in his hand. What is he trying to do? A flicker of doubt crossed Bane's mind. The next moment, he saw his 3 teammates' bodies shudder, and the barrels of their black sniper rifles instantly turned red-hot like branding irons. This meant they had just initiated a sniping attack against the target. The black bullets appeared directly in front of Gao Yang as if they had teleported. Sensing the fluctuations ahead, Gao Yang looked forward and saw 3 bullet after images streaking toward him, as well as Lidi and Leah behind him, in a triangular formation. At that moment, Gao Yang swept his greatsword outward. A massive amount of battle ore erupted and intertwined, transforming into a 100-foot-long sword energy that swept across the area. A terrifying hurricane surged. The 3 black bullets were struck by the fearsome sword energy and, in an instant, were sent flying off to who knows where. At the same time, a massive stream of data cascaded down the lenses of Bane's glasses, eventually turning a crimson color and flashing frantically before his eyes. Warning! Warning! Target combat power has experienced a massive surge. Energy attack analysis in progress. 4,300 auna, 4,900 auna, 6,000 auna, 8,700 auna. Bane stared at the information flashing before him until, upon reaching a certain threshold, the lenses shattered with a loud bang, clutching his right eye, which had been grazed by the lens at close range. Bane felt a chill run through his heart. He suddenly looked up at his captain. At this moment, Captain Ron, wielding a molecular blade and piloting the mech in a crushing display of force, appeared in Bane's eyes like a lowly ant charging headlong into the gaping maw of a cosmic beast. The reason was simple. The instant before his glasses exploded, he had seen the combat power of that sword-wielding human soar to 7,000, and the energy level of the sword ore he had casually unleashed exceeded 10,000 auna. Bane roared into the communication channel, "Captain, come back! The opponent is a monster." His shout was cut short, for he saw sword aura, brilliant as the midday sun, slice effortlessly through the position where Captain Ron had been. As the sword energy descended, the plasma shield on the surface of the mech instantly shattered. Immediately after, the mech, forged from beat-grade alloy, was sliced open as easily as if it were made of paper, with Captain Ron inside the cockpit being cut into along with it. Bane's gaze froze. He heard 3 shrill screams in his ears. He whipped his head around to look at his 3 teammates not far away, only to see them lying in pools of blood, their foreheads and chests pierced through, with blood trickling out from the holes. Yet, there was nothing present beside them. A profound sense of dread enveloped Bane. Seeing his squad wiped out in an instant, leaving only him alive, his mental state completely collapsed. He reached out to press a button on his controller, but in that very instant, a buzzing sound erupted in the back of his head, and the world before his eyes quickly plunged into darkness. Gao Yang walked up to the mech that had been split in two, looking at the giant machine with interest. As a man who didn't have a dream of piloting a mech since childhood, but after looking for a moment, he lost interest. He was no longer a child. He now had higher and more magnificent pursuits, and a mere mech could no longer sway his mind. As for the task of collecting loot, that was naturally left to the professionals, and Lidi was extremely proficient at it. Bane watched Gao Yang walking toward him, the despair in his eyes nearly overflowing. He had gambled everything he had for this trip to the land of inheritance, which was how he had been chosen by Captain Ron to be a member of the squad. For this, he had even spent all his money on creating consciousness backups and clones. And like Captain Ron and the others, who could simply activate their consciousness backups and be resurrected if they died, his death here would be absolute. Before Gao Yang could speak, Bane quickly blurted out, "Don't kill me. I can tell you everything I know, my lord." Gao Yang looked at the tear-streaked and snot-covered Bane, prudently stopping a few meters away before saying, "We need the data and information regarding the land of inheritance. If you satisfy me, I don't mind letting you go." Bane nodded rapidly like a chicken pecking at rice, pulling up a file from his drone remote controller. "My lord, look, this is all the data we have regarding the land of inheritance." Gao Yang did not reach out. Instead, Leah controlled a wisp of breeze to take it. Bane lowered his head, secretly rejoicing that he hadn't had any foolish ideas just moments ago. A few minutes later, Leah and Lidi finished their inspection. Lidi said in the team channel, "This is a technological plane. The main land of inheritance they have mastered is extremely rich in mineral resources, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to us, minerals." Gao Yang took the remote from Lidi and carefully reviewed the file information. He still had one chance to request the dwarf master blacksmith Daragon to forge something for him, if he could obtain a large quantity of high-quality minerals. Perhaps his black obsidian could be further upgraded. Therefore, taking a trip to the Soul of Machinery land of inheritance recorded in these files might be worth it. However, to reach the inheritance side of the mechanical soul, one must kill monsters that possess a mechanical heart. According to the records in the document, the number of such monsters does not seem to be very large, and they are distributed in quite remote areas. But there is one advantage. The data provided by Bane contains most of the maps of the Black Earth. Among them are the open pit mines where the mechanical heart monsters are located, as well as the vast yellow sand desert where the blood war souls exist. Thinking of this, Gao Yang could not help but glance at Bane before him. Indeed, technological planes still have their merits. At the very least, in terms of information collection efficiency and summarization, they are far superior to ordinary magical planes. Only 9 people from the Fangia plane had entered this place, and the information they collected was far too simple compared to what Bane's technological plane had gathered. Although this technological plane is only interested in metal minerals, even so, they have collected a vast amount of information. Lidi looked at Gao Yang, then asked in the team channel, "Boss Gao Yang, should we kill this person?" Gao Yang shook his head slightly. The information the other party provided was of high value, and the person posed no threat to them. Furthermore, he had promised the other party earlier, if he were to go back on his word now, he would not be able to live with himself. Seeing Gao Yang shake his head, Lidi thought for a moment and said, "All right. Then I suggest that before we let him go, we strip him clean. Life forms from technological planes should all have consciousness backups and clones for the purpose of resurrection. Since this guy is so afraid of death, he probably hasn't prepared such measures." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. Has the development of this technological plane reached such an advanced level? They have even unlocked consciousness backups and clones. And it must be said that although Lidi's strength is average, as a member of the royal family of the Fangia Plane, the education and insight he has received are far beyond Gao Yang's. There is no help for it. In many cases, one's background determines the lower limit of their vision, and sometimes even the upper limit. However, there are exceptions to everything, just like Gao Yang. After becoming a Zone 1 player, his vision has been constantly improving, even if Lidi hadn't mentioned it. As he gradually ventured further, he would eventually come into contact with the existence of these technological planes. By that time, he would also be able to know the relevant information. As of now, it is merely knowing about it a little earlier. Having reached a consensus, Lidi acted quickly. In just 5 minutes, Bane left the inheritance site with his arms wrapped around himself. Chapter 380 To the path of legend lies within blood and fire. With a more specific map, the direction of Gao Yang and his team became much clearer. Moreover, through this opening skirmish, the division of labor within the team was officially established. First, Lidi, as the captain, and Leah took on the task of long-range output. Benjer, the wanderer with a very low presence, remained responsible for scouting, while Kandris provided logistical support to the team by relying on his power of wealth. As for Gao Yang, he became the core of this team. There was no other way. The others had just seen the battle, and his becoming the core of the team was the consensus of everyone. 3 minutes after Bane left, this scorched, boundless land began to undergo changes. Large, skinless rabbits appeared out of thin air. Their flesh flowed like melted candle wax, and their scarlet, tyrannical eyes seemed to want to destroy every living thing within their sight. In fact, that is exactly what they did. According to the data provided by Bane, this type of monster is named tyrannical blood rabbit, and the keys they drop correspond to the inheritance site known as the Scarlet Dark Prison. Luck seems to be on our side. Gao Yang swung his sword. Black obsidian carried a sword over 10 meters long, instantly killing all the tyrannical blood rabbits within a fan-shaped area in front of him. Subsequently, sesame-sized points of light emerged from the corpses of these dead tyrannical blood rabbits, and like young swallows returning to the forest, they all gathered into Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang looked at the ball of blood in his hand. The power of the Zone 1 was reflected at this moment. Above the blood mass in his hand, a progress bar appeared out of thin air, and the current progress was 0.24%. Well, now that the health bar is visible, things will be easier to handle. Gao Yang paved the way in front, moving steadily toward the direction of the yellow sand desert. No matter what kind of monsters he encountered on the road, Gao Yang treated them all equally, without any discrimination based on their appearance. In just over 10 minutes, the progress of the key for the Scarlet Dark Prison had accumulated to 20%, while the progress of the other types of keys was still in the single digits. From this, it can be seen that the main output of this Black Earth is the Scarlet Dark Prison inheritance site. Just as Gao Yang and the others were killing with great enthusiasm, Benjer spoke again in the team channel, to the front left. For lion tiger-like behemoths are sprinting toward your direction. The tyrannical blood rabbits are no match for them. They can't even break their defenses. As mentioned earlier, not everyone who enters this inheritance site is human. In fact, humans only account for 40% of them. The remaining extraordinary life forms are divided among many races, one of which is the beast race, which occupies 20% of the slots in the inheritance site. Another point is that, as Lidi mentioned before, there is an irreconcilable conflict between the beast race and the human race. Once they meet, it is a life or death situation. If you encounter the beast race in the inheritance site, no matter what kind they are, do not harbor any wishful thinking. Judging by Ben's description, it should be the Lion Tiger clan from the Mad Lion Plain, Lidi said, speaking quickly. The conflict is irreconcilable. We must fight for our lives. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang did not hesitate in the slightest and turned to rush toward the front left. Only one sentence was left behind. I'll go first, you just follow. If I don't show signs of being overwhelmed, there is no need for you to intervene. Lidi and Leah looked at each other, both seeing a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Then, the two of them, along with Kandris, chased after Gao Yang. Gao Yang ran at full speed for 2 minutes before he saw the lion-tiger beasts that Benjer had described. A flash of fighting spirit crossed his eyes, and then, without changing his speed, he maintained his full pace and charged toward them. The distance between the two sides was shortening rapidly. By the time they were only a few hundred meters apart, Gao Yang could clearly see the specific appearance of this lion-tiger clan. These creatures, which looked like both lions and tigers, generally stood for meters tall with body lengths exceeding 10 meters. As they ran, layers of muscle flowed like water, and the earth shook beneath them. All the tyrannical blood rabbits blocking their path were truly like harmless little white bunnies under their feet, possessing no room for resistance. Their terrifying size represented absolute power. They were like the great demons from myths and legends that had attained sapience, sweeping toward Gao Yang with a rolling, blood-scented baleful aura. No, they were not just like them, in Gao Yang's perception. They were already Yao beasts that had attained sapience. A sound like the beating of drums, the tiger-leopard thunder, resonated within the chests of the lion-tiger Yao. Without any communication or verbal sparring, these four lion-tiger Yao naturally transitioned from running side by side into a crescent moon formation, enveloping Gao Yang like a slowly tightening sack. Just like this. No words are needed. Let yourselves become the nourishment for my ascent to the legendary rank. Battle chi surged violently around Gao Yang's body as the dark vine battle armor wrapped around him. He did not manifest his true dragon form, relying purely on his tempered physical body to charge toward the leading lion-tiger Yao. Roar! A tyrannical roar exploded from the throat of the leading lion-tiger Yao. A dense blood-colored light suddenly surfaced on its body, covering its forequarters like armor in the blink of an eye. Then, it violently swung a forepaw the size of a small car. 1 meter long claws, shimmering with a cold light, popped out from the gaps in its paw pads, tearing through the air as they clawed toward Gao Yang. Come! Gao Yang did not even look at the incoming claws. He exhaled sharply as a dense glow of willpower erupted in his eyes like two eternally burning stars. He took a step forward, and obsidian grew as it met the wind, transforming into a 10-meter giant sword that cleaved down from above. The air was forced aside by the giant sword, producing a dangerous and violent sharp explosion. Even before it landed, the sharp wind pressure had already perfectly parted the hair on the head of the lion-tiger Yao in front of Gao Yang. An extremely dangerous aura erupted, and a dense shadow of death seemed to cover it along with the shadow of the descending greatsword. Instinct screamed warnings within its bloodline, and it instinctively wanted to leap away. However, its rationality forced it to stop its instinctive movement because it knew that if it retreated, what awaited it would be an endless storm of strikes. Under such strikes, even the lion-tiger clan, whose bodies were like gold and iron, would surely die on the spot. At this moment of life and death, something seemed to shatter within the body of the leading lion-tiger Yao. Its spirit jolted, and in an instant, it understood. That was the bottleneck it had craved for so long but which had never shown the slightest sign of loosening. Under the pressure of the human before it, it had already seen through that hard yet fragile bottleneck. With only the tempering of time, it would surely become a legend. Now, it was time to offer the highest respect to the human before it. A dense blood light bloomed from the lion-tiger Yao's claws, and the power of its swing instantly rose to the absolute limit it could currently reach. In the next instant, the lion-tiger Yao was like a speeding train, carrying unprecedented power as it collided fiercely with the giant sword falling from the sky. Gao Yang's great sword and the tiger claw it swung hit each other almost simultaneously. Boom! The void vibrated, the unreserved release from both sides directly toward the earth beneath their feet to shreds. A violent wave of air swept in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Even the tyrannical blood rabbits over 10 meters away were ground to dust by this force. The violent and heavy strike fell, and the sharp sword chi almost instantly tore through the lion-tiger Yao's fur. Its dark yellow beast pupils, the size of carriage wheels, stared fixedly at Gao Yang in front of it, and then it could not help but widen its eyes, because under its full-strength strike, the seemingly fragile and tiny human body before it had actually withstood its claw strike head-on without retreating an inch. Then, it only felt a massive force, so immense it was impossible to resist, pressing down from above its head. That feeling was as if a star had smashed onto its head, slowly crushing it with a power it could not block. Roar! The lion-tiger Yao let out an unwilling roar, but it could not withstand the terrifying giant sword cleaving down from above. Amidst a series of tooth-aching cracking sounds, its fur limbs snapped violently. Its massive body was pressed entirely into the black earth by the giant sword, causing the ground within dozens of meters to shatter and instantly sink several meters. All the soil and rubble within the range were cracked and sent flying by the force transmitted to the ground, further swept away by the expanding shockwave and shot in all directions. Such a shocking and violent scene caused Benjer, who was observing from the sidelines, to stiffen. He felt fortunate in his heart that Gao Yang was his teammate rather than his opponent. Obsidian sliced through the lion tiger Yao's scalp without any resistance, severed the blood energy within its body, and finally broke through its skull. Under its despairing gaze, the sword cut through its body. The lion tiger Yao, which had just realized the path to legend, died on the spot from a single sword strike. This scene caused the other 3 lion tiger Yao to feel a surge of terror in their hearts, and even their movements slowed by a fraction. Gao Yang stood with his sword once more. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, only to be directly absorbed by the dark purple vines. Under the effects of 10,000 tribulations and dying and recovery, the injuries he had sustained were rapidly healing. Gao Yang did not pause for a moment. Power exploded beneath his feet, and his figure disappeared from his original spot again, pulling out streaks of afterimages as he shot toward another lion tiger Yao dozens of meters away. Roar! The lion tiger Yao targeted by Gao Yang suddenly let out a roar. Then, it unexpectedly did not dodge or evade either, launching its strongest strike toward Gao Yang. Die for me! Gao Yang shouted lowly. An increasingly heavy sword intent swept through, cutting the lion tiger Yao before him directly in half diagonally. Having killed the lion tiger Yao with 2 sword strikes, the thick scent of blood he had been suppressing within his body inevitably exploded outward. In just an instant, this place seemed to transform into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The dense scent of blood was nauseating Dao without stopping his pace. He targeted another lion tiger Yao and, without a word, cleaved down with his sword. Deafening sonic booms erupted in succession. This lion tiger great beast was not as strong as the previous 2, and facing Gao Yang's increasingly heavy slashes, it died cleanly under his blade. As for the final lion tiger great beast, after witnessing Gao Yang slay its 3 superior companions with 3 consecutive strikes, it no longer had any will to fight, leaving only the desperate desire to survive. But before it could even escape 100 meters, a sword or wreathed in lightning pierced through its entire body from the tail. Its massive frame lost all strength, stumbling forward a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground. The sky was vast and the earth was dark. Gao Yang stood amidst the shattered terrain, the golden red battle ore burning upon his black obsidian blade. He rested the tip of the sword on the ground, not a single drop of blood staining it. Beside him lay the lion tiger great beasts, their aura still fierce even in death. This was the scene Li De and the others saw upon their arrival. Li De swallowed hard, looking at the wretched state of the 4 lion tiger beasts, then at Gao Yang standing among them with blood energy as vast as the sea. He wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. He simply joined the others in collecting the spoils from the 4 lion tiger beasts one by one. There will be another update tonight. Today is still a 10,000-word day for Sesame Duck. Please vote for me. Chapter 383, Battling a Deity in the Clouds. When Gao Yang had slain all 4 lion tiger beasts and digested the insights gained from them, he seemed to realize something. He raised his head and looked toward the distant sea of clouds. There, a scarlet light radiating an ominous and tyrannical aura was spreading rapidly. At the same time, a large amount of Multiverse Network information refreshed before his eyes. Multiverse Network prompt warning. Due to your related actions, you have been marked by the God of Beasts and Hunting Ravaging Fan Weak Divine Power Chaotic Evil Believer Descent Form a Divine Being Leader Template, Lesser Saint Tier Template. Multiverse Network prompt warning. The God of Beasts and Hunting Ravaging Fang has descended upon the land of inheritance. It is expected to arrive at your location in 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Multiverse Network Scene Prompt Extreme Environment Alert. A powerful divine being in hunting mode has appeared in the surrounding area. All life forms within this region will be regarded as enemies by this divine being and will suffer a continuous 5 sanity check for chaos. Related spell effects requiring sanity checks will be considered to have obtained initial adverse check conditions. Multiverse Network Prompt. The marking power of the hunting divinity has caused your comprehensive attributes to temporarily decrease by 20%. Your movement has become more sluggish. Your reaction speed has decreased slightly. And your actions require more stamina. Multiverse Network Prompt. Immortal Will has taken effect. You are immune to the related divine domain effects. Multiverse Network Prompt. Body of 100 refinements has taken effect. You are immune to the related divine domain effects. That scarlet light, carrying an indescribable tyranny and ominousness, felt incredibly oppressive. At first glance, it seemed like a mere streak of sunset clouds on the horizon, but in what felt like an instant, it shrouded the entire firmament. The sea of clouds seemed to be coated in a layer of blood-red sunset, and deep within this sea of clouds, profound shadows quietly emerged. Gao Yang stood upon the black earth, clutching his greatsword. As the thick scarlet light enveloped him, for a moment, it was impossible to tell if it was his own blood energy or that ominous scarlet light. He looked up and gazed into the distance. His eyes, glowing with a brilliant black-gold light, seemed to pierce through layers of clouds to see the creature existing within. Vaguely, it was the phantom of a massive beast resembling a lion, emitting a low growl in the clouds as it prepared to hunt. The god of beasts and hunting, ravaging Fang. Gao Yang looked at the Multiverse Network prompt before his retinas and gained a further understanding of this deity with weak divine power. But as of now, the opponent's abilities did not seem particularly strong. At the very least, the 2 debuff effects that had just appeared were both immunized by his unique talents. Or perhaps, was it because his unique talents were too powerful? Regardless, this should be the first time Gao Yang had faced a deity head-on. Although this was merely a lesser saint tier template, not even a true saint form. Of course, perhaps this god of beasts and hunting wanted to descend upon this land of inheritance in his saint form, but was blocked by the rules of this place or the Multiverse Network. But, since it was not a saint form, how could it be so confident in coming to seek revenge? Everyone was at a strength below legend, and Gao Yang had the confidence to clash head-on with any existence of this tier. Compared to the battle intent rising from Gao Yang's body, the expressions of Li Dai and the others had turned to terror. Li Dai looked at the Scarlet Multiverse Network prompt before him. He could never have imagined that shortly after stepping into the land of inheritance, his team would be hunted by a deity. He had clearly done nothing. Li Dai looked at Gao Yang, his gaze complex, but he still managed to speak. Boss, the opponent is a deity. Our journey in this land of inheritance can only end here, before the opponent arrives in this region. If we leave the land of inheritance now and return to the Fangia Plain, we should be able to avoid their pursuit. Even though Li Dai was unwilling, the facts were as they were. He had to be responsible for the safety of Leah and the others. Gao Yang slowly lowered his head and turned to look Li Dai in the eye. The moment Li Dai met Gao Yang's gaze, his breath hitched, for in the other's eyes, he saw a battle intent that could be described as violent, rapidly boiling over. A faint tingling sensation exploded from the base of Li Dai's spine, sweeping through his entire body like an electric current in an instant. Reaching the top of his head, he spoke in disbelief, his voice becoming high-pitched and distorted due to shock. You want to challenge a deity? The corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up, revealing a wild, arrogant smile. He did not answer, but his actions were the best answer. Under the gaze of Li Dai and the others, 2 dragon wings covered in fine dragon scales suddenly spread from Gao Yang's back, and intense battle aura wrapped around him like a flowing current. The next moment, Gao Yang leaped into the air, his massive dragon wings flapping violently. Amidst the raging wind and thunder, he had already completed his dragon transformation. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of Li Dai and the others, Gao Yang surged forward, wreathed in wind and thunder, charging toward the massive phantom that was the avatar of the Tooth of Plunder within the blood-red sea of clouds. Brilliant willpower illuminated the firmament, and the pure golden light manifested the violent, boiling battle intent that Gao Yang now possessed. On the black earth, under the gaze of countless lives, Gao Yang brandished his massive black sword, which was wreathed in lightning and fire, and crashed into the sea of clouds in a straight, indomitable posture. The massive phantom within the sea of clouds seemed to sense Gao Yang's will. The next moment, an even more terrifying and ominous aura swept forth. The dignity of a god had been trampled upon by a mortal, and only the blood and soul of that mortal could compensate for it. It suddenly accelerated, crashing toward the giant dragon that was soaring up from the black earth. The next instant, the two behemoths collided violently within the sea of clouds. In an instant, the dense sea of clouds was torn into fragments by the incredibly violent shockwave. The pure white sky was crudely dragged into the center of everyone's field of vision, and the scattered clouds radiated outward, only to be shredded by even more intense shockwaves. The Tooth of Plunder was not the most powerful deity, but it was absolutely the most vengeful and bloodthirsty, a trait stemming from its primal instincts before it became a god. It did not consider this a flaw. Instead, it practiced its instincts with extreme arrogance. Even if the opponent it needed to hunt this time was merely an insignificant mortal, it was precisely because of this that it was able to stand out from billions of mortals, eventually ignite its divine fire, condense its godhood, and achieve divinity. However, what the Tooth of Plunder did not expect was that the moment it locked onto that mortal, the being did not dodge or evade, but instead charged toward it, wreathed in violent battle intent. Moreover, in the first collision, its claws, which had condensed divine power and the strength of its believers' bodies, were actually repelled. The opponent's pitch-black greatsword, dripping with lightning and fire, felt as heavy as a mountain. Gao Yang slashed his sword, knocking back the beast's claw that the Tooth of Plunder had swiped at him. He looked at the majestic lion before him, which radiated a tyrannical, bloody light, and the battle intent in his eyes almost turned into substance. The next instant, his attacks descended like a hurricane. In just a moment, Gao Yang pushed his abilities to the limit, and the additional attacks and movements granted by the warrior class template erupted all at once like a tidal wave. His arms turned into afterimages, and the pitch-black greatsword seemed endless as it struck down at the Tooth of Plunder again and again. Boom, 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 boom. Within the sea of clouds, it sounded as if the drums of the Kuyaks were roaring. Each strike that landed was heavier than the last, and the surrounding sea of clouds was torn to shreds in this straightforward, violent exchange. Even though the divine domain absorbed most of the power from Gao Yang's strikes, the remaining violent force still forced the Tooth of Plunder to retreat step by step. In its pair of majestic, golden beast eyes, rage rose to the limit. It had never imagined that one day, it would be chased and hacked by a mortal, even if this was not its true form, and even if this state possessed only 1/10,000th of its true power. But as a deity who governed beasts and hunting, and as the Tooth of Plunder who had risen from a weak mortal through endless slaughter and combat to finally become a tyrannical god, how could it tolerate or accept the humiliation of being crushed by someone at the same level of existence? Beneath the sea of clouds, on the black earth, countless supernatural beings stood across the land, gazing up at the violent battle currently unfolding in the clouds. When they saw Gao Yang wielding his pitch-black greatsword, hacking the Tooth of Plunder all the way out of the sea of clouds, Lidi, Liu, Ben, and Candaris were all plunged into endless shock. They simply could not fathom how a mortal, who appeared no different from them, could pin down a god and hack at it relentlessly. The same thought appeared in the minds of all the intelligent beings nearby. At the same time, these beings formed an indelible impression of the humanoid dragon on the firmament, wielding a pitch-black greatsword. This was a ruthless person capable of pinning down a god's head and hacking at it. If they didn't remember him well now, wouldn't they be killed by a single strike if they encountered him? Under the gaze of many existences, Gao Yang kept the Tooth of Plunder suppressed, hacking it all the way from the sea of clouds down to the black earth. As Gao Yang unleashed another sword strike, the body of the Tooth of Plunder flew like an arrow from a bow, crashing violently into the black earth. Wumble! The earth shattered like an eggshell. The massive body of the Tooth of Plunder, glowing with a faint crimson light, struggled to emerge from the broken ground. Using the body descended through the flesh and blood of its believers. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the wounds on its body. It stood up, its majestic beast eyes fixed on the humanoid dragon landing not far away, whose chest was heaving. In its perception, the opponent's battle chi and stamina seemed endless, and the opponent's brilliant willpower, striking its body, actually made it feel a sharp, intense sting. Gao Yang stared at the Tooth of Plunder, which had just crawled out of the deep crater. His heart pounded violently, and heavy blood flowed through his entire body, carrying golden battle chi. His body seemed to be trembling slightly. It was not fear, but excitement for the god-slaying moment that was about to arrive. So much so that he did not wait for his stamina to recover, but instead stomped the ground beneath his feet, turning into a pitch-black afterimage as he charged toward the Tooth of Plunder once more. Watching Gao Yang charge toward it like lightning, the Tooth of Plunder, with the rich combat experience accumulated from long ages of slaughter and battle, found a way to respond after having endured a full set of strikes. The power of the opponent's strikes was ridiculously strong, even as a god. It had not gained much advantage in their head-on clash. What it needed to do was rely on its body, which had a constant supply of divine power for recovery, to withstand the opponent's strikes, and at the same time, use its claws to tear apart the body of the opponent, which was even larger than its own. 3 updates a day, asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 384, Slaying the God. The Tooth of Plunder admitted that this mortal's combat techniques were quite good, especially the opponent's strikes, which were so heavy that even it, a deity, could hardly withstand such a storm-like offensive. However, as a deity, he possessed a might that no mortal could ever hope to reach. The pitch-black greatsword, wreathed in thunder and fire, crashed down. Tooth of Plunder tilted its head rapidly, though a bloodstain several meters long was carved into its left shoulder. Yet, Tooth of Plunder seized this opportunity to tear fiercely with its claws, shredding the dark purple armor and dragon scales across the chest and abdomen of the mortal before it. 4 deep, bone-revealing wounds appeared on Gao Yang's torso. As the flesh churned, a corrosive, stinging pain spread rapidly through the gashes. For any ordinary mortal, such an eviscerating injury would have rendered them completely immobile within mere seconds. In particular, the attacks of Tooth of Plunder carried the unique weight of his own divine laws. It was the greed that plundered everything, the root cause that could cause any prey to wither and weaken incessantly. Tooth of Plunder's massive body rose from the earth once more. Its golden beastly pupils revealed a trace of arrogance and majesty unique to a deity, as if he could already foresee the final end of this mortal who dared to commit blasphemy. Then, through the gaping wound in Gao Yang's chest and abdomen, he caught a glimpse of a heart beating with the intensity of a scorching sun, along with the golden red blood erupting from it. At the same time, he was shocked to discover that the wounds on the mortal's torso were recovering at an astonishing speed. In particular, the 4 massive wounds caused by their mutual exchange of blows were rapidly closing, stitched together by dark purple vines. Tooth of Plunder sensed carefully, only to realize that he had not drained any power from this latest attack. This sight brought a flicker of doubt to his eyes. In his long life, such an occurrence was an extremely rare exception. Once he realized this, the tyrannical mindset born from slaughter and combat finally experienced a moment of wavering. Perhaps he could not defeat him. The mere emergence of this thought filled Tooth of Plunder with immense humiliation. He was the god of beasts and hunting, who had attained godhood through slaughter and battle. How could it be impossible to defeat a mere mortal? Tooth of Plunder let out a violent roar. As the sound waves rippled outward, every living thing within a kilometer radius felt the pressure, their bodies stiffening, unable to move. Gao Yang stared at Tooth of Plunder not far away. He could feel his heart beating violently. He could feel his blood rushing with a roaring sound. He could feel his will becoming increasingly brilliant and solid. It was as if the divine avatar before him was an incomparable, delicious feast, and an intense desire was driving him to swallow it in one gulp. Gao Yang could perceive that once he defeated this deity, every aspect of his being would undergo a qualitative transformation. This coincided perfectly with his original intention. In that instant, Gao Yang did not hesitate to use time acceleration on himself. His body flashed forward like a teleportation, carrying a violent current of air as he arrived before Tooth of Plunder. The greatsword Heir roared with thunder and fire, and he swung it down again in a straightforward, unadorned strike. Enough, mortal! You are blaspheming the god. Tooth of Plunder watched the greatsword descending upon his head once more and let out an angry, silent roar. But what met his roar was the merciless, descending pitch-black greatsword. Under the reinforcement of the divine domain, most of the greatsword's heavy force was absorbed, but the remaining power still smashed his massive body into the ground, leaving yet another bloodstain several meters long upon his form. Mortal! Tooth of Plunder slammed his paws into the earth. The terrifying force caused the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters to explode instantly. Amidst the sky-high debris and soil, his massive body broke through the constraints of space, arrived before Gao Yang, and stood upright. A massive, hideous shadow completely enveloped Gao Yang's body. As if a mountain were collapsing, Tooth of Plunder's claws, shimmering with divine power, crashed down. Cannot dodge, then don't dodge. Gao Yang let out a high-pitched roar. Heyo emitted an excited hum as he swung it with all his might toward the descending claws. Amidst a massive boom, Gao Yang was driven into the earth like a nail, sinking dozens of meters deep. Tooth of Plunder's claws were dripping with blood, and drops of golden tinct gore fell onto the ground with a dull thud. Tooth of Plunder's chest heaved, and he could not help but let out heavy, irregular gasps. The mortal he was facing reminded him of the final battle before he had ignited his divine fire. It was a wingless dragon, 100 meters long, with a serpentine body but dragon horns and 5 claws. Back then, he had nearly been killed by the creature in that great marsh. Fortunately, by relying on the trait of drawing power from slaughter, he had successfully hunted the creature. It was precisely because of that battle that he had successfully ignited his divine fire and attained godhood. But before he could catch his breath, the earth before him shattered violently. Gao Yang's massive body appeared before his eyes once more, and along with it, the pitch-black greatsword flashing with thunder and fire. The opponent's speed and strength had not diminished in the slightest doubt. Moreover, as the battle continued, he felt a brilliant and pure power piercing through his divine energy, directly damaging his divinity. This left Tooth of Plunder feeling incredulous. He had felt this stinging sensation before, but only occasionally, so he had not paid it any mind. But now, every one of Gao Yang's attacks carried this stinging sensation, making Tooth of Plunder realize that the mortal before him truly possessed the potential to injure, or even slay. Boom! 2 equally massive bodies collided violently on the black earth once again. As the violent air currents dissipated, Tooth of Plunder was sent flying once more. Although Gao Yang's strikes were heavy, they should not have been enough to send a deity who possessed divine power and a divine domain, and was manifesting as a quasi-saint flying. It was some kind of power within his strikes that made them impossible to block. Tooth of Plunder understood that if he were to try and block it by force, his body would surely be severed in two. He looked down at the body condensed from the flesh and blood of believers, a trace of tyrannical dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although this body was imbued with his divine power and shrouded in his divinity, it was unable to crush the mortal before him. Even the divine power could not exert its intended effect. Under these circumstances, this body was merely a bit more durable than usual, but being durable did not mean it could not be killed. The Tooth of Plunder realized that things could not continue like this. The land of inheritance was not its divine kingdom. Its descent here in this form was the limit permitted by the Omniverse Network, but it was not permitted by those entities it was familiar with. Furthermore, fighting against mortals for too long would cause its status among the gods to continuously decline. Yes, on a plane invisible to mortals, many gods of this crystal wall system had already cast their gazes here. In other words, the scene of the Tooth of Plunder being hacked to pieces by a mortal was being broadcast live. At this thought, a trace of brutality flashed through the eyes of the Tooth of Plunder once more. It looked at the humanoid dragon charging up again, and a sense of irritation rose in its heart. The opponent was like a stubborn copper pea, impossible to crush or break, and exceptionally difficult to chew. Damn it. If my weapon had been properly maintained, there would not have been any problems. But ifs were just ifs, and the battle continued arduously. However, this was only the case for the Tooth of Plunder. For Gao Yang, the battle against this divine avatar made him increasingly exhilarated, and his understanding of his own abilities grew ever more profound. As his mastery of power deepened, every attack he unleashed was infused with as much willpower as possible, which caused the body of the Tooth of Plunder to suffer constant injuries. On a plane unobservable to mortals, some magnificent existences were watching the battle below, their divine thoughts constantly weaving and communicating. That beast is still a mindless existence, being beaten into such a miserable state by a mortal. Gluttony. Do you wish to intervene? No, no, no. Although it has suffered a minor loss in the span of a long life, it is a trivial matter, is it not? But the power of the Tooth of Plunder seems to be continuously weakening. Its divine kingdom seems to have encountered problems. What does the Lady of Shadows intend to do?" The voices gradually faded, for the battle below had reached its end, under Gao Yang's continuous, violent, and endless slashes. The wounds on the Tooth of Plunder's massive and majestic lion body gradually increased, accompanied by cracks that resembled shattered porcelain. It was a body condensed from the flesh and blood of believers, without a stable supply of divine power. Under such a violent offensive, the balance of this body was broken, and as the balance was broken, this body reached the end of its life. All that remained was the outcome of destruction. After the Tooth of Plunder felt the cracks appearing on its body, it knew that it had lost this battle. After long ages, it had been defeated by a mortal while in the form of a god. Even though the Tooth of Plunder was unwilling, it did not want to pay any more costs for this battle. It was not worth it. The Tooth of Plunder was cruel and tyrannical. Its life was filled with endless slaughter and combat. But if it only knew how to slaughter and fight, it would never have succeeded in igniting its divine fire. Anyone who has walked the path from a mortal, stepping through blood and slaughter to finally achieve godhood, can be called a legend. It is just that when divine offices and divinity gradually fill a mortal's will, the wisdom and methods of the past are inevitably constrained by the rules. This is the price one must pay to become a god. This is the compatibility between a god and their divine office. Mortal, we will meet again. The Tooth of Plunder's dim beastly pupils stared firmly at Gao Yang, as if to carve him into the depths of its mind. The response it received was a whizzing, pitch-black greatsword. Amidst a piercing sonic boom, the disintegrating body of the Tooth of Plunder was slashed through by the sword. With a soft hiss, this strike carried extreme penetrating power. Slicing through the body of the Tooth of Plunder, the blade cut through fur, skin, and membrane, severing tendons, bones, and flesh, while the rampaging power mercilessly destroyed everything inside. By the time the blade struck the ground, the body of the Tooth of Plunder had already been split in two. Falling toward the earth on either side, the massive body crashed onto the ground. But like a gray-white stone statue that had lost its power, it suddenly shattered into powder. The dust danced in the air, turning into ashes and disappearing before Gao Yang's eyes. Before long, only a skeleton remained on the spot. Everything belonging to this believer of the Tooth of Plunder had been completely consumed. A little late. I am out for a social engagement tonight, so I probably won't be able to reach 10,000 words. There should be another chapter later, but it will be quite late. Chapter 385 Legendary Reputation, Godslayer. Gao Yang stood on the earth, sword in hand. He tilted his head slightly, eyes closed, his expression peaceful, as if savoring the sweet fruit of victory, completely unlike the ferocity he displayed during the battle just moments ago. On a plane unknown to others, a heaven-shaking change was occurring within Gao Yang's body. In his brilliancy of will, monstrous waves were surging, emitting a rumbling roar. Amidst these churning waves, at the bottom of the sea of will, the golden light became increasingly dazzling. At the same time, Gao Yang's body became increasingly resilient. His muscles and bones greedily devoured the golden red battle chi within him, using it to continuously strengthen himself. And at his heart, what was originally a bright red heart had now turned a dazzling golden red, as if a scorching sun were burning fiercely within his chest. This enhancement did not last long. In just half an hour, everything returned to calm. Gao Yang opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within them. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the gray-white skeleton in the shattered earth ahead. Then, with a casual wave, his battle chi erupted, completely annihilating it into fine dust. After doing all this, he finally looked at the large number of Omniverse Network notifications refreshing before his retina. Omniverse Network notification. You have killed the god of beasts and hunting Tooth of Plunder, weak divine power / chaotic evil believer descent form a divine life leader template, a sub-saint to your template. Omni Network notification. You have been marked by the god of beasts and hunting, ravaging Fang. Your reputation with the shadow hunting cult, a minor evil religious sect, has been set to mortal enemy. Any member of the shadow hunting cult who encounters you will immediately launch a fight to the death attack against you. Omni Network notification. Based on the player's relevant actions, a new hostile faction has been added to your plane. Shadow hunting cult, minor evil religious sect. Omni Network notification. Based on the player's relevant actions, A new hostile deity has been added to your plane, god of beasts and hunting, ravaging fang minor divinity. Specific information on the new hostile faction, Shadow Hunting Cult. Shadow Hunting Cult. Type, small local divine faction. Deity, god of beasts and hunting, ravaging fang minor divinity. Faction relationship. Mortal enemy plane. Mortal enemy individual. Looking at the information from the Omni Network notifications, Gao Yang curled his lips in disdain. This so-called shadow hunting cult posed no threat to him whatsoever. As for ravaging fang, this deity of minor divinity, there would be no threat at all once he returned to his own crystal sphere. If the other party truly dared to pursue him into his home plane, then with the blessing of the plane's consciousness, he would let them know what it meant to be suppressed by a plane. However, judging by the current situation, the other party likely would not make such an unwise move. The Omni Network notifications were still refreshing, but this time, it was a new prompt. Omni Network notification. You have obtained the epic title, Godslayer. Godslayer type, epic title description. Those who hold no reverence for deities and dare to draw their swords against them, ultimately emerging victorious. They are collectively labeled by the world as Godslayers. They stand at the pinnacle of all living beings, whether through power, wisdom, or astonishing effort. You are among them. For you have slain the material incarnation of an evil god, Ithix. Your resistance to related divine arts come one. When negotiating with individuals who possess faith in a deity, you will gain an additional come to 5 based on the strength of the deity they worship. Your own charisma to negotiation or intimidation checks. When communicating with divine beings, you will gain an additional come to communication checks. Omni Network notification. You have obtained Ravaging Fang's Godslayer treasure chest minor divinity. Omni Network notification. Your reputation among the various factions in the crystal sphere of Domingos has increased significantly. Your act of slaying a god as a mortal will be widely spread throughout the Domingos crystal sphere. Omni Network notification. You have gained 1 point of legendary reputation, and as your legendary deeds spread, it will slowly increase hereafter. After checking the Omni Network notifications, Gao Yang looked at his inventory, where a golden treasure chest radiating bloodlust and majesty lay quietly. This was the loot contributed to him by Ravaging Fang, the deity of minor divinity, after its death. But he only glanced at it before looking away. Although the incarnation of Ravaging Fang had died in the land of inheritance, opening the deity's treasure chest here would be tantamount to provoking the dignity of a god. This treasure chest could only be opened after he returned to Earth. On the shattered black Earth, many extraordinary beings used various observation methods to look toward the area where Gao Yang was located. However, this observation did not dare to be too presumptuous, maintaining only a very low limit. And the purpose was simple, not to provoke Gao Yang's dissatisfaction. Not far away, seeing that Gao Yang had awakened, Lidi and the others ended their vigilance and hurried toward Gao Yang with excited expressions. Before they even arrived, Lidi's excited voice rang out, "Big boss, god tier boss, we are too strong." Gao Yang looked at Lidi with a teasing expression. Lidi paused, shook his head, and said, No, it's you, big boss Gao Yang, who was too strong." Gao Yang watched Lidi answer his question with complete seriousness and shook his head slightly. The other party didn't catch the joke, so there wasn't much point in him saying it. Lidi and the others arrived close by, looking at Gao Yang, who didn't seem much different from before. Their attitude toward him had completely changed. Previously, they could still treat him as a powerful existence within an extraordinary sequence. But after Gao Yang successfully struck down the deity from the sky, everything was different. Ordinary legendary professionals might not necessarily be able to take down a saint-like incarnation of a deity. However, after Gao Yang spoke that sentence, the suffocating aura of having just slain a god quietly vanished. Lidi exhaled a long breath, then asked with a smile, "Big boss, take a rest. There is no threat here for the time being." Gao Yang looked at them and nodded, not refusing. But before that, he looked up at the sky, scanned the surroundings, and then sat down cross-legged. Following his movements, those faint, lingering gazes quickly disappeared. Kandris walked up at this moment, holding a sharp canine tooth nearly 2 meters long in his hand. This tooth still radiated a faint, ethereal divine aura. Lidi and the others looked at the tooth in Candras's hand with strange expressions. This canine tooth was most likely dropped from the body of the deity's incarnation earlier. Although it was not the canine tooth of the deity's true form, it had been tempered by divine power, so its value was naturally extremely high. One of my sisters drank too much and delayed a lot of time. So this is all for today. I will resume the 10,000 word update tomorrow. Please give me some votes, dear readers. Chapter 386, Eliminating Doubts. Candras held the huge canine tooth, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and said to Gao Yang, Big boss, this should be your loot. I picked it up when I was walking over just now. Gao Yang looked at the canine tooth in Candras's hand, which was radiating faint divine power, and gained a further understanding of his level of luck. This object must have been shattered off when he was battling the Tooth of Plunder. However, according to the original trajectory, this canine tooth should have lost its divine power the moment it was broken, subsequently turning into dust and dissipating completely. But the canine tooth before his eyes had actually remained intact. If Candalus's luck hadn't been playing a role in this, Gao Yang himself wouldn't even believe it. Looking at the massive canine tooth, Gao Yang shook his head. Although this item had been broken off during his battle with the Tooth of Plunder, it had landed in Candalus's hands, so it naturally belonged to Candalus. For him, the commemorative value of this tooth far outweighed its practical significance. You keep it yourself. If you hadn't discovered it, I wouldn't have been able to find it either. It simply wasn't meant for me, Gao Yang said. A look of confusion appeared on Candalus's face. He didn't understand what "not meant for me" meant, but since Gao Yang had said so, he nodded and tucked the canine tooth, which contained the divine power of the Tooth of Plunder, into his inventory. The group rested for half an hour. As Gao Yang took the initiative to stand up, the small team once again plunged into endless slaughter. After spending the better part of a day, Gao Yang and his group walked out of the Black Earth and entered an area where strange rocks towered high. The monsters inhabiting this strange rock area were called stone spirits. The stone powder that dropped after killing them corresponded to the inheritance site known as the Silent Cavern. Because of Gao Yang's previous battle with the Tooth of Plunder, the group had not encountered any attacks or malice from other inheritors along the way. Everyone was already at the transcendent stage. Their primary goal upon entering the land of inheritance was naturally to obtain entry credentials, thereby entering the corresponding inheritance sites to comprehend the path of legend. Fighting and killing were never the goal, they were merely the means to achieve that goal. Of course, this was definitely not because Gao Yang was so strong that those transcendent existences retreated 3 steps upon seeing him. As everyone knew, transcendent lives had their own dignity. They simply happened to have other goals and had diverged from the route Gao Yang's group was taking. The Silent Cavern inheritance site had no special requirements for the few people present, so they did not waste time there. Leaping over the tops of the strange rocks and passing through rapidly, the area of the strange rock region was about the same as the Black Earth, equally vast and boundless. However, such vastness did not seem to hold much weight in the eyes of transcendence. Focusing on the journey, the group crossed the entire strange rock region in just one day. A steel combat boot stepped onto the fine sand, sinking in by nearly half. Gao Yang looked at the endless Gobi Desert before him. Above this vast expanse of yellow sand, the sky seemed to be shrouded in a faint red veil. This is the Yellow Sand Desert, Lidi said, standing beside Gao Yang, feeling slightly excited. During the latter half of their journey through the strange rock region, the influence of Gao Yang killing the deity had finally dissipated completely. The land of inheritance was too large, and not everyone had landed near the Black Earth. Therefore, not everyone knew what had happened in the Black Earth region, and as a result, their progress had encountered some slight resistance. Of course, this was counting Gao Yang's perspective. If it weren't for Gao Yang, those transcendent powerhouses who were also competitors would have been a significant obstacle on their path. However, this resistance was naturally also a form of assistance. The credentials collected by those transcendents who entered the land of inheritance and died would drop directly, to be seized by the victors as spoils of war. It was just that when Bane and the others from the technological civilization fought Gao Yang and his group, they had just landed and thus had not collected any credentials at all. Later on, Whether it was the lion-tiger demon or the transcendent lives killed further along in the strange rock region, they all dropped the credentials they had accumulated. Thus, before even stepping into the yellow sand desert, Gao Yang's group already possessed a soul seed that was 1/10 complete. This was only because the main target of the people they killed was the stone spirits in the strange rock region. If they encountered others next, they should be able to obtain the soul seed corresponding to the scarlet battlefield. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, looked at Lidi, and asked, "Actually, I have a question that isn't mentioned in your Garuda inheritance, which is the situation we are currently facing. We spent nearly 2 days just traveling to the yellow sand desert. If someone else collects the soul seeds first and enters the inheritance site, wouldn't we have made this trip for nothing? Why does it seem like you aren't very worried about this?" By the end of his sentence, Gao Yang's voice was somewhat low, and Lidi felt a chill run down his back, a trace of panic rising in his heart. Clearly, he understood that Gao Yang was suspecting them of withholding some important information. He gave a bitter smile and then explained, "Big boss, you've misunderstood. We didn't mean to hide any information. It's just that every time the land of inheritance opens, the method for obtaining the final inheritance is different. Situations like the one you mentioned have occurred before, but it isn't fixed. No one knows what the path to obtaining the final inheritance will be after the next opening of the inheritance site. That is why there are no relevant records." Gao Yang nodded slowly. If that was the case, then there was indeed no need for records. Moreover, since Lidi, who needed to enter the scarlet battlefield, wasn't anxious, he naturally had no reason to be. "Let's go. I've already seen the scarlet battle souls." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped forward. In the distance within his line of sight, translucent soul bodies were drifting in the air. They held various weapons in their hands and wore armor that was either exquisite or dilapidated. Some were even riding war horses or other war beasts of the same form. But what they all had in common was that their faces were all blurred and indistinct. Wandering unconsciously across the yellow sand desert, seeing this, Lidi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then braced himself, picked up his longbow, and followed closely in Gao Yang's footsteps. As for Benjer, he had already disappeared from view a step ahead of them. Kandris took 3 more gemstones out of his inventory and activated them directly. A vast yet gentle energy poured into the bodies of the group, slowly but firmly restoring the stamina they had expended. The group moved quickly, and within just a few minutes, they had already engaged in battle with the blood-colored war spirits. As Gao Yang shattered a large number of surging soul entities with a single swing of his sword, many blood-red, grain-sized specks of light merged into his palms. Behind him, arrows wrapped in howling winds were fired continuously, picking off the blood-colored war spirits one by one. As for Leah, being a spellcaster, her destructive power was second only to Gao Yang. With a wave of her staff, a gale roared. Often, a single wind vortex could gather a large cluster of blood-colored war spirits, and then a ball of wind blades would crash down. Amidst the raging wind blades, the blood-colored war spirits disintegrated one after another, turning into red specks of light that merged into her hands. Once the slaughter began, it was hard to stop, and time slipped away rapidly amidst this carnage. At night, the temperature in the vast yellow desert dropped significantly. The once loose sand was now covered in a layer of frost that seemed capable of chilling one to the bone. Crunching underfoot with every step, a bonfire flickered slowly on the desert floor. Above the flames, chunks of bright red meat rotated gradually. The fire licked the surface of the meat evenly, and rich grease dripped into the bonfire below under the roasting heat. Beside the bonfire, 5 people sat in a circle. It was Gao Yang and his group. Lidi turned the meat skewered on an arrow and said, "At this rate, we should be able to collect 5 soul seeds in about 3 days. By then, we will be able to enter the blood-colored battlefield. Entering the blood-colored battlefield is only the beginning. If the inheritance of the blood-colored battlefield has already been exhausted, what will you do next?" Gao Yang sat opposite Lidi, looking at him across the bonfire as he asked. Lidi sighed slightly, handed the arrow in his hand to Benjer beside him, signaling him to continue roasting the meat, and then said, "If that is the case, then we can only go to other inheritance sites and try our luck. Big boss, you know, these inheritance sites are not meant for only one person to comprehend. as an inheritance site that opens once every 80 years. The energy accumulated within should be quite sufficient. So, the best way to enter an inheritance site is for a single person, right? Gao Yang asked. Lidi nodded without refuting. In fact, according to the records of the Garuda ancestors, the inheritance sites of that time were entered by individuals. Later, at some point, it gradually evolved into the current mode of entering as a team. Of course, this does not mean that one can only enter the inheritance site as a team. Rather, the entry mode has expanded. In principle, it is for individuals, but team entry is permitted. If entering alone, aside from the danger being somewhat higher, the efficiency and speed of reaching any inheritance site would be much higher than entering as a team. Take the simplest point of obtaining credentials. A team of 5 needs to kill 15 times more monsters than a single person. This is because the acquisition of credentials follows an incremental method. The first credential requires a normal amount, the second requires double, the third requires triple the amount of the first, and so on. If the number of monsters required to obtain a single entry credential is 1,000, then for 5 people to get 5 credentials, they would need to kill 15,000 monsters. It is just that brutal, but even so, the proportion of people entering the inheritance sites as teams is still increasing. The reason is simple. There is strength in numbers. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Everyone is standing at the pinnacle of the transcendent sequence, and the gap in combat power can be said to be small. In such a situation, a numerical advantage can easily be converted into a winning edge. If you kill or drive away other competitors from the inheritance site, then naturally, there will be no competitors left to vie with you. Moreover, there is another benefit to teaming up. It creates conditions for the direct descendants of large families and powerful factions to step into the legend rank. There are always some blood relatives of large factions and families whose aptitude is not very high. In such a case, the inheritance site, a treasure land that can help people achieve the legend rank, is naturally targeted by many entities. Whenever an inheritance site is about to open, there will always be some large factions recruiting individuals with extremely strong combat power from the transcendent sequence, giving them generous rewards and treatment. The goal is only one: to bring their own offspring into the inheritance site intact, obtain the inheritance, and then bring them back intact. In short, it is for gods carrying 1 dead weight for top-tier experts carrying 1 boss with average strength to rank up. Strictly speaking, Lidi is also a beneficiary of the team mode because he has a thick thigh like Gao Yang, who is capable of slaying gods. He has now experienced the thrill of being carried by a big thigh. If one had to describe this feeling in 1 sentence, it could only be said as it feels so good. Soon, the aroma of grease mixed with roasted meat wafted into their nostrils, whetting their appetites. Gathered around the bonfire, the 5 of them began to share the essence of the lion-tiger demon's flesh. Chapter 387. There are still many good people in the world. Heavy fog. As a transcendent level demonic beast, the lion-tiger demon's body had been tempered 1,000 times, making its meat texture extremely chewy. Moreover, it contained an incredibly rich amount of energy, not at all inferior to white dragon meat. It was just that white dragon meat had a spicy, stimulating taste, while the lion-tiger demon meat tasted like venison, carrying a mellow flavor. Overall, each had its own merits. The only pity for Gao Yang was that this thing had not been cooked by the landlady herself, so the taste could not compare to the dragon meat set meal. After the lion-tiger demon meat was finished, the blood-colored war spirits in the vicinity refreshed and gathered again. All 5 of them were players of the transcendent sequence, so their strength went without saying. A rest of more than half an hour was enough for them to recover their state. Gao Yang drew black obsidian from his space. The golden-red battle ore dispelled the surrounding darkness, and the scorching temperature caused the frost on the surrounding ground to melt slowly. The strength of the blood-colored war spirits was not high, but that was only relatively speaking. In fact, if an individual of the transcendent sequence with weaker strength came here, they would still be in danger of losing their life under the siege of a large number of blood-colored war spirits. However, those who are truly that weak have no reason to come to the land of inheritance. Such beings are still a long way from becoming legends. And even if they came here, they would be unable to comprehend the path of the legend. The golden red sword energy swept across, and wherever it passed, the blood-colored war spirits melted like wax, with specks of blood-colored light pouring into Gao Yang's palm one after another. He did not know how long he had been slaughtering or how many blood-colored war spirits he had slain, but by the time a faint glimmer appeared on the horizon of this vast desert, the progress of the soul seed in Gao Yang's hand had reached 100%. The first soul seed was successfully condensed. Gao Yang handed this soul seed to Lidi, then took the soul seed with 10% progress from his hand, and continued the slaughter. This time, the absorption efficiency of the blood-colored light specks did not slow down in the slightest, but the progress of the soul seed was about half as slow. Gao Yang only glanced at it once before paying it no more mind. On the yellow sand desert, the 5 of them sat around a campfire, eating fatty roasted meat. After 3 days of slaughter, they had collected 3 soul seeds, and in 2 more days, they would be able to gather 5 soul seeds to enter the blood-colored battlefield. After spending these few days together, the 5 of them had become much more familiar with each other, and even the timid youth Kandris no longer stammered when he spoke. Just then, Gao Yang's movements paused. He turned his head to look to his right and spoke softly. "Someone is approaching." As soon as his voice fell, Benjer's figure had already vanished into the air, leaving only the 4 of them behind.